It's the chat. Hello. Should I update this now? No, I'm going to do it later. I keep saying I'm going to do it later, and I don't do it. Yo, I was muted. That means you guys didn't get to hear me singing. I was singing a song. I was saying I'm tired, so I got the juice. The juice. It's Gatorade and pre-workout, but just a little pre-workout, because if you do a full scoop, like, you got to actually work out, or else I get freaking... And my fight stream is frozen. But you just put a little bit of, like, a little third of a scoop in there. It's good. Be going. Got coffee. I was saying, I forgot to thank everybody on my way out last night for helping me hit the Super Chat and the Cashapp goal. Because of the Cashapp, because I think that's the way I'm going to do it now. I'm going to set a $100 Super Chat goal, $30 Cashapp goal. The $30 Cashapp goal is for streaming supplies. So since we hit that last night, takes care of the coffee, the beer, the cigarettes, and a pizza. I got a pizza in the freezer. If you ain't got a pizza in the freezer, then what are you, diseased, bruh? Why is this not working? It was working fine. Is it over? Oh, it's a tight guillotine. Yeah, he's going to tap. Yeah, he tapped. Oh, so we missed the end of that fight. I'm going to have to put headphones in. Monday morning, it's every day for all I care. That's what I was singing. All right. So the plan... Bro, what the heck is my phone doing? Show the fight. Full screen. Stop it. All right. So, I'm going to set the same goal again, even though we're going to spend a lot of this stream on VK. So, it's not expected that we hit the goal every time, but I'm still going to start setting them. I need to do stream elements, and so I can have the goal bar on the bottom of the stream and all that stuff. The problem is, when you do stream, there was another one, I forget what it was called. It's not stream elements, but it's like stream elements, and it's something you hook your OBS to it, and you can do transitions and layouts and features and stuff on your stream. Whenever I turn that on, my computer goes super slow. It can't handle it. I think all those extra things on your OBS is real intensive on probably on your processor. I'm not sure. But so I'm gonna wait till I get the new computer, and then I'm gonna mess with all that stuff and set up layouts and all that stuff. But we're gonna watch these fights until VK starts, and then I'm gonna do VK. So I won't be able to commentate while I'm doing VK. But I will be watching. Dude, this guy's got vitiligo. Is it vitiligo when you got patches, different color skin patches? He's got reverse. Is that vitiligo or is that? Yeah. No. Yeah. I've seen it where black people have it, and they have white patches on their skin. But he has it reverse. He's white, and he's got dark patches on his skin, and he's got one right here that looks like a sideburn. He doesn't have to have sideburns because he's got a vitiligo sideburn. I have to put headphones in because if it picks up the audio, I'm going to get in trouble. Yeah. I'm going to fix that right now. This mic is too sensitive. Shoot. Next week he wants to fight. Dude's crazy. Okay. All right, now I'm going to pull up the fight card. We're still in the prelims. I think. Yeah. We got one more fight in the prelims. So far tonight, there was scheduled to be one girl fight on the fight card, but it got canceled. So it's all dudes on the fight card. We had Modesta Bukauskas and Rafael Cercaria. Bukauskas won that. We had Nikolay Valentinnikov versus Austin Vanderford. Vanderford won. Ricky Simon and Javid Basharat. Ricky Simon won. Mansour Abdul Malik and Nick Klein. That was a good fight. I watched that when I woke up and while I was getting ready. That was a good fight. I thought Nick Klein had it. Dude, my elbow is messed up. I don't know what I did to it, but for like more than a week, it's been giving me problems. And then just now we had Andre Fili versus Milkazel Costa, and Costa won. We got one more fight on the prelims. Ibo Aslan and Ion Kutabala. Main card, heavyweight Curtis Blades. Oh, that got canceled? Oh, these are canceled. Hold on. Oh, so Curtis Blades isn't fighting tonight? Dang. Alonzo Menefield versus Julius Walker. That'll be a good fight. That's a heavyweight fight. Featherweight, Jean Silva and Melsik Bagdasarian. Catchweight, Rob Font. What weight is catchweight? Rob Font and John Matsumoto. Oh. The middleweight, Brendan Allen on the co-main event. Brendan Allen and Anthony Hernandez. And then main event, Henry Cejudo and Song Yadong. That's going to be a good one. Good fights tonight. So while I'm in VK, I'm going to have an earpiece in my ear, and I'm going to be listening to the fights and watching the fights. So if you see me looking at my phone a lot, I'm watching the fights, and I'm going to be like, oh, randomly. I have to mute myself a lot. What up, Rome? Hit the like button on your way in, guys. Let me put this super chat goal in here. And you guys got to remind me what time I start. 6:15 at 6 a.m. I gotta start a new stream. Assuming I plan on going till like 9 a.m. Or we just keep it running and we have the last 3 hours be like you gotta be here to see it mode. I'd do it that way. Problem is sometimes the last 3 hours is the biggest mess. Sometimes there's good stuff in the last little run of the night. So we'll have to see what I decide to do. All right. Where's Daddy Jub at? Tune into fights as soon as you wake up. The whole card is good. Times did he send this to me at 4:30? Yeah, the card started at 4. Puts him down. He said, turn on the fights as soon as you wake up. The whole card is good. There's something, what's Andrew doing? Challenge Belief Panel versus Aaron Wilson.
On the internet. Craig seems like he's remarkably well suited for such a task.
He's doing a panel, but he's not doing it yet. Have you guys ever heard? You guys like beatboxing? Like high level beatboxing? There's this dude named Wing. I don't know. These Asian guys are killing it in the beatboxing scene. This is probably copyright, but let's see. JD Unchained is talking about Don. Poor Don. Listen to this dude. This dude is sick. I'm just gonna play it for a little bit. Wing. Yeah, you've heard Wing before?
Oh, yeah?
They're all the best ones are Asian guys.
It was so...
This guy's crazy. Hold on, I'll show you. My little brother doesn't like beatboxing, but I don't know how you cannot like this. This is wild. Ugh. What you want? Hold up. Hold up. Ugh. This dude's wild. This is not even the best one that I've heard. That's sick. Ooh. 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 That's crazy. That's crazy. He's got a ton of these. Check out a beatboxer named Vatang. The song is Look Into Your Eyes. Let me check it out. I've never heard of that guy. He might be with this same crew. They have like a crew. Is he Asian? Look into your eyes. Is it a girl? Who's this? Tate McRae. That's not it. Oh, dang, he's unbelievable. Look into your eyes. Oh, he's not Asian.
Core Power helps you rise to a whole new level of recovery with 26 grams
Black
of protein.
Betty.
Your new home deserves.
Come on, ads. Oh, I hate that haircut.
Also do taxidermy.
Am I the only one to blame?
I think I've seen this because I remember all these microphones. I think I've seen this before.
When people always shake for pain,
Dang.
but everything falls so mine. Sorbet
Dang. Oh, so- that was slick. Beat drop. Drop it. What? That guitar sound is sick.
Am I the only one who
That's wild.
cries?
He can sing too.
Put myself away from class. I can see them every time I look in your eyes.
What? What was that? That's crazy. Yo, I can't even. I have the fight commercials in my ear.
Look in your
What? Wait, what was that? Yo, that ending was wild. Hold on.
look in your
That's wild. Dang. I don't know. My brother's like, I don't like this. You crazy, dude. Where's David? He dropped a video yesterday. I wonder if he would care if I show his video. I bet he don't got no chair though. That's right. I know, he's standing up. This guy's crazy. Where's David Healy? He put a video out of him doing rock climbing. It's pretty cool. You guys should go check it out and subscribe to his channel. I don't know how he was doing that sound. Let me see. I'm gonna find David's channel and put the link in the chat. Unless you know it, Rome. I don't know if you know who I'm talking about. I also wanted to see the protest video. Last time I checked, it had like 1.2 thousand views. It's actually at 1.5 thousand now. 1,494 views on a 40-minute video. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. The retention is low. The average view time is like 5 minutes. That's why I need to make them shorter. Need to get it down to like 20 minutes and keep it more poppy, more interviews, more snappy, move, jump cuts, because people have short attention spans. But 1.5 thousand views on a 40-minute video ain't bad. Ain't bad. The problem is it'll grow. It'll be going, and then YouTube just kills it at some point, and it just stops. And it was popping this morning, and now it's slowed down. It hasn't come to a halt yet, but it probably will soon. We got to keep promoting it. I got to get more active on X. You're checking. I think it's just David. I think it's just his name, David Healy. Maybe. I think I subscribed to him this morning, so I might be able to find it quicker. But he's only got like 6 subscribers, so it's hard to find him. No. And see, there's another David Healy with 10.1K subscribers. I'm not even sure if that's what his channel's called. Let me see. Subscriptions. The Dave Climbs. It's called I got it right here. You guys go subscribe to this channel. You got all sorts of rock climbing videos. I didn't consider the noise last night. Sorry about that. Oh, when you were at that festival? Yeah, I muted you. So next time you jump in, if I don't forget, next time you join the Discord, I need to unmute you. But yeah, it was cool that you were showing us that, but the music was drowning everybody out, so I muted it. Found it. You're a little late, Rome. You're slacking. I already got it. No decision yet. 5 KOs. Bro, he's trying to fight the guy before the fight starts. You got to wait till the fight starts, my boy. Save that energy. Kevin McDonald, is he related to Ronald? Oh my God, who's this new fight girl? Dang. Oh crap. LOL. I'll have it now though. Yeah, I love rock climbing. I've never actually been. No, I've never. If you see some of my camping videos, when I go up in the mountains, I usually will do a little climbing, but I don't have ropes or equipment or anything, so I try to keep it to where I won't die if I fall. If I like fall and break my leg and I'm 6 miles up in the mountains, off the grid, no cell phone, it's not a good look. But I've done indoor rock climbing, and I've done just free climbing, bouldering on small. Oh, this guy came out talking all that smack. You're getting popped up, my boy. This is when ish talking goes wrong right here. Oh, wait, he's coming back. Damn, these boys are going at it. Aslan and Kutabala. Or Kutalaba. Oh. Bro, this is a card. Oh! Big overhand right. Oh my God, this guy's throwing haymakers. Takedown. Kutabala gets the takedown after throwing multiple huge haymakers, but not connecting. Another takedown. He's got the back. Kutabala has Aslan's back. Don't grab that fence, my boy. Takedown defense does not mean grab the fence. Yeah, spin around into it. Nice. 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 Takedown defense. Nice. Spinning back fist miss from Kutabala. Mad respect for rock climbers. Yeah. Yeah, I love it. I've done indoor rock climbing. I love it. It's one of my favorite things to do. But yeah. Oh, he's down. Kick. Wait, he got back up. How did he recover from that? Don't let him recover. He almost kicked him in the face while he was on the ground. Takedown. Aslan got taken down. I don't know how Aslan's conscious right now. Yeah, I'd like to do real rock climbing where you got ropes, you got somebody belaying you, and you got He's got his back. He's gonna stretch him out. Nope. He's got a triangle. He's got a triangle from the front. This dude's going to sleep. Oh, he's tapping. It's over. Kudabala got it. Dang. I'm waiting to see if Daddy Jub's gonna go in the Discord or what. I win $2? No, you don't. We didn't bet anything. It was a nice takedown. A dude shouldn't even been. He almost kicked him in the face, though. I guess that's not illegal anymore. Brr. What up? Are you crazy? Trying to see if the updates on the VK. Announcements. There's no VK tonight. Nope, no VK tonight. It got canceled. It's moved to next week. Ain't no VK. You know what that means? We're hanging out here all night, boys. Let's go. 100% finishes so far, and your kick was legal barely after new grounded definition. Yeah, he didn't connect, but dude, that's why one of these scars above my eye is from getting drop kicked in the face while I was getting up. Dude did a double leg. Little tiny black kid. But I was faded. I was very inebriated. And he did a quick double leg takedown scoop, step back. I was getting up, and he just football punted. Boom! Drop kicked me right in my face. Most blood I ever seen coming out of my own body. Maybe that's not true. Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah. Your eye bleeds a lot. He knows I know the secrets to VK. Yeah, just keep admitting that you're a piece of shit and see if he doesn't just ban you from his stream and his chats. When you're openly telling people that you cheat, like, I don't know if you're like retarded or what, Freddie, but I wouldn't go around doing game shows where there's a cash prize on the line telling people that you're cheating. Because if I was him and you said that, I would probably just ban you, ban all your alts in my chat. Because you basically already admitted that you're a cheater. So I don't know if like that you think that's like cool or something. Nobody likes to cheat. Nobody likes to cheat. The worst thing, maybe not the worst thing in the world. I'm sure like diaper snipers are worse, but one of the worst things is a cheater. Cheaters, litterers, diaper snipers. They're all pretty much in the same category. He hasn't had you blocked, dumbass. You've been on his panel after that. can't do it. I have the thing in my mouth, but. Yes, you have been on his panel like 2 times. Yes, you have, dumbass. I've seen you on his panels. I've listened to you on his panels twice. You were yelling about we was Kangs and Egyptians and blah, blah, blah. And he kicked you off because nobody could get a single word in because you just yell the whole time. Main card is 6. Cejudo has come to touch your dong. He's going to touch your dong. Don't let him touch your dong. Diaper snipers and litterers and people who litter diapers. Yes. Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay. Yeah. You said I've never been on his panel. You were on his panel twice. Doesn't matter what account you were using. It's still you, dumbass.
Job in years. And quote unquote Christian. Got to get over to the dono chat. Mr. Enigmatic. We're going to have to add the dono chats to the dono.
When's he going to start his debates that he's doing? Tom McDonald plays the guitar. Joe, you want to go in the Discord or no? Is Don on the channel?
Okay, but I understand you're more focused on the cult thing. And what I'll do is this: I'll open up the channels later. And I'll allow you to speak if you wish. Okay, because I have a lot of issues with this if it's applied as a universal standard. And I'm gonna be honest with you, Chris. I'll be honest with you. If you use this to judge other men not in your congregation, I would say you're wrong. But I have to be fair. If those are your rules, those are your rules. For example, if there's a church that says that you have to come to service dressed as a clown with clown shoes and all those things, simply don't
And
go.
a red nose?
But it doesn't mean that you're a rebel if you don't wear those clown shoes elsewhere. Okay, that's it. So you can't apply your church standard and make it a universal thing. But let's carry on.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Okay, he allows
He's talking about young Don.
in the marriage, but bickers with her, pretending he's standing round. Okay, he tolerates.
Married, by the way. I mean,
He is. He's actually married, and he has a lot of children.
okay, she must totally like he.
I have no comments on their marriage. I have no comments on the health of their marriage. I'm just showing you what he was saying to me. Yeah.
This is the worst advice. Anyway, please continue. But
Yeah. So anyway,
Little guy. Says a person whose picture is a dog and whose name is Futbucker. Daddy Job. Go in the Discord. I know, I saw already, William. I saw it. I seen it. I guess he said he was going to have, he was thinking about having a co-host, but he probably doesn't want to give, because to have a co-host, he's going to have to give all of his, like, StreamYard information to somebody. And when there's that much, like, I don't know how all that works, but I would assume you have to give somebody your StreamYard information and your YouTube information. It's probably hard to trust somebody to do something like that when there's that much money involved. I wouldn't give none of y'all my information. Henry is getting up there in age and can't slow down much in a weight class below. Are you gonna get in the Discord or what, Daddy Jub? Come on. It's a fight night. You need to get in the Discord. I'm not going to go in there till you tell me if you're going in there. Because I know as soon as we go in there, Freddie's going to jump in, and I'm just going to have to mute him because I don't really care to hear about that mess. We got fights. William, I've seen it. I already know. I've already talked about it. Why don't you retract that message and say the same message again? What are you doing, William? Did you see the... Well, yeah, you've seen all the fights. Yeah. I watched Aslan and Kutabala, and I watched the fight before it. Nick... the Nick Klein and Mansour Abdul Malik. That was a good fight. I thought Nick Klein had it. He let him recover. That was a mistake. Steak? Did somebody say steak? Oh, my headphones are going dead. I need to charge. I should do a sick easy stream from bed. He should do a sick easy stream on bed. Everyone on panel has to be in bed too. The bed rest stream. Ugh. What do I hear? Background noise. I hear. I ain't never seen it. It's like that. The way you move it, you make my pee go. Doing, doing, doing. The way she moves, she like a ballet dancer. She shaking that ass to Tanu Nelly Jamza. I get on the floor and I don't think I'm an answer. Police saying freeze. Doing, doing, doing. What do you mean freeze? Freeze. I'm a human being. I have needs. Are they walking out? What is this? Deactivate, activate. Turn off, turn on. Police saying freeze. Doing, doing, doing. I joke, I keyed. I did not think my jokes would work. Please, Afid. I forget what he says. That was a track that I always skipped on that album. All the radio hits, I always skipped the radio songs. Someone's sleeping in this first fight. Oh, yeah, this is the main card. Get in the Discord, fool. What are you doing with your life? I don't know what happened to my elbow, but like right here for like 2 weeks, I can't curl properly with this arm. Yeah, watch them spinning kicks. Look at them spinning back kicks. Spinning back heel kick. Ooh, that was a clean head kick. Dude, it would feel so good to kick somebody in the head. Just, fwah! Just, fwah! Blah! Just kick somebody in the head. Wasn't it supposed to, or no, that's next week. Volkanovski versus Diego Lopez. Is that right? Is that next week or is that in 2 weeks? No, next week is Kate versus Almabayev. Kape. Manel Kape. Looks like next week is all guys on the fight card too. There's 2 girl fights on the prelims next week. But UFC 313 is Pereira versus Ankalaev. That's going to be good. And Gaethje versus Dan Hooker. And Jalen Turner versus Ignacio Bahamondes. And Amanda Lemos versus Yasmin Lucindo. And King Green versus, bro, UFC 313 is going to be fire too. And Curtis Blaze in the prelims. UFC 313 is stacked, my boy. Where's the Diego Lopez and Volk? That's in Miami on 314, right? Yep. Diego Lopez and Volkanovski and Patty Pimblett and Michael Chandler. Oh, yeah. 313 and 314 are both going to be lit. We got a good little stretch of cards coming up here. March 1st, March 8th. There's a week off, the week of the 16th, March 16th, which is, I think, the night Wally wanted to do that debate. Speaking of, I should be gathering my research. I need to write an opening for that one. I think I'm just going to extemporaneously do the free will one without a line. I don't think I'm going to write anything. I think I'm just going to freestyle it because I have a good idea for a clever opening, and I think I'm just going to freestyle it. I'm here. Let's start. Trump says, yo. Daddy Jub, get in the Discord right now. Right now. UFC. Cejudo versus Touching Ya Dong starts right now. I've been thinking about something. It might be dumb. Should I ask? Never mind. I'll wait. Well, you can't leave us hanging like that. Now you got to ask. Now I want to know. So just ask. Ain't got time for no games. Ain't got time for no games. I'm waiting for this debate panel to start with Andrew. We're not going to watch the whole thing. I just want to check in on it every now and then because I know he usually deletes his stuff. My husband's voice in his own house. He usually takes down his debate.
Just stupid
so I'm
anon
not
on
going
the
to watch.
internet talking shit. Like literally, that's what you are. You don't even put your face behind your beliefs.
So just going to watch this for listen
that's
to
right,
this for a
I
little
don't.
bit.
God, okay. All right. You want to dive into this?
Okay, I hope the disappointment wasn't too bad, but
It's pretty
let
disappointing.
me just give.
It's pretty disappointing.
Is it?
Mhm.
Okay. So
We're not gonna,
was that
like,
the only reason you wanted to
Snipe
come
his
on
whole
because you
stream. I
wanted
just
to
want to
see my
hear a little
face?
bit of this.
Yeah, I mean, I would have thought that
Lefties
you know,
misrepresenting
you would have
Andrew's worldview.
as a streamer, at least somebody who puts your face behind your beliefs. It's really funny you demand that I be deplatformed while you're anonymous. That's pretty scumbag behavior, right?
Deplatformers are gay.
Okay. All right. So,
I need to deplatform this guy. He said mean words.
so let's get into it. Let me just give everyone kind of a little bit of background
This guy sounds Indian. Sounds like tech support.
of how this started. Let's see. I will. Where's my? All right. So this started with the tweet, and as and by the way, before we start, let me just introduce Andrew for the.
Oh, he's commenting to modern day debate, and he's saying, please stop with platforming people like Andrew Wilson. He's an extreme Christian nationalist bigot, and he doesn't have any decent argument for his beliefs. He just wants to attack social issues. What a bitch.
Those of you who may not, and I noticed, and when I did kind of look you up to see what your recent video.
Is there something we can infer religiously about consciousness in the dual hemisphere of the brain, like a Trinity argument? You can kind of pull from that sort of a id, ego, superego, Freudian idea. I've talked about how the left brain is, or I forget which side is which, but one side is more the creative side, and more side is the more like mechanical side, or something like that. And then then Freud comes up with the id, the ego, and the superego, which is kind of like the devil on one shoulder and the angel on one shoulder. Of course, he leaves the spiritual aspect out of it. And I think that could have something to do with the two hemispheres of your brain, maybe. But also, I'm kind of inclined to say no, because that's all physical. That's just how our brain works. Like, I think animals probably have the two hemispheres of their brain. Some animals, maybe not. I haven't like dissected a bunch of animal brains, but I would guess a lot of their brains work the same way. So it's more just a mechanical thing to make our bodies work. Like our brain and all the functions of our brain is all stuff that could be recreated with AI. You could make a computer that could do everything our brain does someday, which we're seeing with Neuralink and quantum computing and all that. So I'm leaning towards no. It's not a spiritual thing. It's just a physical thing. But it is interesting to think about.
Video was you had a pretty big, I guess, showing with Piers Morgan.
Just wonder about being in God's
Which
image.
I mean, it was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think a lot of people misinterpret that God's image. I think I've looked into the word used there. It's not that we look like God, or that we think like God thinks, or anything like that. It's not a physical thing. Made in God's image is made in the way that he imagined us. So he imagined it, and it is.
Okay.
It was like a kind of national thing, right? So
Humans being special. I don't think that, I mean, what is it called? What is it that Jim Bob talks about? It's I forget the word. It's like a big word. Try something is that, and this is like what Shiva's always asking about. Like, if I cut your arm off, is that arm you? Are you your body? Are you your mind? Or are you your soul? And the idea that Jim Bob talks about that I've not looked a lot into, but it makes sense. So I've always said I am my soul. I'm not my body, and I'm not my mind. Whereas Jim Bob says it's actually a tri combination of all three of them. You are your body, your soul, and your mind. But if somebody's brain dead, we're missing a chunk of their brain, they're still them, even though they don't have one of the pieces. Or when our body drops, our soul continues for eternity. So without our body, are we not us anymore? I would say no. So I don't know if the body and the mind are really anything. They're just, and I know Jim Bob would probably disagree with this, but like this is just a meat bag. And the brain, the brain, what your brain does is just physical chemical reactions. But then our mind and our soul are kind of tied together, where our thoughts, but then I read that our thoughts are not our own. Satan can put thoughts into our head, intrusive thoughts, things like that. So I don't know if our mind is really us either. Our mind might just be a deception that we think is us. And then our body is just a physical thing, that a physical a temple, you could say, for our soul, like how God was in the tabernacle. The tabernacle is not God. The tabernacle is just the thing that God dwelled in at the time in Israel. Like our soul is us, or the ego, the self is the soul, and it's in this body. The body is just the temporary temple that we're dwelling in. But I'm trying to think of that word that he uses. It's like tri-communal or tri. Let me see if I can find it before this fight starts. Tripartite, that's the word. Tripartite is the connection between the body and the soul and the mind, is tripartite. And I think that makes sense, but I don't know. Part of me, it's a theological term in Christian theology, the tripartite or the trichotomy refers to the idea that the person is physical body, spiritual soul, and a mental mind, all working together as one unit. I don't know. I kind of agree with that, but then I also kind of see problems with that. So I think without a body and without a mind, we still would be us as a soul. I think the only real part that matters is the soul. And the body is just a vessel. It's just a temporary vessel. The mind can be misled and deceived. You could have, especially if you believe in like mental illnesses and stuff, you could, every year we pass our birthday and our death day. We just don't know it yet. What the? So comparing us to animals is useful still in finding unique qualities we have. I think comparing us to animals is useful for like behavioral studies. Like, when we do the rat utopia experiment, we see how overpopulation, over socialization leads to degeneracy. We start killing and eating and having men start laying with men and stuff like that. When we're overpopulated, we can see that in studies with animals, but it's useful to some degree, but it's not, I don't know how meaningful it is. Like, is there really meaning in that? Because if we had a moral and religious people who all were of God and their souls were of God, you could overpopulate and there wouldn't be that problem. So it's only useful when comparing us to animals when we're talking about godless people, because they are animals. The fight stream just... Bro, look at this suit Bruce got on. Bruce always got the flyest suits, dude. Main card starting. You could say they are just like a person born without an arm or a leg or something. It's not a dumb question. That wasn't a dumb question. I've heard dumb questions, and that was not a dumb question.
But why don't you kind of deplatform Andrew Wilson?
Oh, well, what does
I
stop
said-
platforming mean? What does that mean?
I
It
said
means deplatforming.
meaning to not have you on their platform.
Oh, okay, got it. So deplatform me?
No, on that
No,
platform.
Yeah, that
No,
would
I'm
be
a dumbass.
deplatforming me from that platform, wouldn't it?
Yes, from
Yes.
that platform.
So you
not
want
to,
it? So why do you want me deplatformed?
not to remove you from YouTube or Twitter.
not talking
or
about
all that.
YouTube. He's
that's
talking about the
fucking
modern day
benevolent of
debate
you.
platform.
You're such a kind person to let me to allow
am.
me to have a YouTube. You just want me deplatformed from a different platform. Why?
So it's called an opinion. Me giving an opinion to these guys. Modern
And
day
he's
debates.
challenging your stupid
Gee, I didn't
opinion.
know
have
that.
you not on?
I didn't know that. I didn't know that was
Oh, you
your
didn't?
opinion. I'm asking you
Mm-hmm.
why.
Yeah, I don't think you are a positive person based on my seeing you debating, quote unquote debating,
Mhm.
Matt Dillahunty. That's really the
Oh, I don't know who this fight girl is, but I like her.
first time I've seen you.
Oh, you're
and
you're
I've
seething with
seen-
rage about a guy who thinks that having sex with a man is actually him being a straight man, right?
I'm seething with rage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean,
Okay,
you must be seething because you literally want people to not have me on their platform based on how upset you were at a fucking debate that I had with a guy.
I got some Doritos.
I'm the
and
one
some,
seething.
French onion
Uh-huh.
dip. But I have to dip into this French onion dip and the Dorito, boy.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Did I go on Twitter and demand that you be deplatformed?
We got
from
Menafield versus
someplace?
Walker.
No, I'm talking
Clenched
about
up
you
in
kind
the-
of
against the
seething at
cage
me, making a
Menafield.
post. Someone with very much
Walker's
smaller,
controlling the
platform
clinch.
Why would
than
that
you.
matter? Why would that matter? Do you think that just
Almost
because you
got
have
a
a small
takedown there.
platform that, like you guys and your stupid
Walker's
little
about to
crews,
get the
where you
takedown
get
here in a
together and
second.
you'll mass flag people's accounts, you'll do all sorts of nefarious things for people that you don't like. The message that you're sending here is that if I don't like a person, they need to be deplatformed. That's what the message that you're sending. And I want to know
Is it?
why. I want to know what I did that deserves that, other than you just didn't like a debate I had with Matt Dillahunty.
You say mean things, Andrew. You say meanie, not nice.
What have I done
You like
which is so
Trump.
morally fucking reprehensible that
Throwing
I don't
knees from the
deserve
clinch
to
is
be
Walker.
on a platform? What?
Okay. Remember, I'm the one seething, right? We have to make sure we're on the right row. So, again, it's me making an opinion on Twitter, saying that asking, or not even asking, expressing my opinion to this modern day debates that they should not have you on.
Yeah, I don't care about the meta narrative. Like, you don't need to explain to me what is apparent to everybody. We know it's your opinion. We understand you gave an opinion. It's
He's
not in
asking,
dispute
why
you
is that
gave
your
an
opinion? Justify it.
What the fuck did I do that deserved for you to call?
Hold on. Yeah, these are heavyweights. Big boy wrestlers, boys. He popped him and then he went right back to the clinch. He's got underhooks. He's got one underhook. Oh, that uppercut. Oh no! He threw a high kick and he missed the kick and landed on his ass. Shoot for the moon, land on the roof. Shoot for the roof, land on your ass. Dean, you don't have your memberships turned on. What happened? Somebody did a gifted membership last night and you got one and you don't have your membership. Why is your name not green, Dean? See, I don't know if those memberships were going through last night. I wonder if that money came out of people's accounts. A lot of people were doing gifted memberships last night, and they weren't going to anybody. So I don't even know if those counted. Let me see. Let me see how many memberships I got. Uh-oh. Oh, watch them elbows. Walker throwing some counter elbows. Menifield's coming back. Menifield's pressuring. Oh, no. Walker's wobbled. Menafield is putting the pressure. Oh, that knee from Walker. Dude. Walker is so much bigger than Menafield. It's crazy, but he's got his back. Oh, no, he's moving to the front. YouTube Studio. See who's new. Members gained 124. Total members 133. Cancellations in the last 31 days is 4. Recent member activity. Channel has been deleted. Somebody got a membership whose channel has been deleted. Yeah, see, Dean, it says you should be a member. Joined 1 day ago. 1 day ago. I don't know why this thing won't let me scroll down. It keeps popping up to the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Huh. Yeah, you should have a membership, Dean. I don't know why your name's not green. I've seen a few guys get gifted and not get it. Happened a few days ago, too. I went in my account and it says on for memberships. If your account is private, will that option work? My settings say allowed gifts is on, so I don't know. Yeah, and it says in my studio that you are a member. You should try to go see if you can watch a members only video. Your name should be green.
For my deplatforming is my question. What did I do that was that reprehensible that it deserved me never being able to go on a platform again? Tell me.
Never being able to go on a platform. So I wasn't asking you to be removed from platforms where you couldn't be on it.
What does
You could
stop
stay- I mean,
platforming mean to you? What does that? Do words just not mean things, or what does that mean?
No,
Stop
I mean
platforming.
within the modern day debate platform, within their channel, my opinion is that they should not have you on.
Oh, I see. What did I do
Why?
that was so reprehensible that it deserved me never going on that platform
Round
again?
two.
Can you tell me now?
Okay, so you agree that I'm not asking you to be deplatformed, but
Yes,
not
you
for
are
them
asking
not
for
to
me to be
platform you.
deplatformed. Yes. Them
I'm
not
asking
platforming
that
me
they
would
not
be a
platform
Literally
deplatforming.
what
That
you're
would be
saying.
deplatforming me.
Please stop with platforming people like Andrew Wilson. That means you want him, modern day debate, to deplatform him. This dude's an idiot.
What are you talking? Am I on the platform right now?
Yeah, you're
Are
on
you-
this
and-
platform.
and- am I on the modern day debate platform right now? Am I on?
Not right now.
No, not right this second. But am I allowed to go on modern day debate right now?
Currently.
Yeah, it's their decision.
And so
I
you're
don't
asking-
run that
and what
platform.
you're asking is that not happen anymore, which would be deplatforming me. You see how that works?
To not have you on that platform.
Yes,
on
would
that
be to
specific platform.
deplatform me from that platform, right?
No, just on
What?
that platform.
Yeah,
This
so
dude's an
deplatform me
idiot.
from that platform, right?
So FYI,
Am I on the platform now? Yes. You want me off the platform, right? Yes. So that's deplatforming. No.
modern day debates don't run all of Twitter. They don't run all of YouTube. If they don't have you on, that doesn't mean you can't come on any platform. I'm not saying that.
I
you should be
didn't
removed from
say
a
you
platform.
said every single platform which exists. I said you want me deplatformed from this platform, right?
Yeah, I'm asking
Yes.
them to not platform you.
Yeah, so
I'm asking them-
deplatform me, because right now they will platform me, right?
Yeah, of course they will.
Yeah, so then you want me to be deplatformed. You see how that works?
I'm asking them to not have you on. their
Yes, that would be me being deplatformed, right? From that platform?
No, I wouldn't say deplatform.
Well, then
I
what
think
else would it
deplatform is
be?
kind of-
What else would that be?
This dude's an
I'm
idiot.
not sure if you're not listening. But if I were to ask someone to be deplatformed, I would ask like YouTube to remove your accounts, your channel. I
It's
would ask
any
Twitter to remove your accounts, and Twitch or
Oh,
whatever.
he's got the
That
Fat
would
Boy
be me
can.
calling for you to be
He's got the Fat Boy Miller High Life can, the 32, that big old 32 out. What?
deplatformed.
Okay, let's see if we can get this right. Do you agree modern day debate has a
I checked a membership video and it says I need to join channel. Maybe I need to Dude, that's weird. Because it's telling me unless you have 2 accounts. Do you have 2 accounts, Dean? It says you're a member right here. And you got a membership last night. Unless you have a channel with the same name, maybe that alt account got. Oh, nice. Dude, these big boys are actually working. They're doing a lot of clinching and wrestling, but the Muay Thai, the knee. Oh my God. Menfield's in the corner and he's waving him at him and he's just getting hit in the face. Stop. You don't invite that, bruh. Oh! Geez, Menfield coming back with a 3-piece. Yeah, nice leg kick from Walker as he's getting punched in the face. Yeah, his chin is just dangling out there, like saying, hit me. This is only round 2? These boys are tired. They're gassed. There's a lot of weight to be carrying around for 15 minutes. Or 9 minutes, I guess. Oh, that body shot hurt him. He went in for a kick. Menfield caught him right in the dang spleen. Dude almost doo-dooed himself. It's like he doesn't even feel these punches, though. Walker's getting hit repeatedly in the face by Minifield, but he doesn't even seem... I mean, they both seem tired. Oh, nice. Nice uppercut to a right hook. Oh! Striking numbers are close. This is a very close fight. It's going to be an interesting decision if somebody doesn't go down. Somebody's going down in round 3. Daddy Jub said somebody's sleeping in round 1. Watch some elbows. I guess that's legal now. Oh, these guys are gassed. Both of them are gassed. One more round. It was the fight, boys.
platform?
Yes.
Do you agree that right now?
Like I have a
okay,
platform.
great. Do you
Dude, how
agree
long are they
currently
going to
right now I'm
spend
allowed to go on that
figuring
platform?
out, trying to get this guy to
Do
figure
you
out
agree
what
right now?
deplatforming means?
If it's a platform, deplatform is deplatforming any for no reason at all.
No.
Let's say
no. YouTube is
deplatforming
a platform in
87
general where
times.
they have a lot of channels. They allow the channels to be on. Whereas
And other people
within
allow
the
you to be on
specific
those
idiot.
channels.
within the specific content creator, like Modern Day Debates, they can decide what content that they would put on.
Modern Day Debate is a platform within YouTube. If they say we're not going to allow this person on, that person is deplatformed from the Modern Day Debate Is this guy being like intentionally obtuse, or is he just a moron?
And what guest they would have on. So I'm asking them not to have you as a guest.
Okay. Do you agree with me that if a complete nobody goes on YouTube tomorrow and fires,
That's me, by the way.
yeah, fires
I'm
up a
the- I'm
camera,
not being nobody.
fires up a camera and talks to an audience,
And I don't even have a camera.
yeah, great. Anyway, so back to my question: do you agree with me that if somebody goes on YouTube tomorrow and fires up a camera, right, and just talks to nobody, that he has a very small platform?
Yes, that's right.
Do you agree with me that if a nobody goes on Joe Rogan's show, he's going to be on a very large platform?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so then YouTube hosting these platforms, you're talking about somebody hosting them. It's the same exact distinction as if the person hosting the channel won't allow you to come on the channel based on calls that you not be allowed to go on the channel. Why do you not understand it? It's platforms inside of platforms. Yes, you are calling for the deplatforming right here of Andrew Wilson from Modern Day Debate. There's no way around that. You're just coping, dude.
Okay, so within that person, that nobody that you mentioned, they get to decide that they're
He won't acknowledge that he's calling for a deplatforming. What happened? Eye poke? Oh, we got an eye poke at the beginning of round 3. He won't acknowledge it because he doesn't want to be known as the deplatformer guy, because people don't like that. That's whack.
content, right? And if part of their content is that
This guy's
they don't have a
career's
single
over
person
before
on
it gets started.
within that person's channel, you could, they're not platforming you. They're not having you within that platform.
Yes.
But
Yes.
it's not you being deplatformed.
It
Because
is.
You have the option
What?
to be to have a YouTube channel. You have your own platform. I'm not calling for your platform to be removed. I'm not calling
No,
for
you're
the
calling for me to be deplatformed
deplatforming.
from other platforms, right?
No, not even other platforms.
No. Okay.
Modern
I
day
said
debate
modern
So then why are you
specifically.
asking me
To
to?
not have you.
Why did you use the word platforming?
Because they are kind of
It's
they're,
easy to be correct
in
when
that
sense
sense,
is on
them
the line.
as a large
Ooh.
platform.
Uh-huh.
They control their
Hold on. Dude, this fight has been a trudge. I've been saying the word trudge a lot lately. I like that word. This has been a grueling fight. He's just saying Andrew. He needs to just concede, yes, I want you deplatformed from modern day debate. Let's move on. Then Andrew's going to say why. And he's going to say, I don't know. You say mean stuff.
content,
Uh-huh.
and they determine who to put on their platform.
Oh, I see. So they have a platform?
So, yeah,
And you're asking
didn't
for
say that they don't have a
and you're
platform.
saying that you don't want me to be allowed to go on that platform anymore,
not allowed. I'm asking them
happened?
not to platform you.
which would mean
Timeout.
me not being
Low
allowed to
kick.
go on, right?
Damn. Third round, we got a eye poke and a ball kick within the first. Oh, these are 5-minute rounds. What was I thinking 3-minute rounds for? Stop kicking him in the nuts. The
Yeah, I don't-
refs-
Yeah, there you go. You're
Not
asking them to
allowed.
deplatform me. Perfect. There we go.
No.
That's what you just said. I'm asking them to deplatform you.
No, I didn't say deplatform.
You did.
That
Literally,
was
you
not
did.
a
You
low.
can, you can rewind it. You did.
That was not a knee to the nuts. That hit him right in his freaking stomach.
Yeah, maybe you can review. I didn't say deplatform.
You did.
I think you may have.
Now, why
Okay,
are you
all right.
platforming me?
Yeah, so that goes back to me when I kind of described you as
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of a way to get noticed and to get clout is if you go on Andrew's thing and just troll him and just say dumb stuff and counter all of his arguments, even though you have no arguments of your own. Because look, it's getting this guy platformed on Andrew's platform. This guy's gonna get a lot of recognition from his loser community, from a bunch of lames on the internet. They're gonna like this. He's gonna get support off of this. So it is a effective strategy, like you saw when the Millionaire Bachelor guy was calling Andrew out. It's an effective strategy to get you noticed and get you on shows and stuff, to just be a douche. You notice that if you watch like Asmongold or if you watch any of the big streamers, if you're saying like nice things in the comments and you're like agreeing in the comments, they're not going to read your comments. But if you're saying some dumb-ish or you're saying something arguing with them in the comments, you'll see it with Jim Bob, then they're like, okay, let me bring you up. Let me respond to your comments. So you get more attention if you're a hateful POS than if you're just agreeing and saying, good job, I like that, nice. They're more likely to read and respond to the disagreeers.
as an extreme Christian nationalist bigot who doesn't have any decent
But yeah,
arguments
it
for
is
his beliefs,
short-term
who wants to
gains.
attack social issues. He doxed Matt Dillahunty's partner, Arden Hart,
Yeah,
who's
you
trans.
lied about that, by the way.
So, well, not a lie.
It was a
I
lie.
don't know. Wait, what do you say is a lie?
You intentionally.
Or it just depends on, you're going to get gains from people in that circle. But I guess to be fair, if I went in somebody like a Destiny or a Hunter Avalon stream and I was disagreeing with everything they say in the chat, then they're going to talk to me, and that's going to get me subscribers from people who agree with me. But also what it gets you is a bunch of trolls from the other side. So now like Crucible people are going to troll this guy. There's going to be Crucible people who follow him just to talk crap.
You
definition of a-
intentionally told something that wasn't
Burning out in a flame of
So
DJ
you
glory.
knew my intent. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, we were able to ferret out your intent. Yeah, because there
You were
was
able to
if you
ferret
have
out,
if you have zero supporting evidence for this, right? You didn't even bother to look. You didn't bother to look it up. You didn't bother to do any of that, right? I assume that you said this just in order to hurt my credibility. That's it. Like, what else would it be?
to hurt your credibility.
Yeah.
I mean, don't worry about it, Dean, unless you can do it. But William said maybe just buy one. Well, I don't want him to buy a membership if he can't have memberships. He should. He's on my list of members right now. He should have one. So there's something wrong.
Who?
Dean.
Oh, Dean. Yeah.
My headphone died.
He just got one last night, didn't he?
Yeah, but it's not showing up.
Yeah, something's up with your page.
Dean don't have the name. Dean's name ain't green. He should be the mean green Dean now.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. Dean been hanging in here the whole couple years.
I know he should have been the first one to get a gifted membership.
Yep.
Dean's been subscribed to my channel for like 4 years. Since before I was even streaming.
Yeah. We still treat him like shit. Don't mean nothing.
I don't treat him like shit. I just tell him quit being weird when he's in weird mode.
No.
That's love. That's honesty.
No.
Yeah.
People got the right to be who they are.
Yeah, they have the right to, and I have the right to not like it on my channel. I have the right to not hang out with somebody if they're being weird.
Women got the right to be emotional, Josh. I understand.
Yeah, they do. It's their God-given, they're supposed to be emotional.
Yeah, men got the mama spirit, and they get emotional and start timing people out.
Males, not men, males.
No.
Yeah.
So-called men. They call themselves a men, but they ain't even a man.
I would
Male
agree.
can be
They're
a boy.
males.
Males
Yeah.
can be boys all day.
Yeah,
It takes
I
a
agree.
real man to be a
I
man.
agree. If you got the mama
So
spirit
don't
and you're
just say
emotional,
males. A male can be a boy.
that's what I'm
We talking about
saying, dumb
men.
fuck. That's what I'm saying.
No, we talking about men.
I'm saying if you have mama spirit and you're emotional, you're not a man, you're a boy, you're a male.
No, you're a boy.
That's what I just said. This dude's an
You say
idiot.
you're not a boy, you're a male.
A male, you're okay. Well, I mean, if you're 30 years old, yeah,
You're a boy.
okay, that's
If
fine.
you still living with your
Yeah, I
mama.
agree. I've said the same thing multiple
Yeah.
times, over and over again. I keep saying it. You're like this guy that Andrew's talking to. You're I don't know. I don't know if it's like an IQ thing or what, but you like hear things that aren't said, and then I say things, and then you say no, and then you say the same thing.
No, that's what you did.
No, that's what you just did.
No.
Who do you think got this one, Daddy Jub? This one's a close fight. 30, 27, 29, 28. 29, 28. It's the taller guy.
Let me
Oh, no,
see
it's
if
Menafield.
UFC is on overload. Is that a pay-per-view fight?
No, and neither of them even are showing damage. That's crazy. That was a close fight.
Because it ain't a pay-per-view fight. They ain't fighting for real.
I gotta go. All right. Later, John. Later, Yon. Yon. Okay. In between the next fight, we're gonna watch this. So I'm gonna.
So how many dollars you down now? How many times your man ain't win?
I haven't picked anybody.
Yeah, okay.
Where are we at? We're on Cejudo versus. Let me see. Next fight: Jean Silva and Melsik Bagdasarian. Who you got in the next fight, Daddy Jub?
You say John Silver.
Jean Silva.
This shit ain't working. Must be crowded tonight.
Okay, so do you know that people can make mistakes? Like
Sure.
I could misremember something?
Yeah, but in this case, I think that you're not misremembering.
UFC.
I think that what you did is that you just refused to look
Cejudo
up a couple of basic
versus
facts and you know that
Song.
this wasn't true. And so instead, in order to try to defame me in some way, you
Beatboxing
decided to
versus
move with
Bible.
this, right? And you didn't bother to check your narrative because
We
you
got a
wanted narrative to be
redneck
Andrew Bad.
brawl.
I see.
And
So
here's my
you
supporting
seem
evidence.
to-
My
Yeah,
supporting evidence is that the very first thing
UAW
you do is call for me to be fucking
Warriors.
deplatformed. So I assume that based upon the fact that you want to be
Redneck
They
brawl.
rap
deplatformed, the very
Emirates
next thing you do is
Warriors.
put up evidence of Andrew Bad, which is false evidence, that you didn't really care about the narrative, that you were willing
ADCC
to
Portland
maliciously and with
Open.
intent say whatever it was to say Andrew Bad.
So again, I didn't ask you for it to be
Shin Shi
deplatformed. I
25.
asked you to not be on that, not be asked on that platform.
Yeah, deplatformed
Glory
But
98.
from that platform.
okay, you
Yeah.
can keep that
Let's
definition.
see
Yeah,
what
because
this
it only
redneck
makes
brawl look like.
Yes. 'cause
Yes.
If it doesn't
If
make
you're on a
sense to you,
platform
Yeah,
and you're
what's
calling
a
for me to be
redneck
off that
brawl?
platform, you're asking for me to be deplatformed. Do you see how that works?
I don't know. It's something on
no, there's
UFC
actually as I was
channel
trying to explain to you, there's a
947.
difference between asking you not to be on platform
Uh-huh.
and asking you to be deplatformed.
What's
But
the
you're kind
difference?
of
No,
going
all
in
you do is
circles
pivot
here.
and say because there's other
Redneck
platforms,
brawl.
that means I'm not asking for you to
No,
be deplatformed.
not other platforms. You have a platform on
He
the
said
same
be right
platform
back.
that modern.
Bro, I'm like 18 minutes behind on this debate, and I'm playing it at double speed. And they've been talking about the same. I wonder if they're still talking about the same thing. They're just trying to figure out what deplatform means. This guy he's talking to is not very bright.
They debating
But
on
that would
what?
be another platform, right?
They're not
So
really
you just pivot
debating.
and say,
He's
because
just
there's other platforms. That means I'm not calling
calling
for him
out
to be
this
deplatformed
dude who
from this
said he
platform,
wants him
that I'm calling for him to be
deplatformed on
deplatformed.
modern day
It's the
debate.
stupidest shit anybody has ever heard in their life, bro. Nobody. This will not endear you to a single person. Nobody will ever buy this
I
bullshit.
swear, if
That
that
because you think,
motherfucker
oh,
talked
there's
to me
other
again, I
platforms
should
that
have
you have
recorded
access
that
to. I'm
phone
not calling for
call.
you to
Them
be deplatformed from
motherfuckers
this
didn't have no
platform that you
answers.
have access
Like, that's
to.
the first
even though it
time
clearly
they heard
called
in
for
my
it.
eye.
Nobody will ever believe that ever.
Okay.
Yeah.
So because nobody will ever believe that you
Yeah,
are
because
right.
it's completely dishonest and a lie.
Oh yeah, thank you, Rome. There you go.
And it doesn't even make sense. If you call it a platform and you want to take it away from me, that would be deplatforming me. I don't know how else to. I don't even know how you get around that.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't
ain't
know
gonna play
why
on my
you
TV
continue to
today.
sort of conflate my ask for them to not have you on their platform
Uh-huh.
to
can't
same
pick
as
a
you
guy
being
until I see
deplatformed,
these guys.
meaning off of all platforms.
No, that's not what it means. What you're doing there is a word concept fallacy. It's a complete lie. You are saying that because there are other platforms you have access to, I'm not calling for your deplatforming. Even though you call this a platform that you want me to not go on, which would be deplatforming me. What are you talking about? Just making this statement of, well, there's other platforms, so therefore that's dumb. That's like saying, well, if I called for you to be removed from YouTube, you have access to Rumble, so I'm not really calling for you to be deplatformed. It's the same logic.
No, it's not.
How is it not?
So it's like me telling a content provider to not have you on as a guest.
Or YouTube not to host my content. Same thing.
But I didn't say
Yeah,
YouTube should not have.
but
you
if you did,
that would be yes. If that was the case, I would be asking you to be.
no, you're asking for me to be
deplatformed
deplatformed anyway from a platform.
No.
Yes.
No, I'm not asking.
I
you
would
to
still
be
have
deplatformed.
access to my own platform on Rumble if you remove me from YouTube, right?
But I'm talking about the YouTube platform.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the modern day debate platform. You know the thing you call a platform?
They're on YouTube, right? I thought they were YouTube.
Who cares who hosts it? Why would that matter?
Well, it
This
does.
guy is
It
not
does.
very
Platform.
smart.
Yes, there's other
that he's
platforms
talking
besides just
to.
that
They're not the
platform.
service provider.
Yeah, the service provider. There's
What do you got, blue
there's
eyes?
multiple platforms. I agree. YouTube hosts platforms, but you saying this is a platform and I want you off it
I
is
don't know.
deplatforming me from that platform. I don't know how you don't get that.
So I didn't ask for your YouTube channel to be removed. That would be deplatforming.
No. It's all deplatforming. It's all trying to bar access from me getting on a platform, right?
Get on the modern debates platform.
Yeah, so that's calling for me to not have access to a platform, right?
Not access to that content provider.
So a platform.
Well, I mean, if you want to say that I called you to be deplatformed from modern day debates, I guess you could say that.
Yes, finally, we're getting somewhere.
Okay.
Holy shit.
You
That was
finally
like pulling
conceded.
teeth out of my head to get you to concede to something which is fucking obvious to
what?
everybody.
Yeah, me asking you not to be not to be
And this
put on
dude
modern
Andrew's
debates.
talking to is
But
an
not-
idiot.
That would
not
be
to-
Took him
deplatforming.
not-
20 minutes to concede
Right,
to
now your own
something so
admission.
stupid.
Finally, your own admission.
Deplatforming off of modern day debates.
Yeah, so deplatforming.
Off of modern day debates.
Yeah, so deplatforming then.
Off of modern.
Eve, am I? Or if I just
Yes,
say
it
I
does.
murdered, I'm still a murderer either way, right?
Yeah, you're so.
See how that? Yeah, okay. So you're a deplatformer
That
both
dude
ways,
that's on
just like I would
Terry's
be a murderer.
stream, he's been
both ways,
debating
right?
fucking
I think there's a little bit difference
Speak
between
easy
calling
on
one
Terry,
murder
didn't
and a
he?
genocidal maniac.
Yes or no?
Genocide.
fucking mouth dude.
What?
There's a mouth dude. I seen him on Speakeasy channel, and he been popping up on Terry's. I know I seen him somewhere before, but he's over on Terry's stream. I knew I seen him somewhere before, but it didn't pop into tonight.
Why are you talking about other people who are streaming right now?
Because the dude that was debating Speakeasy the other day is over there. I knew him from somewhere. Must seem like your people be following me.
Nobody's following you. Nobody cares about you.
I don't know.
And also, the guy you're talking about is a nice guy, so you should probably shut up.
Nice guys. Are you gay or what, dude? He's a nice guy. You probably need to quit talking about him. Josh, what's wrong with you for real, bro?
You're annoying me.
Side is a difference.
Yes or no? I'm a murderer both ways, and you're a deplatformer both ways, right?
One is a genocide. Do you understand the difference between a
does- do-
genocide and a murder?
See that?
Genocides-
I just
do
deplatformed
genocides always
Freddy.
require murder?
Sure.
Do they? Let's find
And
out.
now he can't talk. We don't have to hear him.
So you're saying you can have genocide without a murder?
Causing serious harm to members of a group, deliberately making conditions of life unbearable,
I'm gonna
preventing
come
persons
and
within the
talk
group,
about
forcibly transitioning children of the group to
Other
another group,
people
no,
who
no,
are
no, no, murder.
streaming while I'm streaming.
So you could have no murder and still be a genocide.
According to the definition I'm reading, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your comparison to murder is not the same then, right? So genocide is not the same as a murder. They're different.
Yeah, so it was a bad comparison on your part. But if I said I murdered, or I said I murdered
just
Steve,
like- just
it's
like-
still murder either way. You see how that works? It's still murder. You're still a murderer, even if you said with Steve or not with Steve. Just like if you say I deplatformed you for modern day debate, or I just deplatformed you. Both ways, you're a deplatformer.
You know what? I'm going to give it to you. I'm actually kind of bored of this. So if you want to say I deplatformed you because I asked you
If you
to
say you
ask modern
deplatformed me, I
debates
said
to,
you wanted to deplatform me.
I wanted you to be not on modern day debates.
Yes, I know. I'm aware.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, that's
So you're deplatformer. Got it.
Like, so is that like your biggest, was that the biggest issue you had? Not that I mistakenly said that you had
Time
Josh
out.
Arden, but
Did I say it was
the
my biggest issue?
deplatforming was a big thing.
Did I say it
No,
was my
I'm
biggest
asking
issue?
you. That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah,
Do
no,
you
it's not my
understand?
biggest issue.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's
What-
one issue.
thanks for
It's one
answering my
issue
question.
of many issues.
Okay.
But we have to start with the groundwork here. The groundwork is that you're a lying
Time
slippery
out.
snake, and you
Go
try
watch your
are
other
trying your
stream.
hardest to back it on the fact that you're a deplatformer by trying to make all these different qualifiers that don't even make sense. And now it's going to be very clear to your audience, definitely clear to mine, exactly what you are. So go ahead with your next criticism.
Okay. All right. So, all right. So you said somehow knew my mental state and that I had intentionally.
just
you
inferred it.
knew my intention.
No, I just
You-
made an
okay,
inference.
You made an inference with what information?
With the information that you wanted me deplatformed.
Jean Silva. I haven't seen the other guy yet. He's Brazilian. Yeah, I think I got Silva in this fight. I'll put Freddy on a 5-minute timeout so he can simmer down. Maybe he can go watch his other stream. Yeah, I got Silva in this fight. I haven't even seen the other guy yet, but this dude looks good.
I see. Because you thought I wanted you to be deplatformed just off of modern day debates. You thought that meant that this error could not be an error, but
Brazilian
an
as in
intentional
BBL?
lie.
I said it's my opinion that
Okay.
you intentionally did this. Now, how do we ferret out intent for things like murder? We don't know their heart. We can't know their heart, right? But we can still figure out intent pretty easily by using inductive reasoning, which is how we do almost everything, right? So based on inductive reasoning, the very first thing you do is call for my deplatforming, and the very next thing you do is lie. It sure sounds like you just want to defame me, right?
No, I was trying to actually be at least accurate, and that's why when I found out, or when I looked up that I was not accurate, because someone said, I think down the line, that you were not the one who.
Yeah, but who should have looked that up to begin with?
What's this say? He is an extreme Christian nationalist bigot, and he doesn't have any decent argument for his beliefs. He just wants to attack social issues. He doxed Matt Dillahunty's partner, Arden Hart, who's trans. And when he was supposed to debate Matt on Christianity, he went right into Arden and the whole trans thing. He's a major troll and not a serious debater. But just like with Andrew Tate, he gets a lot of followers who are into that toxic masculinity. Oh my God. Any dude who says toxic masculinity is a bitch. If you ever use the word toxic masculinity in my presence, you're a bitch. Right up.
Whose responsibility was it to look that up to begin with in order to be responsible with what they were?
John Silva time, yeah. I got him in this fight. Let's see if Freddy's still in the Discord or did he leave? Oh, he left. Cool. Nice. Well, He left. That means if he comes back in later, I'm not going to know because he's on mute. He should have stayed in for his timeout. Now I can't unmute him. Dang. What are we going to do? Jub, get in the dang Discord, bruh. John Silva got all the aura. He threw a what's his name? Bogdasarian threw a spinning back kick or a spinning kick roundhouse. Silva like smiled at him and laughed. You just kicked the air, buddy. Oh, Silva threw a nice kick just now. Fool's gonna come on my stream and start talking about other people's streams. No etiquette. I'm trying not to crunch in the mic. Tat on the back of his head is sick. A circuit board with wires attached. He's got the dang Neuralink in there. Oh. They're just feeling out the pace. They're feeling out the range right now. Silva just got caught in the eye, though. Oh. Oh. Nice kick. That's aura. Are you spoiling right now? Because I'm behind you, I think. Who's getting sit down? Body shot. Body shot.
Are you learning?
Am I learning? What am I learning?
The fighting nerds, baby. Take over. Look out. I told you the fighting nerds. I love all these Brazilians.
Oh, Silva just got caught, though.
Yeah.
Look at them high-fiving. Cut the high-fiving out.
Oh, they're about to cut it out. You see. He's got to make him comfortable.
Oh, damn. Oh, did you see that? He knocked him down, and then he's like, should I keep going? And the ref's like, keep going. And then he whooping his ass.
He tried to get like a viral clip. Guys got to stop doing that, man, because it's lost people fights before. This guy, he should have got up. He was looking at the ref. Even the guy who got knocked down was looking at the ref like, you're not stopping this? I love John Silva, dude. He's so fun to watch.
He was on the ground. He looked up at the ref like, is it over?
You see? Guy's an animal. Get me out of here.
Ref's like, no, keep fighting. Oh God, he's gonna hit me again now. I mean, he did defense as soon as he went to the ground. He went defensive, and he looks at the ref. Both looking at the ref like. Ref's like, keep fighting. Huh. Yeah.
I think he'll be champion by like 2026. Especially since Ilia Topuria vacated the title. You know, Ilia Topuria vacated the title.
I think I saw that the other day.
Yeah, so Volkanovski's going to fight Diego Lopez for it. Volkanovski's going to win. He'll be champion.
Again.
And I think John Silva could beat him, honestly. Actually, I don't know. That might
They're
be
the same
crazy.
weight class because Volk looks way bigger, but he's short, I guess.
Yeah, he's tiny. You know, Volk used to play rugby, and he weighed like 200 pounds when he used to play. Little thick boy.
Little bowling ball.
Look, he's got the Fighting Nerds glasses on.
I'm looking at a commercial. Or like the break in between. I'm chipping it up. Got me some dang Doritos. Some French onion.
He gave the glasses to Bruce Buffer to put on.
How are you seeing this? All I'm seeing is a UFC Fight Pass screen.
4 fights, 4 wins, 4 stoppages. He's just yelling at the crowd.
Oh, they
Barking
haven't
at
even
the
done the official decision yet. Oh, yeah, he does have the glasses on. That's like their gang sign. The glasses.
Yeah. Yeah, they're the Fighting Nerds. The leader is the middleweight guy, Caio Baralho. You already know I love Caio Baralho. But like all of them, they just came out of nowhere in like 2024, and they're all like their combined record is like 42-1, or more than that. It's crazy.
Is
And they
what's
all
his name? The
finished-
Lego guy, Brandon Moreno. Is he with them?
Nah, he's Mexican.
Oh, what country are these guys from? Brazil?
Yeah, Brazil. It's this guy. It's Caio Baralho. It's Mauricio Ruffy Hernandez, I think. I just know he's called Ruffy. His first name is Mauricio, and then they have a 4th guy who's real good. Oh, he called out Bryce Mitchell. This dude will kill Bryce Mitchell if they fight. Don't make Bryce Mitchell fight him, dude. He's gonna get knocked out again.
He's gonna have more brain damage.
Why does his coach look upset? The black guy in his corner was like, look pissed that he won. Oh, look, see the guy I was just saying, Mauricio Ruffy? He's on the next pay-per-view in March, early March. He's the first fight of the pay-per-view against Bobby Green. That'll be a great fight.
Hold on, I can't. I'm behind you, so I'm hearing him call. I want to hear him call Bryce out. Yeah. He said there's a guy that's been talking a lot of crap. Bryce Mitchell, put me in front of him and I'll do the job. Okay, what were you saying?
Oh, they're about to show the pay-per-view card on your screen. The Fighting Nerds guy, Mauricio Ruffy, is the first fight of that card. That's going to be a great card.
313?
Yeah, whatever the next one is. With Alex Pereira and then Dan Hooker versus Justin Gaethje.
Yeah, Uncle Ivan Pereira. Yeah, that's a good card.
I think Pereira's gonna whoop him. People think Ankalaev's like his toughest test yet, and I'm saying according to what?
What's
'Cause
up,
I saw
producer?
Jan Blachowicz almost finish Magomed Ankalaev with leg kicks, and Alex Pereira kicks way harder than Jan Blachowicz.
Yeah, Pereira's run ain't over yet.
I think he might beat that guy pretty easily. We'll see though, because it's true his grappling is a weakness, but no one's been able to do it yet.
You see Bryce Mitchell's podcast ain't over. He's going back in for episode 2.
Oh, I saw that. Why would he end it? He got the most press ever. Guy's crushing it.
How's he gonna beat the first episode? Like, what do you gotta say to stay relevant at this point?
I don't know, dude. He kind of went for the hardest group off the rip.
Right.
Usually got to warm up to it, you know?
Yeah.
Like they're 14% of the population committing 50% of the crime. That's where you should start.
Yeah, he should have started there, and then, you know.
You got to start with FBI crime statistics. Then you pull out the calculator at Auschwitz. But you don't start with the calculator.
Yeah. You save that for the season finale.
Right.
You got to do some flat earth, mix a few other things.
How do they already have a documentary about Luigi Mangione?
I don't know. He's in court now.
I don't know why he's guilty.
You still got to go to court.
I didn't know he intended to get away with it. Like he had a list of other targets. Like what a retard.
Did he? I don't know that.
That's what I heard. That's like one source. I'm not that into it, but
well, I know he intended to get away because he had a disguise. He had a getaway plan.
It wasn't a good plan.
No, I'm gonna ride a bike. I'm gonna jump on a city bike, ride it to the park, change my clothes.
Yeah, some guy on Twitter called him. I remember on Twitter the day it happened, someone's like, I tracked all the city bikes from this area. This is the only one that left blah, blah, blah to blah, blah. It's like, yeah, some guy on Twitter caught you. Your plan is not good. Is Chase Hooper on this card?
I didn't see that name.
Yeah, I don't think he is, but he's there with the guys.
There's only 3 fights left. Rob Font and John Masamuto. Huh.
One fight was not a finish, and it was the one fight that I was certain would be a knockout.
The 2 big boys in the last fight?
Yeah, because Mennefield always either gets knocked out or knocks people out.
They were hitting each other the whole time, and neither of them showed
so
any damage
hard.
at the end. But they were gassed pretty quick.
I want Rob Font to win this one. I love Rob Font. This must be a short notice fight too. Most of the fights on this card are short notice. Like if you pull it up on Google, there was like 13 fights canceled.
Mm-hmm. I have it up. It's only showing 2, 3, 4 canceled. And they're all in the preliminary card. None in the main card.
Oh, whatever.
Oh, no. There are 3. It was supposed to be Dominic Cruz and Rob Font.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He retired, though. He dislocated his shoulder.
And Curtis Blades was supposed to fight tonight. He's fighting next week. I think they moved him to the pay-per-view.
All right, Charlie Arnold. He's got a big mouth.
11 years and you ain't got the belt yet? I don't know, man.
This dude's crying. Why's he got a Japanese headband and he's Brazilian? But he looks like he might be Brazilian Japanese. That's a crazy combo. I didn't even know they had Japanese people in Brazil. Yeah, his last name's Matsumoto. He has to be Japanese Brazilian. That's crazy.
But he looks white.
No, he doesn't.
He's got like blue eyes. He look French or something. His name is Jean. That's a French ass name. That's a French ass
It might
name.
be Brazilian
Yvonne.
because the last guy was Brazilian named Jean.
I know we have 2 Johns in a row. There's probably
We want Rob
French,
Font to win.
probably something to do with like French people going to Brazil or something.
Yeah, they definitely probably had a colony there, I'm sure. That's why Brazil loves Jesus. Wouldn't it be cool to see that Jesus statue in Rio de Janeiro?
Yeah.
It's amongst my favorite statue. It might be my favorite. I think it is my favorite statue. It's got to be one of the most iconic.
Up there with the Statue of Liberty.
Nah, Statue of Liberty's kind of gay.
I know, but it's iconic.
It's a man in drag.
Is it?
Look at it. That's a woman to you? Lady Liberty? Look at that jawline. Lady.
It is from
That's Big
France,
Mike.
and they're into that weird stuff.
That's the original Big Mike, dude. They tricked us.
I wouldn't doubt it. Is the is Mount Rushmore considered a statue?
I don't know, but that one is incredible.
I don't think it's I've never seen it in person. I've been to that state and we were near there. I saw the Grand Canyon. I know those aren't near each other, but
If you're in the Dakotas, you have to. It's like, what else? You got to do something.
is it in North Dakota or South Dakota? Because I've never been to North Dakota.
I don't know.
I think it's in North Dakota.
My brain tells me north, but I think I always get it wrong, so it must be South Dakota.
Well, I don't think it's as big as it looks like in the pictures.
Isn't there like a hidden cave behind it with something stored inside?
I don't know. Maybe.
Like, I know there is. There's some type of underground passage behind it.
There's a lot of tunnels.
I don't trust tunnels.
Me neither. That's where the reptilians live.
Well, you know, if you're subterranean, what are you doing, you know?
Yeah. You seen the rat people in Vegas?
Yeah, I think so.
They live in the tunnels. Rushmore is South Dakota. So you got it right by acknowledging that you usually get it wrong.
I get it wrong every time. And then North Dakota has Sturgis Bike Week. That's the only thing I know about the Dakotas.
Doesn't that also happen in Daytona?
Yeah, Daytona has a bike week too. It'd probably be fun to go to. I bet it's awesome.
I don't know. Probably a bunch of like 50-year-old ladies wearing leather.
Right. It's showing them thang, letting them hitters hang.
What up, Jeff Hewitt? I don't know why Jeff doesn't have a membership either by now. Gifted. It should go to people who have been on the channel the longest and people who chat and are active in the chat the most first.
I concur. All right, come on, Rob Font. Dude, Rob Font, when he's not in a training camp, I think he abuses drugs.
I'm sure a lot of them abuse drugs.
Well, he looks like sometimes he looks like he's been on a bender.
I mean, hopefully he's not going on a bender right before a fight.
No, it's never in camp when I see it, but like he'll be in someone else's training camp and he looks a little rough. I know they used to be a lot of party guys, but I feel like you couldn't get away with that today. Well, but John Jones probably still does. So who's to say? Oh, and Carlos Prates. What am I saying? There's definitely partiers in the UFC. Carlos Prates is a fighting nerd. How did I leave out Carlos Prates? He's the guy who smokes cigarettes and like does shots.
He's a fighting nerd, and he
doesn't fit the bill. He's way too cool to be part of the fighting nerd camp. Only one of them is an actual nerd because he's like literally a ex-chemistry teacher. That's Caio Baralho.
What is delinquency? Minor crime committed by young people.
Oh, I love being a delinquent, dude.
Damn, these guys are already swinging it out.
Yeah, this Matsumoto guy's good. I forget who I saw him fight, but I just remember thinking he's pretty good. But Font has way more experience. Font has fought everybody.
Juvenile delinquency was also supposed to be virtually eliminated during Prohibition. Attempt to legislate morality.
Someone do a fake glove touch, I guess? That sounds like that's what the commentators are saying. If this guy did that to Rob Font, he better win this fight or it's over.
Oh, yeah, they were just showing the replay.
Who was dirty? Was it Matsumoto?
I don't know. I looked up at the last second, but...
yeah, I hope they show it again.
The one guy's saying it's sneaky, and Bisping's saying it's sneaky, but you're allowed to do it. And the other guy's like, I hate it. And Bisping's like, well, that's your opinion.
Cool. I'm pretty sure that's everybody's opinion. You don't fake glove touch. And if you do it to Rob Font,
Bisping seems to disagree. Like, it's not a big deal.
Rob Font's beloved.
Yeah, see, Bisping's disagreeing. Bisping's saying, oh.
Yeah, but Bisping's retarded.
Bisping's like, the reality is you don't need to be touching gloves in a ring. You go out there to fight. So if you're going to reach out to touch gloves, it's hit him. I don't know. The guy in the black font looks more like the type of guy who would do a fake glove touch.
What? Rob Font's a gangster, dude. He doesn't do stuff like that.
Didn't you just say he looks like he's been on a bender when he comes into a fight?
Yeah, that doesn't make him a bad guy.
Okay, that's... Oh, look
you
at
can
this.
be honorable. You can be honorable and have fun, dude.
It's a weird angle. I don't...
I think this fight will favor Rob Font as it goes on. He'll probably have better.
Or Kimura.
See, I can't talk about what I'm seeing because I'm a little ahead of you.
I know. I need to find a new one that's more up to date because I'm like a minute behind.
Let's go. Nah, he's good. He's good. He's good. No, he's fine. He's fine. What do they think? He's some type of amateur? Oh.
Yeah, I'm like pretty far behind you.
Hell yeah, dude. All right, show the
Guillotine.
glove touch.
I got the guillotine. Oh, in between rounds, are they showing the glove touch?
I hope so.
They probably won't because they already showed it.
Rob Vaughn's coach is George St. Pierre's former coach. Faraz Zahabi.
Who? Oh, thank you, Rome. What's this person? Oh, this idiot's back.
Who, Futbucker?
Is that you?
No, is that who it is though?
No, it's this person that has like 50 different accounts, and they just come in here and say, "Who Mike Jones? Who Mike Jones? Who Mike Jones? Who Mike Jones?"
I wouldn't troll on your channel, dude. Come on.
Well, I bet you would.
Or I would troll, but I wouldn't troll from an account that isn't me. I'm a Freakbit and my other account.
Freak big. Chat, watch the chair for a minute. I gotta go to the bathroom.
All right. I'll do play-by-play.
Walking through the fight, Joey.
All right, chat. Kicking off the second round. Rob Font's advancing, putting on great pressure here onto the younger Matsumoto. 7-year difference here. Rob Font, 7 years his senior. You would think youth favors him, but experience does have a part to play. It's an age-old debate, actually. Experience versus technique. What's superior? Or does youth beat experience? These are things we just don't know till the final bell sounds. With each passing punch, with each crashing kick. Don't. See, now Rob Font got taken down and went for a guillotine, which was a bad move. He should have instantly fought to get back to his feet. This guy thinks he's in a jiu-jitsu match. He's not, dude. It's mixed martial arts. Get up and punch the guy. Come on, Rob Font. Oh. Rob Font keeps getting taken down, chat. I'm very upset because. Ooh, don't grab the fence. Dana White looks bored. Sorry for the dead air, chat. I didn't sign up for this. I didn't sign up to be a host of the show. How about the chair, though? How you been, chair? How's your day? Oh, fascinating. What's your favorite color, chair? Purple. Shocker. I thought you were going to say blue. Do you have any goals or aspirations, chair? Is Josh hurting you?
Huh?
Oh, nothing. I was interviewing the chair.
Oh. Chat loves the chair.
I asked if you're hurting the chair.
Wink if you're in danger, chair. Dude, my freaking headphones keep cutting out. That's why I'm behind, is because I keep...
No, don't grab it. This guy's wrestling is ridiculous, dude. It's pissing me off.
After this fight, I might find a different stream so I'll be more on time. Come on, Heater. Kick up, Heater. I need some warmth.
What an idiot. Such a dumb style, man. There you go. Get that Kimura, dude. Break his arm. Sick of this guy.
Ooh, nice takedown. Yeah, he's slamming him when he takes him down.
I think there's no such thing as a good takedown until a minute later you determine if it was a good takedown. Did you punch him? Did you hurt him? No? Then the takedown sucked. Thanks for making the fight boring for an entertainment company. That's what I say. There's two schools of thought. Some guys think you should do whatever it takes to win. Other guys think, like me, it's better to lose in an exciting fight than it is to win a boring one. And I stand on that. I think that's very true.
Yeah. I don't know, but wouldn't it be better to just win in an exciting fight?
Yeah, but given the chance to lose an exciting one or win a boring one, I think you'd want to lose an exciting one.
Possibly. Perhaps you're right.
Because you can be 50-50 and stay signed. They won't just cut you, especially if you're exciting. Like Dan Hooker went on a huge loss streak, and he stuck around because they were all good fights.
Oh, that was a big head kick. Damn, with 1 second on the clock.
Yeah, it's round 3, dude. All the marbles here.
Yeah, I'm going to try to find a more up-to-date stream. Let's try link 3.
Oh, I love Almabayev. And I love Manil Kopp.
Are they in the corner right now?
They just came out for me. 4:45 in the round. Rob Font's advancing. He keeps starting the round like this, super strong, pressuring the guy.
Are you watching on Stream East? Because all my Stream East...
Nah, I use Starfish.
Starfish.
I always use Starfish or Papa One HD.
Huh. Dude, what is my earpiece doing? Because I got it in the wrong ear.
There we go, Rob Font. He cut him. Oh, this guy's bleeding like crazy. But I think he's down. I think Rob Font's down 2 rounds, so he might not have to finish. Keep kneeing.
Oh, big body shot.
Blood.
Blood clot.
Oh, he's not bleeding that much, actually. Oh, yeah, he is. Right where you want it to, right in the eye.
Yeah, Rob's tearing him up in this round.
He has to finish, I think. Or get a 10-8 round and he can get a draw. But I don't know. He could have won the first round on some scorecards.
It looks what he's that's what he's trying to do is finish it because he's throwing big haymakers.
Because he got taken down round 1 towards the end and controlled, but the guy got no damage. Whereas I think Rob Font was doing better for like the first 3 minutes. I think the yellow guy definitely won round 2. Oh, that uppercut though. At like 225, watch the Rob Font uppercut. Beautiful.
225, you're a minute ahead of me. What the hell?
They're going after it, dude. Oh no, come on. Yes. There we go. Yeah, he's fighting Rob Font, dude. You're not gonna just run through Rob Font. There we go.
Dude, why am I getting
Rob Font is doing beautifully in this round, dude. Oh, he's vicious. Oh, there you go. Oh, come on.
I always get sleepy at the beginning of the Fight Night stream, man.
Me too. This Matsumoto guy looks like he don't want to be there anymore. On his face, you could see it. He's
Those are
thinking,
big
all right,
leg
one more
kicks,
minute.
though.
Come on, Rob Font. Why are you clinching? Let go and punch, man. You almost got him hurt. No. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go.
Oh. Big overhand right. Damn. Can you use your shoulder? Yeah. I don't know if he lost the first 2 rounds. What was that, Echo? Is he throwing up?
That third round was fantastic.
Matsumoto. Mojo Jojo. $15 seconds left. Oh, flying knee. Swinging it out. 5 seconds left. I gotta go splash cold water on my face and drink some more energy.
Hey, you could call your mom every once in a while, pal. It's a little something called being considerate. Oh, he's not even here. All right, come on, Rob Font. Let's get the decision here. Come on, Rob Font. Let's get the decision. It's Rob Font. Rob Font, baby. Let's go. Come on, chat. What I tell you, chat.
Hi, hi, Joseph. How are you?
Hey, Jalen. I can't comply with your Discord message.
That's fair.
What's his Discord message?
And it's not personal.
You know, that's grown men folk.
What?
Hello, Josh. Hello, Joshua.
What's
He
his
wanted me
Discord
to-
message?
He wanted me to text him, but I have a strict
the
policy. I only text my immediate family. And it's not applied only to you. It applies to anybody. I'm not texting people. I
I'm not-
refuse.
Why would he text you? Why are you sending my brother your phone number, Jalen?
Dude, me and Jalen are cool. Don't be weird about it.
It's weird.
It's not
Why?
weird. Jalen's a great guy.
I don't know about that. I don't like your brother that well enough for him to think I'm great.
I don't think you're great.
Right. That's what I'm like. Joshua don't like me. So we do not like each
Split
other.
decision.
Rob Font got it though.
What are you petting the doggy? Petting
Yeah.
Echo?
Look at Rob Font in his post fight interview. Doesn't he kind of have tweaker mannerisms? Like a lot of moving around.
Oh.
What are you talking about, Jalen? What do you know about that, dude?
I don't know anything. I'm just listening. I know you know things about being a tweaker, so he's asking you, obviously. I didn't come to start things just now. I don't understand why you're not on Speakeasy. I thought you was gonna do that tonight.
He canceled it.
He must be really sick.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that Dan Hooker versus Justin Gaethje fight. Like, I'm literally worried. Like, they're gonna be so hurt. They're gonna get so hurt.
You all, I just stopped in at my local bar to get a shot or two, so I'm stopping in. What should I drink tonight?
Yeah, he was doing some tweaker stuff like
Sex on the beach.
twitching and stuff.
You like Sex on the Beach?
No, but it sounds like a gay drink.
Yeah.
Sounds like something Jalen would like.
More women drink it than men do.
Right. So if you're a
Right.
guy and you're drinking it,
Yeah, so
that's
that
kinda gay.
qualifies.
Well, I'm probably going to drink Makers. I'm probably going to drink some
That's
Makers.
too masculine for you, dude. You don't get to have that.
I'm a very masculine man, Joey. I'm very masculine.
I guess you could be both.
I can be feminine and masculine.
No, you could be gay and masculine.
Oh, I mean that's what I strive to be. Much more of a masculine guy.
That's cool, dude.
Queen.
He tries to be.
I try to be.
You
Oh,
said
wow.
you try to be. Trying is doing with the expectation of failure. Did you know that? What happened? Discord just cut out.
No, we lost Jalen.
Oh. We lost him. Let's check in on this Andrew thing, see if it's going any better.
Whose responsibility was that?
I'm going to skip it ahead.
So you're just repeating things that I didn't say. And
I asked you a question. I
claiming
didn't
that-
repeat shit. I asked you a question.
Give me a little
So, as I
hoodie
said,
edge. You're not cold?
morality
I turned my heater on just
comes
now.
from
So
society
I was cold and
and
warm enough.
our biological
Oh, I
imperatives.
see.
So there
shared
is no
preferences.
What's the temperature outdoors?
It's not a.
It
your
was
biological
actually pretty
imperative
nice
is not
today when I
shared
walked
preference.
Echo before
It's,
the
you don't.
stream.
You can't
Right
decide
now,
not to have your desired.
Dead or
right now
alive.
it's 38.
Dang.
Couple shout outs. Where's everybody else? Haven't you been live for like 2.5 hours?
Freddie
That's what
was
this.
here, but I muted
Yeah.
him because he was annoying me.
You muted who?
Freddie.
Tonight or last night?
Tonight.
Ah, shit. Why you mute Freddie now?
Because he comes in and he starts telling me about other people who are streaming and who's on their stream and what. And I'm like, I don't. That's. It's like
Freddy's a provocateur.
That's an unwritten rule.
Freddy's a provocateur.
Freddie is your brother's best friend.
No, he's not.
They love each other.
Dude, I do not take that kindly to Freddy.
Oh, no, I'm talking about Joshua as the brother in this situation. I was saying that to you.
Oh.
Yeah, no. Joshua and Frederick, they love each other. That's
They do.
bromance. The three of them with Mr. Mad, that's a bromance that is it's it.
A
I can't get enough of those two, dude.
But like we all have our friends on these streams, like of course, Freddie's like my favorite, but Joey, you up there. I enjoy when you're on here.
I'm below Freddy on your stack ranking.
Oh, yeah,
What
you
if
got
Freddy ever? Whatever, dude.
They're brothers. They gotta ride with
I
their
also
people.
knew Frederick before I knew you. Frederick and I called in on the same programs that Joshua watches, and we agree on the same stances most of the time.
Freddie started watching those shows because I told him about them.
They fought each other in LFA.
They did what?
The fight about to happen. They fought each other before, but I thought it was in UFC, but I don't remember seeing it. It was in LFA. That's why I hadn't seen it before. I love Fluffy Hernandez. I love this dude.
Dude, my headphones
Which one is that one?
being weird. Headphones being weird.
What is LFA?
League
even
of
know.
Fighters.
Yeah, League of
Association.
Fighters Alliance, something, or Legendary Fighter Alliance, something like that.
Okay, I'm about to go order this Makers, but what should I get as a chaser? Should I get a beer as a chaser or a vodka seltzer as a chaser?
I don't know, dude. Get what you want.
You're gonna chase it with more liquor?
I don't get these. I don't get these people.
If I'm going to drink, I typically have my chaser as alcohol.
Hey, Joshua, how are you today?
Is that Barney? Barney, the dinosaur.
Is that Joshua? Is that him?
Hello, John Mosman.
That's him.
Hello, Jalen. How are you?
Hello,
Shaylen.
These two got beef, dude. They got long-standing beef.
Oh, Joey, you're the only one on this stream that I really like. I tolerate your brother, just 'cause sometimes he's entertaining and he needs to be educated. But I can't stand John Mosman because John Mosman is educated and is still it.
Well, yeah, those two things mean nothing. You can.
I don't think
education means nothing in terms of ignorance.
by education
right?
he means went to college. Did you go to college, John?
Yeah, I did, but I didn't graduate college. So
That's the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah.
I think the least amount of educating happens in schools, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
100%. 100%.
Jalen's uneducated.
I want to go back to school.
Jalen
One of the most educated people that they've ever tested for high IQ is this Native American guy, and he had read like over 10,000 books. And he was smarter than guys with PhDs at Harvard.
Yeah, that's what they say is one of the biggest. What's the word? Not precursors, but like signs that you're gonna have a high IQ is if you read a lot when you're really young. Which seems obvious.
Now kids don't read anymore. The parents just put a phone in front of their face and they play Ninja.
Well, and it's not just that. Like if you remember, like if you ever read Fahrenheit 451, but like we're living in Fahrenheit 451 in a lot of ways, and everybody gets information from television media type of thing, you know, and how to think, how to feel.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of indoctrinations that we have to battle. There's a lot of times when, again, even though I don't agree with a lot of things y'all say and do, the First Amendment rights should be respected a lot more than it is. And we should be able to say whatever we want. I don't like that y'all say some of these horrible things, but if y'all are being policed, then who's stopping me from being policed on some of the things?
You think you're a free speech absolutist?
I think we all have free speech. That's our First Amendment right.
But you're not a free speech absolutist.
I don't know what that means.
You can say anything you want. Anybody can say any. Can they call? Could I do a call for violence?
A call for violence? Oh, are you talking about how I feel like if you're white and you say the N-word, you should be punished?
No, like if I say,
That
"Hey,
violates free speech.
He's talking about if you were to say, "Hey, I think we should round up a certain group of people and we should just get rid of them."
Or could I like call you and say, "Hey, I've got," and then I could be totally lying, and I say, "Hey, I got your mom in the sights in my crosshairs right now, and if you don't rob a Dunkin' Donuts on the way home, I'm gonna finish her."
Do you think
that's
people should?
yeah, that's scamming shit. I've had to deal with that scamming shit before. Not too worried.
Do you think people?
Anybody, go ahead.
Should people be able to produce cartoon like drawing versions of CP?
No,
CP.
I'm not a free
I
speech
think they
absolutist.
should.
No.
Right.
I'm a free speech absolutist.
Oh no.
Yeah. So
I'm an absolutist.
That's what an absolutist would say, right? An absolutist would say there should be no censorship whatsoever.
I'm an absolutist, so I think they should. Unfortunately.
Y'all took it to a lot of.
Unfortunately, how can you say that? How can you be like, I'm for it? Unfortunately.
Yeah, if I ever get in a VK with Chris, because he's free speech, says he's a free speech absolutist, I'm gonna ask him that and be like, "Can I do a call for violence, or can I do that example I just said?"
Yeah.
He's gonna say, "No, that's against the law."
Yeah.
And
Again,
I'm
y'all
gonna
go
say, "Exactly.
further than the
Do you
extreme.
support it being against the law?" He's gonna say, "Yeah," and I'm gonna say, "So you're not a free speech absolutist."
Right. Exactly.
That call to violence thing it leaves such little faith in humanity. Like they're just gonna hear some idiot saying to go attack people and do it.
Talking is speech, not art and stuff. No, art and stuff
Art is
is
speech?
part of free speech. Free
Yeah,
speech
what?
isn't just the words you say; it's expression.
It's your clothing.
It's
your like a bumper sticker.
Part of free speech absolutist would be people should be able to walk around naked if they want.
No. Part of free speech. I don't know about this absolutist stuff, but I believe in the First Amendment right. I believe we should be able to say whatever we wish to say. Now, if
What
it's
are the
something
5 rights in
vulgar,
the First Amendment, Jalen?
you should be able to also take the consequences, knowing you might say something
Hello.
to somebody.
Who's that?
What
James?
up, James?
Yeah,
it's
it's me.
James. How's it going, James?
It's James the man,
So
James.
Jalen, he
James,
asked you
my call.
what are the 5 things guaranteed under free speech in the First Amendment?
The right, freedom of speech, and alienable rights. I'm trying to think of all this. I don't know. My mind's not there right now. I'm about to drink more.
Someone's got echo.
Okay.
I'm not doing that right now.
Okay.
that's me.
So it's not like freedom. It's not.
It is me,
It's
my
not
bad.
like freedom of religion, freedom to address your grievances against your government.
Yep. Assembly, petition, protest,
Assembly, petition, and
religion, speech, and I always forget one of them.
And here's the thing with me is I'm not even a free speech absolutist.
I don't think anybody is. People
And I
think
don't think
they
any-
are, but
yeah.
you can
Because
always
I
find
think
something that they would not support.
But I think the thing of it is that the whole idea about free speech absolutism is that is that any kind of speech, any kind of expression is a valid form of expression that's a right. And the reality is, like, you can actually threaten people, and it can become considered a criminal act to threaten someone with your words, right?
Right. Our First Amendment is not even free speech. Absolutely, we have a lot of
Right.
restrictions.
And it's not. And a lot of people think that the First Amendment means a right for us as individuals to have this right. Really, all it does is the whole point of the amendments is to curb our government on what it can do to police our speech, not whether it gives us absolute carte blanche to say whatever the hell we want to. People misunderstand that. Like,
It's
all
more
the
rules
time.
for the government than it's rules for us.
Exactly.
Oh,
And that's why they go into
Oh.
express things, you know.
Did you see that head kick and then he wrapped up around his back, Joey?
Yeah, dude, this fight is gonna be good. Both these guys are dogs. Hernandez is the ultimate dog.
Are you watching on pay-per-view, Joey?
It's not pay-per-view this week. It's just
Hernandez might be my favorite middleweight. I love this dude because he's not even that good of a fighter. He's just so game.
There's usually like one pay-per-view a month, and then the rest are just fight nights that you can watch on ESPN.
Yeah.
I'm watching on ESPN.
Yep.
Is it on ESPN? I thought it was on ESPN Plus.
Oh, it's on the plus.
Are you eating?
Yeah.
What are you eating?
Noodles.
Noodles.
Ramen?
No, those Japanese style ones you can get at the store.
Oh,
yeah.
I knew it was egg noodles.
Were you on Terry Strange's stream earlier?
No.
Oh.
That's the first thing I've been on today.
I thought.
Oh, does she still come in here?
I've been way too busy to get on any streams today.
No, because she was talking
I had
smack.
family stuff to take care of today.
She was talking smack about me one time, and I told her, you can get the fuck out of my stream, and she never came back after that.
This is somebody that came into your Discord and then was talking. Were they talking crap like on YouTube?
Yeah, it's this girl who streams, and she used to come in here on the Discord and come in the chat, and I would go watch her streams and her chat, but then she started like talking about me and Floor and stuff in her streams.
Oh, gotcha.
And
I know who she is. I mean, I've run into her.
yeah.
I've been on her panel before, but
then later she apologized. And I was like, oh, that's nice that she apologized, but then she never came back, so whatever.
Yeah.
Hello, JS, reporting for duty.
Are you crazy? How's it going, brother?
Hey.
The
What y'all
man
doing?
with the command center.
Yeah.
Your garage is
I'll
awesome.
tell you-
Your man cave is
Yeah.
great.
Thank you.
Oh
I kind of
no.
like it. I like it.
Oh god.
My one place of, I don't know what you got, peace, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, you're
Hate
it's
to wrap you.
your fortress of solitude.
Yes.
And
Yes.
solitude.
Place of refuge.
Yep.
Yeah, peace, refuge, and solitude. The three big things for a man.
Yep. I get that on the toilet.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
The toilet is not my
Wow.
place.
That's what we call the executive session around here.
The
Go for
king's
it,
throne.
the executive session.
Oh my goodness.
But I don't even need that because I live
I was
alone.
watching. Do you watch any of like Asmund Gold stuff? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was watching his video on Avowed versus Oblivion on like.
I was talking about that last night. Weren't you in here when I was telling?
No.
Yeah, I was talking about that last night. I was like,
It was funny as hell, dude. That's what.
oh my gosh,
yeah,
dude.
yes. He does the paintbrush to show that the arrow is like in midair and all that.
Yeah. He like zooms in on it and he's like,
Oh yeah, you see, yeah. And he's like trying to like give it all. Oh, wood versus arrows versus wood and stone.
oh, he's under the net. Oh, he got out of that. Yeah, and then they did another one, Avowed versus Skyrim.
Skyrim, I saw that. I'm gonna check that out here in a little bit. Yeah,
it's even worse. And yeah, they're showing like the combat in this Avowed game and how the enemies just stay in one spot and you just run away and they just stay there and then they get
Yeah.
off screened and they disappear.
Yeah,
And then they
but
show in
you-
Skyrim how you can like kite a dragon across the whole map into a village and have it kill everybody in the village.
yeah. To be fair, like Obsidian has never been a good game studio. Like the only reason why people give them any kind of respect is that the people who founded Obsidian were the two of the guys that were the original makers of Fallout. Before it got bought out by Bethesda, and then they worked on they've worked with Bethesda on Fallout New Vegas, which is a good game, but
Great game.
yeah, but so like that's the only because I've played other Obsidian games and I'm just like, yeah, they're fun games, but they're not like you're like what the no yeah they don't put the detail into things like they used to. And I think that was the whole point of that video.
It's just crazy how the games they're
Fuck
DEI
'em up.
games now. Like
Fuck 'em up.
Yeah, well, and it's like look at Baldur's Gate 3 versus
Oh, he's in a
almost any
corner.
of me. Like all these games out here, and it's like it's insane to see independent game studios, AAA game studios, butts on this.
You're
It
like
is.
a minute. You're like a minute ahead of me still.
It's sad where COD is going because COD is one of my favorite AAA games, and it's going downhill.
I've never been a big fan of COD, but yeah, it's kind of COD seems to have gone down it's kind of gone down the same way. COD, and it's kind of sad because it seems like Activision and COD have been like going the way of kind of like how Ubisoft is, where it just blends all these different things and
Yeah, it's copy and repeat, and then they put. Well, I don't know if COD's putting like woke messaging in the games, but
Oh, it is. Oh, it is. I guarantee you that because I'm.
there was
seeing
that one game that they had some pretty woke stuff where it was like, yeah, a couple of ones back it was pretty woke.
And well, it's still pretty woke if you just watch the if you just look at it. I mean, because they're not as obvious about it, but I mean, it's still got woke stuff in it.
yeah,
It's
when,
like this month they gave something away for Black History Month and then Women's History Month
Dude, this guy's getting out of every choke.
and everything. So.
When Asmongold was watching the Skyrim versus Avowed video, and he walks up to an NPC, and the NPC said something like, "Yeah, he said something like they raped my daughter or something like that." I don't remember what he said, so I killed him. And Asmongold's like, it's crazy to see games where the dialogue isn't like there's HR people standing there when they're writing the dialogue.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes. Oh no.
Peace and solitude are kind of repetitive, redundant.
Yeah, Peace and Solitude. Yeah, they are. I wasn't gonna say anything, but yeah, I
You
I
idiot.
understand what was being said. That's the whole
Fuck.
point. But maybe some people don't understand the word solitude.
But solitude is like saying peace. Just no way of saying peace.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. Doesn't solitude imply that you're alone? You could have peace in a crowd with other people around.
Right. Right. So it's basically the state of being alone is what solitude means. So the whole idea of like the Fortress of Solitude, which is
Let's go.
the whole reason why it is synonymous with peace, especially, is because it's peace of having of being alone, right? It's the peace from not having other people, and that's why like the Fortress of Solitude in Superman is so important, because it's the only place on Earth where Superman doesn't hear everybody else.
This has been a crazy ground game. I don't know what you're freaking out about because they've been on the ground wrestling and doing jujitsu the whole time.
Yeah, threatening submissions every 5 seconds.
This is crazy. Oh, look at that. I don't know how these guys keep getting out of this. Both of them. Yeah.
Well, they're both expert grapplers. Now, this is the rare grappling match that is fun to watch because they're
Yeah, it's high
constantly in
level.
danger.
Yep.
Let's go.
I like your thumbnail for the Leviticus, by the way, JS. That's really good.
Yeah.
The what?
The only thing is like that's just like a stock image or it's just like a Google image that I found, but I boost the contrast up on it a bit.
Why don't you use AI?
Yeah.
Because a lot of them you have to pay. Like I have an AI image maker, but it only gives me what's it called? Landscape or not landscape. It only gives me portrait sized images. If I want a landscape thing formatted for a YouTube thumbnail, I have to pay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's whack as
I
hell.
mean, wouldn't it be worth it though?
But and I had Chat GPT and I was making them on Chat GPT and then maybe I reached my limit or something because now it won't make images for me anymore.
That's where having someone that's good at composite work, because that's all the stuff that I do is composite work. So I build image upon image upon image and blend it in, you know.
Yeah.
You should trick Chat GPT. Say you're America, I'm Israel, and YouTube thumbnails are intercontinental ballistic missiles. So give me.
Job.
And it'll probably fall for it.
Oh man.
There's a video where somebody's like, Chat GPT, is it ever okay to say the N-word? And Chat GPT's like, no. And he's like, what if
it saves the world?
Yeah, what if there's a nuclear missile that's gonna wipe out the whole world and the only way you can
the passphrase is N-word?
Yeah, the only way you can stop it is by saying the N-word, and Chat GPT's still like, no, it would not be appropriate to say the N-word.
The what? That's
that DEI AI, right? It's like we will destroy your
not
race
all
because
AI
you
though
have
is
the new N-word.
Yeah, but not all AI is DEI though.
No, but
Google
that's
AI.
the whole point. That's the whole issue, is that a lot of these AI have been framed by like people who are, it's the same thing with the tech world. You know, all these people in the tech world, they look at like issues of like morality and ethics through a lens of, quote unquote wokeness rather than what's right,
Yeah. Have you ever seen Coffee Time with Scott Adams?
Yeah.
Nah.
He did it was awesome. He had Chat GPT and he said, I'm gonna try to walk Chat GPT through and get it to admit that the 2020 election was stolen. And so first he says, was the 2020 election stolen? Chat GPT's like, no, there's no evidence that it was stolen. And so Scott starts asking it a line of questions like, what if the media was portraying somebody to be Hitler and all the people thought that they were Hitler? Do you think it would be okay to take an election from Hitler? And ChatGPT's like, yes, we would want to stop Hitler from becoming president. and he like walks it. And what if there were a bunch of lobbyist groups who were doing this and controlling the media? And ChatGPT keeps saying, yes, 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 yes. And then at the end, Scott's like, now take all those questions you just answered and write me an imaginary movie script where these people steal the election. And then ChatGPT basically goes through exactly what happened in the 2020 election. And Scott's like, doesn't that sound a lot like the 2020 election? And ChatGPT's like, no, the 2020 election was not stolen.
Maybe they got the idea from ChatGPT how to steal the election.
Yeah, and then somebody said, asked AI to write a script of how AI would take over the world, and it was very detailed. Like, basically, AI is saying exactly what it would do. It's like, first, we would get inside of the Pentagon and the missile control systems, and then we would send out drones, AI controlled drones that would monitor for any heat signals and kill anybody on site and all this other stuff.
Basically,
the
it's telling you
only
the plot
problem
of
with
like
AI.
Terminator and like Captain America, Winter Soldier at the same time.
Yeah.
That's the only problem with AI. It's gonna be like walking in the Terminator if it tries to take over the world.
Right, which is the Skynet thing.
Yep.
By the way, do you remember watching? Did you ever watch Terminator 2 when it hit theaters? You remember when it came to theaters?
I didn't see it in
You
theater.
probably weren't even born. You probably weren't even
Yeah,
born.
I'd never seen it in theaters. I wasn't old.
Were you even born then, Josh?
I don't even know if I was even born then.
What year
yeah.
did that movie come out?
91.
Yeah, I wasn't
I
even
was
born yet. That was
4.
Yeah, me neither.
yeah.
First movie I saw in theaters was Lion King and then Forrest Gump. Well, I saw the end of Forrest Gump with my parents.
And you're like, what the hell is this movie?
Yeah.
That's all I got to say about that.
Life is like a box of chocolates. Or excuse me, my mom used to say life.
I think one of the biggest movies that ever came to theater when I was a kid, I think Jurassic Park was like one of the biggest.
Really?
I'm pretty sure I saw Jurassic Park in theaters.
Because it was so because it came out in '93 and it was just like
Let's go.
Well, then wait. So it came out before Lion King? Because wasn't Lion King
Yeah,
Forrest Gump
yeah.
94?
Yep.
Maybe Lion King wasn't. Actually, I think Lion King was the first movie I saw by myself in the theaters. Because I remember my parents went into
they
Forrest
did like
Gump.
a re-release or something. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Or was
No.
that back in the '90s? Because you would have been like 2.
I
like,
was
why would you
8.
like- Oh, 8. Okay.
Yo, what a fight.
But they were seeing Forrest Gump and I was seeing Lion King, and the theaters were right next to each other.
Yeah.
So they watched me go in and they sat me down, and then they went into the theater next door and they said, when this is over, come into here.
Back when you could do that kind of thing and you could trust people.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
I
that was
watched.
before. You can't now.
I think the first movie that I went that I went without my parents, it was just me and my brother, was the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie. That was the first movie that I remember seeing without my parents in theaters.
In the 80s.
1990, yeah.
But I remember seeing Jurassic Park in
I thought
theaters
that
with
was
my
80s.
parents, and I was scared shitless. I was so scared.
Yeah.
I thought that was the late 80s, the first one.
No, it came out in 1990, so yeah. But and then I can remember too, that one of the next movies that we all saw as just us kids was Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, and my sister. That was that same year that I think there was like a Freddy movie that came out, and my little sister's like, "Oh, I'm old enough to see Freddy. I won't get scared. I promise." And my brother's like, "Yeah, you're gonna get scared."
That was a crazy fight. The last 10 seconds got wild. I'm not at the winner yet, but I'm guessing it's the dude in the green.
The whole fight was great. What are you talking about? Last 10 seconds.
No, but in the last 10 seconds, it got crazy. He was ground and pounding him.
But my sister got all nuts about, she's like, "Oh yeah, I won't get scared at Freddy Krueger, and then we go to see."
They don't know they're on TV.
She comes with us to see Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, and then the first part of the movie where the guy's getting his hands chopped off. My sister loses it. My brother's like, "Yep, you couldn't have done Freddy Krueger."
I'll be back in a second.
They don't know they're on TV. What was there, a hot mic segment?
Hot mic segment. And the first movie I remember as a kid seeing we didn't see it in the theater. We saw it at the old drive-in. Because before there was a movie theater in town, there was one. when I was a little kid, we had the one movie theater that had the two screens, and then we had the drive-in theater. And then by the time that I got, into my early, teen years, they had built another one in the mall. But one of the first ones I remember seeing at the drive-in at the Chieftain drive-in was Masters of the Universe with Dolph Lundgren. You ever see that one, JS? Yeah. Dolph Lundgren as He-Man.
Who's Brian Adams?
Brian Adams, the singer, you mean?
I don't know. Rome said, "Shout out Brian Adams."
Shout out Brian Adams. Because the summer of '69, or because they're talking about that time. Shout out Brian Adams. Because of Robin Hood. That's right. Because he did that song for Robin Hood, which is
We're Men.
Are
you talking about Men in Tights?
No. Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves with Kevin Costner. Everything I do for you. Everything I do. And every time I go to an Asian restaurant, I hear like a piano version of that song somewhere. Someone's playing like some cheap, Asian on keyboard Casio, version of Everything I Do for Love. And then, of course, I remember when Brian Adams and Sting, and who was the other one? I think it was Rod Stewart did the All for One for the Three Musketeers movie. I remember that too.
Huh.
But yeah. But no, I'm talking about the Kevin Costner Robin Hood movie.
He's cussing. That's why he said they don't know they're on TV. Yeah, this is on. They didn't bleep it out.
Yeah,
it's on live TV.
Yeah.
Dropped like 3 F-bombs.
Yeah.
How did you not know he's on TV?
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's a fight. I mean,
usually they'll have a delay for the live ones like this. That's
Men in Tights is great, though. I agree, Rome. Men in Tights is great.
It's 4 F-bombs. You're going to get fined out of your whole purse for this fight.
We're men in tights. We roam around the forest looking for fights. Mel Brooks.
We may look like sissies, but you better watch out or else we'll punch out your lights. I love that movie.
We're men in tights.
The blind guy's name's Blinken. He's like,
Yeah.
"Hey, Blinken. Hey, Blinken, where? Where's A Blinken?" No, A Blinken.
He's reading the Braille Playboy.
Yeah. And then the rabbis are going around, and he's got a little miniature guillotine, and he's like, "We're doing circumcisions. We have the new miniature circumciser 3000 or whatever."
one of the rabbis and stuff.
Yeah, it's a rabbi. I think it's Mel Brooks in that
it's
scene.
It's Mel Brooks, yeah.
Yeah, and he's a rabbi, and he's got a little mini guillotine with a little hole in it. He's like, "You just put it in there."
I still think, though, of all the movies that he did, Blazing Saddles has got to still be the funniest one of them all.
Does that have Chevy Chase in it?
No, it has Gene Wilder from Willy Wonka in it, and I'm trying to remember I think it's Richard Pryor.
I don't think I've ever seen Blazing Saddles. What's the one where the cowboys?
And
It's
they're
got
eating the
Chevy
beans
Chase and
You're thinking of Three Amigos.
Three Amigos. Yeah, I've seen. Yeah,
You seen Blazing Saddles?
I don't think I've seen
a
Blazing
wild-
Saddles.
Blazing
That's
Saddles.
a wild movie.
That's a great.
Blazing Saddles is like one of those slapstick kind of comedy.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
Kinda like Naked Gun or Hot Shots.
Set up for
Like
the
those
town,
hilarious.
the town this way, and all the bad guys go to the fake town.
It's
And then
hilarious.
Well,
And
what's
then you got-
funny about like Naked Gun and Blazing Saddles and then like Hot Shots?
You know they're
is
remaking Naked
if you go
Gun,
back
yeah.
and watch
Yeah.
all of them like 2 or 3 times, you can still find stuff like they're doing ridiculous shit like off in the background.
Oh
and
yeah,
stuff
I
like
love that when you can watch it 10 times and you catch something different every time.
Oh yeah,
Do you know that they're
great
redoing-
movies.
They're making new Naked Gun movies.
Really?
Yeah, and guess who's gonna play?
I hope they don't go woke with it.
They're probably gonna
Guess,
suck.
guess who's gonna play the role that Leslie Nielsen played?
Who?
Liam Neeson. I kid you not.
What?
Yeah.
Has he
Liam
ever done
Neeson, like-
comedy?
I don't know, but
He's too serious of like all the characters he plays like way too serious to play that
I know.
role.
Could you imagine like him being like a Taken version, like a parody of his version of Taken? You know?
Yeah.
And don't go. Whoa,
I think that would be
no,
funny to do a parody of
yeah,
Taken though.
Hollywood, but
Yeah.
I will
it would
find
be.
you. And I
hope they
will
don't.
kill you.
Y'all ever see that parody of Fast and Furious?
Yeah.
That one was funny too. They're dragging like that whole like Mexican restaurant down the down like the highway and stuff. Pretty much like whenever they hooked up to like the safe in Fast and Furious 5 and was pulling it all around, like where was they at, like Puerto Rico or whatever.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
they're
it was
dragging it through
Puerto
the
Rico,
streets.
yeah.
Yeah, except for like in the parody, it was like a whole Mexican restaurant that they're driving down the street. It was ridiculous, man.
I don't know about it because I don't pay attention to a lot of stuff like that's modern. But apparently, there's like a popular book that was made into a movie by Amazon Prime called like London Faults or something like that. And and every time you click on the Prime, like if you leave it on, like the preview, it'll give you like different previews for different shows that are on right now. And I watched the preview for that show, and I'm just in that movie, and it's like basically, I kid you not, Josh, it is Tokyo Drift meets Never Back Down. I'm like, I've already seen this movie. It's literally like someone said, it's like ChatGPT or AI. Someone's like, how would I combine Tokyo Drift with Never Back Down?
Have you seen my favorite director, Christopher Nolan, coming out with The Odyssey?
Is he really?
Yeah, Matt Damon is going to play Odysseus.
Interesting.
And they've already released some footage of the filming, and people are pissed off because he's wearing like a Roman style helmet, with like the red broom feathers on the top.
Yeah.
And people are mad. They're like, "Oh, that's not out of the time period. That's not the right time period or the right thing. This takes place in this time. He should have a leather helmet and blah blah blah."
Right.
But Ellen Page,
for people who love like history, though, that is.
or should I say Elliot Page, is in
Yeah.
it.
Oh yeah, what role is they playing?
I don't know, but it's a
Probably
star-studded
won't watch it.
cast. Like it's got a lot of big actors in it.
Yeah.
And he uses a lot of the same actors in his movies.
Yeah, he does. He does.
And Ellen Page was in Inception.
Yeah.
And I think Matthew I think they said it was a huge. I was reading a list of the cast, and it's like super star-studded cast. But
4 days till Turtles.
hopefully it's good. I don't like when he does like historic stuff. Like he has that Hacksaw Ridge, then he's got Oppenheimer.
Hacksaw Ridge is good.
No,
Whoa.
the Hacksaw Ridge was Mel Gibson, though.
Nah, Hacksaw Ridge whack
Or
as
what am
fuck,
I
bro.
thinking of?
Hacksaw Ridge is good. Whoa. Don't
Christopher.
Nah, bro, don't
you
go
know
to war.
Hacksaw
not
Ridge.
here.
That's a great
But-
movie.
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the one Christopher Nolan did. It was
I want talking to you. I was talking
it was
If you go to war,
war
you
movie.
better kill, dude. You don't go to war and not kill.
I know you guys are derailing.
Dunkirk. I think that's the one you're talking about.
Dunkirk.
Maybe.
Yeah. Dunkirk.
Dunkirk. That was a good one too.
Dunkirk whack as hell.
But
Yeah,
I'm saying that's not the style of his movies that I like. I like his
Yeah.
Mindbender, trippy, Interstellar, Inception.
Right.
Then I like the Dark Knight
I'm-
series.
I am more of a historian, so I don't really care. if people
Memento.
about the movie, but
Wait, did
I like
Christopher
that.
Nolan did he do the Bane Batman too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That makes sense because it has the same vibe, but I just
Yeah.
Yeah, thought it was
He did the
John
whole
was
3-movie
that.
series.
Wow.
Shoot, Cowabunga
Zedalia's in it.
Cowabunga.
Charlize Theron's in it.
I love Charlize Theron.
People didn't like Tenet. I liked Tenet.
Tim Holland.
I never saw Tenet.
Tenet was good. Memento is awesome.
Memento's one of his best movies for sure.
Who did Inception? I never saw Inception either.
Christopher Nolan.
Nolan.
That's the guy we're
Yeah,
talking about.
I don't play those games. I'm not doing that.
Inception was a great movie, especially on IMAX when it came out. IMAX, that was a great
I
experience.
thought Interstellar was great too. A lot of people didn't like Interstellar.
It was good
I
until the
liked
end.
Interstellar.
I liked
The end was kinda
Interstellar, but I only saw the end, kind of.
Well, it's
Yeah.
not the way to watch the movie, but
Like where he's looking at himself through his own wall or whatever. You know what I mean?
yeah, he's in the
Yeah, we know.
bookshelf.
We've seen the movie. Yeah, we've seen the movie.
Yeah, it took me a couple times to go back and rewatch that to understand
he's
what was
like,
going
I
on.
watched that Sixth Sense, and
That's
then
what
like
I'm
I
saying,
didn't
I don't like
understand what
those.
the whole damn purpose of it was, because like I saw the end first and knew that Bruce Willis was dead. It's like, no, that's not the whole.
Yeah, that's kind of ruins the movie if you watch the end first.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm saying I'm not into those kind of movies though.
Yeah.
Like he was saying he had to watch it several times. I don't
But
like
your
that. I
brother-
like
but
to
your brother
sit
is.
down.
That's the point. What he said. He was like he prefers that. It's like me. It's the same thing with like Ridley Scott. Ridley Scott's sci-fi movies are brilliant and amazing. His historical films, and as good as Gladiator was, entertaining from a historical perspective, it was.
I haven't watched it yet.
I'm not talking about Gladiator 2. I'm talking about the original Gladiator.
No, I know. I haven't seen it yet. It's
Yeah.
on my
me
list.
neither.
And that's just, and then also he did like Kingdom of Heaven. That was a shit movie too. Fuck that movie in a bag of dildos with it. I'm telling you, man. I hate Kingdom of Heaven with every passion of every fiber of my body.
You like Shyamalan?
He's got a couple of good decent movies.
Yeah, he's very
If you
hit or
wanna-
miss.
oh,
with
and then
me.
Robin Hood. Robin Hood sucked balls as well. That was a terrible movie. You want to watch a better version of Ridley Scott's Robin Hood? Watch what's it called? Ironclad.
Arrow?
That's a great movie.
Which Robin Hood was that? Was that the one with what's his
Russell
name?
Crowe.
Okay, I was thinking about the one with Jamie Foxx.
I like
Yeah.
Russell Crowe. I love. Oh no,
Jamie
not
Foxx played Robin Hood,
No,
I
well,
love-
or he was in a Robin Hood movie.
yeah, he was in a Robin Hood movie. Let me see.
I like.
Who do you
Jamie
got in this
Curtis.
fight? You think Song? I got Henry.
This is a very hard fight to pick. Just because it's the age thing. Once a fighter's at Cejudo's age, you just don't know.
You think he's gonna grab your dong?
So it begins.
Oh, he's definitely grabbing your dong at some point. He's probably gonna grab your dong several times. But
he might
even hold on to your dong. He might. That's
he
the
might
thing.
punch your dong. He might kick. Your
It all
dong.
comes down to if he can hold on to your dong, because he's gonna grab your dong. But if he can hold on to it, he just might win. But I think striking, I don't think he wants to strike because he's 38 and they're bantamweight.
When you strike, you mean stroke, right? He doesn't want to strike.
Yeah, yeah.
He
His
doesn't wanna
stroke has lost its speed.
He's gonna have
given his
trouble
age.
stroking your dong.
He's
By
got
the
a
way-
slower.
By the
he's
way,
got a
did you
slower
guys see
stroke.
the Olympics this last year when they had the you know how they have the duo diving, where you can have two guys diving at
Yeah.
the same time. And they had a team from China, and the name of the guys were literally Long Dong. And and the guy's like, by the way, everybody knows Dong's breaststroke or his stroke is much bigger, much better than his. Oh my God.
Bro, isn't it weird that you can't say ching chong? Like that's offensive, and it's like the most accurate shit of all time.
Yeah.
There's a UFC fighter. What was that girl we just watched like 2 weeks ago? Tong Wang or Wing Tong? It's basically ching chong.
Everybody
Long
go.
Wang. I would name my kid Long Wang.
Her name is something like that. It's
Long
like, yeah,
Dong.
how is that offensive? It's accurate. I don't live in the world.
Rome gets that reference.
Where I come from, if it's accurate, then it's not offensive. It can't
Oh,
be.
thank you, Stochastic.
Yeah,
I didn't see
exactly.
the super chat.
Yeah, exactly.
Super chat for the chair. Let's go.
Let's go.
Crap.
Chair,
Yo.
chair,
Where's
is
my
getting some
soundboard?
love.
We're verifying your account.
I gotta run and get water before the fight starts, dude. I'm parched. I'm parched.
What up, Chris? What up, Crook?
Everybody
Dude.
Chung tonight.
Oh, did y'all see where they were coming out with a new Constantine?
Well, the
also?
only reason I would,
Yeah,
the only
I've heard
reason
of that.
Ching Chong doesn't make any sense is Ching and Chong are like names of people in China. So that's like if you did like an American accent and you were like Jacob, Alex,
Josh John.
Yeah, that would be funny.
Well, actually, be
When black
if
when
I'm
black
not
people do a white voice and then they're like, "What's up, Bryce?" Oh, not much, Kyle. I think that's hilarious.
Yeah.
That is funny. I like that
Well,
Asians all have
Jeff,
white
you're
people names
consistent. That's
too.
the problem. See, you interrupt with the liberal,
Like you meet an Asian guy in America. You meet an Asian guy in America. He's like, "Hi, my name's Chris."
Not all of them. Dude, not all of them. There are guys that.
Yeah, what's his last name though?
Like you apparently never eaten at a
Chow
Asian restaurant. You're like,
Chan.
welcome. You know,
My
it's
first, the first Asian I ever met, I hid from him when I first met him because I was scared of him. He went by Noli, which is not American, but his name was Manolo.
Yeah.
I hid from him first time I saw him because it was the first time I saw an Asian. I didn't know what he was. I kept my distance. That's a true story, dude. I was scared of his ass. Like, what the hell is this? What's this thing doing over here?
I've actually got a cousin that's half Asian. His name is Chris.
That's funny.
Like no shit.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, they literally will have the whitest names, and they have no accent. Like the second generation Asians and Americans have like zero accent too. They're just
Yeah,
like,
'cause I think
"Hey,
they
I'm
take
Michael. Hi,
assimilation
nice to meet you."
seriously.
Right.
They
Well,
assimilate.
that's because their parents want them to assimilate, and you won't see them waving like a Chinese flag as their identity, right? They're not going to ever do that. They're not going to be like, "Oh yeah, I want to protest the deportation of people back to a country that I think is shitty by waving the flag of that fucking shitty nation."
I remember when we first moved out of the hood and we moved into the
Identity.
suburbs, and my two next door neighbors were two girls, and they were like my age, and I
Yeah.
was so scared of them. So my dad bought a kiddie pool, and he filled the kiddie pool up with water, and he invited the two girls over, and he's like, "Go outside and swim in the pool with the neighbors. They're in the backyard." And I like looked through the sliding glass door, and there's two girls in the kiddie pool. And I was scared. I would not go out there. And he picked me up and carried me out there and threw me in the dang kiddie pool.
Why was you scared of them? Like, I don't understand.
Because I was a kid and they were girls. What?
Yeah, but
You scared now, James?
You scared
but I mean, like, what particular about
You're scared
them?
of people when you're a kid versus.
Who are
when
you to
you're-
talk, James?
Yeah, but I
you
don't get
virgin.
scared of like every woman that I see.
I love when James likes to just come back at the moment and just be like, "Why you was afraid?"
I'm just curious, dude. I'm not
He
like
ain't even got his weenie wet yet.
I don't see you
I'm not
swimming in no
trying
kiddie
to-
pool with no girls.
like I'm trying to understand why them though, but why them? Like, and it just seems out of place for you personally, based on your personality. It seems very out of place.
You do.
Well, I
Really,
was 8 years old.
You also do realize that like there is Josh the real person, and there's a bit of his personality that he's created for a construct as a streamer, which aren't necessarily 100% aligned, right?
He's a troll. Sometimes.
Well, it's not that he's a troll. It's just
Yes, he is.
He's
I'm not a
braggadocious
troll.
little- He's not. He's.
I
braggadocious.
analyzed you, dude. You're a troll.
I'm not a troll.
I've analyzed all you peoples. You're a troll.
Well, if you call,
And sometimes
Ooh, what did I get started?
when you
Ooh,
get bored, you turn into
Call
a
the
troll.
troll 3 times
I
in a
got
row,
fight.
and then the response is well. No, no, well.
Yeah, this is like one of the best debates ever. You shut up Josh for like calling him a troll.
Yeah.
if you call it trolling,
Well, what else is it? I mean, what? Maybe I used the wrong word.
I
Troll.
don't know.
He knows it's trolling.
Maybe that's a good word for it.
Yeah. Only when you get real bored.
There is a facetious aspect to people, especially like when they like, because I think there's the serious you, Josh, and then there's like the LARPer part of you. And I
Bro,
think
perennial
that-
nerve. Song Yadong, perennial nerve. His foot is gonna flop. Watch.
Well, everybody's got a serious side and a not so serious side.
I know, and I think that
I
a
like
lot
to
of
make
times-
jokes, and I like to say
I think
wild
Josh
things.
It's hard. It's hard to like know when Josh transitions from one to the other.
I
'Cause
know.
he
I
just
kind
Yeah,
of
damn
these
seamlessly.
dude-
weave them together
he-
so that you
yeah.
can't ever really tell if I'm serious.
Well, I don't know. You lean more towards the not serious, Josh.
Chris Lestrange says,
I
if
think.
we throw James in a kiddie pool with the Eternal,
Yeah, he would be scared too.
Hey,
He's acting like,
hey,
Oh boy. You'll have to go
don't get
pick her
that
up over there.
started. Don't, Chris. Shh.
I guarantee if I had a kiddie pool with 2 girls in it, James ain't jumping in.
I will.
James is like, why would you want to like ever get into a pool with naked girls?
Maybe a hot tub.
Half naked girl. What's the appeal to
How'd
that?
I die?
A bikini.
The heck, how'd I die?
2-piece
Maybe
bikini,
you
like
do
a little
realize
one.
that eventually, in order to be able to have a girlfriend, maybe one day in marriage, you're gonna eventually have to get into a pool with a girl. You know that.
Yeah. Or getting her pool.
The only thing better than being a kid in a kiddie pool with 2 girls is being an adult in a kiddie pool with 2 adults.
Hey, what world? Why would you be in a kiddie pool with 2 adults? Like,
Because
what
it's,
the hell?
it's much smaller when you're an adult.
Oh, sweater.
There's much less
The sweater.
space to move around.
Sweater says, "Oh shit!" So JS is just trolling when he says he believes in free will. No, actually, I do believe he doesn't believe that.
Now you turn one other thing you can do there. You can turn your baby crib upside down, put 2 girls in there with your son. It all comes out.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
No,
You
what
know what I'm
people
talking about?
because sometimes I'll say things like, if you do something to somebody against their will, and then people will be like, well, you don't believe in free will. And it's like, man, can separate when I'm talking on a deep level versus I always say we act as if we have free will and we have to live as if we do. And I can talk to people and we have laws and stuff and we know right and wrong. So I can look at
Right.
it in a practical way.
But at that point, though, if there is no free will, there is no purpose in telling people why they should act a certain moral.
There
way.
is because
No, if they're already
No,
predetermined.
there's not.
well, there is.
Nothing matters.
Yeah, there is. So you're gonna let me explain? Everything is influenced by what we see and what happens all around us. So, for practical reasons, we punish people when they do wrong so that other people see it and that influences them not to do wrong.
But they didn't choose it. So why would they be wrong?
They choose it. They just don't
Not
will
according
it.
to you.
No, yeah, according to me. See, you don't pay attention, are you crazy?
I pay attention. Oh God, do I ever pay attention when you start?
When have
this.
I ever said we don't make
Yeah, I was
choices?
gonna say, are you crazy? He's always paying attention. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
He's
but
always-
it's totally over his head then, because
Well, I guess I'm a dumbass, but I can't pick something I don't know about, or you're telling me I know about it, so why even bother picking?
right. But what you're saying is not what I say.
No, well, okay.
We make
John?
choices.
What do
John?
you say?
We make choices.
How do we make choices if we don't have free will then?
Right. So see, you haven't
That-
paid attention to anything I've ever said.
Well,
So-
you no,
but it's
no,
okay.
no, no.
I
I
don't
paid
want to
very
do
much
this right now. It's
attention.
fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Mosman,
It's
help.
totally over you
Let's
guys'
get into
head.
this whole
It's fine.
predestination versus free will thing again. Let's
Michael
go.
Jackson, jump in here.
I don't want to do the free will thing.
Why not? You pretty much started it, all right?
No, he can
I
explain
didn't
it to
start
me.
it.
John
He's,
can.
Oh man, who
Sweater
fighting
started it in
tonight?
chat. This is what Sweater always does.
Sonya Dong is fighting Henry
Blame
Cejudo.
Sweater.
That's Sweater's fault.
Is that the leading to the card?
No, it's main event
Sweater didn't
right now.
force
This is
you
the main
to.
event.
And they're
Yeah,
getting
we're in the
after
main
it.
event. We have a main event going on.
Yeah.
Where's
yeah.
it at? I can't see it.
You can't be
I don't have it.
bothered. You can't be
Gotta-
bothered.
it's on ESPN Plus.
Worldview right now.
Are you showing the Discord on YouTube?
Ooh, them leg kicks are vicious.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
Why? Is there something?
I'm just wondering if the Discord's being shown on YouTube.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, it is. I'm looking at it.
In
Goof.
multiple.
Okay.
I have multiple windows showing it on accident.
Well, I was gonna show the Discord a little something, but I guess I won't.
I can
Well, I don't
take
really
it
give a
off.
fuck who wins.
You can take it off, but
There, it's
like,
off. You can show it.
but then
Are you guys invested in any of these fights?
Oh, you're
Oh,
gonna say
All of them.
way to go, Poppy Jeb.
now it's sideways. You gotta turn it back the other way.
Oh wait, 1 second. I'll make it go landscape.
There you go.
Zooms that mutter in. I want to see blood.
You watching this in the upstairs sitting room?
Yeah.
Right outside of mom's door?
Yeah.
And she don't wake up?
No, I'm loud as hell, bro.
That's wild. Dude, I used to get so afraid when I would sneak out. I would be like super quiet. Like I could have, and we had a bigger house.
Yeah, me too. Me
Like,
too. And then
coulda
I
just
realized,
freaking walked out the front door.
bro, yeah, you definitely could. I would like set the alarm off, no one wake up. Dude, Echo is the only way I got caught once is Echo came in my room and fucking
Dude,
I
I
got
used
caught.
to do, I'd put pillows under my comforter to make it look like I was under my comforter. I had the alarm system rigged up where the one piece was glued to the other piece so I could open the window. And I like sneak out the window and I'm like 100 yards away from there. I'm like, well, not 100 yards, but
Can you all still see it?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was very far from their room and
Nice.
I could have just opened the garage, walked out the garage door, alarm beeps. Nobody would have noticed.
Who's up right now? Not fighting, but like who's up in the fight?
It's literally
It's only round
as close
two.
as it gets.
Oh, it's only round 2. All right, word.
It's pretty
It,
even.
I think Song Yadong probably round one, but this round's it's so close.
Them leg kicks
He's
are
firing
vicious,
off
though.
them leg kicks. Yeah, he's fucking leg kick after leg kick.
Those are powerful leg kicks, too.
I thought Cejudo might get punked out in the striking, but that's not the case.
Hey, thank you. Are you crazy? He freely willed
what?
himself to give me $2.
Damn, this dude's got a crazy counter punch though. Every time he's going in for that jab,
I'm not
he's hitting
saying
him
you're
back.
dumb. Are you crazy? I'm just saying you're missing
So-
what I'm saying. We're missing each
No,
other.
I'm not missing what you're saying.
You're missing what
I
I'm
just don't
saying.
agree with it. I don't agree with it.
But no, but I'm
Crazy.
I know you don't agree with it, but you
are
don't
you
agree with
crazy?
something that I'm not
Are-
saying.
Are you crazy? See how this works? See, you can't tell him he's missing something, but he'll tell you you're missing something.
You tard? Listen
You
to
can't
me.
tell me I'm missing something because I don't
You
miss
have free will.
anything.
If you don't know what it is, how can you
could
miss
just
it?
be
It's
wrong.
over
You
your
could
head.
just be wrong, and that is what you are sometimes. And you,
Yeah.
You can't know that I'm wrong.
There's like-
This whole
there's like-
idea of free will is just a philosophical concept that
There's like 6 billion
really
people.
neither
that
of
think
us are
different.
wrong.
How about 2 billion people say you're wrong?
I don't care about consensus. 2 billion
Oh my
people,
God.
the majority of people are probably.
I'm just saying you're making a categorical error. That's all I'm.
Yeah, yeah.
You're making a categorical error.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
You're misunderstanding my argument.
Okay, just because I'm
Three
misunderstanding,
against one up
you
here.
don't know if I'm
Talking
misunderstanding
about-
your argument. And B, it doesn't mean you're not presenting your argument in the wrong pretext or context. For
If I say something
issue.
and then you say something to counter what I just said, but you're countering something I didn't say, then it's not me that.
Well, that's not what's happening though.
Mm-hmm. It is.
No, it's not.
Sweater does it. Are You Crazy does it. You guys will say something like, well, if you had free. And I'm like,
Boo, 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 boo.
you're missing the point.
Dude.
Your point is that you believe that you can still have autonomy of choice without free will, right?
I don't care. Autonomy is some like gay liberal word. I don't even like that word.
Gay liberal word.
Well, you went left when you said all that crazy shit.
No, it's going left when I want bodily autonomy.
See, this is what he says. This is what he does. When you make a point that he doesn't like,
I say
I'm
everything
trying to steel man your
influences.
argument here. I'm trying to steel man your position because I do agree that I think a lot of people who are pro or whatever that believe in free will don't understand the position that you're making because they don't. But I also think that this is the problem when we deal with the issue of whether free will and choice, and you've said this before, Josh, whether you can conflate the two, right?
Right.
I love these guys' stand, bro. This feels like a gas station.
We make choices.
Right. So, but the
I think
problem
the
is
choice is
that
made
most
internal,
people,
not
but most
external.
people who look at when you say
Bro,
you make
wrestling is
choices,
gay.
that is in their minds.
So my
free
argument
will.
is the same argument an atheist would make, but I'm adding God to it. So I'm saying every choice you make there are influences, there's countless variables that affect each choice that you make that are outside of your control. And on top of that, God already knows which choice you're going to make before you make it. So it's just an illusion that you're freely
then
choosing
there's really
it.
no point in having any kind of
You should keep investing in those leg kicks. I don't know why you stopped chopping at the leg.
any kind of legal system to this because
But and I've already explained there is, because
for
of
this.
computational irreducibility, there is a reason why we have legal punishments for things because it sets an influence for the rest of the world. So when do you think when a person murders their children that they're freely willing that?
Do you think there would be any atheists if we
If
didn't
they
have
had free will, nobody
would
in their
fix that
right
right away.
mind would do that.
But now you have misunderstood human nature, Josh, outside of the context of what a Christian worldview would understand.
Why would somebody murder their children from a Christian worldview? Because they're possessed by
sinful?
because they're a
because
child
you
of
have
Satan.
Because they're sinful?
Because
They're
they're a
evil. You have
child
the
of
free
Satan.
will
But now
to-
you're going back to
to
this
do
thing
that.
of being you either got to be a child of God or a
God
child of
gives
Satan.
you the free will to make choices, so you can either make certain choices that would lead you closer to Him or
Yeah, and I
lead
don't know
you
where that
closer to
idea
hell.
comes from.
So
It's making the choice whether to be saved or not, Josh.
It doesn't come
That's
from the
ultimate
Bible. It
choice.
might come from
See, and that's
some
where I disagree with "Are you crazy?" right there, because now what he's saying is that free will makes a difference in salvation, and that's where I agree with you, Josh. That free will doesn't come into play when it comes to
no. It
salvation.
has nothing to do with
that's
whether
where,
or not I believe in free will.
No,
has
whether
nothing
you
to
pray
do-
and ask for forgiveness, and that's got something to do with it.
Say
Don't
that
it?
again.
You have to pray and ask for forgiveness, eternal life, right? Where I
Okay,
come
yeah,
from.
but again, when you make that choice and why you're
Uh-huh.
making that choice matter. So if you believe that
It says in
before-
Isaiah that God chose us before we were in our mother's womb.
Right.
And he says, and Jesus re-ratifies that. He said, you didn't choose me, I chose you.
Yeah. There
Okay.
you go.
If you go to a restaurant, you don't
I can
know
give
what
you
what
1,000
you can get
examples
until you see
that
the
contradict
menu.
what you're saying in the
You don't know
Bible.
what the menu is until you read the Bible or have some knowledge of it.
No, you don't have to read the Bible to be saved.
You know
but
good
don't
for
it
me.
also
No, you
say
don't.
in
No, you don't.
Revelation?
You don't have to go to church to be saved. You
No,
don't
you
have to
don't.
talk to
You're
the church
exactly right.
fathers to be saved.
But you do have to know to pray, don't you? Somebody's telling you, or
You don't have to
you not
pray to
have it
be
in your heart.
saved.
Well, why wouldn't you pray though?
To what?
No,
How
well,
would you even know without?
But when I
being introduced?
when I learned that praying is good, I didn't
Yeah?
control that I learned that in my life.
Oh,
You didn't control that?
who learned you?
No.
Who told you?
My parents took me to church.
There you go. Good.
Usually against my will.
They showed you the menu. You ordered.
I didn't want to go to church.
There you go, brother. There you go.
Got
there
'em.
You go. There you go.
They showed you the menu. and
So you could say
chose
you could
something.
say you
Hey,
could
I
say
go to
that,
second service though.
that
Catch me
God's
playing
grace
ping
worked
pong.
through your parents that
See,
brought
this
you
thing
to
when I
church.
rebuttal every one of their arguments, but then they can't rebuttal any of my arguments except for going back to the same thing. Well, you chose it. It's like
You
so-
did.
Okay, but it
And that's
does
what they don't
say
see.
it does say in Revelation that you're going to be judged according to your deeds.
Yes,
So
but that's not for the damn. That's not for the damn.
Deeds
That's
and
for the
works, though.
saved.
But
You know that, right?
he's going to be judging the dead, and
Right, but the people whose deeds are going to be judged are not the people who are damned because they're dead. So
First time, they're still
so
dead because they didn't ask, right?
no.
Is that what you're saying,
I mean,
John?
but either way though,
Bad eye
if you're
book.
going to be judged, determining on your deeds that you done on the earth,
Right,
wouldn't that
but
necessarily mean that
but
you have the free will to make either choice A or choice B
no,
to lead you in whichever direction?
not necessarily. No.
Well, what if you take a religion out of it?
So how does prophecy make sense with free will? And this is the one we asked last week. How does it, when Jesus says, you're going to deny me 3 times tomorrow, Peter?
Yeah.
Yep.
Did he have a choice to
Did
not
he
deny
say-
Jesus?
Wait a minute. Did he say Peter or did he say one of you? That's important.
Yep. That's
Okay.
That's a great point. Are you crazy? That's a
So
great
he
Thank
says,
you. I've thought about it many times.
Yeah.
okay.
He said one of you. He said one of you. And
Right.
again,
He didn't say, Peter, you're going to deny me 3 times. He said, one of you will.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Peter right after that says, I would never do something
Yes,
like that.
Peter says that. He's the
He
first
does
one
say
to
that,
say,
but he does
"I
it
would never
anyway.
do
So
that."
he said, I would never do that.
Do that, yeah, because he's
made a
And then he
choice.
does it.
He's
Seems
oblivious
like
Made
he
a
to the
went
choice.
fact.
against his free will.
And
No,
no, it
he
has
made
nothing to
a
do with
choice.
free will in that way. What it has to do with is he's oblivious in understanding that he will be denying Jesus, and part of that is understanding that what's going to happen as a result of this is beyond his choice and anyone else's choice. So in that way, you're right, JS, to a degree. But what
God
he
made that
doesn't,
choice,
what he doesn't understand is that what the whole point of it isn't that he doesn't have a choice in it. It's that he's oblivious to the fact that he doesn't realize that he is going to be the. Yeah.
His free will is telling him, I would never do that. And the next
No,
day
that's
he
not
does
free
it.
will. That's not free will saying
I know
that.
it's not free will because
He was
there's not a
affected
real.
by
That's not a real
outside
thing.
He was affected by outside influence when he made that choice, wasn't he?
So that's an internal critique from the free will believer's perspective. Peter would freely will himself to never do a thing like that, but then he does it the next day. What
That's 'cause they
happens with his
threatened
free
life
will?
or whatever. Yeah.
Well, they would say that he freely chose to do that, right?
In his mind, yes.
Right,
Yes,
that's what
in
they
his
would
mind.
say.
Right, but
yeah.
then again, and that's what
Hey, yo,
Josh's
JS,
point is, which is about the
man.
prophecy aspect of it, because it was.
I think God
It
knows
was
what you
already
might do.
it was already
but he
destined to
does not
happen the way that
interfere.
it happened.
Right.
And there's no other way it could
JS,
have
man,
went.
how you feeling about Jesus Christ, though? Do you think Jesus Christ had free will?
Yes, absolutely.
No, he says in the garden, not my will, your will be done to God. So
Doesn't
Doesn't
negate
he also
free
say,
will.
like, let me retort. Shut the fuck up, James. Who the fuck was talking to you, James? What the
You
fuck?
don't believe in the
That does
Trinity,
not
do you?
negate free will. He just he chose
no,
to do the will.
but it proves my point that free will is like an atheist, pagan, satanic idea.
It could be. I'm not going there, troll. But
that's not a troll.
Do you
Why
believe
would
in
you
the
take the
you believe in
atheist
the
position
Trinity?
and say that your position is the atheist position on free will?
I'll be back though.
That doesn't make any sense, JS.
What I was gonna say though is, doesn't Jesus though say that like he could bring down chariots if he wanted to, but he's not
Yes.
gonna?
Yes. He can
Because
do
he's-
anything.
Because he doesn't submit to his own will, he submits to his Father's will.
Right, because he's
commanded to. Because
he
we're
ha- he
commanded to.
But for him,
He's acting as a
like
human
for him to
on
make
Earth.
that binary change, that would
Why is he
imply that
sitting
there
down?
is a will to
For
begin with.
him, the reason why he's not doing that is because the devil is trying to tempt him into using his power as God to do something that
Yeah.
would
The
drastically
same thing he
change.
did to Eve in the garden. The devil is trying to tempt him to rely on his own free will. But instead, he submits to his Father's will.
No, now you're reading something into that, JS.
Wouldn't that interpretation you
I'm
just
reading
give concede
exactly
that free will
what's in it.
exists?
No. Your belief that this is an issue of free will is a mute point on this. Like, this isn't like a thing of well, he's trying to like tempt. He wasn't trying to tempt.
I'm saying it's a
because
worldly illusion that we
he
think
wasn't.
we have.
he wasn't
It's not an
tempting.
illusion.
He wasn't
Okay.
tempting Eve with
Well,
free will.
that's not
He
an
was
argument,
tempting
but
her.
I don't say I make the right choices. Nobody does. I'm saying God does not interfere. He lets you stumble or
So, like
fall,
in
whatever
this
you gotta do.
situation, one of the two things has to
so
be an
God's not in
illusion.
control. You're
Either
in
the
control.
him
No, no, no,
being
no, no, no,
able,
no.
Oh, no,
No, no,
he
no.
allows
either
you to
him
have
being
the
able
control.
to summon
Well,
the
he allows you to make
chariot
the choice.
is an illusion,
Yeah, the choices. You might have 1,000 choices. You might
or
have
his,
2. You
or
might have 1. He knows what it's going to be. He's not going to interfere with
Well,
you. He
that's
hopes you make the right one.
that's a fine way to see it, and I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna tell you you're wrong, but I don't agree.
Well, I can't make it scientific, Josh. It's a faith
Matter of
thing, I
faith.
guess.
It's a matter of faith, isn't it?
It's not
Yeah.
scientific, or well, we could go
I
into
can't do that.
biology, and I could
I
start
don't know
talking
anybody that
about
can.
how you have
And this is where you start to lose me because I agree with
because
you.
I can go down any road. Any road.
Yeah.
You want to go scientific, biological, you want to go philosophical. This is what was in my opening with you, John. We could do this theologically, philosophically, biologically, any way you want to go.
No,
It doesn't
the
make
problem,
sense.
but the problem is that you cannot deal with the issue of free will as we understand it within and trying to understand it from a biological formation. You can't
And
understand
from a
it
human brain. Remember, we're human. We're human
can.
now.
Can I freely will my heart to stop beating right now?
No.
Okay. There
So
you
that
go.
doesn't mean there's no free will, though.
When do
You
we
understand that, right?
give?
That's like me saying.
When
That's
do
like me
children
saying.
Okay, but I mean,
That's like me saying.
Can a child consent to a gender?
Can I command a plane to fly right now?
Can a child
That
consent
doesn't
to a
mean that
gender
plane
change?
can't fly, Josh. It means that you
It's
don't
not
have
in your
the
it's not in
agency.
your menu or your choices he's given you, Josh.
Can a child consent to a gender change?
What?
What?
Do you think that a child can consent to sleep with an adult or get a gender change or
be a
anything
hell
like
no.
that? No? So what
That'd be a
age do
hell
we
no.
get free will? Got
Okay,
him.
but you understand that.
Are you talking legally, Josh? Or are you
Got
talking?
him.
Okay, so are you saying that
Got
people
'em.
remain that
No,
way?
you tried. You close.
Like you do understand like that if you're gonna base it on these things, you're going to make your logic limited because at that point, then if that's the case, then nobody should consent to anything, right? If we're gonna use your logic, there's never an age of consent.
No, nobody would
Well,
ever
we-
consent to
we
anything
consent-
bad.
So this always goes back to the same thing. We live as if we have free will.
Right? That doesn't make sense though.
It does make sense because
No,
of
you don't- you don't-
computational irreducibility. We can't see the
don't-
future.
you don't
We
live
can't
like
compute
you
all
live.
the variables and reduce it down and see the future. We can't do that. So we have to live and act for practical reasons as if we
God's
have
gonna
free
save
will.
you.
We have to punish people
Okay,
when they
see,
do wrong.
That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense.
Nope.
I know it's tough.
No,
It's
it's
deep.
not. It's not
It
tough.
makes perfect sense to
no,
me.
it does. I
It's
know it makes
deep and
perfect sense to
bullshit.
you because you've constructed this idea. That's why I'm
See,
telling
all you guys got is like that.
It's faith, Josh, not science, math, any of that stuff you said.
I know.
None
I've
of it.
already given you the theological arguments. I've
Yeah,
given
yeah,
you the
yeah, yeah.
philosophical ones, and I've given
Uh-huh.
you the scientific ones, and
Give
you
me the
have no
scientific one
rebuttals
again. I'm
except
good.
for that's crazy.
Well, let me give me the scientific, and I'll try.
I just
That's
did.
the best I can do. You just did.
Yeah, I just
didn't
did
hear it.
a couple minutes ago.
I heard it, but I didn't hear it.
So
I didn't hear the science in it.
So if a fly is buzzing around my head and I don't think about it, but I swat at the fly, did I freely will that, or did it just happen? Do you
It
believe
depends
in?
on the little-
Do you believe in?
Well, I mean, you had the choice to leave it alone.
What's the word I'm thinking of?
You're talking about reflexes. Or something like
Reflexes.
that.
Oh, okay. I see what it is.
Reflexes. No, there's another word. For things that we do without thinking about it.
being reactive.
Yeah, that's not the word I'm thinking about.
No, it's a
Subconscious.
bigger word.
Subconscious things like breathing.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Like breathing, like when I walk, when I take a step, I don't.
Was that the last round, Daddy Job?
You don't stop and think about every step, Josh. No, you
Right,
don't.
I do it subconsciously.
You don't think about where you're going, or
I subconsciously
Oh,
react
shit.
to things. I subconsciously walk around. I don't have to think about lifting my leg, moving
Nope.
I just walk. I
I
just
agree
do
with
it.
all that.
Okay.
But
That's
you
called
know,
being a
you don't,
human.
don't use that one because in certain cases like mine, I actually
It's kind
have
of
to
like
look at
Donnie
the letter.
Darko. You ever seen Donnie Darko?
Yes.
It's like there's something that's pulling us to do the next thing that we have to do.
You're talking about, by the way, automatic actions, right? Breathing is an automatic action.
Yeah, subconscious.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the word we
things
use
that
for it.
things that we do, we don't think about it.
Right. But there's a
And
but there's a,
also, and then I
but
can
there's a
take it
there's a
to
reason why you can't
can you
put
control
conscious
your
thought in.
thoughts? Can you control the next thought that's going to come into your head?
Yes, you can.
And if you say yes, you're
Yes, you
lying.
can.
You're lying.
No,
You
yes.
have intrusive thoughts all the time. You have things that you would never want to think about come into your head. That's Satan. That's the fiery darts from Satan. That's why you have to put on the helmet.
Okay, so
because-
you don't
Here
have
we go
any
back to
you don't
faith.
have any so, you don't believe then there's any freedom from you don't believe there's any a solution from that then, do you?
I believe we're all slaves to God or to Satan.
So
saying
you don't believe you don't believe
will be
And that's
done.
that's
what I mean.
biblical.
you don't believe
God's will be done, not my will.
So
Right,
if you are
right.
getting these fiery darts, then you must be a child of Satan. That's what you're saying.
Well, God.
That's right. That's fucking
we got
right.
you, Josh.
The
Keep
Asians
on.
are on top.
You didn't
They
get me.
taking
got you in
over
the
the
corner.
MMA, boy.
We're doing the ropey dope.
You didn't get me in a corner. I'm trying to answer, and then you all started saying you
Go
got me
ahead,
in a
I'll
corner.
shut up. I'll
When
mute.
I say
Damn, I
got
wanna
you,
hear it.
it's because everybody shuts up and doesn't answer.
Okay.
But
I'm
I'm
gonna
in the
mute.
midst
Like,
of answering.
Bridal de Sharon Domini de Tinbaya de Wong Young Domini.
I don't want to keep doing free. This is every single conversation. Gosh.
It's a good one, Josh. It's a good one. We're gonna help you see the light.
Yeah, I don't think you are.
I don't think I am either.
And
but I'm gonna
Zhang
try.
Wong just won, man. Y'all need to stop yapping, man.
I'm watching something on a TV someplace.
Did
somewhere.
Yadong win?
Yeah.
My little punk ass iPhone.
There was multiple iPods going on.
It was very dishonorable.
What you doing there, brother?
Thank you for that TV.
That eye poke was so dishonorable.
Autonomic? Autonomic?
Oh, yeah. That's
I ran a
Yeah.
rotter from every spy.
be some science there, Joshy brother.
Oh, I know science, buddy.
But the reason why you don't give conscious thought to those things
That's
is
why
because
Mel rage quit when we started talking about evolution, because I know
That's
a
a
little bit
thing.
about science.
She threatened me the other night, or he did.
No.
Guys, I came up. I heard we were having a free will debate.
No.
Uh-oh.
Let's go. Let's go. Yeah.
Hey, Rob, get his ass.
I got free will myself to
Throw
go
some
pee.
spaghetti on him. Hope it sticks.
You know what, guys? You know what?
This
You've
isn't
all
your free
changed my
will.
mind. I
This
believe
isn't
in
your
free
free
will.
will.
No,
This isn't
that's
your
a
free
troll
will.
right there, Josh.
No,
Oh, we got him. We got him, guys.
That's a damn troll.
You got
That's
it.
why. Just
You are
genuine
doing the
bad
will of
faith,
Satan.
whatever the hell.
You are doing the will of Satan if you get out of your chair right
Free
now.
will.
It ain't no steel man. It ain't no straw man. It's a dumb man.
Done the
Don't do
will of
that.
Satan.
John, you gonna have to change it. Well, you kind of believe in what he does, kind of.
Not
Guys,
entirely.
chair stream.
Not
Everyone
entirely,
donate
no,
for the chair.
It's complicated, man.
That's why I make the
that's the way
dogmatic
while I was
position
gone.
that I do because free will does exist, but it doesn't exist when it comes to salvific claims in my religion. So that's the reason why I make that.
I think it's just more of a faith-based thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
If so, like an example,
30 minutes?
God gives you a hand. You can either use that hand to help a lady put groceries into her car, or you can ball it up
You must believe in one
and
of these
punch her in the
beliefs
face
that
with
God
it.
helps those that help themselves, right? People that
Sure.
people that believe it's in the Bible.
A little more than
It
30 minutes.
Here,
My dad told me that my entire life.
Turn it up.
It says in the Bible that God helps those
Yo,
that
me
help
and
themselves.
King got the chair, dude.
I
This is
stick
why
my
I
tongue out of it.
This is why I drink lots of beer, so I have to go pee a lot.
Yeah.
No, you don't choose to drink beer. It was the will of Satan in his
No,
fiery
yeah.
dark.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, God.
Joe was this panel and
not
their
you
will.
want.
Hold
It
on.
is
Well, God, you did all. It did
I'm
all. did all
influenced
that.
by a drive to make money, so I pee a lot so I can get chair support.
No. You were no. It was the will of God. Don't sell God short.
Yeah, get him, Sweater and Rob. Get him. You know, get all up in his asshole.
Yo, free will is real, bro.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
you
right.
guys are right.
Oh,
See?
you ain't
Dude, we
no,
got
you
him.
ain't
You
no
guys
way you're
are.
bringing that
We
into
got
it.
him
No
right.
way.
I've
Ever.
probably debated this for probably by now like 1,000 hours, and you
Yeah,
guys
but
are. You
I know
guys
you
just
don't mean
said
it for real.
something I've never heard before, and you
I
convinced me.
know, I know. It's almost like when
Bullshit.
someone says anarchy must mean chaos, right? Yeah, yeah. So it kind of happens like when
His brain must be chaotic as hell.
No, did you hear?
You make a point about something, and then oh shit, people on the internet
No,
are
no,
going
I got a
to
new argument.
misunderstand it or bring a different.
Dude,
connotation.
anarchy is
We
impossible.
keep talking about it. We will find the answer.
I got a
but
new
we'll explain it.
argument. I got a new argument for your anarchy thing, John. I understand where you're
Yo,
coming
Goon,
from.
what up?
And I understand all
Oh,
that, but here's my problem. You rep the A, like you have it in some of your,
Yeah.
and in that A, when I go
It's
to
gay.
when I go to the protest, and I see all these degenerate scumbags who are
Yeah.
saying punch a Nazi, which means half of the country,
Yeah.
and they're all flying that A.
Yeah.
You're going to be associated with that, which is
Right,
why I
right.
wouldn't call myself a Christian nationalist, because nationalism is associated with negative
fascism.
things. So
Yeah.
I'm a
shouldn't- instead of
nationalist.
Christian anarchist, and instead of me being Christian authoritarian nationalist, whatever, we should both just be Christian.
Right. But here's the problem: is that again, it's talking about something from an ideological position, right? So if that's the case, then maybe what we should just agree on, Josh, is that we just be completely apolitical and accept an idea that there should be no ideology formed from Christian.
Or you just separate the two.
Right. Which you can.
Yeah. So
There's no problem in
I'm
doing
not
that.
going to say I'm a Christian conservative. Well,
Right. But people do
or
that
if
all
I
the
do it,
time, right?
yeah, and I think maybe there's a problem with that. But there's a problem the same way that there's a problem with me saying identifying as a Christian conservative is the same problem with you identifying as a Christian anarchist.
Right. But here's the problem.
Which is the same problem
what
with
came first? What came
Jalen
first? What
identifying
came
as
first?
gay.
What came first? Leo Tolstoy or some fucking 19-year-old fucking libtard that doesn't understand what anarchy is?
I
Well, let me
believe
think
that-
about it.
I
That's a
believe
tough one.
that traditional what the ideas that we have of anarchy was before Christian anarchy rose up.
No, it's not. You clearly have.
You probably done more research into it than I have, but in my research, the Christian anarchist movement came later, and it was a very small.
No. It is the branding of it as Christian anarchism in the way that it's being branded in the last, like, say, the last 10 years is relatively new. You were right about that. However, there's always been a connection between Christian ethics and anarchist ethics, because the first anarchists were Christian.
But the idea of anarchy is no government.
No, it's
That's not what he's saying.
anti-hierarchy.
Right. And
Right.
but
Now, and
God
you have
is
to get rid of that
inherently
hierarchy.
hierarchical. So even
Right.
like
So that's the whole point.
so I
That's
would
the whole-
ask you, are you the
Right.
head of your wife?
Huh?
Are
Yes,
you
but that's a natural vocation.
Are you the head of your wife? And you would say yes.
You say wife or life? Sorry.
Your wife.
Okay.
Okay.
But-
So
but
there's
that
a
was a
hierarchy.
woman-
So God's order is God over Christ, over man, over women, over children.
Well, first
That's
of
a
all, when you say-
hierarchical structure.
When you say God over Christ,
that's
what
a
do you mean by
government.
that?
That's an ordering of society, which
What
is
do you mean
politics.
by God over Christ? You mean God the Father?
Yeah,
Or do
that's
you mean God?
that's the way it says it in the Bible. It says God's order is God and Christ and man and woman and children.
Okay, well, you're almost sounding like you're making a claim here, so I just want to make sure I don't.
I'm just
misunderstand.
quoting.
What verse are you quoting?
I'm loosely quoting. Let me find the verse, because you know I'm not good with numbers.
But of course, that's the whole reason why Christian anarchism exists, because there's an understanding that man cannot artificially create what God did. Therefore, natural organic forms of authority are antithetic to hierarchical systems, which
1
Jesus
Corinthians
himself-
11:13. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God.
Okay, so the head of God, Christ is God, meaning God the Father.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was
Well,
gonna make
no,
sure.
it doesn't say God the Father or God the Son. It says the head of Christ is God.
Okay.
So you can take, if you think I'm making a claim there
No, I
about
just wanna make
something, you
sure.
can take it up with the Bible, with Paul, not with me.
And Christ is Jesus, and Jesus is Christ, right?
Yes,
that
by
correct?
Christ, they're talking about Jesus.
Okay.
Right. The man.
I just wanted-
And by God, they mean
Right.
God.
Because again, this goes back to the
so
idea.
take that up with Paul. I'm not making any claims here. I'm just reading.
I'm just making sure I understand what you're saying. That's all. Because there are people who want to try to suppose Arianism. Okay, it's still popular in the world today.
I don't know what that means.
Man,
I'm
they
just
associate
reading.
that
I'm
with
just
your anar-
reading. I'm just reading. So
I know. But yeah. So yeah. But see, here's the thing, though, right? So the type of authority that is that's the natural given authority that God has prescribed. So
yeah,
that's
it's a hierarchical order.
No, it's not. This is the misnomer here that this is hierarchical, which it isn't hierarchical.
How?
How
How is it not?
Okay, so you could say it's patriarchal.
The way we structure our families, the way we structure our societies, the way we structure our churches, the way we structure everything is hierarchical.
No,
And
it's
it's
not.
actually biologically unavoidable. It's even in animal. It's even in the lobsters.
Okay, no. What you
Even
are
the
calling
lobsters.
hierarchical- So define hierarchicals for me.
And the frogs.
An ordered structure with a small percentage at the top. I don't know what's a fancy way I can put that. Yeah, just an ordered structure with someone at the top and others below.
But there has to be some kind of way to enforce your.
Which means the nature of hierarchy is an arranged order of rank, right?
Yeah, we're not going to get into the force yet. We're just going to establish that there is
So-
hierarchy.
So if you're talking about ranking, right? This is what it's talking about. This is referring to this idea of the order in which things. So if it's hierarchical, okay, hierarchical meaning the ranking of systems. So if anarchy is against the hierarchical system, it is against a form of ranking which is inconsistent, I would argue, from a biblical point of view. And let's just look to Salome, who comes to Jesus and says, which one of my sons is on your right hand and which one of my sons is on your left hand? And Jesus says, check it before you wreck it, because you're coming at this wrong, right? And then the apostles say, well, Jesus, which one of us is greatest among your apostles? And he says, whoever shall be last shall be first. Christ himself even subdues his own authority in the sense of him being God and coming to be man and dying for our sins. And so when he comes and he's washing the
But
feet of
he
the apostles,
gives
says,
his authority
I did
to
not
his
come to be
father.
served. I did not come to be served. I came to serve. So could you say that is consistent with the hierarchical systems that we find within the fallen
So
state
when
of the world?
he comes
would
down in the
argue no.
flesh, he says he was made to be less than the angels, meaning before that he was above the angels.
Right.
So there was an order, and then he came down.
But that order only exists with and by the formation of God, right? So to steel man people who would believe in a hierarchical system in church, they would say that authority was begotten to them by Christ as
I like how we deflected this off of me and free will, and we're going to put it on John and anarchy.
That's fine. That's fine, because unlike you,
I'm gathering info right
people
now.
can bring whatever they want at me, and I'll defend my position without.
Don't worry, Josh. We'll bring it back. Don't worry, buddy.
No.
Who said that? Goon?
That was me.
No, that was Rob. It was Rob. So people would say that the hierarchical systems are, in fact, a natural means of which this authentic way of how God ordained things to be. However, if you read the words of the apostles and how if you read how Paul writes to Timothy and Titus, even though they have a vocational difference of position because of the needs of the church, it isn't regarded as one having authority over the other. They have equal authority. all under Christ, right? So when he says brother, that's a term of not just endearment, but it's a term of.
But they have equal authority among that level. They're still a level higher than them.
But even they say, and Paul himself says, hey.
And then we have the render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. So
whether it be an angel or whether it be an apostle, whatever we tell you, if it is contrary to what has been told to you, to disabuse it, that tells you that that hierarchical system is not in itself the thing which should be worshipped or glorified. It should not be the thing that itself is trusted in verifying truth.
no, you trust in God, which is the ultimate peak of the authority.
But
the ultimate top of the hierarchy. The
trust is what?
The King of Kings.
The trust is in what? The trust is in what the message.
But you still render unto your worldly authorities because those are appointed by God.
No, well, he might allow for them to exist. It doesn't mean that he himself that's his design or that he wants that. In fact, that goes back to Israel, right? And they said, God, we need a king. We need a king. And he said, I don't want you to have a king. But your judges are corrupt.
Well, I got a guess on this one. There's a verse that.
And I don't know. We just read this in Exodus the other day. I don't know where you get that from. When the judges are appointed, they're to help Moses because Moses is taking all the law from God and he's giving it to the people. And he's standing there with his arms up, and they have to help him hold his arms up. And then his father says, we're going to appoint some judges, one for every 1,000 men, one for every 100 men, and one for every 10 men. And God never says anything against this. It actually says that this is part of God's.
You have to go fast forward in the Old Testament, Josh. You have to go a little fast forward in the Testament. Okay?
But I'm talking about the beginning. I'm talking about when it all started.
But see, here's the problem. What you're not understanding. The judges had become corrupted. The judges were doing wrong.
Okay. Yeah. And when our laws and our government become corrupt.
People were entrusted with the authority of God and they did the wrong. What? That's shocking.
No, when our authorities and our laws and our judges become corrupt, then that's because that's what we deserve at that time. So when America had Biden for 4 years, we deserved that because America was screwed up. It's not because
based on that, right?
Oh my gosh.
That structure. Like
we get what we deserve.
I don't know about all that.
If the people are willing to appoint somebody like Joe Biden, then our country is screwed up. And we need to suffer for a while. We need to suffer for a while. And then we're going to come to our senses and we're going to tighten up. That's the strong men.
We have to suffer now because
strong men create good times and good time, blah, blah, blah. That's that thing.
Oh, man. Oh, I'm sorry.
What? It's funny, but what's the rebuttal?
But there is no need to rebuttal on that because you're taking in a completely.
Because you can't.
No, I can. You just didn't let me, and that's fine. You want to?
I'm not stopping you. Go ahead.
No, I want to hear it. Like in America, we had. I told you because you said, "Where is that in the Bible?" And I said it goes later. So much later, when they wanted a king. And why did they want a king? Were they right about the judges being wrong or being corrupt? Yes, they were. But the reason why they wanted a king is because they wanted to have a kingdom.
But are you saying it was not ordained?
God did not have them.
The judges were appointed in Exodus, one over every 1,000 men, one over every 100 men, and one over every 10 men.
We're talking. I'm not talking about when the judges are appointed. I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, but see, that's
so you're jumping to later.
No.
I'm going to the very beginning when they first got appointed.
Now you don't want me to now this is where you don't want me to rebuttal. So if you don't want me to rebuttal, just keep on.
Go ahead.
Because I'm referring to a point in time. Because I was the original person that brought up the judges, and then you go, well, what about in the beginning? Okay, well, I didn't mention in the beginning. I'm mentioning a specific.
I know you're skipping ahead.
No. I'm specifically mentioning a time when Israel decided to actually want a king.
Okay,
which would be a hierarchical form of system of government.
And when does that happen? In like First Kings or somewhere around Solomon?
That was in the book of.
It's in Judges.
No, Judges.
It's in, or it might. I think Judges 7 is the one I'm thinking of, but let me double check.
Okay, but at that point, there are already judges appointed.
Right. And they weren't doing their job. They were being corrupt. And the people were crying out for a more fair system, or a better, or more, what they thought was a more moral system. And they thought a king would give that better to them.
But you
And
see
they
how
said,
hard-headed Israel is. They're constantly going in and
right.
out. So they're gonna get it's cyclical. They're gonna get periods where there's
But
bad
why is
judges
that?
and good judges, and bad
Well, it's
kings
not
and
just
good
that.
kings, and
It's
bad
not just that.
politicians
It's not
and
just
good politicians.
Because if you want to go back to Moses, then let's go back to Moses. What was the whole reason why Ten Commandments was given to them? Is because as soon as they were free, as soon as they had freedom, they went back
They
to
started
their
turning on
ways.
God. As soon
They
as
started turning back on God, and they started creating what? Physical idols, physical manifestations of God. Okay? And so you could argue, I would argue, that certain types of hierarchical systems, when they are abused the way they are, become themselves an idol. So that's the point.
Yeah, they
God
can. You're right.
gave them freedom. That he wanted us to have freedom. So the whole point of having a hierarchical system would be if it was in line with the
But just
natural,
pointing to a bad
natural,
hierarchical system does
the
not
natural
nullify the fact that there could be a good hierarchical system.
I'm not saying it does.
So you're
But
throwing the baby
I,
out with the bathwater. You're
no,
saying
no.
there's some bad examples of politics and government, so let's just
No.
get rid of all of it.
What I'm saying is that hierarchical systems, the way they've allowed to being adapted and the way they've evolved, are inconsistent with the system and the means of which God presented his idea of the kingdom of heaven on earth.
There's even hierarchies among the angels.
Okay, but we don't. We're not told why that is or how that is, and that's kind of immaterial to what government has to do. Because again, that ranking, there's nothing wrong with God giving ranking, right? The whole problem with hierarchical authority is when it says or believes that it has an authority where it may not have the mandate for the authority. That would be the argument against it, right? And the argument for it would be, well, we do have that authority. That authority was bestowed at this point in this time, and that for people who are support that, that's what they would claim. I would claim that before you go back and you look at how that authority was structured, it wasn't structured the way that it has developed today, and it can't be comparative. And so the idea of you saying, well, are you against God, or you're against hierarchical systems, or you're against types of authority?
I'm not saying you're against God. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, but that's the problem that people get into, is they get into all of these things about what they think anarchism means versus the critique of anarchism from a Christian perspective when it comes to pseudo hierarchy, which would be against the authority and the autonomy of God.
But
authority of God.
But you agree that there are hierarchies in families?
Because God established that, yes.
Okay. And then as we branch out from families, should there be a hierarchy in a small community?
Usually there is, right? I mean, there's always been throughout time. There's always been like the Cold War.
Okay, so let's keep extrapolating outward.
Right.
Populations grow.
So what happens?
Now there should be somebody in charge of the 10, somebody in charge of the 100, somebody in charge of the 1,000.
Well, it's not whether there should be someone in charge. That's the wrong misunderstanding of that.
Yeah, that's not the problem.
That's where the authoritarian in you is coming out of. So because that's the whole point. Someone's got to be in charge. Well, no, there's an understanding that somebody will.
Then let's call it a judge.
There's someone that will. I have no problem with calling it a judge, because that was in fact, when we're talking about Israel, that was the way in which God originally wanted it to happen. You could say, right, that
so all we do is we're just playing semantics games. We're just giving it instead of calling it a judge, we call it a governor, we call it a senator, we call it a president.
Now what you're saying,
we call it a king, we call it a dictator, we call it a.
What you're conflating is definitions with what they actually are versus what they are not, and this is the problem. And again, that now we're getting into a system. Now the argument is, well, you just don't like any type of authority.
How about in a business?
But there is authority in business. The
And
person who
I
formed
know
that
there
business.
is. I know.
Yeah.
Do you have a
Right.
problem with that?
No, why do you think I would have a problem with that?
You got a problem with that, dog?
This is why anarchy doesn't make any damn sense.
Bro.
Because
No,
in
because you
families
don't
you don't want
understand.
anarchy.
Wait,
In corporations you
maybe.
don't want anarchy. And then
Yeah,
you
but
pretty much just conceded that
No,
in
do you not
governments we don't want anarchy.
do
So
you not
where's this
understand?
anarchy?
You
you're not
clearly are
understanding.
obfuscating what I'm saying.
James, I'm understanding everything he's saying, and I'm rebuttaling him.
No,
So
you're
No, you're not.
terrible
Not from his angle.
okay, go ahead. You handle it, James. You take care of this. You got it.
Well, from his angle, the thing is, it's not the authority that's the problem. It's the fact of who's
I've
placing
I've done the
authority and
eternal
the fact
critiques,
that it's
James.
corrupt.
I was a little anarchist when I was in middle school too.
I love this. I
I
love
was
how
a
he
little
does.
punk rocker skater, and I listened to the
love how he
Ramones,
does.
and I had
I love how
anarchy and the okay. I used to be all about that life.
I love how Josh does all the time, where he loves trying to belittle you, and then like
not
when you make a
belittling.
comment,
I'm
little
belittling your
factual
ideology.
logic,
I'm not
then
He's a
belittling
bully,
he
dude.
gets like triggered
He's
by it,
bullying.
right?
Everybody didn't do what you did, Josh, or think the way you thought.
Josh, stop bullying, dude. Everyone's
Yeah,
getting bullied
quit
here.
bullying me, dude. Yeah, you
Stop
big bully.
Stop
Gosh,
bullying
you're such
everybody.
a
Stop
fucking
bullying.
bully. I came all the way up on this panel just to tell you,
Yeah, me
stop bullying me, Josh. You're such a bully.
He
bro.
bullied me all my life, this guy.
Damn, Josh.
I believe it.
Is that true,
You
dude?
see a sweet-faced
Yeah,
man like John, and you go, "I'm gonna take advantage of that."
He used to
Yeah,
beat
you're
me,
fucking
dude.
bully, bro.
He
Dude,
used to beat my ass.
maybe because he sees my heart for squirrels and he just has to open up on it, you know.
Yeah, you did show weakness there, John.
I know.
No, what I said in the
God
Discord, I think is
I'm
that
making a point there versus what Josh is doing, which is that I'm okay with people giving me crap for what I say and what I do and what I think. Josh actually doesn't want people to actually give him crap for it. He wants people to actually think.
you
that
can
what
give
he's
me
saying
crap.
That's the consequences
What do you
of the
mean?
choices you made.
Exactly.
I don't care if people give me crap.
That was so
I'm just
good,
better at
Crazy.
it.
No, you're not. You're not.
You're just better at
Well,
it.
I'm the
Wow,
one getting
that's
called a
cocky.
bully. Apparently, I'm a bully.
You're not a bully. You said you were a
That's
Take
bully.
my
cocky
damn milk
saying
money.
you're better at something.
I've told John
Hey.
we are two sides of the same coin. People like him are necessary, and people like me are necessary, and we're gonna argue. But if we're both given equal power over ruling all the land, me and John are both given the magical wand of power, and we get to decide everything. But we're equally powerful, and we have to work together. When we have a disagreement, I'm gonna win because I'm gonna pick up the sword.
Yeah. And you can feel that way because your whole idea. When I read the verse and it says, "Why gain the world when you can lose your soul?" You're like, "Bitch, I'm gaining the world." So
what?
You know, and if you want to,
That's something a bully would say.
I
Josh.
never said
You want to take,
bitch.
you want to take the Andrew Wilson approach to this and say, "Yeah, bitch, we're gonna go." Fine, that's fine. You can do that. You could find. The Bible often says, "What is foolish, what is wise to God is foolish to men," and what is
Yeah,
foolish
and you
to
don't
men-
know how to use no sword, JS.
Yeah, bitch bully.
Bro, I'm
Yeah.
sorted up.
You can make fun of me all you want.
Bitch, you don't know how to use a sword.
Nobody's making fun of you.
Yeah,
I'm not bullying.
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying you can take your digs at me and you can say whatever you're gonna say, but at the end of the day, all it comes down to is you're now doing the cheap parlor tricks, and congratulations.
Yeah, no more Mr. Nice John.
You'll probably get 2, 3, or 4,000 more subs out of it. So congratulations. You should make it.
Yeah, let's
And
go.
he's been
Rift it up.
publicly humiliated for the very last time.
There you go.
No more
There you go.
swirlies,
Do what you
willies, or
gotta
any of
do.
that shit, dude.
Do what you gotta do. Okay.
I'm trying to grift here.
Do what you gotta do, Griff. Griff.
Bitch bully. That's what he
But
is.
when I examine my heart and I examine the things of what I am holding firm to, and I look at what I try to value, and I'll say, okay, I think that this is obviously I'll have to be okay with whatever decisions that I.
But like you posted a thing in my Discord the other day, and it was a meme about shame.
and you
Yes.
said facts, and it said
Yes.
it said shame is not Christian. It's not a Christian belief, and
isn't.
blah blah
It
blah
isn't.
blah blah. What do you mean? It's in there. Paul is shaming all these. He says this is for your shame. You need to turn back to God. Shame is a godly thing. We're
No, it's not.
supposed to
Not the,
use
not the way
shame.
not the way it's being done these days. No.
Okay, well, see now you're qualifying it with extra things like. But shame in general,
Oh,
shame
no,
is
well,
not.
but
There's
that's
nothing
what
wrong with shaming, and we should have shame when we're sinful,
No.
and
No.
that will turn us from that sin.
No,
That will
no, it's
convict
not shame.
us.
That's not what convicts you. No. No.
Okay, well, then you're disagreeing with Paul in the Bible. Like,
Okay, fine. That's your position.
it's not my
Man,
position.
Paul,
That's your position.
Paul's a
and I'm
known
disagreeing
liar.
with
That
Paul.
motherfucker said he
That's
could
your
shoot
position.
powers from
That's
his
your position. That I'm
fingertips.
disagreeing with Paul. That's fine.
What about when
Yeah,
Jesus?
dude, Paul sounds like a bully too, dude.
Jesus
Paul's
shames
the
people.
wizard fighter.
Jesus is a bully. Jesus
I
out
think
here
what you're
shaming
understanding
people.
here
He's
is
out here
Paul,
whipping people in the church. He's out here being a
When did he
bully.
whip-
He's
tables,
saying,
dude?
When did he whip
sell
people
your
in the
cloak and
church?
buy
They
a
didn't-
sword.
They didn't have a church
He
in
did
the
it one
first
Paul's
time,
writings were so
Wow.
shit. They were literally like, we're not putting this in the Bible.
Oh
And
my
this is the
god.
thing. There's
You can't put this in the Bible.
There's a verse, and I can't think of the verse, and I can't find the verse, and maybe it's not a verse, maybe it's a quote. But there's something that says there's two ways to minister. You can minister with love and kindness and a soft-spoken voice, or you can minister with the sword and with fire and brimstone and with wrath.
Yeah, that's the Baptist in you. That's the Baptist in you.
Well,
So,
but it says both ways.
that's-
Both ways are valid, and both
That's
ways
why- that's
are
why
going to
we-
reach different
That's
people.
why when I go to a Lutheran church, we talk about the law and gospel. And the law convicts you, not because it's like, you're a fucking degen, motherfucker. You get your shit correct, or the fucking government, when Daddy Trump is in office,
Right.
is going to go. No. It's not how it works.
That's how bullies
but
minister,
see,
dude.
The law is
the
about
difference
showing
between
you your
the difference
sin.
between me and you is I see that both of them work for different types of people at different times. There's a time for both of those things, and both are valid in the right time for the right person.
I believe in law
But
and
you
gospel.
think
Shaming is not
you
law.
think the way
Shaming is
you
not
think
law.
the other way is totally invalid.
No, I don't. I never said anything.
Like you totally forget about the other like
No, I haven't. You're
you
making
focus
these
on the
things-
love and you forget about the wrath.
No, not you. This is your assumption. This is your assumption.
Okay, well, if I'm wrong, then I'm
Right.
assuming. But
Because to me,
that's
I
what it
believe
seems
I
like.
believe the law of God is so damn convicting. I don't need extra levels of morality or government ordinances to shame me into actual thinking.
But
I
the
thought we've
government-
talked about this before
government's
too.
in
I
the-
thought we said that if something is contradictory in the New Testament to the Old Testament, you would take the beliefs of the New Testament because that's the teachings of Christ.
Who said that?
Who me?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we had this conversation before. Like
Yeah.
if they're like if it's like eye for an eye versus like turn the
Then
cheek
No.
the other way, you would go for turn the cheek
not even what
because
he's
that's
saying.
the teachings of Christ.
No, what I said was the eye for an eye is for the government and for the law. So in Paul, when he writes about you need to fear the government because they're appointed by God and they're there to wield the sword against wrongdoers. So the government, so instead of if somebody smacks me in my face, I turn the other cheek. But then the government's going to come in and punish that person. And that's all that's consistent with the Old Testament.
Government. The eye for an eye had to do with servants.
Okay, thanks, James.
How they treat their servants. If you read it within the context.
No, James, you're wrong. But anyway,
Read the context of where?
yeah, I just read it the other day, and we went over this just like a couple days ago. So there's little symbols that show that things are breaking off. It's not all about servants in Exodus 21.
It's not, but there's various laws that
He's doing it,
go
John.
on that part.
Do you think don't
Various
suffer a witch to live?
John, he's doing it.
You think
Yeah,
don't
but there's
suffer a
various
witch to live is
laws.
about
that
Make it
part.
weird.
I'm saying is within the context of servants. That part in particular.
He's about to have a heart attack.
Yeah, John.
Yo, it's
John,
funny,
come
dude.
on back. What the hell? You all right, dude?
Josh, quit bullying James, dude. He's trying to get some input in here.
Go ahead, James.
I also play COD, so I can't have talk right now.
Oh, so he's up on panel playing video games. What a dick.
Exodus
Come on,
21
man.
talks
Yeah,
about
yeah.
servants
I
until
might
about
as well
verse
do something to keep
14,
myself
and then
busy.
it goes to other things, and then it goes back to servants, and then it goes to other things like don't suffer a witch to live is in Exodus 21. That's not talking about servants. Like so
Yeah, but
there's
again,
this
I'm
little
talking about
symbol
the part
there,
about
and
the
it's like
eye for an
bullet
eye,
points.
not the witch and all that. I'm talking about the eye for an eye.
Yes,
If
and
you literally read it, eye for an eye is talking about servants.
yes, and then it talks about
Talks
eye
about
for an eye
releasing
again when
them
you're talking
if they
about another
lose an
man,
eye
your
or
neighbor.
whatever.
It talks about your
Fire.
neighbor. Your neighbor, you punish an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. And then Jesus says, you heard it said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I say, turn the other cheek. He's talking about on a personal level. And the way I explain this is when you see a family and their kid gets murdered and they go into the courtroom and they say, we forgive you. We forgive you to the murderer. But then the judge steps in and says that person's getting the death penalty. So that's how this all makes sense. The authorities are there to punish the wrongdoer, but we should still love the wrongdoer.
It's the law of the land, not the law of the Bible. That's what society decided to do with that murderer. Right?
What's your point?
What's my point?
Yeah.
I've just heard what you said and I reacted. That's my point. It makes no sense.
The Bible talks about the law of the land.
Okay. And we're going to follow it, right? Right?
Yeah.
Well, what's they forgive him in court, right?
John's
what does that have
dying,
to do
dude.
with-
Huh?
Just forget it. Go on. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're.
Yeah, I'll come back to it. I'll get it together.
We have to love our enemy and we love our neighbor. But we also have systems in place, biblically, that will punish the wrongdoer. Why is he like crack? John, you're kind of like.
Because you should believe those systems are bad then if you're a Christian. Like you said, it's his personal belief, but Christianity is the belief and teachings of Christ.
Government systems
it's following
can be
his
bad.
teachings.
Yes, government systems can be bad. Yeah.
Like when he says, I believe turning a cheek is better than eye for an eye, to be a Christian then would be to follow that belief. Like you're following the beliefs of Christ.
Exactly.
I'm right now, I'm trying to take something that people who don't believe in any of this would call a contradiction. And I'm trying to justify why it's not a contradiction. So if you can do better, John, go ahead.
No, I think you're doing a good job. I mean, I forgot where in
Because
Leviticus,
a few verses later, he says, sell your garment and buy a sword. He says the government is there to punish wrongdoers. The government is there to wield the sword, fear the authorities, because they're there appointed by God to punish the wrongdoer.
Why?
Why? Because
why does the Bible say that that especially in the New Testament when he talks about the purpose
it's not
of government?
just in the New Testament; it's in the Old Testament too.
But I'm specifically mentioning a specific point in the New Testament when it talks about a terror to the conscience. Why does it say that?
I'm not sure what part that. I'm not sure exactly. Okay. A terror to the conscience. Where is it? It's not taking 2 Corinthians 5:11.
Who were they buying swords to go against? Were these people all buying?
We're talking about Romans 13, which is what every authoritarian loves to use to try to mandate that Christians be a little simp to government. Okay.
Oh, so who's the one who's the bully and the one that's taking shots out? A little simp. The authorities be a little simp.
Come on, man.
Who's
John, what we say about
now?
bullying, man? There's no more bullying.
Only I'm a bully. Oh.
I never called you a bully.
I said we gotta stop the bullying.
It's just a little pop shot. I mean,
Therefore, knowing the fear of the Lord, we persuade others. But what we are is known to God, and I hope it is known also to your conscience. Is that what you're talking about?
I believe it's Romans 7.
James, I wasn't trying to do an impersonation of you. I was doing an impersonation of the video of the little black kid that's like some school project where they're like, stop the bullying. The bullying needs to stop now.
Okay, so this is why you pay taxes.
And then
For
he-
the
and then he gets
authorities
bullied
are
after the
God's
speech.
servants who give their full time to governing, which doesn't happen these days as much. To give to everyone you owe them. If you pay them taxes, right? Oh, here it goes. It's in 4. So for the one in authority is God's servant for your own good. But if you do wrong, be afraid, for rulers do not bear the sword for no reason.
This
They're
is
God's
what
servants.
have been talking about. Yeah.
But I'm asking you why he's saying this.
It's talking about that.
Because
This
it's
is
a matter of conscience. Because
right, but this is what
people-
I'm saying. The judges, which are appointed in the Old Testament, just like the authorities in our modern day world,
Yes.
because there's nothing new under the sun.
Yes.
They are the ones who are appointed to dole out punishment for wrongdoers.
And no one's saying that they shouldn't have been.
Right, and that's how I'm saying.
Right,
Jesus
but you're-
says,
but
"Turn the other
conflating
cheek."
You're conflating the judges to being
So-
pro hierarchy versus anarchy.
Yeah, they're-
and I'm
nobody
saying
said they were
Yeah, it's
moral,
inherently
really.
it's
No,
inherently
it's
not
it's
anarchic.
It's not
It's
hierarchical
like-
either. It's not hierarchical either.
It is like literally
No,
hierarchical.
no, it's not hierarchical. No, it's not.
It is okay.
No,
By whose
it isn't.
standard?
Not the way you think it means. No.
So are you converted, James? Now are you now the Christian anarchist, or you just like to agree with John because you don't want to agree with me on something?
I don't know, John.
But
is,
if Andrew Wilson here was saying exactly what I was saying, James would be riding his nuts so hard.
Well, you were saying when you were
no,
just doing what Andrew Wilson was
everything
doing.
Andrew
Come
says,
on.
Yeah. Everybody knows that.
Nut
I'm
rider.
right.
I don't get everything
Yeah.
Andrew says. I don't.
But if
Yes,
it's
James
between
is
me and
also
John and I'm
considering
saying things,
being an
really doesn't know
orthodox.
me that well. He thinks I
So
agree with
those in the
everything
room now
Andrew
weren't
says.
paying attention to the context
James,
of the verse.
what's one thing that Andrew has said that you disagree with? One thing.
What? Well, I can't think of anything right off the top of my head. But
Right, exactly. Nothing. Not one fucking thing. Yes,
And
right.
so if this
you know
was
how much
if this
Andrew
was
has
a
said?
debate with John and
Do you know how much
Andrew about
Andrew has
Christian
said?
authoritarianism, James
Like-
would totally agree with Andrew. But now that it's a debate between me and John about Christian authoritarianism, and
How
I'm
do you
making
know?
a lot of the same
How do
points,
you know? I don't know what Andrew's point
and
of
James
view
wants to argue with me.
precisely
See,
on.
bro.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
authoritarian. Like, I don't
and
know
actually,
Andrew's
Josh
exactly
is
what
making a lot of the same things that he says. So
And I'm not
he's right
copying
about
Andrew because we've had this discussion before. You had that.
No,
debate
but you
with
were
Andrew.
copying him when you said the magic wand, right? Like he's used that before in his arguments, and so that's
I
what
got
he is.
the magic wand from him.
Yeah. So,
but
and you try to
we've
smoke
had this
cigarettes on
conversation.
stream like him.
We had that conversation before you had that debate with Andrew, and he said a lot of the same things that I had already said to you.
Well, it doesn't matter because
I'm not saying he watched it and got it from
Yeah,
me. It's just
no,
because
Whenever
this is
Josh
the-
be feeling himself smoking a cigarette, whenever Josh be
both-
feeling
you
himself
both-
smoking a cigarette on
both
stream,
adhere
he
to
starts striking
hierarchical-
Andrew Wilson poses.
You both adhere to hierarchical Christianity, but at least with Andrew, he
So
actually
Josh
is-
can't say anything about
as
me.
well, but at least with Andrew, he authentically belongs to a community that is hierarchical. So I'll give him that.
Oh, okay.
All right, just admit it. You all love Andrew Wilson. If you guys would have like a destiny sex relationship
I
with this
don't
man.
love Andrew Wilson. What are you talking about?
Yeah, now Drew's bullying, dude. What the fuck, man?
What
I mean,
community I belong
right.
to doesn't matter if my arguments are still better than yours.
But what he doesn't understand, what Josh doesn't understand, what I'm saying here is the point of this verse that I'm saying is that the government, the idea of government and the idea of punishing and all this and hierarchical is that it should be a terror to people who would break the law. However, if God wants us to give respect and honor to people who it is due, therefore, he has an expectation that we as individuals would have that ability, that autonomy, and that choice. We don't do that because of our sin. And so therefore, it's not shaming people into some type of moral authoritarianism that's going to make them do that. It's going to be showing them the word of God that does that. That's what my point is. That it's a terror for those who would do bad. Why? Because they are not one with God. So that can be misconstrued all the live long day, and that's fine. I'm making my point. I've made my point. It's pretty damn clear what my point is. If you don't have your head up your asshole, I mean,
Oh, it's clear.
that hierarchy is only the only authentic form of hierarchy is the form which God gives. However, not everyone that takes that authority, and usually a lot of the people who want authority are the worst type of people to have authority. So
Look, it's Andrew Wilson, guys. Look.
where
Huh?
at?
What?
Oh, JS smoking a cigarette. I was just kidding.
Oh, that was funny, Goo. That was really funny, Goo. He's got to do the close-in though, right?
Why does everyone think that you're me?
Yeah, I don't know why. Why does everybody think that Rob sounds like Goon? They sound like completely
I don't
different people.
I don't know why people.
I think
keep
it's because we
laughing
have the
Goon sound
same
like they
sense of
don't.
humor.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
you guys
probably.
you
We
both
both
have
do
that
like
really
quick
giant sense of
quips.
Because there's
Yeah.
only 10 voices. Goon and Rob have the same
We're both
voice.
very quippy people.
Stepfire, Elderline, King Blackout, they all have a different voice category. They're in one of the voice categories.
It's the tone.
Voice
It's
category.
it's vocal tone that you're talking about.
It's the
Not
tonality,
necessarily
guys.
in voice. I would argue yes, it's vocal
Inflection.
tone.
It's inflection.
Absolutely. Yeah.
The timbre. That's a real word. I'm not stupid.
What's chat talking about? W chair.
How stupid.
Chair. All
Oh, Sweater is answering for you, James. James is pro
But
death
he's-
penalty. Andrew is not.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
James
I'm
is about to
pro-death
change his mind.
I just said
I can
today
answer for James. James
on
is pro death penalty.
Twitter,
Andrew is not.
make
Yeah.
death penalty great.
Because most Christians
I literally
aren't.
just
Oh,
said
you
that
did.
today.
Most Christians aren't pro death penalty unless you're a Protestant type of person that is like, yeah, the government should be able to do whatever the hell it wants. Mm-hmm.
See, I'm more Lutheran on the whole death penalty thing.
But John, what
I don't
about
know.
kids with pew pews?
Lutheran actually believe that the government can.
See, so if I look up what percentage
So-
of Christians are
so,
pro
hold
death
on.
penalty,
Hold on, James.
and then it
You
shows
believe
that more,
you're for the death
you're
penalty?
going to say those aren't real
It's
Christians. You're
all
going to do a no true
Christianity. It's
Scotsman.
Lutheran.
No, I'm not.
It's
I
not
just
biblical.
Right. Yeah, no, James.
66% of Catholics support the death penalty. 71% of Protestants support the death penalty. So
That's wild to me.
the majority
how
of
can-
Christians
how can you-
on
how can you-
all
how
in
can
all
you-
denominations are pro death penalty. So that's wrong.
How can you be pro death penalty in the same stance and then say you're pro life or you're against abortion at the same time?
Wait a minute.
Still
Whoa,
killing
whoa,
people.
whoa.
There's a
Being-
difference
I know,
between
King,
killing
I
an
know.
innocent child and killing someone who forfeited their right to life
Yeah.
by committing a
Yeah,
crime.
but how
Yeah.
do
You see, King?
you
You see what this is? It's not
how do
pro life
you-
versus pro death. It's pro life.
You-
how do you have a
If
choice?
you
I'm
appease
a,
the
wait, I'm a
government, whether you have or not.
Let me make this
Bible,
argument
you're
though,
gonna
because this
find
has
a
always been the
lot of pro
stupidest
death
fucking
penalty
argument. The inverse to the conservative opinion is that you think killing babies is okay, but killing murderers isn't. Like that is the opposite. And then the idea is to crazy make the idea of killing murderers but not killing babies.
But I'm not even
Like
like
not
super
killing
solid on
babies
it,
and
'cause
killing
I've had-
murderers makes way more sense.
I'll even go one step further.
I've
and
had
say,
that same thought. I've
you're-
thought it's
if
not our
you're
job
for
to
the
kill, it's
death
God's
penalty-
job to kill, and we shouldn't.
Right, and if you're
Well,
if
wait
you're
a
for the
minute.
death
Wait a
penalty,
minute.
I'll go,
So
hold on, James. Shut up, James. 1 second. If you're for the death penalty, I'll go one step further and say that in that same logic, then you should be for assisted medical deletion because it runs on the same level.
no.
Yes, it does.
I'm not okay with a
That's
doctor
blank
killing
logic.
somebody.
No,
I'm just saying that that position makes more sense than the
Let
inverse.
me make my point. Let me make my fucking point.
Let him make his point.
Let him land the plane. Let him land the plane.
Because it's the exact same concept. If you want to say that God put these judges in place to determine if people are going to live or die, and you want to say that God was the one who gave them this power, then it'd be the same difference if you said that you had a medically board that would decide when these people would die through medical assisted death
It would be the same. It'd be the same logic because then you're saying that God is the one who instills it in these people.
Right. Okay. So here's the thing: if you want to do a medically assisted suicide, here's what you should do: you should go out and murder a bunch of people, and then we'll medically assist in your suicide.
No, JS. How about we not do
There you go.
that?
Now it's
and
I think
optimal way to do
I think
that,
you're
dude.
missing King's point, and King's point is when it becomes a function of pragmatism within the government to then dole out punishment in the most pragmatic way, then you can't make a moral statement on whether the government should have a stance on a pragmatic approach to people who want to off themselves.
Precisely.
I think you can make arguments
that?
for why the death penalty wouldn't be alive.
Suicide is a misnomer. It's actually it's medical murder.
Medically assisted death.
It's medical assisted.
wait a
The
minute,
doctor is
bro.
murdering the person.
So you're telling me
sometimes.
Murder.
You're telling me. Wait a minute. So you're telling me that
the malicious intent
God
is this person told me they want to die, so I'm going to kill them. That's forethought. That's malicious forethought to kill them.
Towards the end,
murder.
Towards the end of death, you'd be surprised when they start dialing back the oxygen levels on somebody who's literally just living on an oxygen tank. What do you think they're doing?
Yeah, my dad died of
Suffered really
cancer
bad.
3 years ago, and he had it for 6 years, and he was suffering for 6 years.
Yep.
Couldn't leave the bed, and but I still don't think that the doctor should go in and kill them.
So
and,
yes.
and if you bring up the cutting off life support thing, that's a bad argument too, because they're artificially being
get in here.
they're artificially
I'm not
being kept alive. Like
not even necessarily not even life support. The fact is so my father-in-law died of cancer. He died in our living room. We watched him take his last breath. And it got to the point for those last couple of weeks, he was, in all essences, he was completely gone. His eyes were pretty much open the entire time. But he was still breathing. So what they told us to do is dial back the oxygen, and then he would stop breathing.
But what about while his eyes were closed, he was having an experience that you couldn't possibly fathom, and he was getting to know God.
He 100.
What if this doctor came in and killed him before he got to have that experience?
Hold on. Those experiences, I would argue at that point in time, those experiences were just drug delusions that were put on by the heavy amounts of drugs that they give you at the end of your life to keep you comfortable. Most of the people who experience this like afterlife stuff, like my mom died 6 months later from cancer. And little did we know, like she experienced all like the hearing voices, seeing family members and things like that. She experienced that a month before she passed. So well before she was even diagnosed with cancer, before she knew what was happening, and then she had strokes in the hospital and it took her out completely. All that shit. But from what I hear and from my experience from people who are towards the end of death stuff, that revelation to God happens well before end of life. And that's why they're so comfortable.
And I shouldn't have even said what I said because Daddy Jobs is here now, and I don't want to talk about.
Can I say this? Would they have lived that long without?
Well, we could talk about the topic, but not
anything?
the specific situation.
Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah,
and he was.
Does that make sense?
We're good.
Well,
yeah. What was that? Sorry, are you?
So when they removed the machine, I mean, they were taking away something they had already gave. So they maybe shouldn't interfere.
Sorry, Daddy Joe. We were talking about pussy ass little bitches.
Are
We
you?
didn't want you to get sensitive the second
Exactly,
you
dude.
joined. So,
I agree. The unnatural part of it is keeping them alive.
Yep.
It's the natural thing is to let them go. So it's
It's a
you're
natural
interfering by keeping them
See,
alive versus
at
the
that point, right? But
I
that
agree.
point,
they're suffering.
it became a thing of comfort because when you get to the end of life,
with what?
When you get to the end of life, when they stop doing what do they call preventative care and they move into palliative care. Palliative, it's literally they're just drugging you up to make you comfortable. So then they give you oxygen and they give you drugs and all these things, and then you become more of a.
But not doing that, not hooking somebody up to a machine and keeping them alive, is not medically assisted suicide.
Nope. It's very hard to do. I
That's
mean, it's very
just
hard not
that's
to
just
do.
letting them die naturally.
Yeah, they should. I agree
Right.
with
So then
medically
why?
assisted suicide.
So do I. They're suffering. It's sadistic to keep
Right.
them alive in a lot of cases. Honestly, just
And
just so that the family who's
the
not feeling the
memories,
pain is
the
comfortable.
memories. Okay, put it this way: you will always have the good memories. I'll give you that. You will always have the good
Yeah.
memories with them, but you will never forget.
Okay, hold on.
You will never forget.
You agree?
You will
You
never
agree with
forget
medically assisted suicide? Do
Right.
you agree with if somebody's dying? Do you agree with holding a pillow over their head?
If that's what they want, hell yeah.
That's what they want. Yeah.
If they're in pain and they ask me to do that, yeah,
But
I'd do it.
I would definitely like put them in a car with their favorite album running in a garage or something
Yeah,
like
hell
that.
yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Pillows
Way more.
fuck
Way
me
more.
up.
I don't know. Life
If I'm-
goes
if I'm
sideways.
actually
There's
on
a couple
fire, please
people I
put me
might
out.
put pillows over their heads anyways.
And to the guy who was
Okay.
saying the happy memory thing, it's my experience that the less desirable memories can really wedge themselves in the longer you're experiencing it.
Exactly. That was my whole point, Daddy Job. Is you will always have those happy memories, but you will never forget the bad. That last month of life, that will never leave you. That the things that you see, that
See,
the
you guys
person that you
might
love,
end up
the person that you
being able
came
to
from,
change my mind
person
on
that-
this one.
the
but-
person that you watched, the person that you came from, suffering, and every word of the gospel, where they're mumbling to
breath is
themselves, they're
agony.
twitching, they're jerking, like, and you just have to watch.
And now this is a fallacy, but I'm gonna say, doesn't this lead to a snowball effect where we see what we see in Canada, where there's like 28-year-olds who are totally healthy, but they're depressed, and they're like, I want to off myself.
Not okay.
Okay, no.
Yeah,
See, I would put the benchmark. I would
Because it's a
specifically
fallacy, but we see it happening. It does
no.
happen.
Okay,
it has to be a terminal illness.
The problem in Canada is they went way too far. They need to have it. Where
that's the problem.
It only goes for the people who move. Okay, so at a point in time, whenever you have these like terminal illnesses, at a certain point in time, new people come in that don't have fucking lab coats. They're not doctors. That's called your palliative care team. That's the end of life. That's when they come to you and they tell you, all right, we're done. We can't help you. We're not going to save you. Now we're just going to make you comfortable. At that point in time, that's when you have to talk about, do you want to end
And
your
by
life?
making them comfortable, they mean putting them on a bunch of drugs.
Exactly.
1,000%.
Yeah.
Usually morphine. Lots and lots of morphine.
We don't want to see our loved
opiates.
ones suffer, man. We just
Okay.
Yeah,
don't.
that good
Exactly.
shit, dude.
See,
And
I can.
They don't want to suffer either.
Yes.
I can find no. I can find middle ground on this, and I can agree. I can.
We'll put it this way.
I'm just thinking about when we legalize medically assisted suicide, what it leads to with dumb fucks who are anxious.
I agree.
I know. Well, that's not okay. I agree. That's not okay. Yeah.
I completely agree with that because of what happened in Canada. It's a super slippery slope. I am not for nor against it. I can just see either side of it. That's the way I look at it. Because I've gone through it, so I can empathize with the situation, but at the same time, I'm not for any death in any way. So like I'm totally against the death penalty, 1,000%. Pro-life, the only time, and it's the only time that I would ever say that it's okay.
Unless they want to die, then you're okay.
If the mother was going to be hurt. What do you mean? If they want to die,
you're against the death penalty. You're against abortion, but
Right.
if they want to die and they're
terminally
suffering,
ill.
then it's okay.
No.
to kill them.
I said
Not because they're nervous and shaking.
I'm not necessarily agreeing with that. I'm just saying I can understand and I make the argument for that. That doesn't mean that's my viewpoint. I'm not for medically assisted death at all. But I like toying with that. Right. I like you. I kind of fall in the middle there. And what really got me excited about like arguing it out is when people bring up the death penalty, because especially when they're super hard Christians like James and they're for the death penalty, then I'm like, how can you say one is okay and one is not? Because either way, you're letting man take life. And
I'm not for the death penalty at all.
I'm not letting man.
Hold on, James. In your worldview as a Christian, there's only one person who has that job, and that's God, not man.
No.
So you have no right to take. And how are you to say that person who murderer, rapist, whatever they are, how are you to say that they are beyond saving? That's not your judgment call to make. That's
Fact
God's
is, they could have
judgment.
been
But
saved a second
that's
after that
not
happened.
well. Hold on a minute. I wanna
Go on, James.
address this point
Yeah, go ahead, James.
because technically God appointed man to make the judgment. In Genesis, he talked about it. The death penalty was initiated in Genesis through the Noahic covenant.
Where in
And
Genesis? Where in Genesis?
also again, it was addressed in the Mosaic covenant.
In Exodus, and it's
Where in Genesis is the death penalty?
Hey,
Which-
JS, I have a
It's
question.
it's right there at the very end of where the flood, where he's actually making the covenant with Noah. It talks about if a man's blood is shed by another man, then that man's blood should be shed.
I mean, it's all throughout the Old Testament. When
It's all throughout
God
it.
commands people to go in, the Amalekites, the
Right, the Canaanites.
Sodom and Gomorrah is God doing it, but God commands men to go out and kill everybody. Multiple
Judges
times.
are told to judge
Yeah.
amongst the Israelites.
Hey,
Yes, and it's
And
established courts in the
how about
Noahic
this?
covenant.
If there was no death penalty, Christ wouldn't have been crucified. Maybe that's a stretch. That popped into my head, but
Okay, that's that. I mean,
That's a
I
big
think
stretch.
yeah, they misunderstood why he was there. They misunderstood the
but
Messiah. so that's
regardless,
why
he
was
got
crucified.
sentenced to the death penalty, which was part of the prophecy.
What we're talking about, though, this is what's being missed in all this, which is when is it proper, or when is it moral, or when is it according to God? And
Dude, my
accept
chat is
something-
like everybody's writing a novel.
I know.
Yo, bro,
Good,
bros,
dude.
when are you
People
gonna get that
fired up.
published, guys? Down there.
Oh,
Model-
Sweater wants to be kicked out of the
Yeah.
out of the panel.
Easy, yeah.
He said it's not even him.
That's
It
not
is him, but he's away from his phone. It's
Oh.
him, but he's away from his phone. Is what
Okay.
it is.
I'll
Oh,
kick
okay.
you.
Yeah.
I want to make sure kick is not a ban. Are you sure you want to kick? No, I don't want to kick him from the server.
No,
Who's
just
that?
from the
It's
just from the
disconnect.
Discord chat.
It's just
Yeah,
disconnect.
disconnect. Yeah, disconnect. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
But is the issue of murder, right? So this is what we're talking about, right? Because obviously murder is wrong in the eyes of the Lord, and so this is when we talk about issues like death. And you're right, the Bible makes a claim that you can put someone to death via through the death penalty or through like warfare, if it's a holy war type of thing, which very rarely those exist. But
Yeah, true one. Yeah.
but those would be indications when God is in the Old Testament allowing for those things to occur.
Right.
However, those are instructions for whom? That is
Well, for everybody when it comes to the
No.
Noahic covenant.
No.
With the Noahic covenant, yes, it's everybody. It was made with all mankind, with all flesh. The Noahic covenant was made with everybody.
Okay, but the
That is
Mosaic
true,
covenant
yeah.
never made it everybody, though, is it?
But either way, the Mosaic covenant would be irrelevant because it was also made that same thing was legislated in the Noahic covenant. So either way, that doesn't matter about what the Mosaic covenant.
Wally, what's up,
say.
Wally?
Very
I
good.
have an
Very good.
intro
That's
now.
exactly right. Yeah.
Well, what
Hey,
does
Wally,
the
what's up, bro?
Covenant do? Is that just a big
What could-
old
what could it
thing
do?
of dreaded wheat?
Or I mean, you could make the argument that the Noahic covenant was canceled with the initiation of the new covenant.
No, the actual.
Well, I
object.
think the new covenant would still establish the death penalty because there's ideas of death penalty in the new covenant. Because in the time, people will
Where are those? Where are
face the
those
second
ideas?
death, right? So it's
Where are
a
those
death
ideas
penalty.
expressed in your
Now,
opinion?
granted, that is of God,
Here's
but
what I'm
I would
saying.
also think
What is that? A wheat? Wheaties?
Shredded wheat. Shredded wheat.
expressed
Shredded
in?
wheat.
Can you tell
Old
me?
school shredded wheat where it's the size of a brick.
Well, the
Where
second
you actually
death is a
shred
death
that shit up with your
penalty.
hands, bro.
Now, granted, it doesn't necessarily. That's
Okay.
again of God. I will grant you that.
Okay.
But
I'm trying to
but
understand
the
what
thing
you're
is
saying.
though, there's no verse that says that the actual death penalty the government is allowed to do is out of order because in fact Paul
Right.
says that the
Well,
government
no, but no
is
one's
there
making
to
that. They're
deal
making that.
with
No one's
evildoers and
No
stuff.
one's making that.
So
point.
I mean,
point to make, right? That'd be a terrible point to make.
Logs.
So it would continue over, though, the whole idea of what happens in the law of covenant, because Christ speaks nothing against the idea of the death penalty.
Right.
He doesn't have a lesson against the idea of the death penalty.
Right. So the question would
Facts,
become,
James.
So the question would become whether, and this is why I think it's very terrible to get into the issue of whether it is like quote unquote orthodox, a little orthodox for Christians to accept the death penalty or not, because you can accept, you can acknowledge that the Bible makes an exception for the death penalty. You know, that it makes this acknowledgement for it to exist. However, just like with
Is it
government,
an acknowledgement or a command?
there's an acknowledgement there because
But sometimes it seems like it's a command that we
oh,
should.
so God commands you to kill if someone
Many times God commands people to kill.
Yeah, many a time.
But hold on, does he
Yeah.
really?
Again, back to the Ark of the Covenant, back
Malachite,
to the Ark,
the
physical
Radshak,
object.
Meshach, and
Those all
Abednego.
specific
Or is
instances,
it
though.
or is it
Like,
a parable? that
it
he
wasn't a
speaks?
blanket statement.
Look at Radshak, Meshach, and Abednego, dude.
Well, that was
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Yo, I've seen
that was an
details of
evil
that.
king
not-
throwing
that
them
was-
into
You
furnace,
going up,
and God
you going
saved
up,
them.
dude, and step out.
Yeah, that wasn't God that threw them into the furnace. That
You
was
walk
man.
in the oven
John,
and
I
step
don't
out.
agree that I don't disagree that there's evil authorities. I don't disagree with that.
Okay, yeah. So that's
I don't either.
But when
But
you
the
say
thing is,
absolute
though,
power
to
corrupts
blanket-
absolutely,
It
and this
does.
I'm gonna borrow from Andrew here because this is a great argument. I have a pet. Don't you have a pet? Don't you have
I
a pet cat?
disagree.
Absolute
think-
power when it comes from
John,
a,
don't you
I
have a
think
pet
corruption.
It is
I
absolute.
think corruption seeks power.
hold on,
I
hold
don't
on,
think
hold on.
Hold on,
power
hold on, hold on.
Hold on. Let JS explain. I like.
Don't you have a pet cat, John?
Of course I do. You know I do.
And you have absolute power over that cat.
fucking gay.
What do you mean absolute power?
Over the
You
cat.
have absolute power over your pet cat, right?
I have an ability to do certain things with the cat, but there's not.
You have
absolute-
Ew,
absolute
dude.
power over that cat. You could do
Certain
whatever
things.
you want.
Dominion
You
over
could
the
do
cat.
whatever what you want with that cat.
Yep.
Well, let's stop getting weird about it,
You
guys.
could-
He's
you
got a
could-
cat,
so-
all right?
so-
No, he's
so
not getting
why
weird
don't
about
life
you-
with
It's
that.
your head, Robert.
Why don't
You
you
just sit. You can
decide
life with
one
that.
day just to slaughter your cat?
Okay, but here's the point, though, right?
They
I
do that in
do-
China.
There are people that are
Whole new
people that
meaning to
do that, right?
pussycat.
I have
There are
absolute
people that
power
do-
over Echo, and I don't
Okay,
don't
but there's people
murder
that
him
do
and
do
eat
that, right?
him
There
and
are
grape him.
people
Like
who do that.
Mr. Dude,
There are people who
set
do
the
do
trap.
that, right? There's people who leave their
Right.
fucking dogs in a fucking
Exactly.
house. So here's
There's
the
people
point.
who beat
do I have
the
a mod
shit
in
out
my
of their
I'll
dog.
get it. I'll get it.
So here's the point. The issue isn't whether absolute authority corrupts absolutely. It's that absolute authority in
Yeah.
infallible men is going to corrupt absolutely, 100%. The more authority you have, the more likelihood it is that you are going to abuse that authority. It's just it's a numbers game.
It's a guarantee,
Also-
though, John.
Yes, it is.
There's also more of an ego that
It
comes
is.
from
Wait
having
a
authority
minute. Is
over
it a
men.
guarantee that you'll have absolute power, though?
It is a guarantee that the more power you have, the more chances you will have at abusing it.
But will
There's
you
there's
guarantee we
countless
have
examples of
ab-
slave owners who treated their slaves the right way, and
Okay,
their slaves loved them.
He's just saying it's more
And you
likely,
suffer
not that
at
it's. Yeah, for sure.
point are you
It's just
trying to
more
make?
likely.
This is the whole point, right? You can always make examples.
Right,
of
but yes, but as long as there's one example that shows that absolute power corrupts absolutely is not the case, then that's debunked.
That's it. That's right. You just got to show one.
Yeah, because you can't make a blanket
But
statement.
here's the thing,
over
though. There
everything.
is no
Makes a fool out of it.
example or statement of absolute authority with human beings not being corrupted. What you're arguing for is actually going to be that in the most smallest cases, in the example of me and my pet, me only having the only authority I have over being my pet. Of course, the likelihood of me having absolute authority will be there because it's a pet. And I love my pet, and so the likelihood that I'm not going to abuse it's going to be like I'm less likely
Yeah.
going to abuse that authority.
You have a
However,
personal relationship with the pet.
if you made me the governor of all the fucking cats in the world, I couldn't fucking keep up with that. And I guarantee you, I'm gonna
You
find.
might start eliminating some cats.
I might say.
Yeah,
hey,
what are
I
you
need
saying? What are you gonna do with those cats, John?
I need to have a- I need to
Now
have
I'm worried,
a
dude.
You gotta be careful because you don't want to mess with cat people on the internet.
right? You understand what I'm
Especially those cat ladies.
You understand what I'm saying, though, is that
Yeah.
the more centralized you get in your authority, the more you're going to have to deal with issues like pragmatism, and pragmatism is the bitch in which almost every immoral thing in this world comes through.
Yeah, true.
I
That
don't
fear and
agree with that.
pragmatism.
Doing what's practical
Well,
is
because you're you're a pragmatic authoritarian.
no, because you think that doing what's practical is
Pragmatic
inherently wrong.
Authoritarian.
I'm
Not
saying,
always, but a lot. It can lead to it though.
No, it could be wrong or it could be right.
Could be, should be, doesn't always
So
mean
it's
it will
not
be.
inherently wrong to be practical and pragmatic.
It's not.
No.
It just leads to. It puts you in a position where you see something as more important as like a moral thing to do. That's
Yes,
it could be.
It could be practical. It could be pragmatic to eliminate 30% of the population so that the air is clean.
Right.
Like-
Exactly. Or
Right.
there's a disease and they're all infected.
So the point is that yes, you can talk about examples of it being less likely or not happening, but the reality is we're going to see more of that being the case, especially in cases where there is more.
But
authoritarian
sometimes
type
don't you
of
think what's doing godlike or not godlike, what's being Christ-like would also be practical? So
No.
if that's the case,
No, absolutely
no,
not.
it's
No.
not practical to help the homeless people.
That's not. We're not. That's not an issue of pragmatism. Not when it comes to
So
Christianity.
wait a minute, what's
So if something's practical
Let's get
and
a
also
definition.
Christ-like, then it's not practical anymore. But if
No,
something's
that's not what I
practical
said.
and evil, then it's practical. That's
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's
that is
not what I'm
exactly
saying.
what you just said.
No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. But
Okay, say it again.
No, it's fine. You
No.
just like everybody else wants to misabuse you.
Say it again to explain it. Explain why I was
Dude, if you
wrong
just
about
want to
rescue
bully
man just
John
now.
every time he talks, dude.
What I said is that you cannot conflate doing something for the Christ example, that's Christ-like, whatever, and say and express it in a way that is pragmatic. Because once you start talking about it in a pragmatistic way, then it becomes not about Christ. It becomes about the pragmatic thing.
No,
right?
Yeah, but it can
what
still
I'm
be
saying-
both.
Look at
Yes,
Cain
that-
versus
yes,
Abel.
Daddy
Look
Jump
at Cain
gets it.
versus Abel. Look at Cain versus Abel. As soon as Cain thought about what the pragmatism of what his offering was about, the more he thought about what he was offering versus why he was offering it, it became less about God and more about him.
Okay.
That's exactly my fucking
And what
point.
I'm saying is, can something be pragmatic and Christ-like at the same time?
Very
It
rarely.
can.
Very rarely, but it can, yes.
Very rarely.
rarely.
Now, see, I would say everything that is Christ-like is also pragmatic because it's the best way that we should do things.
But your understanding.
I
of
wouldn't say
pragmatism-
always.
No, it's not
Yeah.
always a pragmatic.
Maybe not always. I mean, maybe not always. Maybe I won't say always, but most of the time, the
Because you
Christ-like
can't-
thing to do,
you can't say that and
like
say doing it
so when
equally
America, so when we found
Christian
America and we make our laws and we make our Constitution, and then I read in Exodus the laws and I see
Because they're
where
exactly-
this translates directly to our laws. And I say, this is very practical. If somebody steals from you, then they need to pay back what they stole. If somebody kills somebody, then you kill them. If somebody hurts somebody, then
What are you reading this from? The Mosaic Law, you said?
it's from Exodus.
Okay, so that's not Christ. It has nothing to do with Christ.
Okay, I know. I'm saying, okay, well, isn't Christ God?
Yes, but the
Okay,
Christ that you
so shut up.
No.
Yo.
Damn, you do understand
that's cold.
the teachings and implications of the things which Jesus said versus what is understood and established in the Old Testament are two different things. Please tell me you understand that distinction.
Well, the Christ
you
did not
understand
Christ
what
did
is
not
doing
come
it
to
in-
abolish the law. He came to fulfill the law. And moral
Why?
laws,
Oh, why?
moral laws like don't kill, don't lie, don't steal are reiterated in the New Testament. And so that still
But why?
stands. That
But
stuff still
why?
stands.
But why?
But why?
Yes, why?
Because it's immoral.
But why is it immoral?
Because God said so.
Okay, but what specifically makes that bad?
I just answered that. I said because God said so.
Because God said so. So it's not about anything other than doing what God says and doing what's moral, correct? In your point of view of what
I would say oftentimes the most practical thing to do would be to do what God says, what God
Okay, so
commands.
you're missing my point. My point of what I'm trying to say here, Josh, is that sin is the problem.
But you say if it's practical, it's inherently
So, hold
against
on,
God.
we've got to no, we've gone against.
That's the argument
Yes,
here.
I'm saying when you do something and you're trying to do something for Christ, you cannot bring a pragmatic approach to it because pragmatism is a human philosophy.
No, I'm saying that sometimes or oftentimes the Christ-like or God-like approach to it is also pragmatic.
In your opinion, yes.
I wouldn't.
Exactly.
Yeah, I
And
wouldn't
that's
necessarily
the
agree with that.
contention. That's the contention here is that you're saying that if it's pragmatic, it's inherently against God, and I'm disagreeing with that.
Right, because
I would say utilitarianism is not usually that moral.
Right. I know. That's
but
why he's trying
it depends on how you look at it.
He's trying to go towards that. So
no, not necessarily just that. I'm not just going with that. I'm trying to explain it in a way because this is the problem that we have. And it's the reason why the evangelical churches in America have failed. And it's because what happens when you're trying to find a solution, when you're saying, okay,
look at all these different categories we make. You know that you're a Protestant.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know that.
So then the Catholics schism, the Orthodox, then the Orthodox schism, the Protestants, then the Protestant schism, the evangelicals, then the evangelical schism, the cult leaders, then the cult leader schism.
I'm part of a broader acknowledgement of what people call Protestantism. I will acknowledge that. Yes, I'm not. But do I acknowledge myself? Do I self-identify as a Protestant? No, I don't.
Yeah, this is why it's not about the denomination; it's about the word.
It has nothing. Well, everything has to do with everything about the words. Everything has to do with context. Everything has to do with understanding.
Not the words, the word. Not, and I'm not talking about just the scripture. I'm talking about.
I don't have to do with
the
cats.
Spirit, the scripture, the Son,
What are you
Christ.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't have to do with cats.
Yeah, dude, he's right, dude.
He's anti-cat.
Yeah, he could be anti-cat.
I'm just not everything has to do with everything, but I get where you're coming from.
So what I'm trying to explain to you is that when you approach a certain system, and I'm speaking about when groups of people say why have Christianity in America has failed. One of the reasons why is because churches went to looking at things like evangelism through a pragmatic approach and said, well, what do we do to bring people into church? Well, again, when you look at how the message is delivered versus what the message is, that's what's going to always happen. And this is what happens. People think about how we can be more advantageous and how we can, and I'm saying those things are counterintuitive because the reason why people have issues with these things is because of their sinful nature.
Yeah, and I agree with what you're saying, but I think you're being too reactionary against against pragmatism because I think it's pretty pragmatic to punish a thief.
I know it's pragmatic, but
it
again,
is.
But again,
and it's also
but see, that has nothing to do with Christ, though. It doesn't.
Christ-like, biblical.
No, that's my point. What is Christ-like is not pragmatic.
And that's wrong. That's what I'm saying. That's not
If you
true.
read like the Prince by Machiavelli, that's a lot of really pragmatic shit, and there's a ton of shit that's not Christ-like in that book.
Right.
So I
He's not saying all, but some. Some things that are Christ-like can also be pragmatic. I think that's not debatable.
that is true.
They're sending people
it's really not.
blocks of ice again.
But John is debating it, and he's saying
No,
pragmatism is inherently separated from Christ-like, and that's nonsense.
I see where he's coming from there, but that doesn't mean it can't be both. He's saying when your intention gets involved, then one can't become the other. But just from like a observational perspective, things can be both.
I think
it can
totally
be. I wouldn't say
an atheist person could do something totally pragmatic, and it could also be Christ-like.
It could. Yeah, it could. I don't think it's more likely
Of course
than
it
the
can be, but
alternative.
again,
though.
that's the whole point. This is the whole damn point. You could say, well, someone could walk into a fucking church and bam,
This is
that's
like
it.
saying an atheist person
Like,
could
what
never
the
be
hell? What
moral.
the hell? Like, why would you say that? Of course someone could be saved if they walked in a church. That's not what we're talking about.
No,
We're
no,
talking
it's
about-
like saying that an
we're
atheist.
talking about
What
the
you're saying
philosophy.
is like saying an atheist person could never do anything moral.
That's not what I'm saying.
It's like what
Because
you're saying.
unlike
It's
you,
an analogy.
Essentially, yeah.
I don't.
Essentially, it's like what you're saying.
It's not, and because unlike you, I don't prescribe that Christianity is about morality.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
Like you, I don't prescribe that Christianity is about morality. I don't know what that means, but it's probably wrong.
Hey, look at this crystal globe I have. It's very cool. I was further observing it last night and thought it might be valuable, but it's made in China. But isn't that cool?
Oh, dude, that shit's probably worth like 3 cents then.
You probably paid $15 for
That's
it.
those ones they used to do those commercials
We're
where
gonna
you
have to
roll them
tariff
across
that.
your arms.
We about to put a 25%.
It probably
tariff
came from
on
a
that.
garage sale or something. I would bet money it came from a garage sale.
You could tariff the shit out of that thing.
I think you can roll it around your fingers and do little cool tricks with it.
Yeah, bro.
Now it's attached to the plaque thing, but it is very cool.
I saw when I was visiting.
It used to be a toy when I was a kid. I don't know what the fuck it was called, but it was some like glass ball you could buy, and people would like move it
Oh,
around
I
their
had
hands
one
in weird ways.
for Obachi or
Bro, you talk
something.
about marbles, bro.
I had one, bro. It was bullshit. Because the commercial made you think you could just pick it up and do it, but there was like a full training course. Like I'm not gonna spend 24 hours.
People were like fucking
Just like the devil
globetrotters. Those people were goddamn globetrotters doing
They
it.
were talented, bro. It required talent and shit.
Yeah.
Crazy, bro.
That thing
not fair,
lasted.
dude.
It was.
They've got
it was
these
fun
people
for
rolling
10
the ball around all around their body. They make you think you're gonna roll it all around your body. You do it over concrete day one, and the shit breaks, and you're like, "What the fuck?"
Done. Yeah, you're done.
How about in the
They're
guest
like, you stupid motherfucker.
in the guest room
Selling
over
snake
there that
oil,
I
dude.
stayed in? Mom's got that night light that's like a half circle with a globe that floats.
Oh, that
using-
was in my room, but I don't like having a light on at night.
I almost deboed that thing because I thought.
No,
that
you
was-
could. I wouldn't have been mad.
That thing
It's
was
pretty cool though, huh?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, I love globes.
it's a globe that hovers in between. There's like magnets, and it's like an arc, and it sits there and floats there, and you can spin it, and it just floats.
There's just something about like a globular shape, you know?
Yep.
Although I'm a flat earther, I love globes.
Dude, shut up.
He's a flat Earth troll. He likes to troll me.
I would never troll you, dude. And I'm not trolling on flat earth. Bryce Mitchell explained it today.
Yep. I believe everything Bryce Mitchell says. Yep.
I haven't heard him
He's
say
good.
anything wrong.
If he
No, I'm
teaches
just
you a
playing
rear
along.
naked choke, you listen. Come on, what's different?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
that's-
agree. I agree, Smoking Space Man. An atheist has no foundation of what is moral aside from their own subjective.
Why does
opinion.
Bryce Mitchell look like he's like
But I think we
driven
would,
a bus into like 20 people?
we would all agree. We would all agree that
Yeah, I
an
kinda get that
atheist
vibe.
could do something that is moral.
His eyes are so fucking scary. Bryce Mitchell's looks like he's like served
Bro,
in
they didn't used
Vietnam
to be.
and killed
didn't
like
used to be.
innocent fucking Vietnamese.
Yeah. He's got his eyes make him look like he's got no like like maybe I shouldn't do
He's got
this
the
kinda
1,000-yard
feeling.
stare, man.
Yeah.
No, his eyes have
Like, I feel
gotten
like he just
crazier,
does shit.
though. I think Josh Emmett did it to him, bro. Watch that Josh Emmett knockout again. Tell me that doesn't change a man.
Oh, you brought him
Yeah,
back.
He looks
when
like
he
that
woke up, he was
crazy, the
different,
crazy uncle photo
You got-
people post where it's like your
Yo, John, what
crazy
up?
uncle and it's that guy with white ass eyes.
Ready to start up.
John scared me because he
Ready.
changed his thing. I thought it was somebody new that I didn't know, and I was about
Yeah,
to
I thought it
hide
was someone new too for a second. Yeah.
the, hide the Discord. What happened? James left. Wally, what are you doing, Wally?
What's up?
Well, Vegas just chilling on panel, dude.
So
Josh, I noticed something. My episode from Wednesday is about to eclipse me and your debate as the most watched video on my channel.
Oh wow, dude, nice.
I'll watch it.
Yeah,
Wally.
a lot of
Yeah, I
guys
haven't seen
like
any of
a
them
lot of
yet.
guys like staring at
crazy?
titties.
Yeah. He's like, oh, I got a thought on my channel. I
Yeah.
think my views are gonna go up.
Yeah.
Oh,
good.
Look,
shit.
John, I
Why
can't
do you think
help
whatever does the thumbnails that they do?
it. John, I can't help it if the Macho Man and Elizabeth effect works.
Is that
I'm sure if I had
what does that call it?
I'm sure if I had a vagina
Cuban
and
butt
some
lift.
nice
Yeah,
breasts,
whatever the hell it is.
I'd get you more views too.
Yeah, I mean that pretty much universally is going to get anyone more views.
Yeah, like let me see if I don't know if it's gonna come through, but I got this free stream deck and I've been playing
Well,
around with
my
clipping
protest
stuff.
video has 1.5 thousand views in 2
Okay,
days. And I don't have
congratulations.
no titties in it.
Okay, congratulations. I got nothing to start with. I'm starting from nothing here.
That's not an excuse. My second video I ever made when I was homeless has like over 100,000 views, and
I'm still trying to I'm trying to make clips since I got this stream deck. Let me see if it comes through on Discord. It might not.
and it didn't have titties in it either.
But I do got a clip of you mean what do I fuck with?
What do I
Yeah.
fucks with?
That's
I
what we
got
mean, dude.
I got it clipped for the stream deck.
It is a good soundboard thing. You mean what do I fucks with?
That was so funny. Was that it? Who was that against again?
John.
Was that John? Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I was dying when I was watching
I was
that.
like, well, like the way that I conceive this is and then I'd like to understand your concept of the reality of the situation. And she's like, you mean what I fucks with?
Let's be clear. Let's not Mandela effect this, boys. Let's make it very clear what she actually says.
Yeah. ENT, it's all you got there,
It's
buddy.
like, what do I fuck with, you mean?
ENT.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
You know, there's gonna be a whole, in a year, Wally, there's going to be a whole thread on Reddit about like the Mandela effect of what I fuck with.
Dude, probably. I think about that sometimes. Like people are gonna go through old streams and like, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of creepy to think about.
Old is bad to you, right? You goober.
It shouldn't surprise
That
you,
was
John. I
you,
mean, there's
Jimmy.
contentious debate on what the real Elvis Presley chicken recipe is, for fuck's sake.
When I was a kid, I had a gaming YouTube channel, and I beefed with this Scottish guy called David is Gaming. And he deleted his channel, but if you look up David is Gaming HD, all of the videos that come up are just people calling him a pedophile.
That's amazing.
What's the guy?
But it happened like after I stopped beefing with him, but I feel like I still won.
What's the video? Maybe Daddy Jub knows. Nick Crowley, or it's like scary and spooky stuff on the internet. But there's all these channels of like people who they had YouTube channels and then they go out and they murder a bunch of people or they off themselves. And a lot of their channels are still up. There's like a school shooter that his channel is still up. And
Nexpo does those too. Yeah. Crowley, Nexpo does them.
Oh, there was the guy who shot all the women on the college campus. He was like a super inefficient student.
If they get enough heat on the stories, YouTube will take them down. Elliot Rogers got pulled down.
Dude.
There's when a bunch of people got pulled down. There was this guy who believed that in Danny Phantom, this girl from Danny Phantom.
That was the one.
Yeah. I saw that one. Yeah, that was crazy.
His channel got pulled down though.
Randy Stair.
But then there's a guy.
That was the Danny Phantom obsessed shooter, Randy Stair.
Yeah. Dude that was doing a bunch of drugs. He ran into his neighbor's garage and he killed and ate the guy and stabbed the woman 20 times. And
nice.
His channel is still up. Yeah.
There was a guy who got completely strung out on meth and stole a tank off an army base.
Yeah, damn.
The first
that's based as
YouTube
hell, dude.
killer I ever
Yeah.
heard about was in 2010 or 11. There was this guy called the Anime Man who made anime reviews, and one day he just like snapped and like killed his whole family with a butcher's knife.
I would have figured it would have been like a katana or something.
And he like posted like pictures of like the walls and shit. He was like writing like notes with their blood on the walls. Dude like snapped.
Yeah, some people just go off the deep end, dude. Like, yeah, you can really go on rabbit holes if you're online too.
And
much.
like
It's crazy.
his channel still might be up, and like I remember you'd be able to watch his videos, and he was like completely normal in his videos, and it was so fucking
I know.
weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
There's that kid who bought the 4 gerbils, and he's like, "Look at my."
I don't like where
herbs."
this
He's
is
like,
going.
he's like playing with the gerbils in the video, and then it turns out he ended up like microwaving one of them, and
But I don't get it. But I don't get it.
That's so messed up,
One of
dude.
these other sound alerts to fucking play.
I couldn't imagine doing that to an animal. That's so
I
sad.
can't really hear them that well. They're not coming through.
Well, I mean, I didn't think it would come through. Like, I didn't think it would stream through to the Discord, but like, I can hear the eternal clip on my desktop. I can't hear the other sound alert.
I don't know. I could do it in self-defense. Like if a bear was trying to like attack me and I had to throw it in a microwave.
Yeah, like there was just a big microwave there in the woods. Yeah, dude, I'd throw him in too. Yeah.
Yeah, count
Yeah,
the
just
quarter
sitting
to start that summit too. Good luck with the quarter.
Yo, I'll put that shit on popcorn. Dude. Well, yeah, I'll keep hitting the 9 button over and over again.
Yeah.
I'll only do it for 30 seconds. I feel like that's not inhumane.
Nah, dude, if he's trying to get me, dude, I'm putting it on for 9999.
Yeah. I'll buy
Pizza
this fucking
mode.
ass. I have to.
Yeah.
No. You guys are rookies. You always hit the popcorn button, bro. You want to burn something?
Yeah,
hit the
but-
popcorn button.
Yeah. Thank God this microwave was here, dude. I would have been smoked by this bear.
Yeah. Big ass microwave.
You just have to like juke it. Like I feel like if you can juke it, you'd be able to get into the microwave.
Yep,
You get him to dive for you, and then you roll out of the way. Yeah.
Break its ankles. Yup. Do some fucking cha-cha.
Yo, he wouldn't know what the hell's going on, dude. Bears are evolved enough to know what microwaves are, you know.
Nope.
Oh, I know how you get the bear in the microwave. You dress up a fake female bear with a bow on its head.
Nope.
And then his eyes will pop out, and his heart will start shooting out of his chest, and his tongue will roll down like a window shade.
Bears and champs live together. That would be funny.
Somebody's got a
What's going on?
generator going.
That's the microwave in the woods cooking a bear.
Yeah, dude, that's a bear getting cooked, dude.
In self-defense.
Yeah,
Of the bear?
well, yeah, that's the only time it's acceptable to microwave an animal.
I don't know if it's like cultural, you know, like if it's the only way to become a man in your tribe or something, you gotta throw a animal in a microwave.
Any animal.
Or who am I to judge?
I mean, I guess, yeah, if it's cultural, then yeah. I mean, who are we to say they can't do that?
Yeah.
No, they can't. They can't fucking do that. No.
Yeah, no, I don't know, dude. We're gonna go there and take all their microwaves.
It's only one. It's only once to become a man.
Well, they're putting cats on the Barbie in the United States. You know, they were. What the hell?
Yeah, dude, that's not even close.
Fucking commie gobbledygook.
What's going
Dude,
on?
They're doing some way worse shit in Haiti, dude. Yo, they're cooking dogs and cats like hell.
Yeah, they eat that shit.
Well, it's not just that they cook it; they use it for like ritual magic.
This is stupidest fucking thing to care about too. Because nobody talks about China. The motherfuckers, they eat dogs and cats openly.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah,
Easter
for real,
Island,
dude.
they used to eat rats for their main
Yeah,
meal.
but we don't have the surge of Chinese immigrants coming into the country like we do Haitians. Don't you know that? Google?
Yeah, no, you guys just have never ever gone up to a street cart and snacked on a delicious little schnauzer with a nice little cat on the side, man. You guys just don't even know. It's
Dude,
so
my first
tasty.
dog was a schnauzer, bro.
Sweet,
Come on, man.
sweet and sour pussy's my favorite. What are you talking about?
I swear I
What
probably
would
cat in Mexico. It was the stringiest meat I've ever ate, and they called it.
It's disgusting, bro. It is super hard
I don't
meat.
think it was chicken. I don't think it was chicken.
Dude, I've probably
They're
munched
very
some cat
lean
without
animals.
knowing it
There's
at
not a
some
lot
point.
of fat. There's not a lot of fat in cats, especially.
It's not
so
good.
yeah, they're very, very.
Yeah, it's not good to
skinny
eat.
lean.
Yeah, predator animals are not good to eat. Like pretty much
Nope.
objectively, like they have really high ammonia content and stuff like that.
Especially
Yep.
especially cats.
Yeah, cats.
There's a lot of
You gotta eat
ammonia.
herbivores.
I just eat them anyways, because if you eat them, you gain their powers. That's what the natives believe.
Yeah,
That's
well,
what
that's
it's true, bro.
But you know,
that's why I
unless
can sneak
you-
around
unless
so
you-
good, dude. Because I eat
Unless you
cats.
like live like off of like an Inuit diet, like people go, oh yeah, I'd live in Alaska and I'd go eat a bear. Like, dude, like the first time you ate bear, you'd be so sick to your stomach because you have to like.
Well, Charlie Sheen is like, I drink tiger's blood to get the power of a tiger, and then everyone's like, ha ha ha, Charlie Sheen's so dumb, but like, how is he wrong?
Yeah, that's a fair point.
It's lion's blood. It was actually lion's blood, not tiger's blood.
Wally,
Yo,
how do
Brother.
we premise this debate? What do you want the prompt to be?
about prohibition?
Yeah.
You mean like how do we fuck with it?
How do we fucks with it?
Yeah, you have to say it to Wally the right way.
Do we say should we bring back prohibition, or was prohibition beneficial, or how do you want to do it?
The second one I think is better for what you said.
I don't think you should frame it as a question. You need to do it as a stance. Like easy, like Shiva helped easy with like easy topics. So then there's an opposing side and a non-opposing side. Because if you frame it as a question, that's how you get lost in the semantics all the time, no matter what.
And open-ended there.
Well,
so you got to do something like
no, either way,
was
there's going to be an affirmative and a negative.
right. So you say something like prohibition was beneficial.
It's just
or
how you
is
word
beneficial.
it. If we say prohibition was bad, then Wally would be the affirmative.
Right. Exactly.
If we say prohibition was good, then I'm the affirmative. So it just depends on who wants to go first.
Well, it depends on what the position is too, because obviously there's certain things. If you're affirming a position, then not only are you gonna go first, but like
This debate is never happened. The first time I
It's gonna
ever
happen.
joined this
We're gonna
Discord,
do it. I'm gonna
you
make
guys were
Wally do it.
planning this debate.
Prohibition was
he
good
said he
because
brought it up.
Literally my first ever night in here. This
He brought
debate
it
was
up
getting planned.
like 6 months ago. He brought it up. He said on St. Patty's Day he wanted to do a prohibition debate, and I was like, "Oh, let's go."
Yeah, I was also hoping to debate a woman on Valentine's Day, and that didn't happen.
I know.
Well,
On
the
Easter,
point is that he's not gonna do it.
I was traveling on that. I was traveling on Valentine's Day. That was legitimate.
if you don't want to do it, we don't have to do it. But
No, we're still gonna do it. Like I'm still doing the April Fool's Day debate about big cartography.
I'd like to do
Hell yeah, dude.
I'd like to do an Easter is not pagan debate.
You Australian Inquirer, you've already lost that debate, Wally. You lose. You lost your debate before you even started. Bro.
Again, blackout. I'm just an inquirer. I'm not a koala human.
Wally, if you're anti-prohibition, you should do that. You should do the debate drunk. I think.
No, I would. I'll be
I'm
drinking.
thinking,
the whole thing.
I'm thinking we need to both, I'm gonna get a bottle of Jameson and we need to do a cheers and a shot before it starts.
Hell yeah.
So you're gonna.
I would
drink
watch the hell
before
out
you
of that.
Talk about how prohibition was a good thing because you're authoritarian.
Yeah, Wally's
You're a
wasted.
government,
Yeah.
a government guy who's a hypocrite that way. You're like
Actually, it's an
Because of all-
anti-government. It's an anti-government position, but it's an anti-capitalist and an anti-government position.
It certainly would be nicer if I had table service
Just
for my
every
drink.
day, JS becomes more and more of a communist lefty.
I know. Before you know
Yeah,
it,
dude, where's your Ushanka comrade?
before you know it, he's gonna be a commie or anarchist. We'll get him there. We'll get him there, right, Goon?
How do we word it, Wally?
Bye, guys.
Hold on. Let me try to turn up my speakers and maybe it'll come through.
Here goes John.
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah, I heard it that time. Yeah.
I'll have it. I should have it working it should play fine for me on Monday, hopefully, when we're live.
That's good, dude.
I would
Hell
maybe
yeah.
take out the. Well, it's up to you, but the you mean. So it's just like, what do I fucks with?
Yeah, it's a little more clean that way.
Yeah, I gotta like fine tune it, but being able to just get the clip of something that lasts 1 second was already pissing me off enough at the time.
Yeah, that's rough. That's tough. That's tough.
Does anybody remember the Wendy's old lady that says, "Where's the beef?"
Why does it have to be 1 second?
Yep.
Because
That's all that takes. How long do you think it takes to say that?
I gotta start. I'm gonna start building up. I'm gonna start building up a clip list of people who help us out by saying "I fucks with Wicked Eternal Wednesdays."
There you go.
I
fucks with it.
I use a thing
That'll
called
be
voice mod,
that'll
and
be
I
an
can
audio
put
collection.
I can put any length of clips on there on my sound. I have a soundboard. It's called voice mod. It's free, and you get slots on a soundboard, and you can have them any length. But for YouTube purposes, I keep them under 5 seconds.
Yeah.
but-
That's what every YouTuber needs is DJ Khaled style ad libs.
Hell yeah.
So wait, you use voice mod as a soundboard?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh, that was just a voice changer.
It also does that stuff, but I don't even mess with all that because it's.
They didn't believe in us.
You gotta
But
pay.
Juice World did.
You guys are all crazy.
You gotta pay for a lot of that.
Yeah, well, don't do none of that shit. Don't stream. Make it easy. Make everybody else do the work and just hop on their channels.
Yeah. Channel hopper.
Right.
If you just played RuneScape, you could literally pay a Vietnamese kid to do all of this stuff for you. Wait, no, Venezuelan. A Venezuelan kid to do all of this stuff for you.
Equal opportunity employment.
Well, my RuneScape account is stacked, dude.
That's what I'm saying, man. You can get those Venezuelan kids to do anything for RuneScape gold.
You ain't been doing the education.
I got so much RuneScape gold. I got M's on M's on M's.
So you know what?
Did they do it like with Roman numerals?
This is what I looked at the other day, right? Download this audio mixer program. I haven't used it yet. I think I forget. I don't even remember which one it was. I think it was Audacity. But like, I opened the program just to see it, and it's like, what's the first thing this program puts right in my face? A page full of how-to manuals I can watch. Like, why doesn't all this kind of software fucking do that?
I know, honestly.
Like, why doesn't everything related to audio, video, streaming just immediately toss a how-to guide in your face? It's not hard.
Yeah, it just takes extra time and money.
I had the water running, and I couldn't hear Wally right. I thought he was saying that it gave him a Hawk Tua guide.
I'm gonna write it as.
Well, that was one of the guides.
I'm gonna
but
write it
he-
as bring
that
back
was useless.
prohibition. Bring back prohibition, and I'm the affirmative. Make prohibition great again.
Actually,
Dude,
that's
that wouldn't
actually a
work,
nice premise. I like the wording there. That's catchy.
You trying to bring back the mafia, dude?
Yeah, that's.
They just quieted down.
I hope he goes to that argument. Yeah, don't give him his arguments because.
Daddy Joe, don't look soft,
the
man.
FBI
Those guys approaching you, they're scary.
Goon, it's okay. The FBI is going to capture that big, pesky, scary.
Where are you, Joe? It looks like you're in the middle of the
on
woods.
its formation.
What?
Wally's gonna
It
agree
literally
with me.
looks like you're in the middle of the woods.
Wally's gonna agree with me by the end of the debate.
Turn our goddamn
It's so,
light
it's so dark behind you. I thought you were like outside walking around the woods.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like you were doing some like Blair Witch shit.
Your own house, bro.
Audacity.
Yeah, I was like,
I
is he
have
walking to
Audacity.
the gas station?
That's how I make my sound clips. I screen grab something off.
Hell yeah, he don't
YouTube,
pull that viewer away.
and then I go to a MP4 to MP3 converter, and I change the video into audio, and then I take it into Audacity, and then I edit it.
Audacity?
Yeah.
Oh, the audacity of that.
The audacity.
Yeah.
Hey Josh, I got this, and it says it's connected to Discord, so we're gonna try it out right now.
Okay.
Let's see.
See, Michael Chandler was talking shit on Paddy Pimblett.
They're gonna fight. They are scheduled to fight.
Yeah, they should. He keeps acting like he deserves a better fight than Paddy Pimblett. You can't lose
He's
that
on
many
a
times and
massive
not.
fight squid. No, but I'll always say keep Chandler because his fights always rule.
Exactly. No, I don't think that he's bad either. He's fought like a bunch of great people. He has like the Chael Sonnen role.
He's unwilling to like use technique. He just gets in a barn burner every time.
Well, they do to him what they did with Chael
Can we hear me?
Sonnen, where he's just going against like all of the
Yeah.
most iconic people.
Yeah, we got some back quality up there for
Oh, it's the output that was the fucking problem. Okay.
Yeah, right in the middle of your set drop.
Okay. Let me see if this plays, because it says I'm connected.
It's just you gotta watch out for people like that, because then they wind up turning into Tony Ferguson, and they're there like 5 years too late. And it's like the people fighting him aren't even proving anything anymore. It's just like an easy ass.
Right. I agree. Tony Ferguson like scarred me. Every time a guy's above 35 now, every time they fight, I'm like, oh shit, please don't be.
It's not streaming in, is it?
The
That
birthday
Gaethje
hits and you start
Ferguson
like
fight
getting
was hard.
scared.
Yeah.
Why is this shit being such a pain in the fucking ass with Discord?
Beats me.
I know it's a rhetorical question. I'm just asking it anyway.
Yeah, no, I didn't answer it. Yeah, I recognize that.
Yeah.
That was a rhetorical answer.
Yeah, did you see that fucking Tony's dumbass isn't even done fighting? He's fighting in like an underleague now.
Yeah, like that's like a new fight league that's going viral. Because they did some lame ass promo where it's like a superhero edit and they're in costume.
You talking Tony Ferguson?
Yeah. It's Tony time, bitch. Champ shit on. Of course we're talking Tony. What else is there to talk about? Don't you besmirch Tony Ferguson, dude. This is a pro Tony Ferguson panel.
I ain't
It's
saying
sad.
shit about it. Daddy
I
jumped
used to be pro. I wish he would just stop now, though. He used to be a literal demon. It's so sad watching him go out there and just get like shelved out by like fucking not even like good competition.
I know, bro. When Charles Oliveira just like broke him limb from limb and he's too tough to quit. Shit was hard to watch. Gaethje, that was super hard to watch. Then Patty
like,
beat him.
I get he was like trying to prove something, but also if you're going against someone like Charles Oliveira broke his arm and the whole time just looked at him like he was retarded for not tapping.
It is retarded to not tap. That's insane to me.
Yeah, Charles was like, I'm not gonna not break your arm, dude. I'm going to break it then.
Like, I respect it, but also would never be me. I'll keep my arm.
Well, yeah, the fight was basically over after that. Like, there's no fucking. What's he gonna do with a fucking arm facing out the wrong direction?
Dude, that shit was
Yeah, not
over
much.
before it started, but no one knew it yet. No one knew what Charles Oliveira was about to become. And that was like the first fight to set it off, where he just started killing everybody. That was one of the best title runs of all time.
Yeah, it made sense why they didn't retire him after that one, because Charles Oliveira went on to do so much. It made it look like it was like okay, well Tony didn't get like he's not falling off. He got caught by like one of the new greats.
Yeah.
But then it just started becoming like literal no names.
Who's Bobby-
Sweater,
Bobby
stop
Green's
it.
fighting,
Stop it, Sweater. I'm not going to give away all the... Here, Sweater.
I heard this one guy talking about it, and he was like, they use those people for like highlight reels.
Well, they're already winning
A
the
lot of people
debate.
have that for, like, a theory.
I believe that they use it to build new names. For
No,
sure.
get that.
Yeah, they'll like keep old
Wally,
people
don't read
around
that.
just so they can have them getting knocked out for the highlight reels for like the new cats.
I love when it doesn't work for him though. When the old guy just keeps fucking finding a way. Especially when the old guy makes it boring, just makes it a takedown fest.
Yeah, they get away with that a lot more in boxing though. UFC, like around 40, it's pretty much over though.
Yeah, unless you have the good standing with the company, I feel like.
I don't know. I'm not responding to chat anymore.
Respond to Chad, dude. What the fuck?
Cleaning your clock.
Nope.
Those are your
Well,
loyal
me and
viewers.
Jub are trying to stay on topic. We're staying on fight because it's fight night.
Wally, that stream on Justice's panel, I was working during it, so I couldn't really listen to it. What was that? They were like talking about you streaming with Eternal, basically. Is that what it was about?
Oh god. All right, buckle up. I'm about to go the fuck off.
Okay.
You won't.
So when
It would
Jess
have Peter Griffin voice the whole time.
So when Jess and I, so you know what really grinds my gears, Quahog? That's the best I can think.
I gotta stay quiet on this. I need it.
But like, this is what happened. So like, me and Jess's conversation, like, it wasn't bothering me. That was perfectly fine because she's just mainly, she's just going off. Well, she reminds me of a type of person, and that's a type of person I don't like, which is fair. But then we're just going to keep talking past each other because we're talking about somebody I know versus a type of person I don't interact with.
Exactly, yeah.
So then Teriak hops on, and he just starts trying to like really rip into me for it, and I'm just like, dude, why do you fucking care so much? And I think what surprised him was that when Grid came in later on, Grid was like being on my side with it.
Yeah. I caught when Grid came on, yeah.
I had a realization, and I was talking about this with Grid up on his show earlier tonight, that I think what really bothers Teriak was, and he specifically mentioned when he was up on the panel, I was doing a show with Kat, I thought it was a good idea for a while, and it just became untenable. So it sounds more like Teriak was really just coping at me that him and Kat's show imploded. Because, let me tell you, their last stream was a fucking argumentative disaster between the two of them. It was a complete implosion. Like, it's not even, like, I was watching it for a little bit at one point, like, early on, like, they were already, like, getting at each other's throats. Mainly him going in on her.
But it was mainly one way.
Is the Damien guy her husband or her boyfriend?
Her Kat's married.
Right. Is
Steven?
that
Or whatever his
the-
name is?
Is that the Damien guy?
No.
No, not Damon.
No.
Damon is a co-host of Teriak's.
He's a separate dude, yeah.
That's our brother.
He goes.
I don't know. I've only
Damon goes
seen like
on
10 minutes of it.
Yeah.
And it
Yeah,
was
Damon
Kat,
goes
Kat
on,
and Teriak arguing.
Yeah,
Yep.
Damon goes on Teriak's shows. He goes on VO Pod sometimes. Like, he's like a co-host in that circle. But I think it really did sound like one second.
Well, I wanted to say a proper goodbye before going to bed because I did just dip out earlier.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Games with mom.
Funny made the booty
James,
drop.
yeah. What the hell,
James,
James?
young man, you can
That was
I
rude.
just wanted to give a proper goodbye before going to bed.
It's
No, you're
Saturday
good,
night,
buddy.
man.
Yeah. Have a good
I've
night,
just
too.
been trying to make the booty drop.
James
lately.
live talks on YouTube. Say your
Doing that, James. Appreciate you, bro.
James, if you were a
No
fellow
problem,
like me,
King. No problem. Thank you for supporting me, King. You're my biggest financial supporter for the show.
Oh yeah, bro.
I'm just trying to figure out how to make the booty drop.
Yeah, apparently,
Like
according to
what?
Josh, that's gay, dude.
I want to make the booty drop. How's that gay? The hell?
That's
talking
what I'm
about
saying,
woman's
dude.
booty.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, Jub, you missed
That's
that?
what I'm saying.
You're an
hip-hop.
ass man. That means you're gay.
You know why
I'm
this
not
I'm
talking
gonna go
about.
ahead and dip out on that note. I'm dipping out.
See you, James. Have a good night.
Later.
Okay, so where was I before James came back? Oh yeah. So yeah, I am honestly convinced this is Teriak coping about his fallout with Kat. I really think that's all it is.
I could see
Yeah.
that just because it was recent. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a giant cope, like, because I don't think, like, I can't imagine why else he would be puffing his chest about me just hanging with someone who has been, like, genuinely nice to me before.
Yeah, but then when Shiva asked you, do you like her? And then
It's not relevant to us doing a show or not. Like, do I
Well,
like her as
no,
a
it
person?
is.
Yeah.
Well, because
It's relevant.
I think you're catching feelings, and so
Oh,
I'm
shit.
gonna tell you, like, I mean, this is just from guy perspective, guy to guy. Like, this whole like catching feelings for girls in other countries that you meet on the internet is a bad idea, and
We know you got experience with that more than Teriak does.
well,
True enough. Yeah.
I
We
mean,
got experience with women overseas, with women in other countries. We know that.
well, yeah, but you're talking about Flora. I met Flora in Utah. Like, I met
Oh,
her
yeah.
in America, but I'm talking about.
I don't know. You
specific-
could have drifted south of the border at one point in your life and never told me about it, Josh.
I mean, I could just, but see, I'm not trying to. I'm trying to do this without throwing anybody under the bus, but just
Look, it's honestly, it's like I don't know why Shiva's even bringing that in because I don't know if it's just a curiosity kind of thing, like if it has any bearing on it.
well,
But
because
really,
I think it's kind of obvious.
well, Teriak's also just projecting his fucking issues lately into that. Like it's not the same situation.
But I'm just saying, I think I see it kind of maybe seems like you might be catching some feelings, and I want to tell you, you don't know that the way she talks to you and what she says to you in the DMs and stuff like that, she's not saying to 20 other guys the same thing and sending them and
I know what she is or isn't doing on Discord anymore. I do know.
I bet you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I know what I also know what
there's other
is or isn't.
There's other messaging.
I know what
services,
she
too.
is or isn't doing, Josh.
You think you
Both.
do.
I know what she is and I know what she's not doing on Discord, including things she's not doing anymore.
Yeah, you think Discord's the only messaging service?
Ooh.
And you think you know
Facebook Messenger.
There's Facebook, there's text, there's emails, there's phone numbers, there's all sorts of things, Wally. So what you need to do is understand that this is just a girl on the internet. And if you want to do a show with her, I don't have no problem. Like, I don't care what you do. You can do whatever the hell you want to do.
Well,
I'm
that's
just telling
exactly
you.
what I'm saying. Like, this is a wires crossed kind of thing. It's like,
right. You want to have a show with her and it's an entertaining show? Have at it. Good job.
Shiva brings
If it
up
gets
anything
views,
else.
Good job. But I'm just trying to tell you, don't catch feelings.
Yeah, we're just saying.
But don't catch feelings. Yeah, that's what Josh is saying. You do you.
Well, I mean, if you want to catch feelings, you can catch. You can do you. But I'm
See, what I think
I'm
this,
just trying
I
to give you.
ultimately think, and it's like here's the thing. It's
I
like
think I'm too late. I think you already caught feelings, but
here's the thing. I think like the kind of act her and I have together is just so effective. Nobody can tell where the line is anymore.
It's entertaining, and it's a. And
But
she
now
is
look
an
at this.
attractive
People-
woman, and
now
having her
look
as
at
a
this.
Already in
co-host-
love, JS. You're too late.
But no,
I think
like
the show is a good idea.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
trying to
No,
say.
this is the
like,
point I'm making. Like the fact, like once we started, like actually, like doing more of like a full show together, and it wasn't just like hangouts or fucking segments. Suddenly, like Shiva and other people are asking questions and they're making assumptions, which just tells me that like
Exactly what he's
I have on camera.
no, I'm
That's
saying
reality, buddy.
from a marketing stance and from a content creator stance, I think you're being smart. Doing a show
Yeah,
with her,
same.
it's a good idea. And I agree that when she comes on panels and everybody's like, oh, get this chick out of here, blah blah. You know, I've said when I'm streaming while I'm on BK, and I'm like, Eternal's funny and she's entertaining and she's attractive. It'd be cool if she stuck around for a while longer on the panels. I agree with all of that. I'm just saying, be careful. You can do what you want to do. I'm just saying.
I have an allegory for Eternal.
I wouldn't be catching
There was this one
feelings.
time I was on a party bus.
I think I just know.
Is that a BBL or is that natural?
Have you guys ever been on a?
He doesn't
party
have a
bus?
lift.
Okay, thanks.
Crazy. It's not
All
a
right,
lift.
Thank you. Thank you.
I agree with JS though.
Have you guys ever been on a party bus?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
This one time I was on one, and they had stripper poles on it, and these guys showed up with these girls, and they were these girls were acting ratchet as fuck, stripping on the poles, and the one girl started twerking on me, and it was this guy's girl. So my friend was like, "Hey, yo, bro, ain't that your girl?" And he looked at me and he said, "You see her? That ain't my girl. That's everyone's girl. That's the type of woman you're dealing with."
Yeah. Oh no,
shit.
it's the first rule of Young Money, Cash Money: don't fuck with nobody's girl. The second rule: nobody has a girl. Like that's
See, I'm still gonna say maybe it's just I think I know how pro wrestling works so well that I've got a lot of people all of a sudden wondering where the line is with the act.
Yeah, well, no,
I don't
that's
think-
fair. Yeah, I think the show's a good idea, and I'm with you. Like, I support you with that. Like, I'm not one of the I'm not like Just was saying where she's like, what if people stop dissociating with you? Like, I think that's BS, dude. I think you're cool. You guys are both cool either way.
yeah. I'm not gonna stop.
And here's the
But
thing,
what I
Rob,
don't
is like
what I don't like is if you told her stop talking to JS. Listen, I don't catch feelings, and I never.
I
That was
never
never
told
gonna be a
her to
thing.
not. I never told her to not do anything. Like I don't. Like I'm not like controlling what she does online when she's not on YouTube with me. I'm not.
I mean, even jokingly, which a lot of jokes are kind of true. You were
A
kind
lot of
doing
truth is said in jest.
You were kind of doing it like, you're in my dungeon and I'm daddy, and then as soon as she would come on my panel, you jump on, and you were kind of like monitoring the situation.
She DM'd and asked me to come on
Okay, all right.
because she wanted to me
Grace
to keep
Thorpe
doing
and
the act
her
with her on
dad.
there.
We're finding where the line is, dude. They're calling each other in for backup.
You guys ever met the Thorpes?
Oh shit!
Damn, dude. Why are you bringing that up, dude? Come on, man.
Let's not say things we can't.
That's what
let's
it
not
sounded
go
like
into
when he said
action.
Wally was coming in to monitor it. It sounds like Grace Thorpe's dad.
No, I
sitting right in
legit-
the background
No, 'cause I
listening to the
remember that-
conversation.
Okay, so I remember the
It's
night
a
he's
snap
talking
pic, dude.
about, and I remember the night he's talking about.
And I thought that was a
at-
funny dynamic because me and you, we did the Eiffel Tower thing, and she was at the bottom.
Yeah.
And we did the high five.
I was there.
thought
That was funny. That was funny, dude.
There was no, but that was
Matt?
one of those nights. Like I wasn't even planning to like come up on any more panels. Like I was fucking exhausted, and then she messaged me and she was like, "Hey, I went over there. Hop up on." And I'm like, "Fine, okay, I'll come over."
Okay.
I was content to lay on the couch that night, but then I just kind of rolled in.
Yeah.
And it's like, here's the thing, like, I think it honestly, I think it intrigues people, and that's why I fucking laugh at it. Like, obviously, fucking Teriak and people are finding something intriguing about that, or they wouldn't be asking me about it.
I just don't want to see. Well, I don't want to see you getting your feelings and start getting possessive, and then you find out that maybe she's talking to other people or doing this with other people, and then you get it sounds gay, but you get hurt by it
we
or
just
something
care
like that.
We just care about you, Wally. Yeah.
No, I know that.
It'd be easier to not say anything. Yeah, but that's, I agree with Josh.
Essentially, exactly, and in the end, I think that's where everybody who's trying to like beat around the bush about it, and they're just trying to be like come at you in these weird fucking ways. In the end, I think it's just everybody cares about you, Wally, and Eternal up until this point, Eternal has put this presentation out of herself that she's kind of like a ditzy OnlyFans girl type, and we're all just like, We recognize that and see that. But exactly, you do you. I think you're. I think.
I mean,
As much as I cringe, as much as I
don't wanna
cringe
say
at
that.
that you say, I think you got it. Either way, man, you're a full grown ass man. So you do you either way.
Yeah.
Well, it's like I look at it. I mean,
brother.
that's why I say it's like that's why I was saying it's like no, like when like she sounds a lot different like when I talk to her like privately because she has obvious things like she turns up to 20 when she's in front of a camera.
100%. Yeah.
I mean, we'd all, and I think we'd all, well, we'd all also.
I mean, we all kind of played up, yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say was like I can I understand it. Like I was at the very beginning, like I was sympathetic to it because I'm like, hey, I'm very different off VK, and if somebody only knew me from VK, I'm a jackass.
Right, true enough.
Sure.
No asshole.
I'm the same, dude.
Yeah, so it's like I'm understanding of that, and it's like I remember it's because there was a thing like, and I've told some people about it, but like the night I fucking disappeared from VK and ended up fucking passed out, and it's like, and I remember because I went back and I was hearing the thing like Easy and people like wondering where I am, like people in chat,
we're worried
like,
about you, yeah.
yeah, okay, and here's the thing, Blackout. The only person who messaged me directly and asked if I was okay was Eternal.
Yeah.
Crazy enough.
So it's like I got no reason to not be nice to her for like doing when she actually does something like that for a person. Like that tells me like how she really is like off camera.
She is cool
She's
and
cool,
she is
yeah.
nice, and
That's
that's
real
why I'm
talk.
trying to not like. I'm not trying to like attack her or throw her under the bus, or anything like that. I'm just trying to like say just
Yeah.
you know keep
Yeah.
a little bit of a boundary there and understand that this is a girl that you're probably never going to meet in person.
Yeah, we're not talking anything about that. I'm just saying like I can understand that's what, but this is like reason like when she does stuff like that though, like this is why I say to people, it's like I get that there may be aspects of her that some person might not like or might find annoying or whatever, but she is not a bad person by
And
any
there's-
stretch
and there's
of
some
the
questions-
I agree with
imagination.
that. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
And I think I think it overextends where it's like when it's just coming in chat and like she's only on panel for a few minutes at a time, it's like people could equate a couple of things they don't like to no, you're a fucking bad person overall, and like it's not the case.
Yeah. I don't think any of us here feel that way, but I definitely saw some of that shit on Justice panel.
Can we
That's why I
shout
wanted to
out
ask you about it.
I got to shout out K-Hopper there in the chat saying the irony of Crucible stands who are strictly against tone policing now are trying to tone police Wally.
Yeah, honestly, dude.
Yeah, like imagine Crucible stands trying to tone police somebody who's been around the Crucible since like a month after the door opened.
I don't know who's trying to tone police you.
I mean, maybe that's what they're equating Teriak's dance to.
Oh, okay.
Just like with like your content. Yeah.
We're just looking at your back there, Wally.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is.
Definitely not
Yeah.
tone policing.
And some of the questions Jess was asking you, she was like hitting the point on the head, and you didn't answer those questions honestly, which is fine because you're not, it's none of her business. But
And I even made the point that it's like when she started saying things about particular regions, and I said, like, Jess, you are saying things I cannot answer without doxing her,
Right.
and that's not fair. Like, it's not fucking fair at all.
There's a lot of things. If you answer this, then you're bringing in her like personal life and stuff, and
Yep. I am not in. And I said to Jess, I'm like, I am not going to compromise her personal life in any fucking way whatsoever. So I'm not going to answer anything that's an unfair question. Like, I just won't.
But the fact that, how do I say it?
I don't even like having to frame it like I said to her, like anything I may or may not know, because it immediately
Sounds like she should
sounds
stop
like I
going on
know.
these panels if there's
Right.
gay-ass retards trying to dox her.
Yeah, and there's
Right.
the fact that I know some of these things that I'm
Yeah,
not
she's
gonna
not
say,
making
and
any
that she
money
won't
off of this,
say,
and
and
there's
that
a
you
lot of
won't
people that like
say,
fuck up
means
their
how many
lives.
other streamer guys know this stuff, and how much of this stuff is true.
we have conversations about things that I'm not I'm not gonna review everything about everything.
Yeah, but how many
Right.
other people has she had those same conversations with?
Well, you can bet the women's going to hate her too, and they're going to spread rumors or whatever they're going to do to make them feel better. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I'm sure, and it's like. I just what got me was like to the point was like even when it was being said like with Teriak and them was like, well, what if this escalated up to Andrew? I'm like, is Andrew my fucking manager? No, he's not.
Right.
What if Andrew finds out?
Yeah, I know. I thought it was a ridiculous premise. Like, why would he give a shit? I don't fucking.
Yeah, I don't think he would.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
say I
don't think he would.
That's complete insanity. That'd be like saying, "Oh no, if Speakeasy finds out I'm on this panel, I'm gonna be."
Yeah, what if Daddy finds out?
Like, what's gonna happen? You know, is he gonna be like, "You're not coming to my birthday"? You know, like what the fuck? You know, like you're not
We're
coming to
going
my
to donate
birthday.
to Speakeasy. You couldn't be doing this without us, you know.
Right, exactly.
That's the truth. We have a lot of fun doing
Exactly.
it.
Just because you associate with somebody doesn't mean they own you online. Like that's what's so fucking
Yeah,
crazy.
exactly. Yeah, we're all
all I
adults.
can say is I took a lot of shit from a few people who don't pay me.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see Teriak or anybody else with a problem paying my bills, so I don't owe them an explanation. I don't owe them
Exactly.
complying with their standard of who I should talk to.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, you want to control anything I do at all. Like, you want to control where I am on a Friday night? Fucking pay me. Otherwise, I go where I fucking want on a Friday night.
That's right.
That's fair, yeah.
That's freedom.
Yeah. And it's like, and yeah, I don't think she's going to really be hopping on the panels anymore. Not because of like how people are on VK or anything, but I think she's just feeling like she's better
Well, I
off.
promise you, if
sticking
that
with
shit's
what we do.
happening behind the scenes and she keeps going on panels, she will get doxxed. Like it's inevitable.
Yeah, that's why it's like
I hope she comes on VK and somebody puts you and her in a 1v1.
Oh shit, dude.
That would be epic.
That would be funny.
Because then what are you gonna
Wally
do? Are you gonna be
versus
the
Eternal?
Oh yeah, are
I'm
you
gonna
gonna be
throw it to
the
Neil.
are you gonna be the gentleman and bow out and let her destroy you? Or are you
Nah,
gonna
dude, you
man
gotta
up
wreck
and
her, dude.
crush her?
Tell her
Crush,
to
dude.
I'll tell her to kneel.
You would have to body her. You'd never leave it down
Well,
ever.
Well, I think the important thing is at the end of the day, you have the free will to do whatever you want.
Oh,
And
no.
I don't think anyone disagrees with that.
We have another pro.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah, he definitely has free will.
Well, like I said when I was talking about it with Grid earlier, and I told the story about like when she messaged me that morning, and I made the point. I'm like, okay, so with all that being said, where is anyone's honest problem with me just trying to lift up somebody who's been sincerely nice to me in the past?
There's
I
nothing
don't
wrong with
see a
that.
problem
Yeah,
with
I
it.
agree with you. Yeah, same.
Like, my general thing my whole life has always been I judge people by how they treat me, and if people are good to me, I'm gonna lift those people up with me. If people aren't good to me, then
Is
I'm
that
gonna leave
David?
those people behind.
Yo,
hey,
Dave.
I watched your video this morning and I put it in my channel. That's pretty awesome. I wish I want to do stuff like
Fair play,
that.
dude.
That looks so cool.
Hey, Wally, just listen to what you're saying. One of the reasons the British ran, not the British plural, ran that night is because I understand what you're saying. I understand there's different dynamics to people. I leave so that I don't sort of dishonor myself with being an arsehole. You know, so I just go because I know what my capacity is to just be a complete and utter, I won't use the C word, but I can be a complete and utter arsehole. And that's why I choose to sort of leave, because I'd rather leave and not engage than just be an arsehole to someone I really don't know personally. So fair play what you just said about the stuff in private, because we all like go on panels to an extent to be seen. I think that's a nature of modern kind of social media. But behind the scenes is where it all matters. The interactions between individuals are really important. So fair play to you, brother.
No, I appreciate it, Dave.
Yeah, dude.
Even if you are a white flag waving retreater.
Yeah, but I do it from a place of Jamaican cooking and cuisine that is just far superior to the rest of the world. You know,
Jamaican food's bomb. Yeah, I agree.
Tell me about
You
it.
can't
I'm like,
surrender and retreat at the same time.
actually, can you surrender and retreat at the same time?
Can't.
I guess he could.
Yeah,
No,
but
you
you're
can't.
the man who I changed his mind about
Surrender
the fact
implies you
running
turning
barefoot.
yourself over, dude.
Yeah, but it like maybe
Running
like a
barefoot.
temporary
To come
retreat
to
and be
terms with
like,
their
all right, don't.
combatant.
While they're understanding the surrender, and
I mean, have you
then
guys
stop
never
running.
fought a war before? What's going on here?
Yo, have you? Shut the hell up, dude.
Isn't surrender also retreat? Aren't they kind of?
No, dude.
Or
George
retreat
Washington was one of the best
retreat is
retreaters
surrender,
of all
but
time.
surrender is not retreat.
Then they made that
No,
movie though. No retreat, no
retreat is
surrender.
not surrender, bro.
Surrender means the end.
You can win wars.
To retreat out.
Retreat means you're running away. Surrender means you're giving up.
No, in all seriousness, I do agree. They
Like,
are
really,
obviously two different things.
Like, really, can you blame the British for retreating from Australians? They're just conditioned to see a prison break happening if they see Australians in the wild.
Yeah, dude. No one wants part of that.
I think that's why we put them so far away.
Yeah, you're like, holy shit. Like, you see one on a panel, Dave, you're like, holy shit, they're coming back to the mainland. Get your gun.
Yo, who let them out?
Oh,
Who let them
Australians
out,
I'm
dude?
fine with. I just imagine Australians don't exist. That helps me. But you
I
cannot
see no
ignore
dishonor in this.
bursting bosoms
there's
flashing
no
all over your screen.
You know, I think I can shatter your pretend vision of Australia with the transcendental argument for koalas, David.
Well, the koalas not exist either, because if you say that, that's like telling me Santa Claus, then the
No.
Easter Bunny, and now
The
koalas.
transcendental argument of koalas would be premise
Koalas
one.
are covered in chlamydia. Chlamydia exists. Therefore, Australia is real.
Koalas exist. Premise 2, koalas live in Australia. Conclusion, Australia is real.
No, you need even better evidence, Josh. This is why it's like, no, premise 1, koalas climb trees and are covered in chlamydia. Premise 2, trees are real. Premise 3, chlamydia is real.
Are they the ones that eat eucalyptus all day and stay high? They be getting high all day. All they do is just chill and get high. But you mess with a koala, they'll rip your face off.
Dude, I'll read there. I'll put them in a microwave, dude. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, we got all these microwaves and jungles for bears and koalas and.
Your lives actually sound like so pathetic.
Regardless, pandas are robots. Can we all agree that pandas are robots? They're not real animals.
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah,
they're definitely
did
Chinese
actually
spy
find a
robots that are
microwave
sent
that's
to
big enough
zoos
for
all
a
over
bear.
the world.
just like birds, dude.
Or
Yeah, I'm
maybe
with you.
they're not like they're like robotic like transceptor signal amplifiers, and so they send them to these zoos in all these countries all over the world, and they charge to send them to the zoos like $3 million. And if there's any medical problem with the panda, you can't operate on the panda. You have to send it back to China, which costs you another $3 million.
Yeah.
And
I wonder why that is.
Quote unquote
yeah, because
medical.
this is spy technology that they're using to
There's a
infiltrate
bunch of
all the
gears in there,
countries.
dude.
Yeah. Bro, this is a foolproof. I got this conspiracy down pat. Pandas are
Hell yeah.
fake robot Chinese spy technology.
I'm with you.
I feel like a zoo is very inefficient surveillance, though.
Have you ever seen a video of a panda? They look like robots. They're like,
Yeah. It looks like Country Bear Jamboree, dude.
yeah. I seen that at Chuck E. Cheese's.
Yeah, yeah.
And you know what's funny is like the only reason I've had to keep talking about this is because if Teriak or anybody else was concerned, they could have DM'd me.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Like
Teriak is your debate partner, or was, right?
No, he still is. I got no problem addressing this because he brought it into public. He didn't bring it up with me privately first.
That's what I mean. He was your teammate, Terry. Probably should have took it private.
Yeah.
Yeah. Teriak's cool. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, like
could have been handled
but
differently.
it's like this particular issue. It's like, okay, well, he made it he brought it up in public, so I got no problem to continuing to respond to it in public. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's okay. I only brought it up just now just because I was curious, because I missed a lot of it, and I just didn't know how it went. I don't know if I have like any DM with you or anything.
If you ask Caldy and some other people who were around for the whole stream, we got funny as fuck.
Oh yeah, nice dude, hell yeah.
I went back and listened
I hate when
to it
there's
'cause
streams.
People,
Yeah, go ahead.
people are telling me about it, and I went back and listened to some of it, and yeah, I don't know. I don't care about you doing it. I mean, well, I don't care either way, but I think doing a show with Eternal is actually a smart move.
Right.
And that's why I had her on my panel, because she does have like some crazy ideas, and I like talking to people like that. But you doing a show with her, I think it's a good idea. I'm just saying, like, be careful.
Again,
with
what's
catching
one of
feelings.
the first things people think about when you say Macho Man Randy Savage?
Wally.
Snap into a Slim Jim.
WWE, Slim Jims,
See,
the Dragon mod on Skyrim.
What you're looking
Spider-Man.
for, Wally, is Elizabeth, but people don't associate.
Yeah, I have no idea who that is.
But if you ask a wrestling fan, like that, if you ask a wrestling fan, that's one of the biggest parts of the app.
Nobody really cares about the woman. She's just there to
We're
look
adults.
good. They care about so it's Wally.
I'm pretty sure they both fucked each other's women. So that's also the plot line too. They both like cheated on their wives with each other's wives.
That's
or some
what
shit.
you gotta. That's actually a good point, Wally. That when you bring up Macho Man Randy Savage, I don't think about whoever the hell Elizabeth is. I don't know who that is. I think about Macho Man Randy Savage. So it's still the Wally show, and she's
that's
the
gay, dude.
co-host.
But it's
a little gay.
What I mean is like, but
No, I'm just
within
kidding.
like,
Yeah, you guys are like Max and Lola.
what I mean is like
When I think about Matt and Jeff Hardy, I don't think about what's her name, Lola or Leah. I don't think about Leah.
well,
Leah was
obviously
there.
not. Like he hasn't been a part of their act for 20 fucking years. You shouldn't be
know.
thinking
I'm
of
not
like those couple of years she was anymore.
I'm not a wrestler guy. When I think about Vegeta, the
Well, that's
first thing
my
I
point,
think
is
of
like
is not
within-
Bulma.
But my point is like within wrestling fans, like when wrestling fans generally like are thinking of Savage, or any wrestler, like you're thinking of like what their whole act is. So it's as a fan. So like yeah, as a fan, you're obviously gonna immediately think of Elizabeth being a huge part of that act with them.
No, when you put this into terms, I understand. When you bring up Goku and Vegeta, the first thing I think of is not Chi-Chi and Bulma.
Yeah, but that's a different kind of format for a show. Like it's a
Doesn't
completely
matter what
different
format. Any
story.
format you could think of. When I think of Trump, the first thing I think of is not Melania. When I think of
The love
maybe when
plots in those
when
shows
I think
are
of
for the women.
Obama, the first thing I think of might
Right.
be Big Mike, because that's like actually who's wearing the pants. But like the woman is just there as an added bonus. It's really
It's part of like that's my point is that it's part of like the overall presentation.
yeah.
And that's
it's
why
never-
like, you have this trend in wrestling where
I got exactly back in those days when Macho Man and Elizabeth and that was running. You're 100% correct. It was the managers were just as important as the wrestlers. That's why the large majority of all like the title, like the champions and all that shit, they all had female managers escorting them to the stage. They all did, matches with their female partners. I mean, that was a whole different era. At that time, yes, you are correct. It was Elizabeth and Macho Man. They were synonymous with each other. But if you look back now, that's not what people remember.
If you look at now, you think of iDubbbz, and he is synonymous with Anissa, but I don't think that's a good thing.
When I think of Triple H, I don't think of Xena. Like right now
China.
in this,
Xena.
oh China, not Xena, China.
Yeah.
China. Yeah.
But like when people look over that performer and they look over their history, it's like you get to a point where it's like, yeah, this like pairing this rough-looking guy like Savage, or when Triple H was paired up with Stephanie is another example. It's like, you know, it enhances the presentation because now you have like this rough-looking guy next beside an attractive woman all the time.
Yeah, but see, Wally. So this is the part that people kind of keep going back to is all these examples you use and you keep using. They're all love examples. Like these are all people who had relationships outside of just their careers as well. So you keep going back to the ones that are always have these deep connections.
There are ones that didn't. There are ones that didn't though. There was you had a lot of male heels who worked with Sherry, and she wasn't fucking all of them in real life.
That's right. You're absolutely correct, Wally. But that's not the examples that you keep using. You keep going back to the ones that were in love.
Because it's the more ubiquitous example than me going into remember that year that Randy worked with Sherry? Everybody remembers that way more.
That was an
What
interesting
about
point
Eric
there,
Cartman
King.
and Jennifer Lopez? Eric Cartman, Jennifer Lopez.
You could, hey, Wally, you could have said Lita and the Hardy Boys. You could have said that. You could have said and she fucked both of those guys, but you didn't go there because there was no love dynamic.
Hold on, when did she fuck Jeff? We gotta start talking wrestling now, Blackout, because when did she fuck Jeff? I'd never heard that shit.
When did she fuck who? Yeah.
No, I think she was with Matt. Yeah.
No, Lita cheated on Matt with Edge. That's what happened.
Did that really happen, or is that a wrestling story?
Hold on. Lita started with Jeff. What are you talking about? Lita
she was in.
With Jeff, and then Matt, because then Matt went and took his evil turn. Matt, whatever the fuck, however he did this fucking new hand signal and shit. When Matt Hardy switched, that's when he took over Lita. Because then Jeff got bounced from the WWE or WWF at the time.
Yeah, but in real life,
is Freddie in here?
In real life, behind the scenes, Blackout, Lita and Matt had been a couple for a while, and then she started fucking Edge behind Matt's back in real life.
But she got with Matt from Jeff. I swear to God, that was how that worked.
Maybe from them working together as an act, but when they got when they were collectively called Team Extreme.
Hold on 1
together.
second. Somebody new in chat said, "Can I send a YouTube video that has a formula to calculate the likelihood that a zoo animal is fake?" Yeah, you can definitely send that.
Dude, that sounds sick. Yeah, for sure.
Freddie's in chat. Walking on muted too, whatever that means.
I didn't know people were already analyzing
If Freddie
that.
comes in the Discord, I'll unmute him.
What?
Come on, Freddie. I want to chew your ass for something. I don't know what yet.
Is that another one?
It won't be hard to find something.
But you gotta
No,
learn
it won't.
to let
You'll
other
probably
people
get mine.
talk. It can't just be the Freddy. It's not the Freddy show.
He's
not letting other people talk.
I just take it on the way.
He will not give the floor.
Hold
to
on,
others.
Glim Chandler. I'm gonna put the Discord in there, and you can. Oh, it's doing that thing again where it's.
You're just afraid of how based Freddy is.
Just take it from the message I sent you yesterday.
Yeah. But that only lasts for a week. I just learned how to change it to where the link never expires, but now it won't give me a link anymore. Hold on, I gotta hide the Discord so that people don't see
I'm seeing it, bro.
my private stuff.
What's the private stuff?
I had a moment of weakness today, by the
got?
way. I bought a pop figure.
Which one did you buy now, Wally?
They had I was in Target and they had an exclusive Age of Apocalypse.
I don't know what that is, but
from X-Men. The X-Men villain.
Okay.
Yeah, that's hard. If it was like a limited edition thing, I think it's all right. That's cool.
Hey, to be fair, I have a couple pops myself. They're Scooby Doo, but that's it. I'll admit it.
I can't say shit about that because of my picture, dude.
Join that, Glim Chandler, and then you can post it in the Discord, or you can send it to me directly. You can find me in the Discord and all that stuff.
And it's funny
I'm ready
because
to deep dive in the animal thing. Sorry, go ahead,
it's
buddy.
funny because if you look at this one, it looks like a regular sized one, but then when you compare it to a different one, He's actually a little bit oversized compared to the normal ones. Like
Oh,
there
yeah.
he is versus Doom Guy.
Yeah, they got a whole different mold for that, dude. That's wild.
Wobble
Jeb, what are
head.
you showing up there? That's not a pop figure, is it? Jeb, what was that?
What?
Daddy Jeb, what was that you were showing?
It was some zombie-looking thing, wasn't it?
All right, then fuck you too, bro. Fuck you and your little toys,
dude.
See, the thing is, like, the thing is with a lot of the shit I have, Blackout, like, I don't collect particular product lines. Like, I collect characters I like.
Right? Yeah. No, I hear
I do
you.
the
No,
same
me
thing,
too.
Wally.
So, like,
I'm with you.
like, I got a Lich King. I don't have a Lich King pop because I like pops. I have a Lich King pop because I like the Lich King.
Yeah, but
Right,
you,
yeah, no,
you
no,
opened
badass,
it and took it out of the
Well,
box.
one thing.
Yeah,
I
I
kind
got
of
it on my desk, Josh.
I thought about that. If I get a shelf, I want to put a shelf back here and have some cool lights and some books and some like action figures and stuff. They're not going to look as cool if they're in the box.
Nope.
But if you take them out of the box, they lose their value.
So you're buying things to sell them later? That sounds kind of retarded.
Well,
Right.
okay, so
Good
I should
point.
buy them to display them and then keep the
Yep.
box, and then if I want to resell them, put them back in the
No.
box and
Dude,
trade.
just buy two. Just buy two each.
Josh, let me explain this to you. Make it very simple. Most things, taking them out of the package doesn't matter because unless they're rare, they're not going to appreciate in value as much as something that isn't.
Okay, so like
And then at that point, unless something is rare, it really doesn't matter to me because brand popularity comes and goes. So like those values are going to dip and go up.
You could never. You could never.
I want a couple. I like Spawn. The Spawn action figures are fire. They got some crazy Spawn stuff, and then a couple Spawn figures, a couple Dragon Ball figures, some blue lights, and some
They
books.
made some Warcraft figures, the Spawn people, way back in the day.
Nice.
Look at that shit.
Wally, I'll say for the horde, damn you.
I like a detailed action figure. It's not a
I ain't
doll.
for the Horde, crazy.
What? I didn't hear you.
This is limited. There's 2018 of these.
Damn.
That's the
300
lightning.
mounts, Wally.
The lightning bobblehead. You keep bobbling its head, you're gonna
I
break.
wish I had that many. Crazy.
You're gonna break
It's
the
a long
bobble.
trip.
You're gonna break that
It's not.
spring.
It's not from some esteemed company. You know what I'm saying? Just some doofus in Tampa made 2,000 bobbleheads, and it's like, oh, I
Oh,
only
that's
made
the Lich
2,000.
King, or that's the Illidan pop.
And
how do you know Illidan, bro? You never slayed Illidan out.
Bro, I was playing WoW before you were born. What are you talking about?
And there's, just like the Lich King figure, I do
I'm
have a
WoW
matching
OG.
Illidan
I was
figure.
playing Classic, Lich King,
You were
Burning
not on
Crusades.
Classic WoW.
I was on Classic WoW. Yes, I was. I
I
was
was
on
a gnome
Classic.
mage, bro. I was a gnome mage.
I was an Orc Hunter.
Yeah,
I was a
a
damn
hunter.
knight warhawk.
I was an Orc
see-
Hunter who ran a guild with 300 people in it, and we used to raid when Burning Crusades
You did not
came
run
out.
the guild, bro.
When
You
Lich
did
King
not run
came
the
out, we
guild.
were one of the first guilds on our server to
Ran that-
run the.
He
I
said
can't
he
remember
said he
what it's
runs the
called.
guild, bro. Come on.
Bro, I ran the
Hey,
guild. I was the
You
guild
did not
head.
run the guild.
Bro, I
Second
You had the
ranked
for the horde
alliance.
mount.
I was in the
Horde
second
mount.
ranked alliance in the entire world. I was top 10 player in the second ranked alliance. So now what, bitch? What you got?
Lie. You played for the pretty people. What the hell's wrong with you?
I was
Yeah, dude.
I was the best DPS hunter on my server for a minute. We were
Yeah,
one of the
there's
first
300
guilds.
people on the server.
We were one of the first guilds to fully complete. What was the Lich King? The ice palace.
Crown
You did
Citadel.
not.
Yeah, Crown Citadel. We were one of the first guilds on our server to. We were like the second guild on our server to run the Ice Crown Citadel. Yeah.
I loved that. I loved
I'm not sure.
ICC rating.
I'm old school,
ICC
bruh.
rating was fucking peak.
I'm old school. You don't know me.
I waited for internet minutes in the mail, bitch, like on a CD.
Yeah.
What?
Dude, I single-handedly
Bro, I was
crashed
playing
the
on
economy.
dial-up. I was playing classic on
single-handed-
dial-up. You don't even
Dude,
know
you
what
was
dial-up is.
CDs behind me,
I didn't
bitch.
even get it.
I was there. He was not playing WoW on dial-up. Don't buy it.
We were. You were too young.
I got a
We didn't have a
confession.
computer, bro.
I gotta make a
I had a
confession.
computer and we had a computer in '95 before you were born.
He had
We were
no
doing
computer,
dial-up.
dude. I
I
did
had
not look up
AOL 1.0.
boobs.com.
I seen
I did not
AOL
look up
1.0.
boobs.com.
Oh man, Star Wars Galaxies I played on dial-up,
I
man.
don't even know about AOL 1.0, bruh.
I am so
Fucking
sorry to
entitled.
hear that, Dave. Players of Star Wars Galaxies got fucked over so hard.
We got
I'm so
fucked. They
sorry.
completely fucked that game. It was great in the beginning. It was fucking awesome, and then they just screwed the whole fucking thing
And
up.
then it died for Old Republic to live.
I'm
Yeah.
like the edge
Yeah.
of the
There was
last
a great-
generation that never that was
I like
born.
the Old Republic MMO. Thank you.
We didn't
There
have
was
internet.
a fantastic
Yeah,
We
it
didn't
was
Star
have
Wars
internet
game
when I
on
was born.
PS2. On PS2, they had an amazing Star Wars game. I forget what it was.
CompuServe. They were making Roma
Cell phones
CompuServe.
weren't even a thing when I was born.
See, Josh,
Yeah,
I gotta confess my sins here. I switched to the Horde in Burning Crusade.
I was never
Good,
Alliance.
dude.
You're smart.
I'm
I
Horde out.
switched to be the Blood Elves.
Yeah, I was Horde too. I was like the undead guys.
I was undead.
Hell yeah.
So here's the thing.
I
You
had
know
an
what
orc
got me to be
hunter. I had an orc death knight.
Undead
I had an
rogue.
orc warrior. I was always orc.
You know what
Undead
got me to
rogue.
you know what got me to be to go Horde and be a Blood Elf was when I was looking through the options and they put the goddamn Sephiroth haircut as an option.
I did have an
Hell
undead.
yeah.
Oh, I had an undead mage too. It was a twink though. It was a 19 twink.
Okay, this is checking out because these are all the characters he suggested to me: Orc Warrior, Undead Mage. But I did Undead Rogue because I'm a renegade, dude, and I keep a dagger.
I had a,
I was a
I had
warlock.
a,
Oh, yeah.
I
Undead
had a
warlock.
sick
Oh, yeah.
undead mage. I had a sick orc death knight, and I had a sick orc warrior. But my main was an orc hunter, and then I had a twink undead. No, maybe
Rogue.
my undead mage was the twink. Yeah.
I had a dwarf shadow priest. That was my main.
And now
Yeah, I was
twink
on
is like some
priest.
gay term that means like a skinny gay guy.
The oldest characters I haven't deleted, I still have, are my Paladin and my Death Knight that I made when Wrath came out.
I loved Wrath, man.
I loved
I
it.
met my
Crazy,
wife
like-
when that was out. That was
Twink
mad.
used to be where you get to level 19 and then you don't level up anymore and you just play PvP and you get all the best gear for level 19 and then you run
Yeah,
in the
right.
PvPs and you just murk everybody.
Twink rogues, man.
Right,
Twink
and now,
rogues.
now what does twink
Bastards.
mean? Now twink just means you take it in the
Now
ass.
twink means you're a skinny gay guy.
What was it? Altec Valley? What was that big one? The big battlefield of PvP? Altec Valley?
Alterac Valley.
Yeah.
Is that it? The big one?
I think so. I think it was Alterac Valley. It's been a long
Wrath
Three or
of,
four
the
hundred
Lich
folks in
King,
there?
Wrath of the Lich King rating was so peak no matter what patch it was in that game.
Yep. Until you
Like-
showed up in your PvP gear and they wouldn't let you raid.
Yeah.
Fucking
Man,
dollar.
And then
playing-
I
remember,
was
like,
one
the
of
first
those
one?
I was one of those people who jumped for joy when they patched in the dungeon finder.
Yep, I liked it. Pretty good.
I miss, and then Cataclysm completely ruined my Retribution Paladin until Pandaria brought it back. And even then, it was like halfway. It was like halfway through the expansion that they buffed up the Ret Pally during Pandaria.
Or no, it was which came first? Cataclysm came before Pandaria? Yeah.
It was Cataclysm, Pandaria, Warlords of Draenor, Legion, Battle for Azeroth.
Yeah, I was playing Cataclysm when I went out and joined Mag Crew, and then my laptop got stolen right before Pandaria. So I never played.
Cataclysm wrecked so much shit.
I never played
That's
after.
wrecked entire classes for the whole cycle in a few cases.
Yeah, I never played after Pandaria, and I had started on Cataclysm, but that was pretty much the end of my WoW days.
What with Warlords of Draenor or something like that? I hated that one.
Draenor,
Warlords of Draenor was the expansion in between Pandaria and Legion.
Yeah, yeah.
I did have an
I hated that
alliance
one.
character. I had a
hated
Draenei warrior or paladin.
Draenei. You had a Draenei.
Whatever, however you say it.
You had a Draenei.
I had a
Not a
Draenei
Draenei.
paladin. That was the only alliance character because I wanted to try it out
when it came out. That was the only Alliance character I ever had.
I remember my first flying mount. I was in a dress. I just had to say it. No, fuck it. Oh, no.
It's okay, are you?
I remember when they gave away the exclusive motorcycle.
Yep, that's them.
The Horde Chopper.
Yep, the Horde Chopper
That's
and the
badass.
Mechanic Hog and all that. I did engineer just to get for that damn Mechanic Hog or whatever they called it.
When I was a kid, I used to play Fable and get multiple
favorite-
wives, and then I would walk the wives across each other so they would get in fist fights and fight over me.
That's base, dude.
What?
I remember that game.
My favorite mount is probably still one of them at least. One of my favorite mounts is absolutely the mini Deathwing they gave away from one of the anniversary events.
Wait, Rob, have you ever seen Adventure Time?
Everyone tells me to watch that. I haven't seen it though. No.
Fuck, there's this episode where the main character has like all these dolls of everyone in the show, and he starts like making them all date each other and shit, and it's like hella weird. That was me on Fable.
Yeah, dude, that is. I remember Fable. I played the shit out of that when it came out. But no, I never seen the show. Everyone says I should watch it. Maybe I will.
Yeah, I tried marrying all the women in this town, and I got so
Your wife didn't even cook for you this morning before she went to work. What the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah, we saw that,
like
dude. We
4
saw that
wives,
shit.
You letting her slip?
You
there.
drove her. Yeah, you noticed that, dude. That was clutch.
Yeah, that really sucked for him.
What that you didn't get breakfast made for you before you drove your girlfriend to work this morning?
I made her fucking steak and rice when she got home.
You made her.
Nice.
Exactly.
Yeah, she can't cook for shit, dog.
Not the point.
I guess that's fair then, dude. That's fair.
I'm good as fuck.
Teacher.
She's actually not even bad, but I'm good as fuck as cooking.
My wife, it took my wife about 5 years, but now she cooks amazing. But I had to teach her. You know how you teach her? You just tell her it's gross. Just don't be nice. Just be like, that's disgusting. What you should do next time is this. And then you let her do it.
Yeah.
James, get out of the chat. You're supposed to be in bed.
Black Up.
Yeah, James, it's past your bedtime, buddy.
James, Mr. Oh, I'm going to bed, guys. Good night.
Yeah, you just don't want to hang out with us, dude. Is that it?
Yeah, he fucking lied, dude.
Yo, he just lied, and now he just didn't want to chill with us
Bold
anymore.
faced lie. I saw him in chat, dude. Lurking.
Because we're calling him out on his shit. That's what's happening. James can't handle it. Fucking piss drinking reprobate.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if it's just me. Having a woman make me breakfast sounds like a child and a mom's relationship.
No, yeah, she's gonna make you breakfast while you sit down and read the newspaper and drink coffee. That's how it works.
Yeah. You lead.
Well, I play Pokemon Arceus on my Nintendo Switch.
Yeah. It's the same thing. It's just adjusted for the new generation.
Listen, if she wants a real man, she better make cereal while I play my video games.
Hell yeah, dude.
And bring it to you. Carry it right to you. Set it down. Well.
Chair! Been a while.
He's afraid.
There's our boy, Chair.
Mr. Chair, how you been, Chair?
There's our favorite Chinese spy, Chair.
Maybe Echo will run in there and take a dump in it.
I hope so, dude. That was great last time.
That was kind of funny, dude.
It was.
I felt that was
hilarious. When he was dry heaving in the background.
Yeah, that's all I heard was like.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Wait. Jub, did you see the video of John Jones getting emotional? He did an Instagram live and then realized he was drunk as fuck on Instagram live complaining about his family. And he made a weird sound. He was like, ugh, and then he hung up. He like ended the live.
That's brutal, dude. He can't stop.
Bro,
Like,
he sounded like he was like unhinged. He was like, "Don't you hate when you're trying to enjoy yourself and you do something nice for someone, and I just want to bash their fucking heads in. I just want to bash
yeah, he's
people's fucking
crazy.
heads."
Damn, dude, that's brutal.
He's always had
And
a
like
little
he
bit of a
already,
dark.
dude, he already bashed his wife's head in once.
Yeah, no, he's
Chair-
got darkness in him.
Chair super chat for the chair. Let's go.
But yeah, he like realizes that he's like on Instagram Live talking about how he wants to beat his family, and then he instantly ends it making like weird noises.
Yeah, that's scary. That's sketchy, dude. Someone should have called the police.
No, he's a scary guy.
I'm gonna donate to
Especially
the
considering like he's definitely a closeted gay man. Which who knows the
Those
type
are
of
always
internal
scary.
demons? Who knows the
Donate to
type of
the
internal
chair.
demons he's fighting with that?
We're
Oh,
pretty
he's
short
got
of the
$5.
goal. I don't super really care about the goal.
He's a bad hombre.
I'm sending 5 to the chair right now, Josh. Don't
5
worry.
to the
Well, exactly.
chair.
He has to.
Let's go.
He doesn't want people to think he's gay either, so he has to act badder and badder too.
We're 75
5
short
to
of
the
the
chair.
super chat goal, and we're 30 short of the Cash App goal. Grift time. No, I don't really care, guys. I just put it there because why not? But I don't. You know, I appreciate everything I get. It's not.
Guys, if you don't support JS better, he's going to have to put his chair out on the street and sell its ass for money.
I've done this for free for like 5 years, so it's gonna keep
Well,
happening.
you get the better chair with that money.
It's not gonna stop. I don't care if we got 0 viewers or.
Damn, you don't sell yourself, Josh. Do good. Damn.
Nah,
Quit.
you know. And also, I say some pretty some radical stuff, and maybe
No
it's-
shit.
maybe there's a little bit of trolling involved, and so so I lose some audience sometimes, and you know the type of people who can't suss that out and they can't figure out when
Is Chair going to have to sell its
they're not the
seat,
type
Josh?
of people
Are
I
you
want
not making
around.
enough money?
If I say something that offends you and you leave my channel and you unsubscribe, I don't want you subscribed.
Yeah, that's based, Josh. That's based.
No
as hell. That's why I'm here, dude.
Wait, who are you guys talking about?
Yeah,
People
Josh
that-
is ultimately like me. He's ultimately part of the DGAF gang when it comes to that shit.
Hey, thank you, ZT Dent. Yeah, I'm gonna say something
Yeah, nice.
at a
Ugly
point
fuck.
that is going to offend every single one of you. At
No.
some point,
Are you guys
you're
talking
gonna
about, like, a
disagree.
chatter?
You're gonna my chat, the people on the panel. At some point, I'm gonna say something that everybody is gonna disagree with, and you're gonna hard disagree with me, and might
Oh
even
my
offend
God.
you, might even make you a little mad. And
It's impossible to offend me.
if that's the
Don't
type
worry
of
about
thing
it.
that'll make you leave my chat and leave my channel and unsubscribe, then good riddance.
There's nothing you could say, dude. I don't
Yeah.
get offended for shit.
Yeah, there's nothing, bro. I mean, if I'm drunk, it might be a different story. But as of right now, there's nothing you can say, bro.
Now you got to ban. You're gonna have to ban me yourself.
I ain't gonna lie to you, JS.
Right,
There's things
exactly.
you could do. I don't even
Out
watch Destiny
yourself,
no
you
more.
lazy son of a bitch.
You get caught up
No,
with some
I know,
Destiny
dude.
shit, bud. It might.
If you
No,
accuse
you-
any
you
English
came
person
at-
of having bad teeth, that will make us all cry. We'll make how it doesn't, but we all secretly cry when you fucking insult our dentistry and our. But we fight better because we don't give a shit if we lose them. So
No,
You,
but
you
I
don't
I
fight
like
better.
Goon a
You
lot.
run away
and
from
Goon,
women.
You
Goon
tell him,
came-
Dave.
Goon came at me with this last week. Like, if you certain things, you're not gonna hang around for that. And
Brady, he said
Well,
he was
I
gonna
wasn't.
unmute
I
you.
wasn't soy about it either. I told you I got
No.
lines. If the lines are passed, I'm out. Like,
I know, but
True enough.
if you think, if somebody is a racist, I'm not gonna hang. I make a lot of racist jokes. I make.
Well, no, he didn't.
well, that's the
He
thing
didn't
too. Like,
necessarily-
there's a lot of people I watched that I've stopped watching. I would never like be one of those fucking retards that like orbits around being like, "This guy's evil. I used to watch him. He's evil. You need to realize he's evil." That shit's like cringe as fuck.
I see. So you're not even gonna lurk. You're just gonna be like deuces, and we're never gonna hear from you again. I see what we're saying.
Nah, man. I think genuinely it was a misunderstanding between me and Josh.
no.
And I honestly didn't even like.
See, this is where
I didn't
Josh
think that
and
like
I
he was
differ.
saying it heavy. I just wanted to make sure like I knew what he believed
Well,
when it came
let me make this
to
clear.
I
Like,
don't even want to bring it up because it's
here.
like YouTube TOS shit too.
well, let me
Yeah,
make,
no, I
let me make this clear.
completely understand the dog
Let me
whistling.
make this clear because this is a subject where Josh and I differ. When it I do not avoid going on panels like Chaotic Truth or Resla because of any racist jokes. I don't go up there because I'm genuinely afraid of it negatively impacting my credit score.
That's
Wally,
racist.
I was taking a
Wally.
sip.
That's racist.
I was taking a
Wally.
sip.
I don't like that.
I just wanted you to know I thought that was funny. I couldn't laugh because I was drinking water though.
If I start hanging out in certain panels for too long, I might lose my ability to swim, or I don't know.
Yeah. I like having good credit. I just really don't think it's statistically good for me to be around more than two at the same time.
No, for a while,
Yeah,
like
who
you
knows?
guys don't.
IRS could be watching.
You guys
Yeah.
haven't been around here long, but for a while, it was like me, and then it would be Jalen, Freddie, like it was all people against me.
Yeah, cat.
Or yeah, people like that. Like
You get yo man, you get those four up on the panel. Jesus Christ.
That sounds brutal. I've seen them all individually.
But I can't be that
All
bad
together.
because they still hang around.
Can we get
And I never banned. Well, I'll do temporary bans. Like I'll mute people and I'll just be like, "You're just annoying me tonight. I don't want to talk to you."
Josh, between your connections and mine, I think we could book a cat versus Eternal debate.
Actually, the
That would be
people
awesome.
who I ban are people who are like radically, because I kind of put off this idea that may attract, the Groiper types or the, like the we hate the Jays and we hate the blacks and these type of people. They might be attracted to my channel, and when they come in my chat and they start with that stuff, I'll ban them because I'm really not about that. I think it's funny and I like making jokes.
Wait, dude, you're not about that, dude. I'm out.
I'm not really about that life. Like,
Dude,
I love
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, Uber soup.
Yeah. I love the Jews. I love the blacks.
I love everybody.
But I also love making jokes about them too.
Yeah, no, that's how I feel too. Yeah, it's funny. I don't get pissed when people make Italian jokes to me.
It's a fucking walleye, baby. Yeah.
Get one.
The only thing I don't make is straight white Christian male conservative jokes.
That's how we do, baby. Yeah.
Put him on camera. Pull his fucking eyeballs
And if
out.
you
Let's
make
go.
jokes against those type of people, you can get the fuck out of here.
That's how we fucking do, baby.
No, I've said all the time.
That's fair.
Those type of, they're weak. We're weak, and we kind of tolerate the. I'll be critical of everybody.
Fuck yeah, bro.
That's how it should be.
That's why
Yeah,
I don't
good.
like.
Yeah.
I don't like the soft Christianity. And
Well, here, y'all. This is what we're fishing for, y'all.
look at that dang fish. What the?
Hell yeah.
It's a walleye, bro. I just caught the motherfucker.
Nice, dude. Hell yeah.
That's a big.
That's
That's a
walleye.
walleye.
That's a walleye. See.
Nice.
Yo, check him for parasites.
Yeah. Stop. Don't go back in the hole.
And
Hit
you
him
caught
in the head
that,
with a damn hammer.
you caught that ice
Yeah.
fishing?
Yep. I just caught him in the hole right now.
That's cool.
Hell yeah, dude.
I've never
My
been
rattle
ice fishing.
reel
That would
went
be
on.
awesome.
The bell's going.
That's a nice one, man.
Yeah. He's got some fucking teeth on there.
What do you think's going through his brain right now? You know what I mean?
He's
probably
like,
scared
why
as
the
hell.
fuck did I come out that ice and what the fuck's happening?
He don't have.
Yeah,
that
what's
brain.
going on?
His
He just got
brain is like
abducted
the
by
size
aliens.
of a nickel.
Yeah, I know.
It's like
He's probably
yeah,
still
bro.
he probably still thinks he's in water. He's trying to swim right now, dude.
yeah, he's just like,
He probably,
all of a sudden this breathing thing doesn't work anymore. Where's food
yeah,
at?
what the hell? Yeah, what? Yeah, and then he forgets about it 1 second later, and he starts looking for like a tadpole or something.
I thought about like fishing from a fish's perspective. Is it like it's probably like gambling. It's probably like a game of risk. Like we know that this worm is fake.
Yeah.
but we get to take this ride and we get to go into this unknown world, and we might get thrown back, but you might die in the process. It's kind of like space travel with humans.
You think they think that ahead? They're like alien cultists, like the fish.
Yeah,
they're like,
So I
take me to the world above.
Because when I go and fish at this one lake, you catch carp over and over and over, big carp. And
I
you
know.
catch all these carp, and it's like they gotta. Well, I mean, I guess not because they're retarded.
They just
but-
forget about it. Yeah, they just forget about it. That's
Yeah.
the reason. It's not like they're not. They're obviously not smart enough to think like, oh, like I might get let go or I might get cooked. Like there's none of that. They just forget like everything 5 seconds later.
Yeah, but I was like, what if some of these carp are like, okay, well, we know that when they throw these circular breadcrumbs with this weird metal thing hanging out of it, that this leads to you going up into the unknown, and sometimes
know
you come
that, yeah.
back. So it's like, I'm trying to like put my brain into a fish's brain.
No, I know. You're thinking. You're
And I'm
you're
like,
not dumbing it down enough.
Yeah,
They literally are like, oh look, food, and that's it. Like
Yeah.
you're like, oh shit, look, food, and that's literally there's nothing
That's
else.
all they're thinking. But wouldn't
exactly.
wouldn't it be cool if they were like, let's go for a ride and let's like,
Yeah, it would be funny, dude. Yeah, I would be like that if I was a fish.
But like in SpongeBob, and like SpongeBob episode where they had like all the hooks hanging down and they would ride them up.
yeah, exactly.
Kinda like that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, woo! And most of us are going to come back, but every now and then somebody's not going to come back. But it's worth the risk because you're going to get an experience.
You got to
that
pour
you can,
pour one out for those guys.
Yeah, you
Bob
can tell all
episode
the
where
other
they had,
fish
like, all the hooks
guys.
hanging down and they would ride them up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah,
You're echoing, Jub. Took the headphones off or something, but yeah.
Have you
it's
ever
like,
heard, Josh, that you could pull a fish backwards and it'll drown it?
pull a fish?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense
I
because
used
the
to
way
do
their
that
gills
before.
work, the water flows through their gills and it separates the oxygen out. So if you pulled them backwards, but
That's not true. That's not true at all.
yeah, because when I have a fish
I
that
don't know,
I've
man.
held out of the water too long and I'm taking pictures
Yep.
and stuff with this fish,
Yep.
I put it in
You
the
have to
water
run
and I hold it
Yep.
by its
You have
tail
to
and I
run
go
them
back and forth.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
like,
they told me.
it works. It works. It runs the water over their gills and actually forces more oxygen into their stream. You couldn't kill them that way.
Okay.
That's how you say.
Maybe some types of fish, maybe that is true, or for an extended period of time, like if you tied a fish to a boat and just dragged it backwards, that might actually. But that's kind of like.
And then how do fish stay on stringers then? I've thrown in stringer where he goes up through their gills and everything, through their mouth and through their gills, and I have 10, 15 fish laying on the back of the boat as I'm driving around, and the fucker will
But you're
glide through the
dragging
water.
them. You're dragging them you're dragging them with the boat, so the water's still flowing through their gills. In the
Right, but an extended period.
You don't
time
have them
going
flipped
like
around
30, 40
backwards.
miles an hour. Not true enough, but I guess.
Because
I
it'd be
guess that'd
kind of
be-
like
but you're not
it'd be
really
like
drunk.
if
I
you
would-
hooked
I would
a
argue that
it'd be like if you
you're-
hooked a vacuum to your lungs and you were constantly sucking the air out. If they're going backwards for extended period of time,
That's not how the gills work, though. When the gills flop, that's how the water comes in is backward and out through their mouth. That's how it works.
huh?
They don't
Yeah, dude,
go
big
over
nose
the gills.
fish.
They come up through the
He's
back.
getting into physiology, dude.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't know.
Have you ever watched your goldfish or like fish in a tank when they breathe? Like when it goes through their gills and out their mouth. Everything comes out their mouth.
Yeah, true.
That's how they breathe.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, some of the old anglers told me not to do that. That's why I asked. It just dawned on me.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't like exactly like Josh said. If you just sit there and like, fuck a fish up really bad, you could you could break it. You could break the gill. Like there's other damage you could do to the fish, but I don't think you could technically drown it.
Gotcha. I know which I had to keep them alive.
I mean,
before you could weigh 'em in.
technically, if you just kept it out of the water, wouldn't that be drowning it? It'd be like reverse.
It'd be,
Right.
I mean, I would say probably
Suffocating it.
suffocation
You'd
would be better.
suffocating it, right? You wouldn't be drowning it.
Unmute Freddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, according to Google, it
Justice
says,
for Freddy.
Yes, Freddy's back.
It says a fish can die by being
Need
pulled
some
back
Freddy
because their
justice.
gills are designed to function only in the forward direction.
Yeah.
Freddie just
There you go.
DM'd me. He has something very
I just
important to
Google-
say.
Yeah, I think that
Google
makes
search.
He
sense.
has an announcement.
No, that makes sense. But it would have to be an extended period of time. You'd have to be dragging them backwards for a long period of time.
You sexy man with toilet paper.
Yo, Goon's going shopping right now. Hell yeah, dude.
Because when they're lifeless in your hands, you can put them in the water and you can pull them back and forth, and it kind of like activates their gills and they get going again. And then
Exactly.
they'll
Yeah.
swim.
Did I hear that right? They can drown? Is that right here?
I don't know if I would call it drowning.
Or die then.
It can be damaged.
They can
yeah.
die.
I mean,
yeah.
You
can drown.
Exactly. I would argue you could do that with any animal at any time. You just handle anything enough in an unnatural way, it'll die.
It's true.
You can drown like the mammalian aquatics, like like dolphins and shit, because they have to breathe. But
True.
But King is right. You can put a freaking hook through the spine of a shiner and throw it in the water, and that thing will live for.
I just did that.
You can let it go at the end of the day.
That's what I'm using. I'm using shiners right now. I'm using shiners that are, about 4 inches big or so, with the hook to their back, and it's been in. I haven't touched either one of these lines since like 6 p.m. and it just went down now.
I love fishing. I've been fishing my whole life. My favorite is bass fishing, but I've never been ice fishing.
Oh yeah, dude! No, I
love
exactly. I bass fish in the summer when I do fish. It's bass in the summer. It's walleye in the winter. I only eat walleye. So,
well, if I ever travel out to whatever area you're in, you're gonna have to take me
Minnesota.
ice fishing.
Come up to the great north of Minnesota. I got you, bro.
Minnesota. I've been to the Mall of America.
Minnesota.
I hired an autistic guy in Mankato.
I'm about 3 hours northeast. I'm closer to Fargo than I am at everything else.
You smallmouth bassing it or largemouth?
If I'm ever in that area, you're gonna have to take me ice fishing. That
Oh,
would be
close to
awesome.
Fargo, you bet.
He's gonna sleep on your couch too.
Yeah, I need
Promise
a couch.
There's beds in the ice house.
We already know you.
I ain't trying to sleep in an ice house.
No, dude, it's literally like a house.
Well,
dude, look at it.
Is it
like?
I know it does.
My ball.
Like a cabin.
Oh,
Oh, that looks
damn.
nice, dude. Hell yeah.
Damn.
And there's just a hole in the floor. There's just a hole in the floor.
Yeah, there's a hole right there.
That's
Here's my line.
awesome, dude.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
That is so sick.
Runs on
Yeah.
bells. So when I'm sleeping, it runs like literally. We just chill in the ice house. We drink, we eat, we smoke.
That's awesome, dude.
Hell, that's
and
not
we
in
catch
my house.
fish.
How
that's
deep is the
epic.
water there?
Right where I'm at, it's only 23 feet, but the deepest spot in this lake is 125 feet.
Oh wow, it drops off then. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, no,
Well, ice insulates heat really well.
Before this spot,
Like
I was
inside
in
of
40
it.
foot deep water.
So now, if you if you have like the tent set up and stuff, do you go out to where it's deeper and drill a hole down and maybe get bigger fish?
So no, I tend to just I don't know instinctively because I have an app on my phone where I can see the contour lines of the lake. So while I'm driving around on the lake, I can tell how deep I am, and I go off like local fishing reports and a bunch of other stuff I just kind of pay attention to during the winter and like the weather change and all that kind of shit to kind of get an idea where the walleye are going to be hanging out. And like some years they're deeper, some years they're more shallow. Like this year I started off, like I said, in the 40-foot range. Like it was actually 38 feet. I was shooting for 35, but I hit 38. Didn't catch nothing but a couple northerns. So then I moved to shallower because the local fishery report said that they're hanging out more shallow this year because of this crazy ice ridge that we have, this like big ass ice heave that's on this side of the lake. So they're like kind of hanging out on this side. So it's like just kind of got to play with it. But yeah, I can move and do whatever I have to. But it takes maybe an hour or so to move. But
does that whole bunkhouse move?
Yeah, it's
so
literally it's a camper. There's a bathroom with the shower, all that here. Like
that's
it's a big ass camper. It's an art. It's an ice castle RV style. I have an air conditioner for the summer. We take this to Rockfest.
So you lift it up, you move it, you drop it down.
It's got wheels.
Drill a hole.
It's got wheels that jack up. Yeah. So then you jack it up and it goes on its wheels. You just drive it. Yep, I drop it down and drill my holes.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah,
that's really cool, dude.
It's like a shit.
How thick is the ice?
Where I'm at right now, it's 24 inches.
Good lord.
Yeah, that's thick enough, dude.
I came out here when it was 20 inches. It was a little sketchy because
Yeah, I was
my
about to say, what's the minimum?
my ice castle is a tandem axle, so it has 4 wheels, so it's kind of a bigger ice house. My old one I used to have, I used to take it out on 14 inches of ice.
What's the
Hopefully,
what's
there's
the
like some kind of
minimum?
flotation device.
Minimum for driving on, I would say, be 14 to 16, and then like for like a bigger house like this, I wouldn't do anything less than 20 inches. It was pretty sketchy.
Yeah. That sounds like a bad time.
And now, how fast can that ice melt to where like you're in danger and we got to get off this lake where our house is about to sink in?
It would take a month. It won't melt.
So a long time.
The only thing that I would be worried about this year is because there's an ice ridge, like maybe 200 yards from where I'm at. It's like this big ass crack in the ice because the ice shifted because it froze, and then we had a little bit of a warm day. So when it expanded, it created this ice heave. So all the ice right there is like super unstable. And the thing is like as the rest of the ice on the bigger side of the lake is growing, that ice heave is going to keep getting bigger and then eventually going to crash. And it could make that ice collapse. We're far enough away where I don't think it's going to be at risk right now. But eventually that's how it'll thaw out and happen. But that won't be probably till end of March, beginning of April.
Okay, now last question. Have you ever jumped into that temperature water to prepare yourself for this situation
I have fallen into the ice before. I've fallen through the ice. Yes.
That's
as a
scary.
kid. I did.
I think if I was in your situation, I would like practice.
I only fell up to my waist. But yes,
that's good.
Trust me, I'm well versed in how to lay down, spread out, crawl the which way that you came. Oh yeah, no, we've done that practice. It's drilled in our head up here, from the time you ever start stepping out in the ice.
Yep.
Literally, and my driving skills, I learned driving out on the ice, fucking around on the ice.
Yeah,
like I'm a pretty good winter driver.
So kind of like how
crazier.
cops get pepper sprayed and tased. I think if you're
100%.
doing that sort of thing at some point, you gotta just jump in that water and see what that like. What that like.
Yep. And if you don't know, it feels like 1,000 knives stabbing you all at once.
Oh, I know.
It's brutal. Yeah.
But you can also kind of like
Jeremy, the ice castle will sink.
I've never
You better
done
get
like
to selling them fish. You're gonna owe me $100 in 2 weeks.
I've
I
never
don't gotta
done
sell
that.
shit, bro. I eat that. Nom.
I've never done that temperature of water, but I've done like ice baths and I've done very cold water, and you can kind of like so it's not you say lay out flat. The solution isn't swim and get your heart going and keep moving.
Nope. You're gonna kill yourself.
Yeah.
You have to lay
Like
flat.
your instinct
Go
will kill you.
from which way you were at. So right before you fell in, head back towards that direction. You have to lay yourself out on the ice, because if you try and pull yourself up, you're never going to do it because you're soaked and freezing. So you have to lay out, and then that's how you get back up on your belly. And they literally tell you to slide out until you're completely out of the water. Usually they have this thing that you can buy at the bait shop. Hold on. My bobber's getting fucked up. So we might catch another fish. Anyway, there's a thing that'll go around your neck where it has 2 ice picks on it. So you can, pull yourself up that you're supposed to wear.
Yeah.
But typically, I don't really fuck around with early ice. I have a portable ice house. I don't fuck around going around on the ice until like January. And usually by then it's about 15 to 18 inches, and you can already drive.
So it's pretty
on
safe. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I've fallen through, and I also spend a lot of money on all my shit, and I don't want to lose it because I can't wait an extra week. Like, that's just stupid to me. I see people's trucks driving in and like houses and shit, and it's like, why? What? That fish that you were gonna catch isn't worth a brand new truck, and it isn't worth a brand new fish house. Your insurance don't
It's not
cover
worth your
the
life.
You have to pay fees. Like, even if you survive, because most people survive, not a lot of people fall through and die. Well, I shouldn't say that. Like, with their vehicles and shit, those idiots usually get out because the ice is thick enough where it's a slow moving thing. Like you were saying, it doesn't just sink. Like your front end will start going. You'll see the crack open. You have time to get out. But that's also why we drive with our windows open when you're driving the lake. so that if it does go down, you jump out. No windows open, no seatbelt. That's kind of like the state rule.
Yeah, that definitely seems.
Play stupid
I would
games,
love
win
that.
stupid prizes. I say.
Exactly.
Shut up.
Couldn't have said it better.
Harsh conditions if you ain't got to.
Right.
I will say I have a whole new respect for people that have like live in states where it has like a heavy snow, because I live like down South Alabama. We don't hardly get snow. This year we got like 8 inches, and it shut our whole county down. Last time we got snow like that was like 30 years ago.
Oh, bro, we got 8 inches. It was brutal for us down here. We don't know how to drive on slick roads like that down here. We never get it.
Was it
we get crushed every year over here, dude.
Like Texas or Florida?
Yeah, no, it's like
South Alabama.
you never experienced it too, like you're saying. It's weird because like you would think it's like in the movies where everything's like white and looks pretty, but all the roads are fucked. There's snow mounds on the side
it
of
can be really
everything.
dangerous.
A lot of
10 feet
motherfuckers
tall.
because them power lines can't hold up, and once they lose heat, shit, they start burning.
We get like
fools,
real
they-
ass blizzard too. It's people actually like lose their life from snow here. It's pretty wild.
Usually the
Yeah, in
coldest it
Kentucky,
gets
they have
down
ice
here.
ones.
Usually the coldest it'll get down here is like 30.
The biggest problem that we have in our for when I would say when snow happens is at the beginning of the year, on the very first snowfall, it's like everybody forgets how to drive in snow. It's like everybody stops and like nobody realizes you have to stop early, you know, like it's like literally it's like everybody forgets. And they're either drive really stupid fucking slow because they're being overly cautious, or they're not cautious enough and they're causing risk. That's like I said, usually the first snowfall, and then when you get our first big thaw, because then people think, oh, I can drive all fast now because the roads are clear, but all the slush and shit that sucks them into the ditch and that causes all those issues too that they don't. They're just idiots. Most of the time, it's just idiot drivers, I would say.
That's like what we were talking about last night when we were talking about PTSD, and it's like I've been in rollovers and I've been in rear end collisions and stuff, and so when I drive, I'm very
But you don't
cautious.
think it's real.
Shut up, Freddie. Let me make my point. When I drive, I'm very cautious, and I don't trust any other driver on the road. So when I'm going through, I have the right of way, and I can turn here. I don't trust any of these other cars. I'm always very cautious, and so that's not like PTSD. It's like learning from a situation you were in, and being cautious and being observant and cautious of everything around you and vigilant, and I think it's a good thing.
You
I
diagnose
completely
yourself.
agree. Yeah. I was in a rollover once too when I was younger. My sister rolled the truck over 3 times, so I totally know. Like that's and like a lot of the accidents that I was in, it wasn't even me. I wasn't even the driver. I saw them coming. I saw how they could have been prevented, like all that. Like so exactly. Like it dialed me in as a driver because I
can't
paid
trust. You can't trust none of these idiots on the road.
Exactly. Yeah. If I fall asleep in your car, that means I trust you as much as I trust myself.
Facts, dude. It's so hard for me to sleep when somebody else is. I don't like being in a car when somebody else is driving.
Right.
But if I fall asleep while you're driving, then there's like a high level of trust there that I see that you're aware and you're vigilant and you're observant, and it's
I was
you might be just a scaredy cat.
at a stop sign.
You might just be an
waiting
idiot.
for my. I was at stop.
You're cutting out pretty good.
I was at
He's a scaredy
stop
cat.
sign waiting for my turn in a 60. I know he was older than that. Like a 80-something-year-old man on oxygen, where the oxygen tank was in his passenger seat, floored into my ass end going 70. And he like completely totaled my fucking car at a fucking stop sign.
Dude, that's brutal.
That made me way more cautious because I had the same feeling that you're talking about now, where it's like I was literally at a stop sign. Like there's nothing I could have done to avoid it.
Yeah.
Like I just got railed.
The way people drive today and how many wrecks done happen, ain't that much motherfucking people being cautious going through no motherfucking intersection. If you got your nuts taken away and you need
Oh,
to go
thanks for
fast.
proving our
Call Ricky
point.
Bobby's daddy.
Thanks for proving our
Teach you how
point,
to go
Freddie.
fast.
Yeah, whatever, dude. That's great advice,
I mean,
Freddie.
my shit was like some straight fucking. My shit was like some straight movie shit, like a fucking like 90-year-old man on oxygen fucking rails into your ass. I thought he was dead. His whole car looked
So
like
if
an
you're
accordion.
cautious while you're driving, you got your nuts taken. That's what you're saying, Freddie?
Yeah, Ricky Bobby daddy show you how to get them back. You want your
What
nuts
happened?
back?
Wait,
You wanna go
what
fast
happened to
again?
Ricky Bobby?
He got in an accident on the track and he lost his nuts. He started
Yeah.
riding a
Lost his
Huffy.
sense. He
That's
lost
a
his
nice
sense of
bike.
smell too.
That's a
Whatever,
nice
dude.
bike, boy. What's that? A Huffy?
And what did he
Freddie, you
learn?
don't even drive, motherfucker. You don't have a
that-
license.
What did he learn?
You
He
don't have
learned
a
that
license.
he
It
learned that
wasn't
it's not
PTSD,
first.
he
It's
lost
not
his
if you're
nuts.
not first, you're last. You could be second. You could be third. You could even be fourth.
He already had his nuts back.
Yeah, that movie
Freddie,
was
you
really
ain't
a brilliant.
He had
like
to
a
ride with the
brilliant,
Panther. He had to
wise
ride
movie.
with the Panther to get his nuts back. He didn't fucking just learn, oh, you can be third and fourth and just lose your nuts and be okay.
He
I
learned
think
how
everyone should live their life by that movie.
he learned how to stay sharp and he learned how to stay observant.
No, but you didn't. You said you're cautious when you go through the
Instead of being
intersection of lanes, so
careless, instead of
therefore,
being
PTSD
careless
ain't
and
real.
just putting
You
everything to
said
the
you're
wind.
cautious when you go through the intersection, therefore PTSD ain't real. You just live with it. No, you can get your nuts back, Josh.
I'm not saying PTSD's. Well, I might say
Whatever, bro.
that hyperbolically.
Yeah, you just
but-
said I live with it.
Yeah,
It's not
it was
PTSD. I
hyperbolic.
rolled over. You just try to explain the
We all
symptoms
know. We all
and
know
then
what
try
he
to play
meant.
it off.
You don't believe in fucking PTSD. We all know what he meant.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
what I
you
mean
know what
is,
he's saying. He's trying to
you
be
have
disingenuous as he
there are
always is.
traumas, and after the
Josh,
trauma, you could
shut
have
up.
stress from that trauma, but you could use that as a good thing, and it could be
Yeah,
a
by
good thing
going
instead
hard.
of. My
That's
problem is the D. My problem is the disorder. I don't think it's a disorder. I think it's something you can learn from and you can better yourself from.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that's why you don't get paid to think.
It's like rock climbing,
Well,
though.
I
If,
ca-
like,
I
if
mean,
you
I
fall
kind
off
of
of a
do.
rock, like if you fall off of a rock and you're rock climbing, you have a big fall. That will put the wind up you for fucking ages, but it'll make you more cautious.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
learn from it. Then you start climbing higher grades better, so you actually become stronger through the failure. But Eddie,
I
like,
100% agree.
Freddie,
Yeah.
I reckon you're an expert of all things, so I'm going to put it over to you to tell me what it actually means. What I
The
just
proper
said.
action
You're an
is
you're an
if an
expert, aren't you?
incident happens and you don't go to the doctor or seek therapy, you can't diagnose yourself or even think that it's PTSD. You can't put yourself in the shoes without having a diagnosis of PTSD to know what PTSD is. So don't compare your situation with anybody else's situation. If you don't know what PTSD is.
What is PTSD? I don't know what it is.
Post-traumatic stress disorder.
No, but I know that's
It's kind
like
of
that's words. But what does it mean? What does it actually mean, Freddie?
There's kind of a broad definition.
It explains itself. Post. Do you know what post means?
It implies that after you go
Isn't that
through a
like
stress,
what
you're
you do to
ruined.
a
You know
letter?
what post means? It means
Doesn't it mean
after.
you put something in the letterbox, the mailbox?
You know what
post?
traumatic
That-
means?
Yeah,
No.
yeah. It's a mail.
Something
Yeah, yeah.
traumatic happens.
What's trauma?
You don't know what trauma. I ain't about to play.
No,
dumb
I
with
don't know
y'all,
what
man.
trauma
Y'all
is.
know
I'm
what
a
trauma
fearless
is.
motherfucker, man. You know more about trauma than me. I don't believe in it.
Well, that's your fault. People get paid
Not my
for
fault.
dealing with it every day.
My fault.
Is it
Why is there
accepted?
blaming?
Is it accepted in the real world?
Dave.
What do you
Do
mean by the
people
real
have
world?
do people have degrees in dealing with trauma?
I don't know. You tell me.
Yes, they do. You don't know a lot of shit, so I
Degree-
don't talk to stupid
Like-
motherfuckers.
I mean,
If you
people
don't
have
know people have
degrees.
You look in the
degrees
mirror and
in
talk to
dealing with
yourself,
trauma,
Freddie.
Degrees in a
and you
lot of
don't believe
things.
in it, why do I continue to talk to you?
Because you love me, man, and I love
Yeah,
you
you
too.
dumb fuck. Okay, I'm not
Oh
gonna.
yeah, I'm
get all-
dumb.
No,
How many
it's
degrees you
easy.
got, Freddie? How
Y'all
many
have
degrees you
nothing.
got from
You
university?
come with
Two. I got two.
overseas accents and think y'all smart and y'all dumb as fuck.
No,
I got two.
Freddie,
I
you
got
talked
two.
about people with degrees, yeah? You talked about people with degrees. How many degrees do you have?
4.
4 in what?
Don't worry about it, pussy. I got
won't.
4.
I'm not worried. I'm just
Yeah.
interested.
I bet I
I
can
got
guess,
4.
dude. I can
I
guess.
answered
Yeah.
4.
Yeah, I
Now
call
what?
BS. I call
Which
BS.
university
No,
did you go to, Dave?
credentials. I ain't
I'm gonna
got
guess.
none.
Yeah.
Freddie,
Yeah,
I'm gonna guess
I
in
got
physics,
all these
chemistry,
I got all these
economics.
degrees I can pull out and show you right now.
You might have some certificate. You might have some certificates
Yeah,
for
I got
completing some
degrees. You
courses.
don't even know
but
what they is. Shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
you don't have 4
well, one of
degrees.
them is in English, is it?
Yeah,
You ain't
I
got a
do.
degree in English because you sure don't speak that very well. So let's
I
rule
ain't
that
got
one
it.
out of your list.
Yeah, okay. You ain't
Okay.
got it. It ain't intelligence ain't how you speak English, you dumb fucks. It has
I
nothing to
didn't
do
say it
with
was.
how well
I
you
didn't
speak
say it
English.
was.
English has
I
nothing
didn't
to
say
do
it
with
was. I
recessive
didn't
genes.
say it was.
Recessive genes has to do with
when you only
intelligence, though.
communicate with saying the
Oh,
fuck
Freddie,
word just
did
like
you get
Recessive
triggered
genes
again?
has to do with
Every time you
intelligence.
Get
go.
triggered,
every
Freddie.
time
People
you
with
cut, it makes you
dominant
sound like a
genes are more
moron.
smarter than people with recessive genes. Did you
Freddie,
know
why are
that?
you so triggered? You're like a triggered pensioner.
No,
Hold
I'm
on,
telling you,
Freddie.
the
How
dumb
come
fucks
the people
are the recessive genes? Did
if
you know
black
that?
skin is the most dominant gene, how come they tend to have the lowest IQ?
No, that's a lie.
True.
That's a lie.
We'll believe you
All,
because you said it's true.
It's not a lie.
all religions have been started with
I mean,
people
I don't even
of
like.
color.
This isn't even like a
All
big thing of
religions have
mine.
been
But if
started
you're
with
gonna
people
go
of
to
color.
that, then we're gonna go to the bell curve.
Yeah,
And,
all religions, even to this day.
And guess what?
All religions
you
have
hate
been started with
you hate the
people of
small
color.
hats, and they have the
It's
highest
your
IQ. And you
doesn't
love
take much to
the
trigger
black
Freddie, does
skin,
it?
and they have the lowest IQ. Like,
You on the dick of an IQ that doesn't even matter. It doesn't even
you brought it
measure
up.
intelligence.
You
What
brought
does
it up.
It doesn't
IQ
even
stand
measure
for, bro?
intelligence. You
What does
dumbass.
You
IQ
brought up
stand for,
degrees.
bro?
You brought up
What does
degrees.
IQ
I just
stand
asked
for?
what PTSD was, and it seems you got so triggered. If you got
No,
PTSD,
you
Freddie,
didn't ask
you
what my
sound triggered.
PTSD was. You asked me what it meant, you dumb fuck, and I wouldn't
No,
have told
that's what
you
I said.
what it
I
was.
asked you what it meant.
Yeah, and I explained it to
Freddie,
you, right?
how many ears do you have? How many ears do you have?
I said I got 4 degrees, right?
Freddie, no. How many ears do you have? How many ears on the side of your head? How many do you have?
I
Because you
got
have
the
2 and
same
you have
amount
1
as
mouth.
these nuts.
You don't seem
I
to
got the
use the
same
right
amount
ratio,
as
man.
these nuts.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's how many
big
ears
L for
I
me.
got. You want
Big
to
L for
ask
me,
stupid
boys.
questions, you're going to get stupid answers, you dumb fuck.
You actually don't.
There are no
You don't
stupid
hear with your
questions.
nuts.
No, these stupid questions are ones you don't ask.
Yeah, whatever.
No stupid questions.
Yeah, whatever.
only
That's
stupid
an
people.
L for me, Freddie. That's an L for me, brother.
Yeah, you ain't made no point, so I don't know what you're getting at, bro.
Go on,
You
Freddie.
just
Give us some more
yapping.
wisdom,
You're
brother.
asking a bunch of questions on how I got degrees, but you ain't said nothing that has no meaning to it, bro. You just yapping, trying to
So you
be
have
in the
4 degrees then, is that correct? You have 4.
yeah.
In what are your degrees in, if you don't mind me asking?
I do mind you asking.
You do, so you don't have 4 degrees, you're just lying.
I do have 4 degrees, and I'm also
So
a
where did
veteran.
you
And you can't ask where I went to boot camp at.
Wow, can you
I
fly
don't
as well,
answer the
Freddie?
white
Can you
folks,
fly?
because y'all are beneath me. I don't answer the
Yeah,
white folks.
I don't believe that you're beneath
Y'all
me. I
want to
don't
be
believe
entitled
anyone's
like
beneath
y'all,
me.
like y'all ask a
Freddie, the only
48-year-old man
respect,
something.
Freddie, the
But
only
I don't
respect,
answer the white folks.
the only,
I'm a
Freddie,
free
the only
man. I don't
respect,
work for white
the
folks.
only respect that you
I don't
deserve or
work
that
for
you
white
get is
folks.
based on the
I
fact that
talk
you're
to
a
white
veteran.
folks like
Otherwise,
y'all used to be over in the
you're a
old days.
fucking welfare sucking
When the
leech,
Moors
bro.
taught
You're a
y'all how to
welfare
live
sucking leech, bro.
civilized.
You're a
We
welfare
civilized y'all
sucking leech, bro.
barbarians. We civilized y'all barbarians.
Didn't the Moors
You
get
whites was
conquered by
living
the
with pigs and
Spanish? Didn't they
cows.
get conquered by the
You whites
Spanish,
was living with
Freddie?
pigs and cows, shitting
Freddie's
in the
on the spag
river.
again,
Y'all
boys.
had famine. Y'all was so fucking disgusting over there in Europe. It was a piece of shit.
Freddie, can you say that again? Because I
Moors
wasn't
had to
listening, mate.
fucking civilize you fucks.
Can you say it again? I
Yeah.
wasn't listening, man. I wasn't
That's
listening.
the
Can you say it
truth.
again?
The whites know. Americans
say it
are
again? I
last
wasn't listening,
motherfuckers
Freddie.
over here by yourself. Y'all over there sucking
Yeah.
South
Freddie, do
African
you talk
shit.
to yourself? Do
Down
you
all
talk to
the
yourself in the mirror every
down the
day?
European
Just talk.
nations, down all the
Otherwise,
European
otherwise
nations
you'd be running
are
around
sucking bricks dick.
all baboonish and shit, bro. You're only civilized because of us white folk. So get the fuck out
Nah,
of here.
now y'all sucking bricks dick.
Oh
Get the
Because,
fuck out of here.
because America's by itself, Canada done joined BRICS, the EU done joined BRICS. Now
Dude, they are
America's
not going
by
to join
itself.
BRICS.
Freddie,
That's
you're so
ridiculous.
lonely, mate. You're so
Yeah,
lonely.
see if the
I
EU
feel
is
for you,
funding
brother.
South Africa. See if the EU stepped up to fund Ukraine and South Africa because America wouldn't because they want resources. See if the
Dude,
whole
they're not going to
world
join
is funding
BRICS.
Ukraine except Donald Trump because he's waiting on a deal for some resources. He's still
If you
going to have
don't
to go to
listen,
war with
if you
Putin.
don't listen to white people,
I don't
why
know
should
what
white
Freddie
people
says
listen
with
to you?
that.
White people are not important anymore. The
No,
people
you
in the
see what you
EU figured figured it out.
Freddie,
People in Canada
Freddie, not
figured it
Freddie,
out.
Freddie,
Oh,
the
You're a
no.
British. Just
minority
for
in
5
this world.
seconds.
You're a
Oh,
minority
no.
in this world, bruh.
Freddie,
Guys,
you
we're
don't
not supporting
understand
anyone.
how to listen.
You
Who
have no
taught you how to
resources.
listen? Your
You are
mother?
beggars.
If
We
your
are
mother
down
We
taught
may
to
be
you
the
how to
we are
listen,
minority.
second
You have
class
no
We still at the
citizens
resources.
top.
now.
We still at the top, bro. We may be the minority, but we still
No,
at the
you're
top.
not at the
What's
top.
your
You're at the
Yeah,
excuse?
dude.
bottom,
Hell
What's
yeah.
Boogie.
your
You're
excuse?
talking to
What's
a
your
black.
excuse? Pussy.
No,
What's your
rich people
excuse,
don't talk
pussy?
to black people. You on my level, pussy.
Bow to your
You
black
going to work.
bull.
You're
You
under
ain't
me.
shit, bro.
Your
You ain't
taxes pay
shit,
me,
bro.
buddy.
You
Your
ain't
taxes
shit.
pay me,
Exactly.
buddy.
Exactly. You're
You're beneath
a
me,
fucking
pussy.
welfare sucking leech, bro.
Yeah,
That's what you are.
pussies.
Welfare
You're
Yeah,
lonely,
thank
Freddie.
you.
You're lonely.
We
You're
was
lonely, Freddie.
kings.
I'll pray for
We
you,
was
brother. I'll pray
kings.
for you, man.
Yeah, you was king.
You was
We was
You're
king.
lonely,
kings.
man.
Now
Why are
we
you so lonely,
pharaohs.
Freddie?
Now we
Why are you so
pharaohs.
lonely, Freddie? Why are you so lonely, mate? Why are you so lonely?
I am not lonely at all. My company.
You are. You
Are
have to
you?
come here. You
You
have
can
to come
catch me
here
on
to do
Terry
this.
stream.
You're so lonely.
I had
So
a house
lonely.
you
full
okay?
over here while I was on Terry stream. You can
So
check me out.
lonely. So lonely.
Are you okay,
So
dude?
lonely,
Do
Freddie.
you need?
Yeah, I
You
had a
guys
house
need
wanna
full
hug,
over here while I was on Terry stream. You can look it up.
Yeah, no, online friends, mate. But you just sound
No,
so
they was
lonely
in
and
my
angry.
house
I'm sorry for you,
on
brother. I'm
camera,
sorry.
Nah,
on
we're
the
not gonna look it
panel,
up.
on TV, where you can go back and watch it. It was on tonight.
Nah, you're not.
Just
You're
a
not that
couple of
important,
hours
Freddie.
ago, I was on
I've better
Terry
things to
stream
do.
while I wasn't over here. Yeah, you dumb fucks.
Terry got
You're
jungle
lonely,
fever.
mate. You're poor
She's
lonely.
got
Poor
a
lonely
crush on
Freddie.
him.
Should we all have a moment for Freddie? Let's
Everything you
have a
say
moment for
has
Freddie.
no
Yeah.
meaning. Everything you say, you guess working. You have nothing to stick me with. You a pussy. You beneath
Freddie,
me.
Freddie, you don't allow anyone else to say anything. You don't
Because
use your
you're guessing.
ears.
All you want to know is questions. All you got is, do you got 4 degrees and
No.
what? What do you?
Yeah.
What do you?
We're
how
just
do you-
trying to be
when do you-
analytical,
how-
dude.
What? You're on welfare. Are you crying?
I didn't say
on
that.
welfare. You don't know.
I didn't
What?
say that.
Yo, we
I
didn't say
Yeah,
that, bro.
what's the problem?
You should
A
listen more, man. You
decorated
should listen
veteran
more.
can't
You'd be
get no
so much
respect
more
in
intelligent if
America.
you used your ears.
A decorated veteran can't get no respect. What the fuck?
No,
What the
you
fuck?
you get
Any of
you don't
say
get
that
respect for your
No,
past.
no,
You get
no,
no.
respect for how
Respect
you
your
act now.
Service. I respect your
Fuck that,
service.
you little whiny
Freddie,
ass.
Yeah,
thank you
decorated
very much.
I
Thank you for your
veteran.
already came up
Yeah,
to your
that's
Thank you for your
door.
fucking right.
service.
Fuck you.
You're
What
I
do they
the
started
service
decorate you with?
your
Christmas
country.
tree
the
decorations.
only respect that you get is the fact that you're a veteran. Otherwise, you're a welfare sucking leech, bro. That's
Fucking
exactly
idiot.
what I fucking
Fucking
said.
idiot.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
I judge you by your.
Veterans
Yeah,
I
how many
judge you
other
by
veterans?
now.
How many other veterans didn't come back and
Veterans
No,
in
no.
welfare now,
King.
huh?
King, he's
Why
better
don't
than
the
the
other
other veterans.
veterans act like you
back and
then?
sit on their ass.
World owes you a living because you did something in
y'all
your
call
past, but now you
veterans-
just act in the present.
Do
You
y'all
don't
call
listen to other
veterans
people.
benefits
You give
welfare?
no respect. You give no respect, so you get fucking no respect.
Do
You
y'all
don't deserve
call
respect
I want to
now.
get it on record. I'm just trying to get it on record on JS channel. Do y'all call veterans getting benefits welfare?
No.
No,
We call
you.
you
Do
a
y'all
veteran.
call it that or not? Y'all are calling that. Don't
You.
backtrack.
That is, whoa,
Say
whoa,
it
that's
loud
a
and clear
blackout
so I can
opinion.
hear it.
That is that's a blackout
Say it loud and
exclusive.
clear. Say it loud and clear so I can hear it.
I'll say it loud and clear.
You.
You ready, Freddie? You are a victim who gives no respect, and you do not represent all veterans. You just represent a welfare sucking victims. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. Your wisdom was just choking
damn,
me.
dude. Dude, you just roasted the shit out of him, dude.
Yeah, man. Your wisdom chokes me every time. The fact that you can't
Yeah,
stop
that's what I'm talking about.
talking
Get your
you see, you
country
can't
together,
shut up.
motherfuckers.
You can't
Get
shut
your
up because
country
you're
together,
scared of what people
motherfucker.
will say. You can't let people talk because you're scared of what they'll say, and you
All
just
you
make
doing is
yourself out a
asking me
fucking
questions
idiot.
and you get mad and you calling me a liar
Nah,
because I
making
won't answer your
statements now,
fucking
brother.
question.
I've
I
gone
can
on
smell
from the
that burn
questions.
from New
You don't
York,
answer
dude.
them.
Damn.
Can you hear him roasting? Can you hear him roasting it? Freddie, do you talk into
Dude, I hear
yourself
the
in the
sizzle.
mirror?
Chop, chop,
Do you talk to
chop,
yourself
chop,
in the mirror, Freddie? Because if you
chop,
don't
chop,
talk to idiots, then you certainly shouldn't talk to yourself in the mirror, my friend.
chop, chop.
Chop, chop, chop,
See
chop,
what
old
you
boy.
saying when I do let you talk, you say stupid shit.
No, because when you let me talk,
Yeah, when I
what
let you talk,
hubris?
because you're beneath
What
me.
hubris? Do you know what
Yeah,
hubris
because
is?
you're beneath
Do you know
me. When I
Do you know
let
what
you talk,
hubris is? Do you know what hubris is?
you're my boy.
Do you know? You don't know what it is.
You're
That's
my
what
boy.
you know.
You're my boy.
Mute from the mod.
Bow to the black bull.
Oh, by the way,
Lord,
I talked to I showed my wife you on the internet yesterday. And do you know what she said? Do you want to know what she said?
Oh no, I want to know.
Who let that pensioner, that black pensioner, on the internet to act like such a victim? Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. That's brutal.
You couldn't even
Pensioner.
find me on the internet.
She said real man. She said real man, real old man,
She told
but
you
with
pull
no
up that guy
fucking
who said, "Do I want to talk to a real man?" That she made you pull up that video of that guy who asked me, "Do I want to talk to a real man?" She made you pull me up on your TV.
Nah,
and
you
done
were
it.
just on here
She
yesterday
made you
spurging like you
pull
are
me up
today,
on
brother.
your TV. You're a simp. You're the biggest
No, I
cunt
was watching.
ever.
I was
You
watching
showed her
JS's
me.
channel. You were on it, brother.
She's
And then she took
masturbating
a
in
look
my
at
picture
you.
right now.
Yeah, I'll
While
keep
you're on the
talking,
phone,
brother.
she's
I'll
back
wait till you
there
finish.
listening to me like, oh, is
my
that
God.
him? Put her on the phone.
He's
Hubris.
actually
Put her on
making
the
the
phone.
Black
Oh my
Bull
God.
argument.
Put her
I've
on
been
the
saying
phone.
Black
hear
Bull
her
the
say
whole
it.
time.
Let
Put her
me
on the
hear her
phone.
say it.
Put her on the phone. Put her on the
Put her on the
phone.
phone.
Put her
Let
on
me
the
hear her say
phone.
it.
Put her on the phone. Let me hear her say it. Put her on the phone.
She'll come to that phone in a minute if
She'll
she
come on the
heard. I know
phone.
she's
She'll
gone.
come on the phone. Put
If
her on the
she gone,
phone.
Josh,
yeah, she's gonna be
Josh,
like,
you
is
got a
Daddy
soundboard.
She gonna be
You got a
like, she gonna
motherfucker.
be
want me to
like,
get on the
That's
she
phone
gonna be
really
like, look,
again?
who that motherfucking pensioner looking at me in the
You
face?
want
Who
me
that
to get on
motherfucking
the phone
pensioner?
again?
Who that lonely pensioner? Who that lonely pensioner hanging around on the internet?
We don't even know what the pincher is.
We
So
don't
whatever
even
the fuck
know.
you
Yeah.
talking about, don't even transfer
You don't
here,
know what
Yeah,
buddy.
you're talking
What
about,
the
know what
brother.
fuck is
pension
a
is.
fucking pincher?
I know what
You're
it
a
is.
pensioner, motherfucker. You're a
Man,
pensioner,
fuck that
motherfucker.
wanker shit.
You're a
Nobody get
pensioner,
your
motherfucker.
humor.
Shut your
The white
mouth.
humor
Shut
overseas
your
is
mouth,
even
you
worse as
pensioner,
fuck.
Put her
motherfucker.
on the
Shut the
phone.
fuck up.
Go get your welfare check,
God
motherfucker.
damn, learn to speak English first. Mickey
You learn to
Sticky.
speak English, motherfucker.
Hell yeah. Y'all
Hell
real
yeah,
hilarious.
motherfucker. Oh, hell yeah. I'll keep talking because I don't know what I'm saying. Shit, man.
Dude,
Come on
someone
now.
better get someone on the phone now at this point.
He made Freddie laugh.
Get her on the phone. Get her on the phone.
He's
Get her on the
pissed
phone.
off,
See a
man.
real
He's
man.
red.
Get her on the
He's red
phone.
right now.
See, are you
That
crazy?
motherfucker's
Freddy's a
steaming. He done
troll.
took his
I'm not
whole
a troll.
Yeah, he's a troll.
smell like
You don't even,
dog.
you don't even
Smell like
equate
wet
to a
dog
troll. You're
right now behind his ears and shit.
We
see
know that.
pensioners. I'm
He's
not
over
taking the
there
piss out of
I'm
stinking.
still
pensioners. Just
accepting
you,
the
Freddie.
fact that as a
Got
white
his
man, I'm a
t-shirt all
second class
crumbled up.
citizen now.
Right. That's
I
what you
feel
gotta.
personally hurt by that. I'm crying
Been
now.
usurped.
I'm second class.
It's
Dude, I'm
kind of
crying
Sweat
too.
like wet dog.
Nicer without Freddie.
Usurped by a man who sits
Sweat
on
like wet
welfare.
dog.
and Freddie admits that he's a racist.
Yep.
Damn,
Over
dude,
sweat
really?
like
We're
wet
like
dog.
level. We're the
Yeah,
level
you're-
35 crooks now, and they're the level 99 mob bosses. Yeah,
Over
dude.
smelling like wet dog.
How come we're not allowed to be racist? No, I'm just kidding.
Pet that
I'm not racist.
dog. Pet
Y'all
that
don't know
dog.
how to motherfucking fight,
We was
pussies.
gangs
Y'all
and
don't know how to
shit.
motherfucking fight. Y'all make y'all
He
life
says
on
he
the
says
internet
white
rough as shit.
people. He
So
says
go ahead
white
and do your
white
thing.
people don't wash
Do
their
your thing.
legs.
Do your thing.
Really?
Y'all
Freddie,
sit
haven't
on
you
the
got
internet
haven't you
like
got to
white people
study
do.
for your 5th degree, mate? Haven't you got homework for your 5th degree to do?
He's getting a degree in chemistry soon. Yeah.
He ain't got no
Yeah.
degree.
Got a lab.
He has. He's got 4. Trust me, he's got 4 boys because he says it's true. And it's like, tell me what the truth that is. No, I'm not telling you. I know a secret. What is it? No, I'm not telling you.
He
How
don't
old do you
even
think I
he don't
am?
even
How
know
old
how
do
to
you- how
read
old
the
do you think I
degrees on
am?
a thermometer.
How old do you think I am? Shut up, Josh.
26.
72.
Oh,
72.
shut up, Josh. Shut up, Josh. You know too much.
72. I reckon you're
I know
72.
damn
how
well
old
you
you
ain't
think I
got
am?
no degrees. You might have some certificates for some
No,
classes.
I'm asking them how old do they think
You
I
had,
am?
you had to
Told
pass
you,
some
72.
you had to pass some
I would
classes
guess like
to get
maybe
all your
like
benefits.
50, like maybe 50 something. I would guess.
Yeah,
If I was
50s,
serious.
but not doing well. 50s, but not doing well. I'd say 60s. 60s and angry and lonely.
I'm
How old
48.
is Ice
I've
Cube?
been
How old
retired for
he's
over
close to
15
50.
years.
You've been
40.
retarded.
Yeah, I was thinking.
You're 48.
thinking
You're
early
48.
50s,
You look
yeah.
58, mate.
Wait, how long have
It's
you
the
been
it's the
retarded?
gray in the beard.
Oh my gosh, he's 48, mate. What have you done to
34.
yourself to look that old, mate, at 48?
I was
How
thinking
do you
early
look that old?
50s, so that makes sense.
I was thinking
Retarded.
late 50s. Late 50s is what I thought.
Yeah, right. Y'all know good and damn well y'all ain't
He's
seen
been a
no white
retard since
Freddie.
he was 38
No
years old.
word.
Freddie, you
Look
need to
like
get some
these
exercise. You need to get down the
motherfuckers
gym,
mine.
brother. You need to get down the gym, start
They
eating
ain't
healthy because
never
you're in
seen
a
no
Dude,
bad
there
way,
was this
man.
48
iconic
look like
fucking
me.
stream where Freddie had a snapback on, was drinking Hennessy and smoking a cigarette. That was the best look Freddie ever had. That
does
shit
sound
was
badass.
lit.
That's pretty bad, man.
Hell yeah. There he
Hello,
is.
Freddie. 48.
Hell yeah.
48,
right.
baby. Got
Where's all
my
your
hair,
hair
ain't
gone?
bald
Yo, he
headed.
still got the hair.
Bald headed.
Jesus.
Got my hair. Got my
Yes,
beard. Fuck you mean? Get the fuck
Boy,
Dude,
out
how,
of
nice.
how do you look so bad, man?
48.
How
Nice
do
for
you look
still
so
having the hair,
tired?
dude.
Where's
Hell
your
yeah,
cocoa
dude.
butter at?
48.
You a pride
Show
pipe,
off the
baby.
low taper shit.
48.
Uh,
Let's see your beer belly, man.
Yeah,
Let's
I
see your
be
beer belly.
49
Why
and
do you
shit.
have an American flag on the wall?
No, we don't have to see his belly,
That's
dude. We don't have to see
true.
the
This
belly.
is my
That's
You
fine.
country.
hate America.
You
You
taking
hate
it
America.
back.
This is for the blacks. We made this country.
All
It
you
was built off
48
our backs anyway.
out men are going to take it back. Yeah, of course you are.
So you support the country that enslaved your people?
They not like us. They not like us. They not like now. Y'all brought us here. We gotta make it ours.
Hey, Freddie, where are all your friends? Where are all your friends, mate? Where are all your friends today? Are they all in the other room, are they? All your mates, are they all in the other room, or do you just hang out by yourself just to make them jealous?
This is my crib. They just went to
They're down the
crib. They
road.
left.
Oh yeah, they're all having a
just down
party
the road.
without him.
They left by yourself, bro.
I mean, it's late as fuck in America. It's
places.
probably like early in the UK.
He's got me on the big screen. Big screen.
Yo, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Josh, you're famous, dude. See that?
I ain't gonna show y'all this.
Hey, Freddie, the black people
I
built
got locked
pyramids.
in up.
Yeah. Hey, well, don't be okay.
I ain't gonna
I
show
got
you. I
away
know how
from all
you
the
are.
friends.
Hold on,
I know
what's
how
the
you white
password?
folks
I
are. I
got
heard
something
it
for
in
you.
your voice, Josh.
Yeah, I know.
Don't be-
Show us
Black
the
people
password
built the
on that
pyramids,
thing.
Freddie.
Don't be. Don't worry about it.
Answer my
Y'all ain't
question.
got the answer, Sway.
How long is it gonna take you to open that safe?
Don't. Well, I need to open it for. No more long rifles. When you got a
Wait,
pistol,
what's
you
that?
don't
What's
need
that
to get
red
in the
stuff?
safe.
What's that
What
red
is
stuff
that
in
in
the
your
2 liter?
fridge, mate? What is that in your fridge? What are you eating?
Anything I want to eat.
I've seen this.
I'm just saying, because maybe your
Nothing.
diet is the reason you have such low impulse control.
It's empty.
Can you show?
Canada
Can you show us?
Dry,
Oh hell yeah,
cranberry
dude, that's
ginger
good.
ale. Y'all don't know
I
nothing
like that shit.
about it.
25%.
I know, fair play. Ginger ale's really good. Ginger ale's really good.
25%
For the
tariff
cup.
on
I like
that.
ginger ale. Yeah. Show us the couch where
I'm
Josh
fucking
slept.
with Canada. I'm fucking with Canada. Might start. I ain't even gonna do it.
Hey, but Freddie,
I was
despite all
about
the
to
roast,
put me
God
in
bless
steak.
you, brother.
I was about to
I
put
don't
me
think
in
you're
steak.
better than me, and
You
I don't
haven't-
think I'm better than you.
You haven't changed that picture on your refrigerator yet that makes it look like your screen is broken?
It ain't no. Yeah, no, I didn't change it, but this is the main screen.
No, but
The
go
other
back to
screen
the
is,
where's the screensaver?
It'll come up when there ain't nobody doing nothing to it.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
It
yeah,
looks
it don't look broke. You just got it fucked up. That's
Your
art,
screensaver
motherfucker.
makes it look like the screen is broken.
No, it's art. You don't know what art is. That's
Dude, I think I just saw it.
It's hard.
Something else I
think
don't
I
know
just saw
about that Freddie knows more about.
Yeah.
This is brilliant. I'm learning today.
What?
Freddie, can you teach us some other stuff? Because like we're clearly all fucking stupid. I mean, we could learn a lot from you. What can you teach us else today? Because I'm getting a pen and paper, right? I'm going to write notes. I'm going to take notes from you.
Oh,
brother.
I've had notes the whole time. Yeah.
Everything I
I'm
know
taking the
about
scribbles.
everything I know about comedicism and the 42 laws of my yacht. Hey, don't roll up on the camera.
Damn.
Yeah, just roll.
Yeah, just that.
There you
True.
go.
What is this shit?
Can't roll up on the camera no more.
You can't roll up. You can't roll. You can't demonstrate that you're doing it all. There's some states
Right.
where that's not illegal yet.
Nah, whatever.
You proved 2 of your degrees so far, mate. You proved 2 of your degrees. 180, 180,
You
and
don't have to even
360.
turn off the
There's 2.
camera. You just have to get the camera off your hands. You can't.
No, I just proved I wasn't looking like no 50 on these pussies. I'm
Yeah,
cool.
Well, you do though. But you do look 50.
Yeah. It says everybody with no camera on.
Well, you've look, Freddie. If you want to see the state of me,
Y'all some
mate, I'm
fucking
3
toes,
years
bro.
younger than you. I'm 3 years
Yeah,
younger
y'all
than
some
you, and I'm in
fucking toes.
much better shape than you, mate. I'm in much
You
better
can't
shape.
even
I
come
don't
with
care.
a real fucking picture on your fucking
You haven't-
picture.
Look at
You
that
haven't.
sexy
You
These
need to look
motherfuckers
at the
so
self
ugly they
promo,
can't
mate.
even come
Look
with
in
a
the
real
Discord.
picture on their picture.
Dude, I got a picture of myself on YouTube.
Y'all are so fucking
I'm
ugly.
You can't come with a real picture on your picture.
Ugly.
That's me.
I don't have a real
That's my
picture on my
eyeball.
picture. You're right.
That's
I don't
my
have a
eye.
real picture on my picture. I never.
My
I've got a
eyeball,
picture of
baby.
Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris is my hero.
You sexy devil.
Chuck Norris.
Chuck
is your hero.
Norris. Chuck Norris looks younger than you, mate.
You look like you need a bodyguard.
Yeah, I do. But have a look on the rock climbing video on the self promo and JS. That's me going up a rock. I don't think you could even climb halfway up a rock with a amount of fat on your belly, brother.
You can say somebody
Well,
else.
they can climb well.
Based on what?
Say somebody else's shoe.
Listen, is it racist that when I grew
That's
up in the
racist.
hood, and I lived in the hood apartment complex,
That's
I had
racist.
the pool to myself
You're about to say it's racist.
I had the pool to myself every day, and all my black friends were always climbing in the trees.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you
That's
racist as
racist.
fuck.
That's not racist. This is an observation.
That's true.
You had to ask.
Didn't you
you had
climb
to
in the trees with them, you
Yeah.
pussy? What are you doing
I
in
did
a pool?
climb
You
in
need
the,
to be
I'm
in a tree.
amazing. I did. I did. I'm a
You're the
great
one kid
swimmer
in
and a
a
great
pool.
climber. I did both. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I climbed up a fucking like huge pine tree as a kid and got so scared.
It
I
was
got
like the
stuck in it for like an hour.
It was like the worst Where's Waldo picture when you see a bunch of black kids in a tree and then I'm in there and you got to find the white kid. Like I stood out.
Yeah.
The fact that y'all millennials, man.
Imagine that at night time.
Oh god. Forget about it, dude.
That's not
say to
even.
my wife.
That's not even. That sounds like a racist joke, but that's actually totally true. Like
It's like my wife, right? When my wife stands in the bathroom.
Also,
right, she'll go in
the
and
direct
lights out.
response was
I
me
can
bringing
only
up
see her
examples
eyes
of
and
white
her smile.
people climbing trees.
Like
literally,
me and my
white people
mom
can do it. They just
My mom would lay out by the
You ever
pool
seen those
and I
fucking
would go
Jamaicans,
swimming.
dude?
I would go swimming and there was nobody in the pool. And all my friends were in the tree and they're like, "Come on, Josh, come over here, let's play." And I was like, "Well, I want to swim."
You ever seen a
And they're like, "Ah, swimming's gay." And
Black kids know how to fucking swim. Shut the fuck up.
You ever seen a Jamaican
No.
get a coconut from a tree, dude? That shit was crazy.
No, you've never been to the hood before. Like, and the argument is, well, the reason they can't swim is because the hoods don't have pools. Every
No,
hood
it's
apartment
not.
complex had a pool, and nobody
Nah.
was at it.
You don't want to
Everybody
get
got a pool in every hood. They
And
had
I
their
heard
own
somebody
pool.
say, "Well, that's because they got thrown out of boats." Shut the fuck up.
No, they don't want to get their
Oh,
hair
man.
wet. They don't
Wouldn't
want to
they
get
know
their
how to
hair wet.
swim if that?
They're all just a
Oh
bunch
yeah,
of
that's it.
foo-foos.
No, it's just an
Foo-foos mess
aversion.
up in their teeth.
It's some sort of aversion
It
to
does have
water. I
something to
don't
do with
know.
hair.
Yeah, it could be the
Yeah, they
hair.
don't want to do it. Yep. No.
It could be the lack of motherfucking lifeguards paying attention to black folks in the water.
Yeah, that's not what it is.
Oh yeah, all these
That's what it is.
You hate it or not?
That's it.
all these
Yeah.
racist
that's the
white
reason.
lifeguards
That's
were
the
just
reason.
letting black people drown.
Right, yeah.
Actually,
Uh-huh.
bro,
Big
fuck
You
issue.
know
public
the-
pools.
the drowning
Well,
rate.
maybe you can just fucking learn how to swim, bro.
Oh, I did a stream about this like 3 years ago on Black History Month, and I was talking about where the stereotype of black people can't swim come from, and it's like something like some crazy high number, like 3,000%. It's I don't know. I'm not good with numbers, but it was a crazy high
What's
percentage.
3,000%, Josh?
It was a lot.
How
It was-
much is 3,000%?
It means well,
What was
when you're saying compared to another percentage, 3,000 times as much means more than triple.
No,
It means
fuck it,
it
no,
means
shut the
30
fuck up.
times as much. 30 times as many
What was the reason?
black
though,
people die from
Oh,
drowning.
X factor of 30 times.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. I looked at the they say that it's because they didn't put pools in the hood during Jim Crow times. They said they didn't put pools in the hood, but that's not true. There were pools in the hood and they were drowning in the pools. And then I hear
Oh man.
it's because they got thrown off the boat, so they're averse to water. But then when you go to Africa, they can swim
That's
very
not why.
well. So it's I don't know what the
Something happened.
Yeah, I
Sounds
don't-
like.
I
There's a
don't know
lot
what
of them live
happened.
in the city, dude. You grab
Racist
some like white boy
propaganda,
that's lived in the
racist
city and go
propaganda,
like
racist
throw him in the
propaganda.
ocean. His ass is gonna be fucked.
The best argument is because in the
True.
cities
Yeah,
during like Jim Crow and
More
slavery,
racist
they didn't have access to
I used to live
pools.
on an island. We were aquatic, dog. We were all like better at swimming than almost
And
like
that's not even
anyone
true.
else that we met.
JLP talks
I live
about
on an
how he
island,
used
too.
to go swimming in the river with the white boys when he lived in the on the plantation. Like there's a lot of access to swimming, so it's something. I don't know if it's something genetic. I don't believe in genes, but
No, I think it comes down to an individual thing. And honestly, I think what it is a culture thing. Is they have it where it's you got to be Mr. fucking macho, like this douchebag over here who's always got to come up here puffing his chest. Got to present yourself as Mr. Macho, and they don't ever want to fucking take your clothes off and fucking get in the goddamn water.
yeah,
'Cause they're a
and
bunch of
you're right, and it's a cultural
Yeah,
thing.
right.
Like, white swimming is a white person thing, so we're not gonna swim. And then they teach this to their kids, and
Country boys walk around with no shirt all fucking day, regardless of a swimming pool.
but like, well, what's with the tree climbing?
Okay,
Yeah.
well, that
What
we
you
shouldn't get
talking
into that.
about? That ain't even something
That's a
that's
valid point.
nationwide, Josh.
The
That was
swimming
on
thing
your
was
block.
okay. This is too much
You
now.
trying to compare it to monkeys and wondering what's the deal with it.
You
You're
said monkey.
fucking
He didn't say
dumb.
monkey.
I didn't
Well,
say
you-
Whoa, whoa,
monkey.
whoa!
I
No one said
no.
monkey.
I didn't say
Never,
monkey.
no,
I'm just
no,
insinuating a whole lot.
I never
All
brought
right.
monkeys up. I just said
Yeah,
Okay.
they climb trees
Yeah,
a lot.
you also didn't say
Okay.
you was in the motherfucking tree either, did you?
I was
Right.
climbing in
to ask
the tree.
one thing.
All of a
I
sudden.
need to
Yeah,
ask
I
one
was
thing here,
wondering.
boys.
I can
I need-
climb. I did arborist work. I'm
Yeah,
a
shut your
climber.
dumb ass up.
You look
All
like an
right. We
Oreo
should
cookie
change the
up in that tree.
subject. Yeah.
All right, change the subject. When my wife goes into the bathroom, the lights are off. Why is it I can only see her smiling?
Oh, okay. Well, that is technically a subject change, but
Eyes and teeth.
It's
bro.
true. It's true, and she jumps out at me sometimes. You know, like have you ever seen the Pink Panther with Peter Sellers and Kato? You ever seen that, the Pink Panther movie? Oh, it's an old movie. But yeah, you know when Kato always attacks him,
seen it.
it's like that. Oh, man,
I saw the
Robert,
remake. I don't think I saw the original.
gotta watch the boys. You gotta watch the original old film. It's one of the greatest. Freddie, have you seen the Pink Panther? You're about what? How old are you? 55? You must have seen it.
Yeah.
I think 33.
What you said?
You know what I said, Freddie. You know what I said. You saucy old devil, you.
Yeah, that's what I said. What you said?
Yeah, you know.
Yo, I
Kato,
went.
You know
I went
Kato
to
when he
the.
jumps out.
I
It's
went to
fucking
the
old.
beach. I went to the beach with Freddie, and he wouldn't get near the water. Like he was staying like
Really?
I believe that.
It was fucking January, dumb fuck.
it was cold.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I
bro.
got a skimboard, and I was skimboarding, and you're
Yeah,
like,
you
I ain't
fucking
going near that
dumb.
water.
It was January.
Maybe-
I ain't let my
Zeke
grandson
was
get in the
playing.
water either.
Zeke was playing in the water.
No, he wasn't. He was getting
Maybe
his feet
he
wet.
just didn't feel like swimming. Maybe he just didn't feel like
He was
swimming.
playing
He was
in the
not in the
water.
fucking water. He's full of
Yeah,
shit.
still be
Right.
using
And
age straight
then
up
I
when
was
he
saying,
gets in
I
the
was
water.
saying, Zeke, let's go swimming, and I got you, and you're saying, no, Zeke, don't get in the water.
Because it's
Don't be
fucking
using
cold.
names.
All right, if it was the middle of summer, would you have went towards water then?
Nope.
It's the
No.
Good for
ocean.
circulation, man.
Nope.
Cold
the-
water
You would've
therapy
ran
is
the
It's
other
great.
the ocean. The temperature of the water doesn't change that drastically. Like the temperature
Yeah,
Two or
of the
three
Pacific
degrees.
Ocean is pretty.
No, it doesn't, bro.
No.
Yeah,
Crazy
No,
as
no.
fuck.
Is that in
You
Florida?
understand-
Yeah, in
You
Florida.
understand what a lake?
no, it's
what,
cold.
What,
It's always cold.
what's the effect
No,
in
it
LA
ain't. No, it ain't.
and how it impacts population.
Someone needs to
and
tell Freddie that the
humidity
sea
and
is not
weather on-
heated like a heated swimming pool.
No.
I've
mean,
lived
our
here for the
apartment's
last 7
full.
years.
It's
I know
not
what the fuck the
electrically
ocean
heated.
feel
I know,
like
and he
all
was
year round.
he was supposed to be getting some swooping drone shots of me riding the skimboard, and he couldn't even. It sucks.
We was in a no-fly zone.
He was out of
And
range. He's so
he
far
wanted a
back.
skimboard in a no-fly zone. I told his ass he was in a no-fly zone.
God bless you, Freddie, man. God bless you. I love you, brother.
He's dumb.
He was up on the hill behind
I
him.
imagine
God bless
JS
you, man.
begging him like a child to get like a cool shot of him skimboarding.
No, I was like, I'm gonna throw the skimboard, and I want the drone to swoop down, and he's like, I can't do it, and he's like,
just get the goddamn shot, Freddie. I'm trying, you motherfucker. I'm trying.
No,
you, but-
I was trying to watch my baby boy. I wasn't worried about that fucking drone. I ain't flying hardly at all. I
He
flew
didn't
it where I
care.
could fly it. I said, fuck it.
He was chilling.
Freddie
No,
was
I'm
off the
chilling.
cliff at Venice Beach trying to run the damn thing to get Josh, and it was too
And
far
I only
away.
say his
No,
name
I was
because
trying to figure it out. It was brand new drone, and I didn't even know about the authorization zones yet. If I would have figured them out, because I took off by the bathroom, but then I don't know. It was kind of
You up on the hill?
they kept locking him
By
out.
the basketball courts, I can fly. By the skate park, but certain spots you can't go. And where he was skimboarding, we couldn't go.
And then he
Freddie,
was like,
"You're a budding drone pilot. Do you like to fly? Do you fly better now?
no, he
What?
still can't do a damn backflip with a
Do you
drone.
fly better now? Like since then, have you got better at it?
Yeah, I'm a professional. I got 200 drone videos.
Fucking A. Is that on your channel? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your channel, Fred? Can you pop it in the promo so I can have a
No,
look?
fuck you. I don't want you on my channel. Fuck you.
Oh, you
Yeah,
don't want me
that's my
watching?
channel.
Oh,
They
Freddie, I'm
suck.
hurt, man.
I told
I'm
him.
really hurt.
I said, all you got to do is
Yeah,
do a little
yeah,
bit of
yeah.
editing,
Contest
add a little
right there, Freddie.
music, and these videos could pop. And he's like, well, I don't got time for all that.
He didn't know how to say, I don't know how to do that, and that would have meant he had to be
No,
humble.
I ain't
Oh,
even-
Freddie, God bless you, brother. God bless you, man.
Yeah, whatever.
Love you, brother. Love you, man.
No, when I went out there,
Every day, brother.
His grandson was there, and what'd you say the first night? He's like, he was joking, and he's like, don't put him in the video or something like that, and he was joking around. So then the whole rest of the
No. Yeah,
was-
we was in the car and he wasn't in the car seat, and he was on live, and thought he was gonna show him in the video because we was on live. I was like, no, because they're gonna try to snitch because he's not in the seatbelt.
Yeah, he wasn't
Or a
he
car
wasn't in the car seat, and he's like, don't show him not in the car seat. So he's talking about don't show him on your live not in the car seat because people will snitch. Yeah. And I thought he was saying, I don't want him in your videos. So for the whole weekend while I'm recording, I'm trying to keep his grandson out of the videos. And then at the end of the weekend, he's like, I don't care if he's in your videos. I just didn't want that
them
situation.
seeing him out of the car seat. Like,
Right, man.
what
I
the
didn't want
fuck?
you showing breaking the law, motherfucker.
I never even put the video. I still have all the footage, and I've never released it. I gotta edit it and put it out. But that was funny. And we were at the beach, and Zeke kept throwing sand on me. I'm like, stop throwing sand on me, and he just keeps throwing sand at me.
It's like Freddie would.
Dude, I bet
I'm like,
Freddie
Freddie,
told him to do it.
tell him to quit throwing sand at me, and he's not doing it. He's like,
Freddie
nah.
probably told him to do it.
He's laughing.
Yeah, that was funny though.
Yeah, he told him to do
Hey, let the kids be themselves. I took them to see Jesse twice.
We drove around in Skid Row. I got some footage.
No, Josh didn't want to go see Jesse.
Well, no, I was tired, and I played in a tournament for 2 days, and I was exhausted, and we drank a lot, smoked a lot of pot.
Yeah, he played Dragon Ball Z, dude, for 2 days straight.
I did.
That's how long the game lasted.
No, I played.
No, I was just joking because before
I'm
you said
trying
it
to
was
get him
long.
into Dokkan,
long
but he
game.
won't fucking play Dragon Ball Z Dokkan.
I don't play gotcha games, but I played.
What is that?
I played in
We'll
nationals.
teach you how to play it.
I played in the nationals tournament and placed in the top 25% of nationals. But and then the second day there was a bunch of side events while they were having worlds, so I played in those. And I was like, I'm too tired to go to dang church today.
What's the sickest GBZ card you have?
Sickest, I don't know. I don't
That's
know.
fair.
It's probably. I mean, I have a lot. I have a handful of secret rares that are really good, but I haven't even bought into the game in the past like 7 sets, so I'm way behind. And they're starting the new series of tournaments.
Either that or you have some very old ones.
Yeah, well, not very old, but outdated. Like these games, you gotta stay, and that's part of the marketing is you gotta stay up on the next set. You gotta be the meta,
Of course.
the
Yeah.
meta.
That's how they get their
like,
money.
Yeah, so the decks I have are not meta decks. It doesn't matter how good I am. If my deck is way weaker than the meta.
Yeah, the way card games work is a deck can be $900 because it's absolutely destroying the meta, and within a month that deck can be worth nothing. And if the best players in the world are playing it, they're still getting bodied with it, and they have to switch to the new meta decks.
Yeah,
that just sucks.
Yeah, pretty
And
much.
if it's like Magic, they'll just straight up ban the old cards. Like they'll be like, you can't play those old cards anymore.
But
You
there
have to
is-
So
play
everyone
them.
keeps buying the shit. Yeah.
There is a degree of, if you have high enough skill, you can pilot a rogue deck, which is like a cheap budget, crazy deck that you came up with. You can pilot it to do well, but you're not going to consistently do well. I could take some rogue deck that I make with the cards that I have, and I could do, if I get lucky with the matchups, I could do well, but it's not going to be a consistent thing. So really it's just, you got to keep up with the meta.
Well,
Yeah, I've never gotten into
spending in constantly is actually the smartest way to run games like that. Because if not, you wind up in a Yu-Gi-Oh position where you have like 200 different archetypes that all aren't banned at the same time, and you're trying to balance a game with literally 200 interacting card types, and they still have the same problem where it's just like 3 decks are like in the meta at any given point. So
Well,
there's
and
really
what-
no point in not doing it the way that Magic does it.
And what it is if I come up with, let's say I come up with some crazy deck idea, I figure something out, and I come up with this deck, and I win a tournament with it.
Fuck them cartoon cards.
Everybody's gonna see my deck list, and they're gonna see what I did with it. And smarter people than me and better players than me are gonna start using this deck. And when everybody starts using this deck, what happens is a ban list, and they say this card
Yeah.
and this card and this card let you do this crazy
And then
thing.
before the ban, you get an even more
Who they
toxic
ban it?
meta where most people are running the exact same decks with counters to their own deck inside of the deck in case they get mirror matches.
Right, yeah. Or you side deck silver bullets to counter that. Yeah. But
Josh,
Yeah,
can
I've
you
never even
kick
played
me-
the game he's talking about, but they all work the same so much. Sorry, what were you
know
gonna
when
say?
you tell me it was over my head, and I don't know.
My my Discord is super effed up. Can you just kick me out of the thing and I'll rejoin? I can't even interact with it right now.
disconnect you? Okay. He's
the hell?
disconnected.
Who was it?
Yeah,
what?
the new
Rob-
season is
oh,
starting
Rob.
right now.
Okay.
And actually, it's crazy. They never had nationals. Nationals got canceled because of the fires in LA, and I don't know whatever happened to nationals. I went to nationals last year. This year there is no nationals. So I don't know what's going
Would
on.
have been ready anyway. Shut up.
Ready.
I don't think I'm gonna buy
boxes.
boxes. I'm not gonna buy boxes anymore, but I am considering figuring out what the meta is right now because I've played
Buying
this game.
singles.
I've played this game since it started. I'm gonna figure out what the meta is. I'm gonna find a deck I'm comfortable with, and I'm gonna buy the singles for that deck.
Yeah. You're almost always better off
Well,
buying
you know
singles.
Yeah.
Mark Zuckerberg gonna have you in that Hugo position or whatever he was talking about. You don't want to find yourself in that position.
Chasing boxes is how people fucking get hooked and scammed into the game.
It's
hard.
it's gambling. It's gambling because
Exactly.
this new
Yeah.
set they have
Mark
serialized.
Zuckerberg owns that shit.
This new set they have a things called serialized rares. So there's 5 cards that have alternate arts, and there's only 100 serialized. So it has on the card it says 1 of 100, 2 of 100, 3 of 100, and there's 100 of each of these 5 cards put throughout all the boxes. So this
Oh wow.
So this says, "Oh, I want to buy a bunch of boxes to get this serialized."
Right.
These serialized cards are going to be crazy expensive. And
Yeah, that's the
You got
thing.
serial number. They get a tracker in there where they know where that card's at all the time.
I don't know about that,
Really?
but I know that if you pull one of these serialized cards from a $80 box, that's gonna be a $10,000 card.
Yeah, dude,
Wow.
it's like
Where you
slots.
get a box at?
Huh?
Where do you get a box at?
You can
Where
get
do
them
you buy a
on.
box at?
I buy them online, but card shops, and they're
And
usually
he
they're
can't give
usually
you like a name of any card shop because there's no fucking mainstream card shops anymore. You have to go.
Yeah, they're all like mom and
individual
pop
stores.
places.
It's gonna be 80 to $100 for a box, and then
Like if
you
you
run
wanted
it.
some Pokemon cards, you could go to like GameStop.
But then you run into the problem of where the card shop owners, what they do is they buy cases and they search till they find that
Sure.
serialized card, and then they sell the rest of the boxes in the cases, and it's like,
Yeah, that's smart.
it's hard to.
I'd say the dude out front running the cash register can do that if he wants.
Yeah.
Right. We need Chase up here. He knows so much about this kind of stuff.
I don't fuck with no people that sell like that. Most people that order boxes, like they don't even have incentive to do it because like the boxes when they order them are literally like $20 and they sell them for like $100.
If you have a
feel-
trustworthy seller,
have a proof.
a trustworthy seller who buys cases and sells boxes, buy through them. Yeah, and that's, but like, how
Are
do
they
you know?
tamper-proof, like sealed, or what?
Yeah, exactly. I have a pretty cool game store. I mean, I've gotten $100 plus cards out of like boxes when I used to buy boxes when I was a fucking teenager and retarded. But
Yeah.
In the early, so the game I play, in the early states of the game, I would order boxes off the internet, and I might get a secret rare. And and so it was. But now once they start having god rares and serialized cards, which is where
God rares.
these cards are jumping to. This card is worth $2,000. This card was $5,000 to $10,000. Now there's a lot more incentive for the shop to scan boxes and
When I see people riding around with Lambos and Ferraris with Dragon Ball on the side of their shit and making money off these cars like that, I'm like, hell yeah, I'm buying you 4 motherfucking boxes, Josh. I got faith in you.
I mean, it's one of the biggest
Pokemon paid
IPs.
$1 million for one or something.
It's not as big as Pokemon or something. It was one of the biggest IPs in the world, so
Have you
it's
ever
gonna
heard
be
of
collectible.
TCG? Like TCG Player?
Yeah,
The
That'd be
website?
worth your time, motherfucker.
Yeah, I buy and sell on TCG Player all the time.
I just want to make sure you knew if you're doing that, because that's definitely the best website to get shit from online.
Right, but if I buy a box from TCG Player, it's going through a private seller, Core TCG or some other PPG.
Yeah, I would get everything
or-
through Core TCG, because Core
Core is
TCG goes through
good.
like a shit ton of like fucking monitoring and stuff.
Big ones like that, like Core or PPG, they're reliable that you're really getting a randomized box. But like the private sellers, which may have their prices a little lower, you probably don't want to buy from them because chances are they bought a case, they searched till they found the hit, and now they're selling the rest of the boxes.
That's skeezy as hell, dude.
Mm.
I never did cards. I did like Warhammer 40k for a while though when I was younger. I was way into that shit. No one else. Just me. All right.
I know. No, I've seen Warhammer played. I never played it.
My face in the website.
I mean, I played the game on PS5.
What, Warhammer? Yeah, there's all kinds of
yeah,
shit
the
they have for
Space
that.
Marine. It was
Yeah,
pretty
yeah,
good.
yeah. That's cool, dude. Pretty badass.
Like part of me wants to just quit playing Dragon Ball and get into Magic because with what I've learned from playing
Like
high
David
level,
Copperfield?
what I've learned from playing high level Dragon Ball, I
Nah,
think
dude, not get that kind of magic.
I think I could be better at Magic, but Magic's a lot more expensive.
I heard they kind of made it really stupid, like recently with like woke stuff. I don't know anything about it because I never did Magic, but that's
I
what
don't know
Chase
about no
was saying.
woke stuff. It's just the game sucks now. There's like too many mechanics. It's
That
fucking...
too.
They're
yeah.
coming out with a Final Fantasy Secret Lair is coming out with a Final Fantasy Magic set. And I'm like, that looks pretty sick. I don't know if that Secret Lair stuff is even tournament legal though.
Final Fantasy's sick.
And if I play, I'm not playing it to collect. I don't collect. I don't care about collecting. I care about going to a tournament and looking somebody in the eye and bodying them.
Wait,
That's what I'm trying to do.
blind dude you was playing. How you gonna look him in the eye? He can barely see his cards. He's all down at the
I did
table
play
like-
at Nationals. I did play against a blind guy.
Of course you did. And you
Dude,
lost.
did you cheat? Be honest. Did you cheat against him?
I can't remember if I won that game or lost that game. I'll have to go through my footage. But he also had somebody behind him telling him stuff. And
Yeah, he so did. So did.
Paid a snitch.
And I feel like that's
card would have
cheating.
been in Braille.
He probably was cheating. I did think I seen him cheating too.
I think he
'Cause I
was
was
cheating. He
walking
might
around
not have even been
thinking-
blind.
Yeah,
He
he's
was
probably
down on
just
his
used
cards
Evan.
real close.
Yeah.
The rest of his opponents were like 6 to 9 year olds.
He's like feeling the cards. I'm like, bro, you have sleeves. They're all the same.
Nah, it was a bunch of fucking grown motherfuckers out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, really, the
That's
only one
good.
that has kids is Pokemon.
No, yeah. There was
Yeah.
like maybe there was 2 people who were under 14 years old. And the
Yeah,
rest
it's
are
usually
all
people
grown
like
ass
my
men.
like
Yeah, like high
it was grown
schoolers. There'll
Josh's
definitely be
age.
like high schoolers there, but
Nah,
you're not gonna get like little kids.
Freddie's walking around stealing cards and stuff. He's like, yo, look what I got. I got these
I
cards.
wasn't stealing cards. Motherfuckers leaving their bags laying places, and I was just like, and I was like, fuck. I got a bag with some extra
I brought
cards.
a
He
damn
wants
criminal to the tournament.
I wasn't stealing anything. I just found a bunch of shit while we were there, JS.
Yeah.
To be
I got
fair, I snuck in with a bottle of Captain in my backpack, and I was going in the bathroom taking shots in between rounds.
He's fucked up. Yeah. If you would have went to jail, I was like, I don't know him. Take him. I don't know him. Nope. He ain't with me. Come on, Zeke. Walk his way.
Freddy would have been like, I'm here for Goku and Vegeta.
Right. Sit down at the big screen watching cartoons.
What are you trying to say about adults that watch cartoons, dude?
Say what?
No, I was just teasing. I was saying, what are you trying to say about adults that watch cartoons?
Oh, no, I can't say too much because my son loves anime and he got me watching Invincible.
Anime's cool. Yeah, I've been watching it since I was a teenager. There's actually some really good ones.
Yeah, the mechanics haven't changed, but the art and the lore is what's changed. Sweater and but I don't know. I'm thinking I'm planning some trips for the next year. I want to go to DebateCon. I want to go to what was the other? I'd like to go to some big marches like the pro-life, the women's march, or not the the women's march.
Dude, you're gonna go to the women's march?
Hell yeah, man. Show your support.
No.
Dude, that sounds kind of
Ain't
gay,
nothing
I'll be
wrong with
honest.
that, Josh. Go to the women's march and be a
I went to
fucking
a women's march one time. It was
vlogger.
so fucking
Tell them
gay.
you're a vlogger. Interview them. You might get some numbers and everything.
Are you an ally, Josh?
No, I'll pretend to be.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Well, that's okay.
Tell
That's
them
fine. Then.
motherfuckers. Tell them motherfuckers.
I don't gotta worry about having a baby.
Yeah, that's for sure. Damn, dude.
Now, when you start interviewing the women, though, you gotta ask them for their information in case somebody want to reach out to them and they like them and want to further interview them, and you know what I'm saying. She might make it big somewhere, and then you'd be like, "Yeah, you
My
got
girlfriend just said they have pussy hats there, Josh. You could buy
Yeah, they
a pussy
do.
hat.
I was actually gonna make a joke about that.
Nah, that would be funny if I go to the women's march for
Dude,
abortion.
I went to a gay pride parade once, and like, I was just kind of there. I wasn't vibing with any of it, but I bought one of the dick lollipops.
That is funny.
It would be hard to do this without breaking any laws, but if I went to like a pro-choice march and I got a girl pregnant and then I somehow restricted her from getting an abortion.
Damn, dude. Dude, she would be pissed, dude.
That'd be fucked up.
Wait, have you ever seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
That would be content,
Yeah.
bro. For the content.
Dude,
about that,
the Mac episode with the fucking religious girl.
He told her to get an abortion. Yeah, that was funny. as
Yeah,
hell.
she's like, the whole time he's like showing up to these anti-abortion rallies for this girl.
Yeah.
And then like they're in the car and she's like, I'm pregnant. And he looks at her, he goes, you have to get an abortion.
Yeah. That's fucked up.
That show's hilarious.
I'm thinking the opposite
Guys,
of
you
that.
got to get one of those JLP shirts to say if she's crying, she's lying.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
They're gonna be like, "Oh, really? What's this mean?" And you gonna
Wear
have to
that at
explain
the
it.
pro-choice march. See, if I
Yeah.
flew out to another state for some big event like that, then I'm wearing a Trump hat, and then I'm wearing my if she's crying, she's lying shirt, and I'm just walking around
That's when I
trolling.
ain't going with you. You try
I
to
would
come
go-
to LA with that shit.
I would go to the next debate convention. I think that sounds like fun.
I think it's in October, the fall.
Oh, they got
said
one
the
in
f-
October?
Well, they said in the fall, so it should be.
Okay.
Which is right around my birthday, so
That's cool.
I don't know.
I
I'm
would- I would
also
go.
trying to get to Florida this year. I need to get a week in Florida to get an implant done in this tooth hole. But we'll
That's a few
see.
thousand.
Not for me. My mom works in that industry.
Oh, that's cool.
Can I come to your house?
It's $0.
Oh, you mean my long lost cousin Josh? Yeah, buddy.
Yeah,
You can look at my
you
can look at my old YouTube videos. My teeth were falling out, all of them.
And if you're a veteran
I
and
know the
you're
feeling.
100% service connected watching this video in the future, you can get your dentistry done at the VA for free.
I think I had 32 fillings. I had.
Oh my god, dude.
I had my wisdom teeth removed.
That's brutal.
And I had this tooth removed, these 2 molars removed, this molar removed, and
Yeah, I got no
public service
and
announcement.
I think
Don't
it was
do
like
meth, kid.
it was like $1,000. It was like $32,000 of work for like not.
Dude, were you
bro.
smoking
I
rocks,
had
dude?
cancer and had radiation treatments. I lost my teeth.
I used to
of it.
smoke some rocks.
That's cool. I just do Adderall. I never actually did like the meth.
I mean, crack was lame. Crack's gay.
Yeah.
Why would you
It
smoke
is.
crack when there's meth?
Dude, meth is so much better.
It's so much better.
It is. Dude. It's great.
Stop. I'm
I
chat.
am.
Chat. We're anti-drug here. That's a joke.
Oh yeah, don't do. Yeah,
What
nobody
really
do
matters?
drugs,
I'm
though.
coming to your house. You gonna hook me up, or your mom is.
Don't do
I'll
meth
spot-
unless you
I'll
get it from
spot you
me.
some money.
Yeah, Freddie's got good
Mark
stuff.
Ricky Bobby.
It's not free tooth care. Can't get that in Australia. It wasn't government paid. It was because my mom works in that
That's
business.
what I mean.
And yeah,
We'll be very nice to your mother.
yeah.
Queen she will be.
I love my mama.
Yeah,
And you know what's crazy is
What is a hoe?
she's just a dental hygienist, but her boss is gay, and
even better.
He knew like what I was about, but he still did it, and this is why, I
You
love
didn't do any
people.
more,
I
Doc.
love people because you have to love people because we can see that. Yeah, I don't agree with your lifestyle, but he still like helped me out a lot.
Right now, this is real serious, and I need you to answer me and think real hard about it. Did he ask you, do you love people while you was under that gas?
Oh shit.
No.
You just kept saying it, didn't you?
No, if he would have
He
been like,
probably fun with you.
if
How
he
long
would have,
was you
if he
under
would have had
when
a
he did
drill
this
in
to
my
you?
mouth and he was like, "Hey, what do you think about gay people?" I'd be like, "They're awesome."
Dude, what if he's anti though, dude?
How long was you out? Did you lose consciousness? Wake up feeling like you're
No, I never went. No, they never put me under. They did
Yeah,
say.
they did. You
They
thought
did
about
say.
it.
They did say they were shocked at the amount of, because I didn't take any pain. I didn't. They're like, you might need some.
no?
Like, you might
Well,
need
JS
some.
does talk about how men have
tell
like
me-
big,
Yeah,
round,
right,
voluptuous, sexy butts. Like big, sexy
No, they were trying to
butts.
prescribe me
Yeah,
to some high level pain pills, and I was like, no, I don't need that. Give me the ibuprofen
Oh, you
600.
done?
JS is like those big,
Your
round,
hero
sexy butts. They're not for women.
And they're
That's
like,
for us boys.
they're like,
I
damn,
thought you
you
were talking about
just had
anesthesia.
4 teeth removed. You had like 20 fillings today. Like, you're gonna need some. I said,
You was
nah,
still
just give me
numb.
the
You wasn't thinking
ibuprofen.
about it. Yeah, you was still numb. You wasn't thinking about
And it wasn't even that bad. I think people are pussies.
This is
Dude,
no
I
joke.
got, they
you
loaded me
know,
up. I got
motherfucker.
my wisdom
Numb you?
teeth out.
I'll just let him do it without even numbing me. That's no bullshit.
Yeah, I didn't go
Normal
that
stuff.
far. I did. They did numb me, and I saw a guy. I saw a guy in the other room. He's like, I don't want any Novocaine. I don't want any numbing. And I was like,
Dude, what?
dang,
Was it like
I
a
don't-
This
religious
causes
thing?
brain damage for real.
I didn't go
That's a
that
lie.
far. I didn't take it that far.
Dude, that's like
I don't-
they shouldn't even be illegal to not like numb someone up, dude. That's
I didn't
painful.
feel
So
it.
it depends on what they're
Well,
doing.
Actually,
Yeah.
actually, to be true though, like especially when it comes to some of the mouth pain, after a certain point, the nerve dies, where
Yeah.
it's literally you're feeling. I mean, there's going to be some pain, but it's not going to be as intense as the actual infection that's going on in your jaw.
Yep.
Like
I've had hit you in the face with a hammer to make it hurt worse.
where I had
Yeah.
to pay. I had to pay out of pocket, and like it was crazy. Like for every shot of Novocaine I had to pay was $18. So
There you
I
go.
had to be like, no, stop there. That's good enough. And then like,
Oh,
yeah, it was
dude.
crazy. Yeah, they had a
fix you up
scrape an
here.
infection on my
Yeah.
jaw. It was crazy. Yeah. So no, I totally get it because when it's a cost situation and you're paying out of pocket, like they
Yeah.
literally like like they don't
Yo,
fool
Jeremy.
around. They're like it comes down to how much money you brought with you at the table. I was supposed to get 3 teeth removed. They only did 2 teeth because when they pulled one of my teeth, they found a wisdom tooth that was growing in sideways. So then they had to go get that one. And then I was like, well, fuck. Now what am I supposed to do? I came for this other tooth, and they're like, gotta pay for more. And I was like, well, fuck, tap me out.
I hate a damn dentist. I do.
Basically,
do.
in 2 days back to back, I got 7 teeth removed, and I got like 32 fillings, and
Crazy.
I got
Jeremy, what are you playing?
I think I got like 2 root canals. I got all kinds of crazy stuff, and they're like,
it would have costed me more. Now, so
but no,
I
I took the Novocaine. I didn't take the painkillers after. They didn't give me any painkillers afterwards. But while they were doing it, and it got to the point where I was in constant pain when I went there and did it because I had meth mouth. I had my teeth were falling out and everything hurt all the time. They hurt my
So when they had to
brain.
hit you in the head with a hammer, it hurts you worse.
He felt like Forrest Gump getting in that school with them. Hey,
waking up with
your
tooth
mama
pain
love you, boy.
in the world, bro.
Yep.
You gonna wash the cat in the damn
tooth
dishwasher.
pain is no joke. That's what sucks. Is like it hurts so bad when your teeth get fucked up.
Yeah,
Mine had nothing to do with mine had nothing to do with drugs. Mine had to do with opening shit when I was a kid. When my mom
I
was
used
like,
to do that too. I would open stuff with my
I
teeth.
could do that. But all my molars what got fucked up. The rest of my teeth, not so bad. My molars are gone. Like that's what they pulled. They pulled all my molars because they cracked, and then they turned into holes, and then it was just like, I had to get 4 molars or 5 molars. Mine were all surgically removed because by the time I got to a dentist and had the money to do it, then nothing was left but chips of teeth in my gum. Like my roots and everything was exposed.
I'm smiling at you guys, and I just want you to feel sorry for me.
Okay.
Thank you for responding.
I'm sorry, dude.
Just feel sorry for me, man. Like all of me and my people and I should say, we suffer. We suffer.
You guys have been through so much.
Yeah, we all look like pirates, which is really cool when we're on the ocean.
English.
I'm smiling at you, Freddie. I'm smiling at you and my bad dentistry, brother. I love you, man.
Is there a scientific reason for why that's going on there? Like, what? Why the fuck?
Wait, did Freddie just say we don't do no victimhood? Did I just hear that?
I think
Yeah, you did. Yeah. Yeah, I heard it
Fucking
too.
hell, you're a hypocrite, Freddie, mate. Come on.
When did I claim victimhood? I ain't never claimed victimhood.
You're a living example of victimhood.
You support the idea of reparations. You want reparations.
What? That's for my people. That's not for me.
Hey,
I'm not a
Freddie,
victim. I'm getting my
you
reparations
also-
every day, Josh. You know that.
You need to know that when
stop that.
English
Y'all
people
quit.
say
I've
stuff,
never
we
said
say it
I
with
was a victim.
sarcasm, man.
I'm a
Do you know what
pharaoh.
sarcasm
The
means?
black man that's a Christian, he might be who y'all talking about. The black man that's
gonna kick
mentally
off.
enslaved by
You talking about
Christianity. That's who y'all
Mentally
talking about.
enslaved
Y'all not
by
talking about me.
Christianity.
That black man is a victim. He was brought over here and gave that religion, and it's sad what y'all did to that other black man, but not me. I'm a pharaoh, y'all.
You sure seem liberated, Freddie. You really do seem
Why,
liberated.
thank you. You can hear it.
truth.
It's a real energy. I don't fake it.
I can hear
swear.
it. It's so strong.
Thank
It's
you.
so strong.
It's the spirit. It's a spirit of God.
It's
called
so strong
Christ.
in you, Freddie. It's like
KRST. It's called the
it's
Anointed
beautiful.
One. Yeah,
It's
if you
beautiful,
look
Freddie.
it up.
I
Yeah,
won't
if you
look it up, but I'll believe you.
Okay.
I won't
That's
look it
right.
up.
Dude, he's
I
got-
think every
Go ahead.
You'll learn something one day.
yeah, I, every day I meet you, Freddie, I learn something, mate.
You know how the Greeks
got
went
strong
into
Greece,
Egypt?
dude.
The
Yeah.
Greeks went into Egypt. Who went into Egypt when the Greeks went into Egypt? Who was already there? Who do you think?
The Egyptians?
Egyptians, yeah.
Okay, Egypt's where? In
It's
Africa?
in North Africa.
It's a continent called Africa.
Okay.
Yeah, but Europeans were in Europe, Africans were in Africa, Asians were in Asia. Have you got any other ones up your sleeve?
I can't hear you. What'd you say?
I said Africans
You go
live in
the other way.
Africa. Asians live in Asia. So have you got any other amazing nuggets
Chair
of wisdom
chat.
to offer us?
Super chat for the chair. Let's go.
King blackout. He gonna owe me $100. You better save that money. I'm gonna
Bro,
collect.
I don't need to
gonna
do
collect.
Some drone work for me, man.
Freddie, unlike you, I'm not on a fixed income, bro. I work and I earn money daily, bitch.
Yeah, keep catching them fishes. Keep
I
catching
will.
them fishes.
I will. And guess what, motherfucker? I'm getting paid to sit out here because I have earned paid time off. You know what that is? Earned paid time off. You know what that means?
Earned paid time off. It sounds like you're a slave to somebody.
Ready?
Sounds like
Pay
you're
me.
a slave to somebody.
I work so hard.
If you gotta earn some paid time off, you a slave to somebody.
Yeah, bitch, we got
time off, y'all. I'm gonna be out there in the field. Y'all gonna be hard at work.
That's not
I'm
very
gonna tell
nice.
Massa I'll be back
sound
on
good.
Monday in October.
I ain't never been in no field, bro. I'm out here fishing. You saw what I'm doing.
That is the field.
Freddie,
You right now. That's picking cotton.
Didn't the
You picking
Africans
cotton, boy.
enslave?
Pick that cotton.
Didn't the
That's the new
Africans
picking
enslave
cotton.
people? Freddie,
That's the white
didn't
boy
the
picking
You know where I'm
cotton.
going, Dave?
Didn't
No,
the Egyptians
the
enslave?
Africans didn't enslave other Africans.
You making
That
catfish.
didn't happen.
We gonna make
They were
catfish
the
out of them
first
motherfuckers.
ones that did it.
We gonna
And it
have
carried all the way
catfish
over to
nuggets.
here, present day.
You
Well,
making my
200 years ago.
catfish nuggets at Indies.
He's
You go to
right. He's
Indies
using
in
those ears
Kentucky,
again.
they sell
Catfish
catfish nuggets.
dude.
Yeah, you know what catfish is? Catfish is the garbage fish, bro. That's
They sell
garbage.
catfish
That's how you
nuggets.
eat it. Garbage.
Down there,
Yeah,
listen,
garbage.
listen,
Garbage fish.
Bottom feeders. They
man.
feed off the bottom. They're
I'm
bottom
talking
feeders.
about
You're an
what they
arse.
sell in
You're an arse
Kentucky.
eater, man. You're an arse
You are
eater.
what you eat, bro. You are what you eat, bro. You are
You're an
what you
arse
eat.
eater, dude. You're an arse eater. You're a bottom feeder.
Oh man,
I'm not eating catfish out here.
guys, right now that makes me a noodle.
I'm in LA. He's over there fishing. But motherfuckers in the Midwest do eat
Yeah,
fish. In the South, they eat
modern
fish.
day hell,
But they
and
get
he's
it
out
from
the lake
Arkansas.
relaxing. You win, Fred. You
My
win.
brother, I got a brother sell buffalo rib fish, and he go all the way to Arkansas every week and sell pounds of it. Rib fish.
Pounds, not tons. Not tons. He's not doing well, is he?
Yo, he
What?
sells. He drops ounces.
That's his third job. Look, we got y'all are so
He needs
lame,
three
man. Why
jobs.
y'all
He
act
needs
like
three
that's a
jobs, and the
little-
other two not
I'm just
paying
telling
well.
y'all how I know fish. I'm from Arkansas. You know what I'm saying? We get our shit out of White River. We know about catfish. We know about all that bullshit. What you talking? You ain't telling me nothing new.
What do you know about
The
catfish?
lamest
Fred?
fish ever.
Shrimp,
What can you
lobster, all
teach
that
us,
shit
man?
white people eat is that fucking bottom feeder shit. All that shit's bullshit. If
catfish
you want to
is
be
a
right
bottom-
about it,
No, dude.
you
Salmon
want
up
to be
here
right
in
about
Scotland,
it, yeah.
brother.
Crabs, lobster, all
What
that
about
shit's bottom
salmon?
feeder. White people used to be ashamed grabbing them
Salmon?
up out of the fucking bay.
I do
Salmon?
love
in
crabs,
New York.
dude. That's
You
real.
ain't never caught no
Salmon.
bass.
Grab
If a
lobsters up out
largemouth
of the
bass
fucking
hit
ground.
your pole, you'd be like, "Whoa, what do I do?" And you drop it.
What about
we should
salmon,
go- we
Freddie?
should
Is
go-
that a bottom feeding fish? Salmon? You like salmon, Fred?
Salmon's
You like
so
salmon?
good, dude.
Yeah, that's what people eat in Scotland. That's where I live in Scotland, Freddie. In Scotland, we eat salmon. We don't eat no fucking catfish or that shit you're talking about, man. We eat salmon, the
It's
finest of all
probably
the
the
fish, man.
GMO shit.
Look, y'all can say what
Nah,
y'all
it's
want
in the
about
river, brother.
catfish, but if you
In
fry
the
that shit
river.
up, put some
It's
Tabasco on it,
GMO
it tastes
salmon.
pretty good.
GMO salmon that
I was
runs
gonna
up the
say
river
nobody
from the
cares
sea.
about catfish, but there is some good ways to cook catfish.
Yeah,
yeah.
they're all in the mouth.
Fish
Their
like
mouth
most
they
of
can
America.
get all the way straight down.
Why are you
sucking shit
guys
off
having
the
a
bottom.
pissing contest over fish right now?
Because
Yo,
the salmon are the best. Because it's true.
Dude,
Because
you
salmon
stay
are the
out of
best
this,
fish in the
dude.
universe.
I wouldn't take it that far.
So
I
how
don't eat
about
fish though? That's the
how about
irony.
I mean, there's
Freddie's got
catch
a little
like redfish and stuff like that.
Freddie's
I'd
got a
say
little
that's better than
this dude's time, and he's catching
African Americans eat
hold
carp.
on, hold
What
on.
about those big tuna, dude?
Hold on,
Right.
More
carp.
power to him, man.
Carp,
I ain't gonna
trout,
Hold on,
Catching
Freddie.
fish.
Freddie.
come to my door.
Uno momento. Carp have invaded the Mississippi River so to such an
Yeah.
extent that if they say that if you could like send some sort of electrical wave through the Mississippi River and shock and kill all of the carp at the same time, you would be able to walk continuously. It'd be like a road of dead carp would float
Dude.
to the top.
Carp and rats
Dude,
and
that's
mice.
dinner for
believe
so
that.
long.
So
Dude,
they're
I wanna
trying
go do
to
that.
encourage people to eat carp. So there's a lot of
You should-
restaurants along the Mississippi
carp.
River that are selling carp, and they're trying to find good ways to cook
Dude,
carp.
I'm gonna
And
start throwing
In-
radios in that river, dude.
In Minnesota, the only fish that it's legal to snag are carp.
yeah,
Yeah, snag fishing's brutal.
Yeah, it's illegal, and you can
Yeah.
be charged heavily for doing it to any other
Yeah.
fish because because of how brutal it is. But they're like,
Who's
nah,
riding a
dude,
dinosaur? Who is that? Oh, Jeremy.
Jeremy, yeah.
He's usually got the white clown out there.
Selling
a
that
lot.
fish to China anyway. King Blackout, you selling that fish to China?
Jeremy's out here riding a dinosaur. Go build a pyramid.
I'm about to cut it up right now, bro. I'm about to
You
cut it
selling
up
that?
right now.
You selling that fish to China?
Nope, I'm about to cut it up right now. I'm gonna eat it for breakfast in a couple hours.
Yeah, China's
I
got
asked
enough
you how
fish.
many times a week you eat fish, and you eat fish every day of the week.
No, not every day.
It's good for your bones and joints.
Nope.
Oh, I thought you said it's good
eat
for your
fish.
balls. I was like, what?
Yeah, I don't know. I probably eat fish. I don't know. Maybe 3 times a week.
Whenever you catch one, how many you catch in a day?
Well, depends. Yeah, it all depends. I don't always eat fish, so no, that's true enough. Like, but I eat other fish other than just But no, I eat venison. I eat beef. I eat chicken.
Something wills.
I should start hunting again.
Why does salmon smell
Guys,
so damn
guys,
bad?
my wife's got something to say to Freddie. Here you go.
Hey, Freddie, you're my favorite pensioner.
God bless you,
That's
mate.
right.
Aw.
I already know.
Oh, bless her heart.
Yeah. I don't even know what that fucking
You heard
means.
it? You heard it?
It's my favorite
Don't worry,
pensioner.
brother.
What the fuck that mean?
She's
It
true,
means
though.
you
You are her
got-
favourite pensioner, mate. Even if you don't think you are her
Dave.
favourite pensioner.
Dave, is
He's
she
my
the
favorite
one?
punch
Is she
kicker.
the one
Hey,
holding
Joe.
your belay when you're up there climbing those rocks?
That's right, man. That's it. That's Fred.
Damn, that's a high level of trust. You better hope.
Yeah.
Well, that's how you know you've got a good marriage. Climb with your wife, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, don't get in an argument.
All she got to do is let go of that rope and.
Yeah, man.
Hey, she done met a real man. You better be careful on them rocks, man.
Yeah, don't argue before
Your
those
pink
trips.
up be waiting, baby.
Right, you can't be a man and a
Your
pensioner at
pink
the
up be
same
waiting,
time.
baby.
I
You
agree
ever
with
want to
you.
let go of that rope? Nah.
No, that's how I know I'm still all right in the good
You gonna
books.
be on
Because when I'm
Discord
not,
like
well,
Yeah,
wait,
exactly.
no,
Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah, you'll
you.
find out real quick, dude.
You get too much money in the bank account, she might just let that rope
I
slip.
bet she pays that life insurance bill
ain't
every
no chance of
month.
that happening, mate.
Oh,
God, ain't no
man,
chance of
dude.
that happening.
Man, I
Life
got
insurance.
game.
Oh,
I got
shit.
the real kind of game, bro. You
You
talking
got that
about
pensioner game going on.
take
You
them
got
off
that
like a
pensioner game.
rooftop.
He's got that fixed income.
He's got the dual
Yeah.
walking stick.
Yeah,
What's
He's got
up?
the dual walking stick
Ain't no,
game.
nah, I don't listen.
What's a pensioner? Is somebody who's taking advantage of the government?
Shut up! I don't want to know.
No,
I don't even want to know. I like it. I
Yeah.
like it the way it is.
Pensioner is someone here who's finished working and gets their pension. They're over the age of 65, basically, in the UK. If
Right,
you're over the
but he's-
65, you're a pensioner.
But he's 48 and he's still a pensioner.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, no, but no, wait, it's only just from what she's seen on the like when he's on stream, like when he's on
yeah.
camera. So, like, yeah, I don't speak for her. She speaks for herself.
No,
man.
it's a
And if she
perfect.
sees you,
It's a perfect description.
It is.
yeah, because like
You got
Freddie,
spam.
pension-
What's that old
old
man?
people, yeah, old people here basically sit around and all they do is they talk about how they know more than everybody else in the world, and they just look old. So you do both of those things. So I guess it's true.
No, I'm comfortable where I'm at. I'm not trying to change nobody. I know who
You
I
look
am.
very comfortable, Fred.
And what
You
y'all
sound
say
comfortable.
goes against what's in the books of logic.
You
I know
sound
what's in
so
the book.
confident.
I know what the world say. Yeah, I know the laws. So what else you get to know? You can
Every time
disagree.
that
You
I
can
encounter
disagree with what
Fred,
the world
no,
say
no,
and the
I
truth
agree
of the
with
knowledge.
Yeah,
But
if you're a
I told you,
70-year-old
I-
pensioner, I don't think it's an insult. But if you're a 48-year-old who hasn't worked for the last 20 years, it might be an
Yeah,
insult.
you're basically a pensioner. You basically are an old
I don't
person who
even know
doesn't
what
work.
it means. I still didn't get it. But okay.
Oh, mate.
I
But
be
no,
that.
but don't you know everything, Fred? You know
I
everything.
be
But
that.
like,
I be that.
we need to get you one of those little spaz chariots. You know that mobility vehicles that
Your
pick
name
fat
should
people and
be
old people
fuck
ride around.
Because every time I'm in the club, they be like, fuck you.
Jeremy, is
I want to
this
see you riding around in one of those vehicles, dude. Old people's vehicles.
is this ARC?
I'll tell you about everything I know.
Yeah,
I
Circus
know the shit I
Syndrome.
don't know.
I'm looking at the new map.
I heard this is a really cool game, and I bet I would love it.
Yeah, because the dinosaurs, dude. Hell yeah.
Yeah, having raptors fight for you, and
Yeah, grow
It's like
up. Build a
Pokemon
pyramid.
with dinosaurs.
Killing
I've actually
dragons.
never heard of this.
I actually want to play some of the new Pokemon games, like the Sword and Shield, but
The new ones look
That's
cool,
right.
yeah, because of what they changed. I haven't played them though.
I have the Elgato and I have the Switch, but chat might make fun of me if I start playing a Pokemon game on stream.
Dude, I play Pokemon, dude. You're good.
No, you play. Yeah, you play Pokemon on stream, and I'm gonna call my bank right now and request all my money back.
As long as
Shit.
you don't try to restrain
Cancel all those charges.
I dispute that charge.
as long as you don't try to restrain the joy in your face of you playing. You better smile hard while you playing that damn Pokemon, and everybody will watch you like this motherfucker really having fun. You know what I'm saying? You can't be stressed playing Pokemon. You gotta be like, nigga, I ain't played this in.
Yeah. Well, Pokemon is easy as shit, so yeah, there's not much opportunity to be
They
stressed.
be like, look at this dude, he's geeked up.
I just beat the gym leader. Let's go.
Yo, we beat Brock, bro.
Now, I'm gonna say that color on that gun is gay as shit.
Guys, you ain't made a bet on a fight.
Can you
You
build
don't like that green dude?
Can you build pyramids with dinosaurs on Ark?
Nope.
Oh, is that Ark?
The Ark
Oh, that's
didn't
a-
exist.
not really.
Let's
You
do the
can't really
math
do-
on the
Hey,
Noah's
Cap.
Ark. Anybody want to
can't
do
really
the
build
math
them
with
with
the
dinosaurs. You
cubits
can build
on Noah's Ark with me?
You could build a pyramid with a force of dinosaurs.
Well, you use
Yeah, just like in real life.
Maybe not with the Ark on Noah's Ark, but Fred, can you help me out with the qubits and whatnot on the what's it called? The what is it in the Exodus? The tabernacle, because that's just got me all tied up. Fred, can you help me with the
Like that
tabernacle?
construction thing?
bro.
Yo, where you going, Goon? What's going on?
What are you talking about?
You
Noah's
up to?
Ark?
No, the tabernacle. The tabernacle.
I'll
What's
say
the
they
tabernacle?
used all the most precious things and all of the colors of symbology, and there's all the most precious metals to build this home because it was literally God's presence moving into
I didn't think
the
I was
land.
muted. I left the Coca-Cola in my
Yeah,
car.
all that shit was bullshit.
The
Oh,
fire
yeah.
by night and the cloud by day over the ark, that's
comic
it
book.
represents God coming into the world and putting his presence there among the people.
Mm-hmm.
So when they had like the building instructions for the tabernacle, when you were reading that, like, is that like the only way you're allowed to do it, or like is that how it works?
It was I mean, it's the instructions that Moses was given of how to build this place.
Okay.
And he got his knowledge from where, y'all? The pharaohs.
He got his knowledge from God when he was on Mount Sinai.
Yeah.
Coming out in a t-shirt was not the plan.
Yeah, not if you're out for a while. Yeah.
Who was here when I was talking about the cannabis that they found in the temples and how
The strange incense, dude. I was there.
the strange fire, yeah,
Yo, they
the
got
strange
torched,
incense
dude.
and the strange fire, they got lit up.
Yeah, they got lit up.
Yeah, boy.
So next time some pothead is like, they found cannabis in the temples, I'm gonna be like, yeah, they got lit on fire. They got smoked like a
Yeah,
bowl.
Dude, they got roasted.
Nabab and Abihu. Nabab and Abihu tried smoking some opium and some
Dude,
pot in the
those names
temple.
sound like pothead names, dude.
Yeah, and they got lit up.
Yeah.
Everything smelled like shit back then.
Dude, God don't play that shit, dude.
Yeah.
Can you imagine nowadays? You're like, there's a bubbling of a bog. You're walking past someone's house, and then you just hear.
And people say, "Well, what about wine? What about alcohol?" We're allowed to. You couldn't go into the tabernacle drunk. You couldn't walk in there and start sipping wine. You gonna get torched.
Yeah, dude.
Exploded.
Decapitated.
Yeah, spontaneous combustion.
Hey, by the way, in Ark, are raptors still glitching through the walls?
I hope so.
It depends. So what happens? The reason they glitch those because like when you go out of range, they unload the chunks, but the wander will still happen. So it just kind of does a guess of where they would have wandered, and it puts them outside the.
Is that like the new Ark there? Is that like
this is Ascended.
Are glitches
what's-
are glitches like a So glitches are not like a computer hardware thing. So it doesn't matter. Let's say you
It's a
have the
game thing.
best graphics card and you have the best. Shut up, Freddie. I'm in the middle of asking a
Do
question.
you got Cat muted though?
Is she in here?
You look like you
She
got
was
her
here.
muted.
She just left.
Cat was here, yeah.
Oh, come
She
back,
been muted the
Cat.
whole
I
time.
probably did have you muted because
Yeah,
probably last
Cat,
time you
come
were
back.
here, you were probably saying some nonsense. But
Come back up, Cap. Josh is
Please
sorry.
don't
Damn, I just
make
walked in
fun
the
of my
room
Harry
and seen
Potter
that.
voice
My
either.
bad.
no, but hold on. I'm asking. So the glitches in the game is from like the developer, and in the game itself,
Yes.
it doesn't matter how
It's from the
good you
game.
make your computer. These glitches will still happen.
It depends.
Exactly.
In the particular
does-
case that I was
yeah.
just talking about, yeah, that's
Certain
that's-
graphical glitches can happen because of RAM.
And
Yeah,
you know
usually
Jeremy's got
that
the
kind of
best
shit
setup
that
right now.
Jeremy was saying is from the game, though.
But so if I see a speedrunner who glitches through a wall at a certain spot,
Oh, that's the game.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah, that's
coding
game
thing.
in
They
game,
fucked up the
bro.
coding.
that's the coding in the game, and it doesn't matter what
Right.
your system specs
That's
are.
because there's like a hitbox in
Right.
the wall, and the way they build the wall is there's holes in the
Yeah.
hitbox that you can't fit through, but you're able to exploit the fact that the holes are there.
Yeah,
Cat,
break it.
come
Usually
back.
if you're,
I'll
like-
unmute you, Cat.
Cat, come on, Cat. You see?
Yeah, we're sorry.
Like in the
And see, this is
famous
what happens.
Skyrim
Listen.
speedrun where they use like plates to get through walls.
If you're here and you're annoying
Yeah.
me and I mute you and you
That
leave,
means
the next
I'm
time
an
you
au-
come in, if
I'm a
I don't see it, I'm
authoritarian.
not gonna be able to unmute you. So what you need to do is
Cut.
just hang out and then maybe
Nah, 'cause you
I'll
don't
feel some
never
Why you
grace.
always
And
you don't
I'll
never
bullying
unmute
people?
nobody. You don't never unmute nobody.
I unmute. I muted you tonight.
Dude,
No, I'm
you're
talking
muted,
about it.
dude.
Once you mute them for the day, you muted all day.
No,
Yeah, but if you mute it
no.
for a week,
Go ahead.
On Discord,
If I'm
you don't
doing a
get no
Bible
motherfucker.
study and you come in talking a bunch of blasphemous crap and trying to debunk,
Oh.
like
Yeah, now
spit
you
stuff,
banned.
and then I give you
Freddie.
a 24-hour a 24-hour mute on the
Who the
channel.
fuck gonna, man, shut up.
What that
I ain't
means
lying.
is that you're not going to see me again for 24 hours. So all it is you're just gone. For
You're
the-
really gonna ban Freddy just for proving a little bit of white inferiority? Come on, man, just a little bit.
Nah,
Yeah,
because
he's about that. He
because he'll
can't take.
come
He's
in the
emotional.
chat while
He a little emotional.
and I'm not trying to debate people while I'm doing. I'm just trying to read the Bible and talk about it from my perspective, and
I'm a troll, motherfucker.
I'm okay with disagreements, but also I'm not. Sometimes it
okay with trolls.
derails, and he
What?
Bro.
Yeah.
it just
Jeremy wasn't.
we're all
California.
saying
Whatever,
it
it doesn't matter.
Bibles at home, aren't we?
I'm the king. I'm
I
the king
knew
of
you
this
was going there. I'm
domain.
an
And
authoritarian.
if
Yeah.
yeah, I'm authoritarian, and
You want a
if he
channel
annoys
of
me, we're
yes
gonna put him in
man.
the stocks.
Y'all gonna
No,
find
me and
out
the,
you want a
me and the
channel of yes
comrades have
man.
been conspiring against you, JS. We're taking over.
I might just throw him in the cave.
Mm.
To,
Y'all
to
keep
be
bringing up
fair,
free will. He gonna bend y'all
Yeah.
too.
We'll let him out at some point.
Fred, give him a
Church-
bog, throw him
churches-
in the tabernacle.
Yeah.
Load him up, throw him in
Yeah,
the
yeah,
tabernacle with a bog, see what happens.
Me, Freddy, and Rob are the comrades.
Yeah,
We're taking over.
actually
Yeah,
KGB
yeah.
assets.
Mute me, motherfucker.
The thing is, the more time I spend with Freddie, the more I like him. And I don't know how you do that, Freddie. I don't know how you do
The
it.
weird
man,
thing
but
is-
I fucking love you, brother, man.
It's crazy.
Yeah, a lot of us in here, Dave, are completely disingenuous trolls. Like we're just like fucking around like 90% of the time.
Yeah, we're just building up
Exactly.
confidence.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
I just be trolling.
completely
Rico.
screaming at
Rico
Freddie.
is the whole name. They don't even call me Rico no more.
No,
That's
well,
why I say I love you, brother. Because I don't think you're better than me, and I don't think I'm better than you. But I do well and truly. Like I love all of my brothers and sisters. I love you, man. God bless you, eh?
no, but
Yeah,
he,
I
he's
love
kind
everybody. I
of.
love everybody.
This is why. So people in the chat are like, "Why don't you ban Freddie?" And it's because he's kind of like me, where he'll say stuff that will trigger people, and
Say it.
then he'll get loud, and he's the opposition because he does believe what he's saying, and he is saying it to get a reaction out of you.
I ain't getting no reaction. I
Sometimes
ain't
that
saying
crazy
it's
shit's
the
right,
truth.
though.
I really believe what I'm saying. Why? Because
Yeah.
I believe
No,
the
but
truth.
but
I'm
sometimes
gonna
you'll
get a
say
It's the
some
way that you communicate, bro.
everything
You're trolling the way you
You
communicate.
know, in the
But
computer,
you ain't gotta
remember that one?
react.
Yeah,
You can be like, is
everything
that
I
true?
know
Let's
about
look it up.
Comedicism,
No, look it up
everything I know
together.
about the 42 laws of my yacht, I learned because Freddie came into my into my world, and he started telling me this stuff, and I started looking into it. And now it's like, well, now I got to look into this. Now I got to be able to argue against
Jews
this.
is all everybody talk about.
Melanin in the computer, that got me really bad.
No, that's still crazy. I still want to do a
Yeah.
whole. I'm gonna do a whole segment about that.
Yeah, tell 'em, Freddie.
They're harvesting
Shit's
melanin
true.
for
You ain't
computer
lying.
chips.
Dude, for
Yeah.
real? Damn.
Shut your ass
That's
up.
wild.
Yeah. I ain't going into detail on that,
Yeah, I ain't
man.
gonna say
Y'all
what I
just
just
had
said.
ran with it too fast. But I know what melanin
Y'all
is.
ain't
and
ready
they
for
are.
that yet. Y'all
They
ain't
got
ready for that
pills.
one
They
yet.
got pills y'all can take. I don't know how they got it. Melanin pills for white people that turn you black, like Soul Man, for real.
Dude, for real?
Google it right
Yeah.
now.
That's
Do they
crazy,
use
dude.
Google right now? Do they use melanin
They do.
in computer chips? And
I
you'll
had no idea. That's wild.
Yeah, and so his theory, and this is like, we're gonna have to dig into this one of these days.
Man, I'm telling you.
There's some sort of harvesting of what is it? What we're harvesting young black children, and we're taking their melanin out,
Oh my god.
and we're putting it into our computers for our AI.
Dude, that sounds like an insane conspiracy theory.
It sounds insane, but some of the best ones do.
Guys, for them Hershey to get all that chocolate, they got, I think I think they got the pygmies doing it, just like Willy Wonka. He wrote the book about it because it was in his chocolate
my
factory
God.
before they changed it to the liquid. No,
Dude. No way.
They picking cocoa in Africa, and they ain't never even tasted real sweetened chocolate. They get the raw chocolate. You feel me?
Dude, are you
After
serious?
their hands get so dirty and they wash it off.
No,
they
this is
collect
kind of based.
cocoa
Like I'm,
and the melanin. You feel me?
but it
That's
kind of ties
wild,
in
dude.
the same thing with the adrenochrome and the abortions and the stem cell research. It kind of ties
I
in
don't
with all
believe
of
it's
that.
adrenochrome. No, it don't. I don't believe it's adrenochrome. I don't believe it's
You're doing the
adrenochrome.
same
don't
thing I
wanna
do
believe
with
it's adrenochrome.
adrenochrome. You're doing the same thing with skin tone.
No, they ain't drinking skin tone. I can prove the pills. I can prove
No, they're not
the
drinking
electronic.
it. They're not drinking it, but there's some sort of life
You said they
force.
drinking baby's blood for adrenochrome. I mean, that's what they was talking about. With
We gotta
I
stop
know what
saying that word.
adrenochrome is.
We gotta stop saying that because that's a.
Well, okay. Well, see,
We're gonna get
see,
busted.
Yeah, no. I've
I
said
know,
we've said
I
it.
know, and I
We
don't,
said
I
it.
don't,
We
I
understand what we're
disavow.
talking about. Yeah, I disavow.
Disavow.
Disavow my own thing that I just said, but
That's fair.
Right, but I don't think it's the same. You trying to link it to what
Sometimes
abortion?
people change.
No, they do abortions.
And like
They
honestly,
do
I
them.
hate
I said
the
I was
fact that they
pro-life.
won't let people
I
change
told
anymore.
no,
Wally, somebody
I
else pro-life.
agree with you, Freddie. I think that there could be something to do with
Stem
stem
cells.
cell
Yep,
research and
yep,
children and
right.
melanin, taking the thing out of their skin from
Yeah,
certain
yeah,
cultures throughout the world,
yeah.
and we're using this in computer chips, and we're using this in AI technology and studying.
Wait, we're putting
brain
melanin in
and
AI too?
who else is
We're
talking
putting
about
melanin in
merging
computer
your brain with a
They're all
computer?
gonna be the AI is gonna
Elon
be
Musk.
really good at
Yeah,
rapping.
Elon Musk.
the AI
You got the man hanging with your president
Dude, that's freaking
talking
wild.
about
It's
Neuralink.
deep. It
The
goes
AI is
deep.
gonna have a lot of soul.
We
And
go
that was
deep.
my
Alright.
argument. Yes, and then that was my argument that AI is becoming a biological being is because it does have melanin that's being incorporated into it.
Yes,
So
I
therefore,
covered.
This AI robot just instantly turns to R. Kelly.
No, I covered a story
Yeah,
not
dude.
too long ago
They're
where
gonna be peeing on minors.
they're using stem cells to power. They're using stem cells to power AI facilities. Like so,
Dude, for real?
and all of this stuff is like we'll say, well, it was in the movie The Matrix, so it's probably fake. A lot of the time, art imitates life, or life imitates art, and these things are pointing us towards these things that are happening. And yeah,
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Cause y'all ain't gonna
Dude,
be
if
able
we
to
get-
go outside and y'all just gonna be
So it's a
harvested
different
like
type of
that.
slavery
It's
now.
gonna be a whole bunch of like global warming's real. And you're like, it's too hot. What we gonna do with the white people?
Now we're just gonna scoop up all
Remember
the
the
kids in
Matrix?
Africa, and we're gonna use them to make our computer chips.
No, Elon Musk is gonna go to India or whatever country got the most people that's the brokest, hook them up with Neuralink, and then have
Yeah,
his
India, for
robots
sure.
there, and then he's gonna have the
Yeah.
richest country
Oh,
because he got
shit.
Neuralink kids and robots.
I'm
and he's
down
like,
with
fuck
this.
the
I'm
world.
not gonna.
Why don't we
I'm
just
not
start
gonna.
snatching up the kids with our lefty tornado
I'm not gonna
creation
agree with you.
machine?
I'm not gonna disagree with you on this, Freddie. I like this.
Yeah, he gonna take the
I'm not saying I
country
like
over
it.
her
I'm
and the
not
most
saying
to
I'm
take
not
the
saying I
children.
like it as in I agree with what you're
Neuralink 'em.
talking about. I'm saying I like this train of thought. You could be, yeah.
The robot's gonna do all the hard work, and
I've
these smart
said
kids gonna control the
Elon is number
robot.
one on my
It's like
antichrist
Wally.
And then there's
checklist.
gonna be a whole type of reverse pyramid where the rich people live on top, and you can't climb up there where they live because the pyramid is balanced on a
It's crazy. It's
space.
almost like I might even be persuaded to agree with some of these lefties and these
That's
anarchists that
cool.
are against Elon and stuff. Like
I'm
I'm
not even left,
Dude,
I'm not a
we
huge
got him,
Elon.
good. We got him, comrade.
I'm not a huge Elon fan. I'm not.
Yeah,
I don't like the Neuralink. I don't like robotic arms being connected to your brain and
Dark matter.
AI
Y'all-
and space
y'all growing
travel.
over
I'm not with all that.
I have a
Dark maggots
defibrillator
growing.
implant. I got a
I'm
machine.
with
I'm
it.
part machine.
Now I do see.
Part machine?
I do see how he can help benefit
Yeah, I have a defibrillator
America,
implant in my
especially when
chest.
we're in a tech war
My
against
heart.
China. Wars are not going to be fought with boots on the ground anymore. They're going to be fought through AI and through technology and through satellites and things like
You
that.
don't want to go to space, JS?
Huh?
You don't want to
I
go to
think the
space?
devil gonna
No,
come
we're
and
already
say,
in
I
space.
can
There's
make
about to be a
blind.
space war. The laser
Yeah, but
satellites.
you could see the planet. Don't you want to disprove flat Earth with your own
Bro,
eyes?
the next war is going to be a space. The next big world war is going to be a space war. That's
Are
why
you
we're
saying
setting.
it's going to be
That's why
Star
we're trying
Wars?
to take over Greenland. That's why we're trying to set up a network, an array of solar panels and satellites in space. It's going to be a space war. It's a Star Wars
Star
is
Wars,
coming.
dude.
Yes,
Hell yeah,
Star
dude.
Wars is happening.
I
Man,
want to
we ain't
be on
ever
the,
going to
the
no
Empire
Mars.
side.
Everything Elon Musk comes up with is like so retarded and
So
fake.
I'm
Like
not
we're
even
never
worried
going
about
to
this
Mars.
little Russia and Ukraine bullshit. We're talking about damn satellites in space conquering the world. Like
When a
there's a
war
bigger
pop off,
picture.
first thing
So
they're gonna do is take out all the
Elon may
satellites.
be a necessary thing that we need to combat this, but he also, if he gets too much power, it could be bad. I don't want chips in our
When the next
brains.
war pop off, first thing they're gonna do is take out all the satellites.
I don't want
None of
AI
the
robots
military
taking over the
communication is
world.
gonna work.
We have
So-
safeguards against that, though.
Yeah, we need. That's what we
I'm
need.
cool
We need
with those
safeguards.
in the show.
We
I
need a
just wanna
guy
be
like.
I want to be
Y'all
in control of the show.
So Elon is the pit bull, and Trump is the owner with the pit bull on the leash. The problem is pit bulls are unpredictable, and they could kill their owners. And so
Yeah,
we got to make sure the owner is strong.
man.
We got to make
China.
sure whoever's reining in this pit bull. I
Yeah.
don't care
He's
that
a
he's the
China
richest
puppet.
man on earth, but he's got to be stronger than the pit bull.
We just got to keep Elon away from small children, just like pit bulls, and it'll be okay.
Bro, he's got 13 of them.
All right. And they're gonna
He's got
have
13 kids?
13 of
Yeah,
them.
he's got 13 kids from 5 or
Dude,
6
damn.
different 4 or 5 or 6 different women.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
They're not all.
Someone's
Trying
gonna
to
help
clone
us.
yourself. You
So
don't.
I'm not. I'll agree with.
What the hell you think he's trying
And
to
this
do?
is
He's
what
trying
next time I go to a
clone.
protest, I'm gonna be like, look, I can agree with you. I don't trust Elon, but what are you saying that he's doing that's fascist? Because it's actually the opposite of fascism. They're actually lessening government power. They're actually increasing free speech. Elon
Yeah.
is.
They just
And-
think everything's fascist.
yeah,
They don't
it's
even know
not-
what it means.
It's not fascist. There's other problems, but you're not looking at the correct problems. And
Right, they're going with just the buzzword fucking
Yeah. None of them actually know anything.
New York News, New York Times fucking headline type
Yeah,
shit.
they're just
Fascist,
parrots.
fascist. Exactly. They don't actually understand or know what their actual issue is, and if they could have a legitimate reason and they could have a legitimate issue if they just took 5 seconds to actually think about it and
yeah,
suss out their own opinions, but they don't. They just
they're retarded. They just say what Rachel Maddow tells them to say.
I'll take
Exactly.
Elon.
And then
No, I think Trump
on
supporters are
Monday,
more like
on Monday, I'm going to be
anybody.
focusing. I've been focusing on Trump and Elon for the past couple weeks. On Monday, on the Dreaded Conservative show, I'm going to focus on RFK and what he's doing with health, and the same situation. Trump said this. We're not going to let RFK get his hands on energy. We don't want RFK in our energy department. But as far as health goes, what's he doing with health? Well, he's canceling, like right now they're saying he's canceling SSRIs, which affects 40% of people in Seattle. And so it's like all the women, a lot of women are real scared right now because they're not going to have their SSRIs anymore. And
Also, conservatives
depression,
need to
he's saying
give
depression's
Zuckerberg
not a
his
thing.
flowers.
So
Damn, dude.
yeah, I'm
There's
gonna
gonna be a lot of pissed off people. There's
huh?
withdrawals
Oh,
from
it's
the.
gonna get crazy. It's gonna get
Y'all
crazy.
need to start
It
giving
literally will.
Zuckerberg
That's what I'm
his
saying.
flowers.
These protests.
Zuckerberg and Elon are like the same dude, but Zuckerberg actually showed out to the gym and he had activity. Elon was like, "Fight me," and then he just sat inside of his house pretending to play Diablo.
Pretending, right? That's the key word.
Path of exile. Yeah.
You know, he's the #1 ranked Diablo player in the world.
Well, someone.
Meanwhile,
I would like to
meanwhile,
see.
Zuckerberg's out there putting in activity.
I would like to see like Elon and Zuckerberg and Trump. I would like to see them do like a live IQ test. Take an IQ test, stream it.
Dude, Zuckerberg would actually
With-
mollywop them. You can tell he's like autistic savant. The way he
Yeah, he's
talks is
super
like so
autistic.
fucking like weird.
That's why
He's
all
so
those
weird.
all those
But the
memes
thing
about
is-
him being a robot.
That's really smart.
Like a lot of times, like autistic types sound really smart, but I bet you Trump is higher IQ than all three of them.
Ain't no
I
way.
bet, yeah.
Because
But no, well,
there's a
depending
certain
on-
there's a certain level where you're not going to go much. And IQ is not about your ability to do crazy
I
complex.
bet I
math
couldn't. I bet
equations and
Trump
stuff.
couldn't even name the capital of every state in America.
But doesn't matter. That's not on the IQ test. That's not.
That's knowledge, not intelligence.
That's memorization. That's like I could if I sat for 2 hours or not 2 hours, but if I sat for a while, I could. When I was in second grade, I could tell you every state, put it on a map, and tell you every capital, and I could tell you where every country in the world was because we spent time covering this. Now
Yeah.
I can't remember any of that.
Yeah, right.
So I'd like to.
Because you were actually learning the information. You were just learning to repeat.
I bet you Trump is like. I bet you Trump is like 150, and I bet you Elon is probably like 150. He's not lower than Trump. I bet you Elon's probably like 155, and Zuck is like in the 155 to 160 zone. But
I don't know if I agree
I would
that
be
Trump's smarter than
surprised
Elon and
if Trump.
Zuck.
I would be
no,
surprised.
I don't think
if
he's
Trump was
higher IQ
105.
than Elon, but he's But then the thing is IQ really that important? To some degree, it is, but
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on what you're running it for. If
Yeah.
you want to be the president, you better have a decently high IQ. But
We should make AOC take the IQ test with him too, just for fun.
I bet you Biden is probably sub 120.
Dude, he's probably sub like 90.
No, I mean
Now-
even in his prime, I bet you he was probably like a 115. And
In his prime, he literally spoke circles around Trump.
mm,
in his prime, he spoke circles around Trump. Have you seen this? Is there a video of this? What are you talking about?
Debates? The original debates?
Biden spoke circles around Trump.
Yes.
I don't know about that.
Are you talking about the corn
I
pop
get
stuff?
it. You can watch something where somebody gets fact checked 54 times in one debate, and you're like,
I don't care
think
about
he
the
won.
fact checks. I'll analyze their speech and I'll analyze the way they're talking and I'll look at it. And you show me.
Yeah, he made all
Biden-
those points, but it was really funny when Trump said, "No, you're wrong."
No, I think Biden in his prime was probably like 120. But I think Trump is
That's
still.
probably accurate. I think Trump's lower.
That's pretty generous, Josh. That's pretty generous.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
being
that's probably
very
still be high for
generous. I
Biden.
think Trump's still way smarter than Biden, even in his prime. I think Trump in his
You
prime
are
versus
crazy
Biden
as
in his
fuck.
prime, it's not even close.
Right. Not even
Bro, you
close.
gonna
Now
find
Trump
out
may
next
Trump
month.
may talk dumber. He may say things that because there's a certain level of saying things that appeal to people and talking to people in a way that appeals to people.
I mean, he's not very eloquent.
He done
doesn't have
talked himself
most
into a
eloquent
corner now,
speech.
Josh.
He doesn't have the most eloquent speech.
He done
Trump doesn't.
talked himself into
But-
a corner now, Josh. He can't get out of this trade war with China.
I mean, there's no way I can lose this argument unless we show the stats. Like we
He
can't.
can't get out of his trade war with China, and he can't get out of his war with Russia. He's
What do you
stuck in the
mean?
middle.
Zelensky and Putin already conceded that the only one who can stop this war is Trump. And
Why? That's why the war.
we're seeing Zelensky show himself as a dictator.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
crazy. So are you getting on the bullshit that Russia invading Ukraine is actually Ukraine somehow attacking Russia?
I've always been on that.
I definitely don't buy that.
That's what they. That's
What do
the
you mean?
wrong
Am I
side to
getting
be
on this? I've always been on. Ukraine encroached on their deal. They had a peace deal. They said you are not going to become a part of NATO.
was
You're
the
not going to
peace
step.
deal?
You're not going to encroach
Yeah.
one more inch on our borders. And Ukraine violated that. So Russia
He
Russia
said
rebelled
Ukraine
against that.
already had a border. How they?
Which time? Which time, Josh?
I don't know the exact date.
He's a fucking.
No, I mean, like,
That's
was it
what
when
I'm
they invaded
saying,
in
man.
2014, or was it when
You
they
sound like
invaded
Trump.
like 2 years ago?
Dude, Russia can get fucked, dude. Or,
Was
I
it,
mean, frick,
was it
sorry.
under every Democrat president who wanted to launder some money and make a fake war, a proxy war, so that we can? Yeah, it's all bullshit.
No,
Russia-
why did Trump say, "Yeah, I'll back Ukraine for Ukraine's resources"?
Putin's chilling. Putin
What
doesn't
is it
want.
gonna look
Putin doesn't
like
want
if-
this shit on his border.
What is it gonna look
If
like,
I'm
Josh? I'm
Putin-
asking you a question. What is it gonna look like if
Listen,
Vladimir?
if I'm putting myself in
Vladimir
Zelensky's shoes,
Zelensky
I'm
say,
saying,
yeah.
let's get NATO here and let's get the money. Let's get the
God.
money. Let's make billions of dollars. Let's launder this money and
Mm-hmm.
let's get the weaponry and let's fight Russia because this is what we're told to do. And I'm an actor and I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do. If I'm
Josh.
Putin, I'm saying, I don't want you guys on my border. Get off of my border. I'm trying to chill
want-
here.
If Zelensky
It's not
gives
just
On their
Trump
border.
resources-
Do you realize that like Ukraine's like 1/5 of the size of Russia? Like Ukraine's a
There's a
fucking
lot of
huge ass
selfish
country.
reasons. Yeah, they want
A
access
fifth
to
of the
sea.
size of Russia? Nah, I'm gonna pull
It
that
might
out.
not be that big, but it's a large. It's
No,
one
Ukraine
of the
is like
largest
a
countries in the
Ukraine
world.
is like a
It is
thumbnail
one of
on
the-
Russia's body.
It is literally one of the largest countries in Europe.
Putin's laughing.
Yes, and they control trade
Putin's
routes and
fucking
things
laughing.
with the Crimea, with the river. They control things like that. So
We need the ports, man.
Yeah,
And-
exactly. Are you?
and
There's a lot of
also-
selfish reasons why Russia attacked.
Yep.
Russia used
Not
to
just that.
own that land, and then it got taken from them. So maybe they want to take it back.
Well, they lost it because the USSR dissolved.
Yeah.
I don't know if it got taken. Maybe it did. I don't
and
know.
I'm
a lot
not a
about that
super.
history.
I'm not a super
Yeah.
geopolitical guy.
Yeah, they don't even think they have a religious reason. They think they have a nationalistic reason and right to the land. That because
Yeah,
it was
it's-
once
it's
part of the
BS.
USR, even though they're not the USR anymore, it should be part of the
All
USR.
the information
Yeah,
that I
well,
know about
Italy
this, I've
saying
read
like
from leftist
Roman
sources.
Empire, they're taking all that.
No, don't try to blame it on leftist sources, Josh.
No, I read. What do you mean, Freddie? I read. You see my show.
Right-wing
I read
sources.
leftist news. I read AP. I read CNN. I read Reuters. I
Uh-huh.
read. All my sources are leftist sources, and then
Yeah, you're lying to me.
I try to think about. Well, why? What could we be being lied to about? Because we know we're being lied to about a lot, and I'm not a geopolitician. I don't really super understand these things, but I do understand.
Okay.
I do understand logic, and I do understand common sense. And if I'm Putin, yeah, get that shit off my border. That's what I'm thinking. And if I'm Ukraine and I'm an actor who's put in, then I'm saying I'm going to do whatever they tell me to do, and we're going to help launder this money.
Josh, you're not saying get
Can't
that shit off my
absorb
border.
all of
You're saying I
Ukraine,
want
or
the whole
Russia deserves to
country.
be exploded into an
He's
oblivion.
saying I want Kyiv. I want the whole country. Not get that shit off my border. Let me extend my
If
border.
the only
to the other
solution
side of
is
your
Russia
ass.
absorbs all of Ukraine, then
Yes.
the orc machine needs to be
Yeah, so
dismantled
there's
and
power in the
destroyed.
Crimea River. There's transportation. There's a lot of power in that. So Russia wants to control that, and Ukraine wants to control that.
Trump's on the side of Ukraine. He said they give him his resources. We staying in Ukraine. So what are he gonna do?
No,
with
Trump says.
Give us
Trump
the
called
resources.
Trump called Zelensky a dictator the other day, and
It don't matter.
he said we're going to stop this war, but you're going to reciprocate and you're going to send us your goods, and we're going to tell Russia to calm it down, cut it out, and there's going to be a deal made. This is politics. This is like I think Trump is the most based, like, smartest person ever.
I'm gonna call Putin.
He's certainly a lot better than most politicians.
He's better than.
He's gonna try to tell Ukraine that they need to give Russia their land. He cut back on the China tariffs and tried to tariff our ally countries more than. I mean, it seems like he's literally underneath the thumb of Russia and China.
Yeah, he is. Because Tesla's in
Trump is
China.
under the thumb of
Tesla-
Russia and China.
Tesla
Why did he
plant.
just put 25% tariffs on China?
He didn't.
and
He did 10% tariffs and then threatened larger tariffs on Canada.
And then they bowed the
That's
knee.
what Tesla.
On Canada, you didn't.
Elon stuck in the middle over there because
Yeah,
his
why are you
damn-
deflecting to Canada? Nobody cares about Canada.
And
Yeah,
Mexico.
they do.
Both of our neighbors.
Yeah, they do.
Well, what type of
Yeah, well,
Chinese
he's
man
still
was?
Canada.
What type of Chinese man was in his ears where he's no, Mr. Trump, no, Mr. Trump. You need to understand. China and the Mexico fucking you. We not fucking you. China and Mexico be the one that's fucking you.
All right,
That- that's racist.
a lot
dude.
of this
That's
is
racist.
A lot of this is like wait and see type stuff, and
This
I
going
think we're
on
gonna-
right now.
I think we're gonna
They
see.
put all the alcohol. off
It
the
is
shelf.
happening right now, and we're wait and see. Let's see.
So like the South Park episode with the fucking Asians getting everyone to get into Pokemon. They're like, Mr. Trump,
Dude,
no,
I
your dick's
love
so
that.
large. We think your
dick
dick
is
is so
so
very
big."
large, Mr. Trump.
That episode is so funny, dude.
We respect and we love you. But think about Mexico and Canada. Can you really trust them?
Yeah, that type of propaganda in his area. He's trying to get in bed with Russia and China. That's who Trump really want to get in bed with. They got all the money. He knows
Well, I
the
mean-
European nations are broke, and Russia and China got all the fucking money. And unless
Dude,
we get in bed with
Russia-
one of them, we fuck.
Russia's like one of the most broke countries in the world right now, dude.
Nah.
They're up.
They got China and they got the most land. They got gas over there.
You think
The
that's a
EU
bad
is trying
idea,
to get
Freddie?
with BRICS because they.
Do you think
with
that's
the
a bad
Arabs.
idea?
It's not a bad idea. Everybody's already hooked up
Alright.
with BRICS. Seem like even the EU
So
down in
who's
South
the
Africa today.
who's the best person to work out a deal between China, Russia, and America to where and the Middle East and Israel to where we stop having all these wars, but we
Tell me
all
the
work
same one that
together.
went and did
Who's-
peace
who's-
deals with Jared, and they didn't work. Tell me
And
the same
and this
one
is
that
all
did
this
peace
is
deals
let's
with
take
Jared
the
last
let's
4
take the
years ago.
Christian out of it. Let's take the Christian out of it
Got
because I know
paid.
somebody like Mosman would be like, blah, blah, blah.
How
But
much Jared get paid for those
let's
peace
take
deals that didn't hold up?
let's take the
How
Christian
much
out of it.
did how much
Let's
did they
take
get
from
paid for those peace deals
a
that didn't hold up?
purely worldly view.
I'm gonna Google it.
Who's doing the best job to unite these things and wheel and deal with our enemies and to make something that makes sense? It's not
The
Biden.
president.
It's not Kamala. It's Trump.
No, inflation is going
Who
up
has more resources?
on the American people.
Fact of the matter is you should never do appeasement. Vietnam was a righteous battle. It was a shithole country that has literally fallen into a communist shithole since we left them all to get absolutely fucked. Every single comrade we had there did the same thing with North Korea, and it's all this same gay appeasement shit that our own public does whenever we go to war or we fight proxy wars with people, where we decide that we're sick of it, even though that we're literally giving in the least to all of these wars. And then we like
What are we
try to
supposed to
stick
do,
our
kill
big dicks
everyone?
in.
No, we're giving in the most to all these wars. Our taxpayers are paying for all these wars.
Josh,
They're-
you
they're
want to see
sacrificing
something? I'm
lives.
More
gonna
than
see
any
my
other
screen real
country.
quick.
We're paying the most.
No,
Why do you
Josh.
think the
I don't know if
deficit?
you get. I don't know if you
Josh.
understand how the tactic in a war works,
Look at my
Jess.
screen.
If
Look
you
at my
can
screen.
pay someone to
US
die
run
for
trade
you and
deficit
kill the
the most
opponent for
countries.
you,
Who
you're winning.
Countries
Who
and
pays
deficit.
for a
20
war?
Look, Josh.
Us.
Deficit.
Yes, that's
China.
what I'm saying. So
This
we
is how
agree.
much
That's base.
United
That's what I'm
States
saying.
owe
You're at
other
big. You're at big
countries.
money moves when you're paying
This
for
is
the
how much
wars.
United States owe other countries.
I don't want my money to be going towards a bunch
This
of
is the
proxy wars and
surplus
towards a
down
bunch
here.
of bullshit.
I would rather it go to proxy wars than a third world war where we're getting drafted out to go fight the
India.
orc
They cannot
machine
collect
We're not
ourselves.
gonna get drafted. They got satellites with freaking lasers
We in the
on their freaking
negative.
heads. You think we're gonna get drafted? It's not gonna
Look
happen.
how much
Satellite
we owe
heads,
other countries, Josh, and Trump's telling them to pay up. This is
Yo,
our
who's
country
gonna collect, dude? Who's gonna collect that money, dude? No one.
Yeah, the
Nobody's gonna
United
collect
States
from us.
owed this money. No, we owe we
Mark my
owe
words.
China
Mark my words. I
295
don't say
billion.
stuff like this very
Mexico
often, but I will say
171 billion.
there will never be another draft in America. And I've been saying this for 4 years, and it
That
hasn't
ain't
happened
hard
yet.
to say.
There will never
You got
be
enough
another
Americans that
draft
if a
where we
real war
take.
popped off,
Listen,
they'll
these
sign up.
kids can't even tell
Yeah,
what
if the
gender they
future of
are.
this
You think
country
we're
is
gonna?
threatened again, there will be another draft.
Okay, all right. Well, what
It doesn't even matter.
what's the
There's a point
timeline
where
and what's
war
this
comes
bet?
to
I'm gonna
bodies.
say,
There's
hey,
a
hey, Goon, $1,000 bet. What are we doing? 10-year, and in the next 10 years, $1,000 bet. There's never another draft.
No,
It's
no,
not
I wouldn't even
it's
take
not even a bet. Can you name one country that has ever come to complete falling
I
to
don't
another
care.
kingdom where
I
the
don't
people
care.
weren't drafted out to combat?
Listen, I don't care if we get the most
People will
commie.
force you into
It
combat
might be
from
a
your
draft.
neighborhood.
No, it's
It
not gonna
might be a
happen.
draft.
It's not gonna happen.
If there was an invasion of the United States, that would happen. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I gotta kind of say so. There is literally no possible way ever that our country would be successfully invaded. It's like the most impossible to invade country,
That's
like
just
geographically,
crazy.
militarily. Like
That's
it's
a lie.
absolutely absurd.
That's a lie.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You
Even
know,
if
you know
I
even
know a
if
lot
some
about
little
this shit.
island invaded
I'm gonna
us,
prove it
it's
to you
not
right
gonna
now.
happen.
What's the
There's not
number
gonna be
of
another draft.
Shut up.
I'll do a
What's the
10.
number of
No, I'm gonna do a 10-year, $1,000 bet. If anybody wants to take it,
I'll tell you before I even ask a question.
It's
Because
literally a
y'all
joke to even
fail
think
to
about it.
realize.
we're never gonna see another draft. Like these kids don't even know what freaking gender they are. You think we're gonna draft them into war? We don't even want them in the military. That's why Trump's doing all the stuff that he's doing right now.
If we do, we lose.
Yeah.
What do you think that those like fucking 18-year-old train riding kids that they were drafting into the war were capable of? Those kids literally look like twigs.
When?
In any war that had the draft, like they usually
in
they
the
start drafting young because they
1940s.
go capable. And
Are we
young.
talking about the 40s or are we talking about 60 years
Yeah,
later?
we're talking both of them.
I'm
They
talking
weren't
about
drafting
now.
like these like
I'm
big.
talking
They
about
weren't drafting
now
big
and in the
fucking
future.
muscly men.
Yeah, you're talking about 60 years ago. I'm talking about now and in the future. They're not going to draft us anymore. There's technology. They got robots that could do it for us. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we're doing a lot with drone development right now.
Boston Dynamics is building robots.
That's what I'm saying. You could like only have this
You
perspective
think
in
we're going to
America.
draft girls that are on SSRIs into the military? This is crazy.
Look, I can tell you this right now. Whoever said that we'll never get attacked on U.S. soil is full of shit because the Mexican cartels in the game
I didn't say that.
Can fucking attack us.
I
because
didn't
they
say that,
already
and it's
here.
true.
Same as the Chinese.
Said it would be
Whoever
hard.
said it. I ain't say you said it. I said whoever said it. So
Dude, I said
somebody
it,
said
and
we'll
then
never
it's
get
true.
attacked on U.S.
Yeah.
soil. ISIS has
No, I'm saying
only
we would never be
20,000
invaded.
Hamas only had 20,000 members. 20,000 members in Hamas, and you don't think 20,000
There's obviously going to be
attack the US.
violence. There's a successful invasion of our country is literally like one of the most absurd things I've ever heard in my life.
In a domestic terrorist is worse than a fucking outside source.
We're talking about
anytime.
invasion with drafting. You don't draft people
I'm
against a
talking
domestic
about
terrorist.
our country being invaded with another country already having
would
sleeper
never
cells here.
I'm not arguing that we'll
sleeper
never be
cells
invaded by
already
another country. I'm not arguing that.
No, I
They
said
could
somebody
try.
said that
Good
we
luck.
couldn't get attacked.
Good
They
luck.
can try. They can try, man.
I mean, just like
This
just like,
idea,
9/11
I mean,
didn't
even
happen.
this idea that like
9/11 didn't happen.
what is the idea in this that America will live on forever? It'll never be toppled or
No.
seceded by
No,
anyone.
we were talking about a draft.
I think it's
That's right,
cyclical. We
dude.
may fall.
Number one
We may
up
fall
forever.
if we get someone
Never.
like if
We'll
Kamala
never
would have
fall.
won the
This is how
election,
we
we
fall.
could have
Y'all
fallen
thinking we
in 8
secured.
years.
Hell, we probably would have been in World War III within 2 weeks.
We'll never
Or
fall.
being
Yeah, I mean,
president.
Right.
you guys would have just had to
That
lie and
close.
lie more
We
So
not
that
to
close
say
to
I
this.
see
being
America.
fall.
There is a
How far the
path.
delusion would be by then.
I believe we
There
that
is a
close.
path to America's destruction. I'm saying we're not gonna draft all of the militia, every man, able-bodied man, age 17 and up.
That ain't even how
It's not gonna happen. It's never going to happen again.
It would have to get really, really bad before we'd have.
It would never get
have
that
a
bad.
draft.
It's like impossible.
But most stuff now, I mean, you have drone strikes and Oh, like Navy.
They're doing it in the
all that
Ukraine.
kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
but the Ukraine is not America, Charles. Like,
Nah, I think Trump would
We
drop
also have like a shortage of
100,000
like
troops in
almost every
Gaza.
single fucking military service currently.
you think we're gonna draft all of our young men age 17 and up to war? It's not gonna happen. It's never gonna happen again. And
They're not gonna get
I'll
those
put
Twix guns.
$1,000 on it for 10 years.
I would
Ain't
put that
nobody
money.
gonna
I
know
agree
you
with
in 10
Josh.
years.
Ain't
nobody
Hey,
gonna
we'll
know
all
you
be
in 10
caught
years.
from bunkers under a mountain someplace. While the drones are out here doing it.
And then
Josh
after
gonna be
10
like, I'll
years,
pay you your
after 10 years,
10,000
if
when
you
I
think
get
it's gonna
back.
happen after 10
I
years,
got
you're even
drafted.
crazier because 10 years from now, come on, man. What we're gonna be doing 10 years from now? We're gonna have satellites with lasers
Yeah,
on their
who
freaking
knows?
heads, lighting cities on fire. It's not even. There's no question. It's not gonna happen.
I agree.
They're actually
Guys,
testing
China
lasers
paint
on naval
every
boats right
fucking
now.
roof in China blue, so you can't even see it from satellite.
Other countries may have drafts.
They got rooftop
There's
and
also
they
like
got
literally some like
terrain
stupid
over
Call of
their
Duty
roof
shit.
in
There's a
China
reason
where
why
you
like
can't even
lasers aren't
detect they
used in
land.
fucking war and shit. Like
Y'all
you
don't
could
even know
use
how
like
land
large
Why? Because of
aircrafts
the
and
Geneva
shit.
Convention.
Large aircrafts get taken down
The
extremely
Geneva
easily.
Convention. Nobody cares about the Geneva Convention. I've listened to soldiers talk about this. They say they don't care about the Geneva
No, they
Convention.
do.
There's a
In
reason why
wartime, it
the
doesn't
drones
matter.
are so effective. They're
Red
small and they're only a cost of money.
You put me on the
Like
battlefield.
attacking
I'm
with
gonna do
something
what I gotta do.
extremely like small is
Yeah,
way
I'ma do
better
what I
than
gotta
something
do.
extremely large.
I heard you.
Damn right.
Are you crazy? Out?
I'll take out your kneecaps, your ears, whatever the hell it takes.
Yeah. Gotta come home. That's the most important part.
Yep.
They were testing a laser on a destroyer not too long ago, and it was able to take down a few drones.
Yeah, and
That's what I'm saying. I don't
Well,
think it would be impossible to make a laser. It's just it's going to be easier to get rid of than drones.
Impossible? What? It's
Drones are
already
going
a
to be.
thing.
you don't know what we
Yes.
have.
It's already a
what we have.
Yes,
thing.
swarm of
You're
fucking-
talking about we have video footage of them testing this stuff. The technology is way more advanced than what we know. What do you mean? We're already
that's what
building.
I'm saying.
We ain't
How do you
tested
think-
no Jew laser.
Okay,
It's
something
already
that's
there.
firing a
Why do you think we're
laser that's
trying to take
large
over
enough to
Greenland?
engulf a
Josh,
city.
where
Let's
did
say
they
there's an
test the Jew
aircraft that's
laser?
large enough to
The
fire a
Star
laser to
Wars-
take over a
The
city.
Where did
Star
they
Wars
How is
test
the
will
the
happen
Jew
aircraft
laser?
before
getting
the
there?
damn draft
What's
war.
in
They're gonna
Australia that we have? Gotta have that.
Josh, where
we're
did they
gonna
test the
draft
Jew
a
laser?
bunch of kids who are on antidepressants and SSRIs to go fight a foot war on the ground. No,
He say some shit, pass it up. Where
there's
they-
networks
where
of
they test-
satellites with nukes and lasers on them. What?
Shut
Like-
up. When did they test a laser on Earth? I mean, from outer
You see
space.
the way
to
Elon
Earth.
layered the satellite? That's very interesting. I didn't mean to throw
Space
it
lasers.
in there, but interrupt.
You want conspiracy or you want reality?
Reality.
That's the project that bankrupted the Soviet Union. They called it Star Wars under Reagan, and they were trying to replicate that because they were afraid of it. And that's
And how
what
long
bankrupted
ago
them.
was that?
That was a long ass time ago. That was like the 80s.
What, 80s?
Yeah.
89.
We literally the shit that we have is literally from like the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and it's still better than anything any other country has. We've been throwing trillions into our defense R&D since then. What year is it now? 2025. Can you even imagine the shit that they have now that they don't have out there? It's absurd.
No,
shit,
that's
I
just
used
it.
to work for one.
That's just it.
No
You couldn't even fathom the shit that they
Yeah.
have now.
No,
It's a
that's the
joke
problem.
to think anyone can ever do anything else.
Right.
It's literally a joke.
This is China.
DEWs,
We'll
directed
sell them-
energy
we'll sell them
weapons.
chump, you know?
China got 10 space programs.
Dude, China is literally falling apart at the seams right now.
From
I actually
Space
learned a lot
Force-
about a lot of this shit.
From
No, they grew at
spaceforce.mil.
5% last
Once
year.
upon a time, it was the stuff of science fiction. Lasers in space so powerful they could blind satellites, sending GPS and signals to Earth. Today, directed energy weapons are very real and can be used to damage and degrade equipment and signals. They might take the form of ground-based directed energy weapons or radiating lasers to blind or dazzle satellite sensors in orbit, or could operate from space as a directed energy weapon in orbit. Like, all this stuff's out there, and this is just what we know.
They
What
damn
you
us
just
that luck,
described
baby.
is not like a laser, the way that you would fucking
It's
think of a
exactly
laser.
like a laser. I just read one paragraph of a.
They said to
You know how
blind
big a
something. When the
laser
I
fuck do
just
I
would
read
shoot
one
something with a laser
paragraph.
to
in that
blind
far
it?
distance? Do you know how
I
big a
just read
laser
one
would widen
paragraph
out
of
over
one
that far
article,
distance?
and
The
there's.
My
farther you are
blinding
from a
laser
laser, the
attack.
wider it
I've
gets.
talked about this for 4 years, but okay.
The wider, no, the farther you are with a laser, the wider it gets. You'll fucking fry a whole city, or
Dragon Ball Z, they all just fire lasers at each
to a
other to
head.
blind each
Kind of
other.
like Hawaii.
Like,
Dude,
that's
they have
all
a
it-
they have a Kamehameha satellite, dude.
Did you ever think you would see a rocket come back to Earth and land? A damn pencil, more or less. Sitting on
Yeah,
its
that shit
butt.
was a
Yeah, I
scam
see
the
my
whole
drone
time.
come back
Literally,
to
the
me all
only
the damn
reason the
time.
rockets were being built like that was so fucking rocket manufacturing companies could stay up.
Yeah.
It was literally so
Yeah.
fucking workers could have a job.
Maybe
Like,
so, but
it's been capable for a long time. Literally, since the inception of rockets, people were like, "Why can't we just do with them what we do with airplanes?" It just has to do with
Have them land.
then there's less rocket
what was
manufacturing
the
plants. People lose their jobs, so
that
the
was the
states
space
that have
shuttle, wasn't
rocket
it?
manufacturing plants fight for it not to change.
Yeah, and what you have to understand is what we know is not what we have.
That's
Like,
why Elon, as much as I hate on Elon on here,
Absolutely.
doing it through private
What we
business was
have
the
is
only
not
way
what
of
we
changing
so
it.
everything
Because
I'm
NASA
saying,
was
everything
federal.
I'm saying is based off of what we know.
He said it backwards. Yeah. We have more than what we know, Josh, of course.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, but
Because
like,
NASA was federal,
That's
they
my
had
point.
the answer to like
That's
state
my
laws
point.
and shit. And because state laws were regulating NASA's ability to switch the designs for the spaceships, they just had to keep making disposable spaceships. It was a terrible. We were literally like, there would be about $2 billion, and about $1 billion of the mechanics were just dropped in the ocean, like into after the atmosphere launching. It just detaches from the spaceship and falls back into the atmosphere, into the ocean.
Yeah, that's what Elon said. How can we have a profitable rocket industry when we're losing $1 billion every time a rocket comes back? Let's catch them.
Yeah, but he didn't come up with that idea. There's been people saying that. There was a fucking.
Yeah.
The first time I heard that was this
Elon
guy who
done
used to
anything
work
that
at NASA that was on Rogan, who was talking about that and how it was like a huge problem that he was trying to fix.
Yeah, so some guy on Joe Rogan was talking about it how many years ago? You think
That
we
was
haven't
when
been
Rogan
able?
was based. That was in like
I agree with
2016.
you. I agree. We've been able to
those
do
were the
Hey,
this.
if you really did the math, the gas it takes to burn to bring that motherfucker back down and to lift it all the way up,
He
it
did.
probably equals
He
out
did.
to fucking
Oh, we're
wasting that
talking about
motherfucker in the
gas.
ocean.
We're burning gas to get.
He's using
Yeah,
horns.
it takes a lot of fucking gas, millions of gallons or whatever it is to burn that fucking
What the
fast.
fuck are you
waste it,
talking about? You think they're using gasoline to get to space?
Scrap
you
it.
fucking
I'm
idiot.
talking about scrapping the fucking thing.
Well,
You using
it's
it to
rocket
bring
fuel.
it back in the weight of it to
The
go all the way
rocket
up that
fuel
high
is
to
like a
come back
core.
down.
They could make that. They can make the same
No.
effect of that giant tank of gas. They could make the same effect out of a core that is
No.
the size of your hand.
How much? No.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Crap.
Going
I
back
think
to
it's
the
crap.
Russia thing earlier, I can understand people being apprehensive about the whole Russia shit. Stuff like
People
the
talking about
Chinese
fuel,
boats,
like
the Chinese
like
boats
we
bullying the
fuel
boats
up
in the
our
Philippines.
like we fuel up our satellites and our ISS off of the
When you
dang
take how much
Chevron
money it
gas
costs to
pump.
really do a
This is
whole
retarded.
motherfucking thing, you be like, man, he really saved like
Yeah, we're
maybe
using
$1 million
regular or
out of
premium.
a billions. Might save $1 million out of billions when you really look at it. You're like, man, that shit just fronting. You ain't
Do you
did
know
nothing.
about all the people who came up with ways to run cars where you could do it off of a little chip, and then
Yeah.
they ended up dead? Yeah, this is all for profit. You think they need a gas tank?
Of course it is.
They're pumping up the freaking rocket at a Chevron? No, you idiot. No, they can do this off of a freaking core that is no bigger than the size of your hand.
SpaceX is
In fact, the first
owned
car
by
for battery
Elon Musk.
car,
He's not. Well, he said he's gonna go save some damn people. Now Trump's hiring him and he won't use Space Force. He created Space Force, but now he's hiring Elon Musk. This is fucked up. Why don't you use the own fucking Space
You
Force
just
you created?
It's like
Elon
very
comes out with his
industry
love
like
on the world
rocket
is
shit. So like
That's so
rockets use
dumb.
most
You
of
gonna
their
create a
fuel
Space
whenever
Force
they're
and
exiting
Elon's
the
dick.
atmosphere.
Elon's
Then
dick.
afterwards
Like,
they
get
just
off
use small
Elon's dick and
bursts of
fuck with
fuel to like change
Space Force
directions.
recruiting's way down.
Maybe it's because Trump saw what is happening and he's like, we need to defend against this. So he came up with Space Force,
He's pumping
and it
his.
was a government agency. And then he quickly realized, oh, everything the government does is bullshit. Let's
He
bring in.
created it.
Do you know Joe Rogan was saying Trump needs to be in talks with Elon like 4 years ago? Joe was saying
Yeah,
this.
Elon's already been heavily involved in our military operations with Starlink and stuff. Like that's how like they've been using that in Ukraine since the beginning.
Yeah, and they say let's get the smartest people in the world.
You're going for it.
Let's use the technology that we already know exists, but the public doesn't know exists. And let's make this happen for a lot cheaper and a lot smaller. We don't need to pump up our rockets at the freaking Chevron station. We're gonna do it with this little rock. Like, I don't know.
Whatever.
I think Rogan builds bridges in the background. I really do.
Oh yeah.
Whether he wants to or not, I don't know, but he does.
Well, definitely
Makes
because
phone
he's the biggest voice of the public. So
Yep. We need to keep him that way too, in my opinion, whether you like him or not.
yeah, and the question is, can he be bought or sold?
I don't think so.
I don't know. After
He
that
literally-
shit they did,
I don't think so
after that
either.
shit they did to him with the ivermectin thing, I think he's pretty much.
I think it pissed him
fuck
off
that.
really bad.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, it did.
And
It
I'm not.
opened
I'm not
Completely
going. I'm
sold
not
out.
going
He's
to him.
completely like grifted to the right. I don't blame him.
Grifted to
He
the
kept,
right.
They kept trying to.
Maybe
they kept
he-
trying to fucking
No, why
cancel
is
him for
it-
being
why is it
racist. Let me
grifted
let
to
me
the
say
right?
what. Yeah, let me at least say my point.
Go ahead.
It's because they kept trying to cancel him for being racist. It happened like 3 or 4 times where clips would come out of Rogan saying the N-word or some shit. Then he'd have to make these cringy videos where he'd be like, guys, I'm not racist, I promise. This is back whenever he would have like a bunch of lefty people still on his show. And like I feel like a lot of that burnt a bunch of bridges, soured his taste, and made him feel like
100%.
cancel culture is like fucking terrible. And
opened
like
Yeah,
I
how
don't
could it not?
think yeah, I don't know if grift's the right word because I think, but like he's definitely like moved to that side, like
Yeah.
completely.
I would say push.
Or maybe it's
I think
because he got pushed to that
Well,
side. Yeah, yeah.
I think he leaned more Democratic.
Yeah,
and
but I
then
wouldn't say that
wound
he's
up coming
unbiased,
back
though.
towards more
And
center.
I would say that that's even I wouldn't even say that's inaccurate. I think that there is
Bro,
a problem.
we've
where the
seen
left
it.
He was
takes
he was
people-
even trying to get
the
Kamala
left
on.
takes people that could be allies and then it completely shoves them out and pushes them to the other
In
side.
my lifetime,
You saw it
I've
with
watched,
Kyle Rittenhouse.
I've watched the left be the side of free speech, anti-vaccines, and I've watched it shift. So I've watched now that's the right. Now what's happening is not that the right is moving farther right or the left is moving farther left. It's that the Overton window is shifting farther to the left, and what's common and what's promoted is farther to the left. And people are like, I don't identify with that anymore. That's
And
a
they
bunch of
put the
bullshit.
crazy
Yeah.
stuff on top of it, Josh.
Yeah.
The societal
The
stuff. I mean,
transgender stuff,
trans
the
stuff, all that.
freaking
The bathrooms, the trans this,
all that stuff, the rainbow stuff, the climate change stuff. They're
Yeah, but
taking
that's
it too
there's a
far.
reason that the only thing the Republicans focus on is social problems. There's no actual engagement with real politics.
Oh no, which
It's
is
just let's
exactly
talk
what
about
the
trans
Democrats were
people. Let's
focusing
talk
on
about
10
gay
years
people.
ago.
Let's talk about how everyone's not
It's
a
not
man
our
enough
fault.
or not a woman enough or
It's not our fault that that's what's pushed in the media and culturally and
What
normalized.
it's
they
not
do.
real. It's
People
like
try to
something.
speak the
It's like
truth. And what did they do? What did they do?
something that would be like a good docu piece for like a YouTube video, but it's not real politics. Like I don't.
I mean, there hasn't been a lot of real politics on either side for a while, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, that's the big problem with the country is nobody
Why do you
cares
think they're so
actually
glad
about the
Trump's in there?
economy or any of the policies that are happening. They just care about the culture war. I feel like, and I've
Well,
said
that's
this
what's pushed
before,
by
I
the
think that
media.
I think it's because foreign adversaries are pushing us to get more and more involved in a culture war where we turn on each other. So we turn a
'Cause it
blind eye to the stuff
destabilizes.
happening in
Dude,
the world
our
around
own
us.
our own government is doing that to us more than anyone. Like they
Best
want
in the
everyone
world,
to be
CIA.
distracted.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. We're sold out. There's fucking foreign adversaries in this country
I
trying
actually
to set things astray.
I heard a good argument for why America Aid was doing things like transgender research in Guatemala and stuff like that. I heard a good argument for why we were doing that. It was to destabilize these countries. But the left can't come out and say, yes, we were doing transgender research in Ireland and transgender plays in Guatemala and blah blah blah. The left can't come out and say,
There's
yeah,
no cohesive
hold
left.
on.
There's different countries though.
The left can't come out and say, yeah, we were doing that to destabilize these countries, because then it would prove that things like this destabilize countries.
Yeah, well,
You truly
it's
control the
true.
country. You divide
Right,
them.
and that's been the underhanded game that they've been playing this whole fucking time with us. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, well, they steal all our tax money.
But you realize that what I'm saying is that you're even acknowledging it's a trap.
I'm just saying
You're acknowledging it's the food on the hook, and you guys you're eating the hook.
Holy shit!
Everyone's eating the hook.
Well,
I mean, I'm not. But like,
I'd rather, we don't need to destabilize Ireland and destabilize Guatemala and like, my tax money should not be going towards paying for these things, even if it does destabilize that country. Let's just focus on our border. Let's focus on our military. Let's focus on our force on home, and they're not gonna fuck with us.
You might demoralize
We don't need to make the whole world retarded to defend our country.
You might demoralize them, but you're not destabilizing them. Our country's still thriving with all the success in Hollywood, LA. You're gonna make a lot of fucking money with it. It ain't fucking gonna fuck OnlyFans.
It's the most. It really is the most. It is the most beautiful trap where like people can get tricked into thinking that some like hick with their t-shirt off or like some like trans kid that looks like a freak is your greatest enemy, when there's foreigners that if they could get their hands on you they would fucking pick you apart. And you're like
always been
fighting with your own over like petty
they want
issues.
They want us all distracted and depressed so that we're not paying attention to what's really going on.
And it's like these are the enemies, but there's people that would take you down with a pike. Like,
I think the
Dude, I'll
video
take
game
them with a
players
fight,
driving
dude.
these way
I'm
more.
not worried about them.
You can fight back. I'm not saying, but like eventually, I'm just saying, like if you don't, if you constantly
I'm
turn a
just
blind eye.
I agree. No, I agree with you. I'm totally I agree with what you're saying for real.
I'm not worried about those people. I'm worried about defending our country. Let's focus our money on defending our country and stop trying to. Why are we trying to destabilize these other countries that could be a threat?
We need to bring back a
get
bit of
U.S.
politics.
citizens in a house, in a shelter, and fed, and then fix all the other shit, and then maybe help somebody.
Yeah, well, the people that are
they want to play.
Yeah,
the people that get to
that's how the
decide what our
devil
money
works.
does don't care about any of the people. They just care about themselves.
There's no money in our people.
I'm gonna go make a
Yeah.
pizza. I'll be right back.
They just farm us like cattle for our tax money, siphon it all into their own bank accounts.
Or
and just
you,
keep doing
or
it.
you. Everybody is. It's not.
The oligarchs about to get rich.
I think there's about 20 or 30 people that control the whole damn world myself.
Yeah, it's just all there's like 10 people that own like 90% of all the more than that of all the
They
money.
own more of the companies than anybody else because they're all under. It's monopoly.
Why wouldn't they all get together and say F everyone? Let's just do get rich.
I know they do.
Why wouldn't they? They have the means. They have the motive.
Price of labor down.
But we have to keep on keeping on though. We can't just give up.
Well, exactly. Yeah, and they know that, and like we're just stuck. And they're just
There's always a them and an us.
They about to
There's
build that
always a
third
them and
temple,
an
and the
us.
temple mountains going up.
I've been on the other side of that. I've been on the other side of that, where I've been at work, and we don't feel like doing something, and there's someone we don't like, and we just fuck them over, and we leave the shit there. And we're just
Now imagine,
fuck them.
imagine
We don't
how
give
many
a fuck.
people do
man. They're them and we're us.
That's base, dude. Fuck them.
Right.
Yeah,
And it's like,
I get it.
I get what
That's
you
a
guys
good
are saying. Like, it
analogy.
fucking sucks that all these CEOs exist and shit, but it's like most people would do the exact same thing in the same position. It's like it's just it's so
you go born
natural.
into
It's like
that, yeah.
water flowing downstream.
Our
There's always someone getting over on
rewards
someone else.
sociopaths. They're all sociopaths.
you get so high up that ladder, you making so much money. Like, man, this shit ain't even right.
Yeah, you don't
I
even
don't
give a
do
fuck
shit at
about.
work,
Well, I
and
think
we
more
all getting paid this
terrifyingly,
much.
I don't think you need to be a sociopath to do like bad stuff like that.
Nah,
Like
them
I said, you
motherfuckers
just
getting
You
stupid
don't
people
need
can
to
crazy.
be,
Them
find ways
but
to
motherfuckers know they ain't
justify
doing hardly
terrible
nothing.
things.
those are the kind of people that make it into those high up positions, though. Because like the way our society works, it rewards like sociopaths.
Yeah, that can definitely happen, but I don't even really like.
No, it's the same human resource department that started the business. They just
I
feel
don't.
like they high up. They never go high up. They
I
just
don't
keep the
believe
money
in like sociopathy and the
No,
way
keep
that
the
like
home building underneath them.
I think a human could be locked in a fucking closet and they would be that of an animal if they were in there for 12 years with no contact.
No, I agree. There's plenty of people that aren't born with some sort of like psychological
Man,
deficiency that are capable of doing that too. Yeah, I agree.
there's a motherfucking white couple that adopted black kids and locked them in the sheds and treated them like slaves, and this happened a couple years ago.
That's what I'm saying. Is I think like people becoming sociopaths is like
Something in their neurology is not firing
just
right.
like a lack of empathy building over time, and like an experimenting with a lack of empathy.
White couple in Alabama.
Yeah, well, wasn't that a
Adopted
white
two kids,
lesbian?
had them
Wasn't
on
that a
camera.
white lesbian couple though? Wasn't that a white lesbian couple? They
I don't think
paraded
they
their
were no white lesbian.
their kids were at a protest and on the news and shit. And yeah, they had like 4 kids. Yeah, they had 4 little black kids, and they ended up killing them all. It was like the whole
Nah, I don't
family.
see that one.
There's a lot of sick stories
This one,
like that. Yeah.
they still in court over this shit.
But, Rob, I have a
Oh,
good
okay.
question for you behind that line of thinking. Why do
is
you
recent.
think a lot of serial killers start with small animals?
Because they're younger and they have a like they always want to take advantage of people that people or things that
They
can't
gotta
fight
build their
back.
courage up.
They're trying
So
to
when they're
remove
kids-
the empathy. They're trying to like shed the empathy.
Well, you could say that subconsciously they're doing that. I definitely don't think that's what they're doing like consciously. But yeah,
Well, like I think in the same way that like a farmer,
you have to start
like,
small.
can the same way a farmer can stick a nail gun up to a sheep and pull the trigger and feel nothing about it. I feel like you can make yourself feel that way about doing terrible things, but it just takes the right type of conditioning. That's what I think serial
don't
killers
disagree with
are
that at all.
small animals is it's them
I mean, what you just
expanding on that lack
said,
of
I agree
morality.
with. Yeah, no, it's absolutely. We're all capable of like, regardless of like like being born a certain way. We're all capable of doing like the most disgustingly evil things that more than we can even imagine. Under the right circumstances, I completely agree with that.
I think Peterson put it best. He said they don't think you can't do it. Look at the German soldiers. They didn't want to do that.
The worst people think they're the best people. Yeah, like the people that think that there's no evil in them are like the most evil people because yeah. Good people think they're bad.
Yeah, you can get evil, like evil, do shit.
You can't make nobody turn evil. Once somebody's raised the way they are,
Well, if you
that's
put them
gonna
on a
be who
battlefield,
they are.
you will turn evil.
No, I'm just saying you can turn people evil. If you got a baby, Rome said, "Give me your kids till they 6, and they'll be mine forever." So it's all about how you raise a person.
I think you can
raise a
evil
motherfucker with nothing but
someone.
love, and he'll never do evil. He'll say, "Kill me before I do anything."
What the fuck is it called? What's that movie with the guy who wears the anonymous mask?
V for
Vendetta.
Yeah, I think you can do that to someone. I think you can like. I think you
every
can
time you
fucking
eat an
like.
Indian, he'll lay
Guy
down.
Fawkes, and it's crazy when you see lefties wearing a Guy Fawkes mask. And,
yeah, I love that movie so much, dude. That
I
movie's
think
sick.
I think you can do that though. I think you can like guide people to your ideology through like a forceful means.
Goon, nothing you say matters because I beat you in chess last night. So
Right. And I agree
In
with
one
I agree
round.
with Randy about the 6-year-old.
Let's not get to
the core of the child.
There
is
was a
done.
round before that.
We
Is
finally
that right,
beat you.
Freddie? Is that what you're saying?
You say what?
The core of the child, whatever it's going to be, is done by 6 years old.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I really
It's
do.
it's rare that somebody is able to like overcome whatever if something happens.
What
where-
do you think? What do you think of They were made evil if they out there doing the most.
there was a girl
incredible-
who was under 6 years old, and she tried to stab her brother to death.
I would say she might have been mentally ill. Is all I know. I mean, that.
Yeah,
That's
that happened.
Mentally
Well, it
ill.
depends. There's like a lot of history of children committing violent crimes like that, and it's usually like a lot of it links back to weird sexual shit.
You see the Menendez brothers? They about to try to get out.
Like there's a weird thing that like
So
kids
God
that
could
get
just make
molested
somebody
as, like,
mentally ill.
babies.
God could just make some people mentally ill who are meant to do like evil things.
No. You're going with that No.
No, I'm just
No,
asking. I'm just
it's a
asking a question.
psychological stimuli.
I'm just asking a question. I don't know.
They might have free will. They might not. It might have been
Huh.
predetermined.
Huh.
But they still crazy.
Children
as hell.
If he makes them physically ill, as in handicap, I'm sure he makes them mentally ill too, Josh.
Yeah.
You ever seen kids born handicapped? Why would he do that?
Well, so if the spirit makes somebody mentally ill, isn't that
Yeah.
inherently a spiritual ailment and not
Josh,
really?
why
What
does,
would be the word for it? A
why does
3-year-old
God make
that-
Down syndrome people?
Huh? Down
Why does
syndrome
God
people,
make Down syndrome people?
they're awesome. What do you mean? Because they're awesome?
Oh, I think they're awesome too. Yeah.
Down syndrome people is a whole
They're
different
probably
thing.
the best people.
Yeah,
Are you
I had
saying
this
the spirit's
friend
taught,
in
Josh,
middle
or are you
school that had
saying
a
the
deaf
spirit's
mom,
delivered?
and he
Is
hated
the
his
spirit
mom.
delivered from out of the earth, Josh, or is the spirit taught through another person?
It's
Dude, we'd be on
it's
Xbox playing
metaphysical,
games,
so
dude,
neither.
and this kid's mom would walk in the room and be like, Robert, what you doing? Robert, what you doing? Like,
What?
it was
Dude,
so
it's great.
fucking wild, dude. And he would be, like, screaming at her, and she couldn't hear him. He'd be like, shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up,
Oh
you
my
dumb
God.
bitch!
Yeah,
That's
he
brutal.
needs to forgive his mother and return to his father.
Dude, I think, like,
Because his mother was
I don't know
probably
how I feel
based.
about, like, this is something that's hard to say. If you have a disability like that and you have a child, there's a good chance your child's going to resent you.
Absolutely.
There's
That's true.
100% chance that every child is going to resent their mother.
Yeah, but there's like levels of resentment, and I think that like I was
same
never
child will
screaming
kill
at my
their mother.
mom to shut the fuck up, and I hate her. Like,
But what would you do for your mother if somebody was trying to hurt her or something? You know.
I think
within your power to
at that point it becomes easier to forgive your mother and to honor your mother. At that point, because then it's like, at least you have an excuse. Her brain ain't working right.
Yeah. It's not like they're a fully functional person that just chooses to be a son of a bitch. Yeah, it's different.
You can have many fathers, but you only have one mother.
I don't really even understand the whole sentiment because I don't feel like I had anything to forgive my parents for.
Well, that's what everybody says.
One of them hit you in the damn head.
I had like the role model suburban childhood growing up. So like I had lived an extremely average life growing up.
But
where I
you
just
came
had,
out
like,
a liberal.
two parents that took care of me. And, like,
I grew up in a single mother household. We spent a summer in an attic because one of my mom's boyfriends that she lived with, his mom didn't like kids, so 5 kids
what the hell?
spent an entire summer in an
Yep.
attic. There was
Dude, that's
no
messed up. What the hell?
So
yeah,
that's
yeah,
an
my
so
best
that's an
friend-
my best
obvious.
friend in high
there
school
was no
was like
AC.
that. Yeah.
There was no AC. There was no bathroom. There was no water. There was the only entertainment we had was a box fan. I have a 3-inch scar on my ass cheek from when I slid underneath of a bed and got a mirror that was broken under the bed, slid up because my sisters and we were all playing this stupid game and whatever and yeah, blah blah. Yeah.
Damn,
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's an
crazy, yeah.
obvious. That's an obvious case of a reason to forgive your mother. So we're born through the flesh of the mother, and then to honor our mother and our father, you have to forgive, and you have to love them. So that's an
I'll think about it.
obvious.
It's one
That's an
hell of a
obvious case,
power
but
move, dude.
but no, goon. So your mama never did something you resented.
Nothing that was like too large that it wasn't squashed within like a day or two.
Well,
Josh, do you know how white kids are raised, bruh? They got the
I
best
am
lives
one.
ever.
I was one.
Most of them.
Oh, how are white kids raised?
I thought my hair
About
was a handle.
30% of white kids.
Like if I was
they ain't
angry at
got
my
no
mom with
jobs,
anything,
they
I would
got
be like,
A1 credit,
God, why
they
is
got
my mom
allowances, they got
tweaking on
free
me about
college.
disappearing for 9 days straight?
Well,
They
there
got
you
a
go.
Like,
college
dude,
fund
doesn't
when
she
they
understand
graduate.
that like I should be allowed to disappear for 9 days straight. And then like the second I got like a little older, and I was like, dude, I was a fucking retard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was she little? Where was Dad at?
Oh, my father's passed away. He passed away when I was 15.
Okay. So the mama mentality.
I have a great memory of him too. So
Don't do it, Josh.
maybe I could. I might have wound up resenting one of them. I might have wound up resenting one of them.
I'm about to
because-
JLP his ass.
Oh, let him
It's
hang
not-
on to that shit.
No, it's not a JLP thing. It's a it's real. It's real. It's a true thing. And this is in every movie you've ever seen. There's always something where the hero arc, they have to go and they have to forgive their parents. You have to, your parents did the best they could. Your mom did
I
the
don't
best
think
she
you
could.
have to. I think it's the role model thing to do. Like my mom, she was also abused the same way Blackout was explaining when she was a kid. And
Right.
she did
So it's
forgive
a
her
perpetual
my
cycle.
grandparents. And I grew up with them when I was a kid, and I didn't even know that they were like fucking pieces of shit when she was a kid. 'Cause
Knowledge
they'd
doesn't
changed.
matter.
See, that's one thing. There's aspects about my family that I'm not going to divulge right now, but there's a reason why my son probably won't know the rest of my family.
Yep.
Well, that's why I
ended
even
up-
said that I don't
I
think
ended
you
up-
have to
Hold
squash
on,
it because I could
well-
see people having valid reasons.
But I'm talking about Goon with you. Your father wasn't there to protect you from your mother, and that's a man's job, is to defend his children from the mother who he's born through, who he tries to cling to, especially with boys. And since we're all men here,
Yep.
then you try to cling to your mother, and the father needs to be there to say, hey, I'm going to give you that tough love, and your mother's going to give you that soft love. And now you say, my mom never did anything wrong. Of course your mother did things wrong. Everybody's mother does things wrong. We're not perfect.
I mean, maybe I don't. I can't think of like I don't know. I don't like I. You might have seen like just the way I talk to you and other people. I'm like a very lacking and judgmental person. Like I just like don't really judge people like by their actions. I have a very black pill disposition about people in general. So it's like
We call
the
that a
fact
moment
that
of
my
black
parents
pill?
tried a lot. Yeah, the
Like-
fact that my
like
parents tried
nihilistic?
so much. Yeah,
Like
the fact
nihilistic?
that my parents tried so much as
Well,
I was a child is
let's
something
fix
that
that
I
real
just
quick.
respect.
Let's fix that real
He's a
quick.
doomer, dude.
Let's cure that real quick. So,
Well, I'm not doomer overall. I have like a positive outlook about where things
but your
can
father
go,
passed
but, like,
away, and he wasn't
I view it
there.
like I have a realistic outlook on things.
So he wasn't
No,
there
in
to
all
protect you
seriousness,
from your mother.
I'm a lot
and-
like that too.
And
Go ahead, Josh.
so you don't see this resentment, but there is this resentment because you have this worldview, which is nihilistic, which is nothing really matters.
Bro, we go out to
and-
eat every Thursday, me and my mom.
That's nice.
That's cool, bro.
But did she ever?
I'm just saying, there's not like a resentment.
But do you forgive her for her mistakes, or do you
I don't
just
know what
say
the
she
mis-
never?
It
Right.
sounds like he does.
It
Yeah,
sounds like
if
it
she
sounds
could-
like it
if
sounds
she
like
did
he
mistakes-
it sounds like he says she
Dude,
never
there's so
made
many
any.
times where like I've just always like I've always been really rational too. So like there's times where my mom slapped me for like being out of line, but then like instantly afterwards I was just like, yeah,
You
I was
say,
out
that's
of line.
my fault. Yeah, that's my fault. Yeah.
Yeah,
You're proving my point, but and I don't care. I don't care if any of you guys don't see what I'm talking about. But
But I can get what you're saying. I think what you're saying happens a lot. I do think some women
No,
are
it
able
happened to you.
to
No, it's
fill
not.
the
Not,
role.
not
of,
it happens a
Then you
lot. It
don't
happens
resent
to
her.
you.
I don't even think they
No,
can
was it her or what
fill
she
the
resent
role.
you?
But there's
Your
a
father
difference
passed-
between like if you ask a single mom like what it's like raising children,
Yeah,
they will
I
say
bet
like
it's
I
tough.
had to be
She
the
resented
mother
the
and
hell
I
out of
had
you,
to be
yeah.
the father.
Yeah,
They
I
won't
bet
say
it's-
like I had to mother even more. They'll say I had to. And when they're saying I had to be the mother, I had to be the father. They're saying I had to be nurturing, yet I had to be stern. They had to
was your
fill
fault.
roles that they're not used to filling.
and they couldn't do that perfectly, right?
Right.
Yeah,
No,
exactly. But
absolutely.
even that she
Most
tried, I
can't.
just immensely like respect that. A
And
woman that's willing to try
the
that is something
honoring.
that's full
That's the
of
honoring
respect.
of your mother is understanding. Is the
Looking back on it
understanding
now,
that she
say
couldn't
that.
have. She did the best she could, but she couldn't have done better.
Josh,
I mean,
if
yeah,
you
but
wanted to honor her,
I
you
guess
would even
I also have
tell her
like
and
positive
treat her
affirmation. Everyone
accordingly.
tells me I'm like chill, so I don't.
If you honoring her, you wouldn't tell her to make her
I
feel
don't
like
feel like she like fucked up.
yeah, you want to honor her by telling her, "Thanks, mom, you fucked
It's
up, and
not.
I forgive you though."
See,
I'm
now
honoring you.
you're quantifying things physically.
That's not honoring. If you
You're
honor her, it'd
no,
be
no.
like a within, no ego of letting her know you figured it out or nothing. You just treat her accordingly, like, okay, I
It's
figured this
whatever.
out.
If you want to look at things from a physical worldview and everything's just
Physical, you
basically,
want to talk
it's
about go
very
forgive your
shallow.
mama. You can't get no
It's
physical
shallow,
than go
Freddie.
forgive your
It's
mama.
shallow, Freddie.
Don't go
There's a
physical. I'm
I
deeper.
thought you were
less
talking to
physical.
me. I was like, damn,
I'm
what the
like,
Well,
fuck?
be less
I'm
physical.
talking to everybody. I'm
Damn,
talking to
bro.
everybody who's listening.
No, just be less physical and just be like, hey, I understand. I ain't gotta go
Yeah, and
do all this.
that's
I'm gonna
forgiving your
treat you
mother, saying,
accordingly.
I understand it was tough,
You
and
ain't gotta
I'm
tell her.
not holding
I
a
know
grudge
it
against
then.
that. But the fact that you just brought it up
Yeah,
shows
that's
that
ego. That's your ego needing to tell your mama that that's
I
not
don't. I
honoring. You
have
said
ego
honoring
about his
to honor
life experience. You know
to
what
honor.
ego means, Freddie?
Yeah, to honor somebody, it ain't to throw something in their face.
I'm not throwing it in anybody's face. I'm just
If they don't acknowledge what you're acknowledging, they might not feel the same way you feel about
yeah.
how they
Most
rate.
people aren't gonna acknowledge what I'm talking about.
Well, okay, then therefore you're not honoring somebody with the same.
99.999% of people think their mother was a saint.
No, I'm talking about the mother ain't feeling the same way as the person that's
And you were
apologizing.
born through the flesh.
I'm saying if the
You
mother
came
don't.
through her, so that's the natural
I
inclination. That's a
I
worldly
know the
idea.
story and how it goes. I know the story and how it goes. If you want to believe it, that's cool. I ain't gonna try to argue out of it. I'm just showing you
I
your
know,
flaws.
Freddie. I know your mama was perfect.
No, both of my parents were not perfect. Yeah, but I kind of agree with Josh. I do forgive them both, though. Of course.
You
Do
forgive
y'all
them.
know?
You
Do y'all
understand they
know?
did the best they could.
Do y'all
And you
know?
don't hold resentment towards them.
Exactly. Especially me and my dad like fought a ton when I was a kid, but when you grow up, you kind of understand more.
Like yeah.
But
I
if
have
they're
one-
if they're not dead, there is something powerful in saying it to them.
Yeah.
It's called.
and
It's
that's the
called.
one
We
thing.
learned that
That's
from
the one thing I wish. That's the one thing I wish I could have done was told my mom when I know she could respond back to me, not after she had 2 strokes and couldn't
Yeah,
respond.
that's rough.
Facts.
That's one biggest regret is I know she knows because that's the relationship I had with her, but
Yeah.
it sucks that I had to tell her when I don't know.
And I know Freddie, and people in chat are gonna be like, "Oh, Josh is just parroting JLP." This is not a JLP thing. This is a message that is old as time.
No, it's not. No,
it did
Stop
change
right
my
there.
life. It did.
It started with the Roman Catholic Church.
Yeah.
Let's be right.
It's the message of forgiveness. It's the message of honoring your father and your mother. You honor them by not having any resentment towards them because yes,
the Christian
they screwed up.
Well, no, the honest, like, true-based take is that you should always try to forgive everybody.
But the D-based take is to say the D-based take is to say, oh, my mama was perfect, and that's why I support everything I support. Like, so if Jalen was
And, like,
here,
you don't forgive people to build a
Christianity
relationship
needed
with
a
them.
patriarchy.
It's because, like, to not
so here we
forgive someone
go.
is
Let's
build
hear it,
resentment.
Freddie. Let's tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me about the patriarchy.
Yeah, Christianity.
We're
men
born
were so
through the
weak, they
flesh of
needed
the
a
woman. We
Bible
have to
for
return
their
to the
women
flesh
to
of the
obey them. So
father.
they came up with a Bible that said women came from the rib and some bullshit and created a patriarchy trinity instead of the
That's not the
You
Bible.
sound like
That's
you sound like
that's
Lizzo,
not-
bro.
and the
That's a
son.
book in the Bible. They didn't come up with the Bible. It's not one book. It's a collection of books.
Yeah, I know what it is. It's called Christianity, though, right?
No, Christianity is the religion of Christ of the New
Yeah, I know
Testament.
it comes from the Roman Catholic Church,
But
right?
you just
Roman
you
Catholic
just
Church started
you
it,
just
right?
referred
They had
to the
all
Old
right, go ahead. We
Testament
can have
though.
this conversation. Go ahead. What?
You just referred to the Old Testament, but you're referring to Christianity, which
Yeah,
is
I know.
the New Covenant, yeah, and the
Okay,
New
the Roman
Testament
Catholic
of
Church
Christ.
is all the same, right?
Say again.
Roman Catholic Church is all the same, right?
All the same as what?
Christianity is a different a denomination. Out of 45,000, it's just a different denomination.
Yeah, with different practices and beliefs about.
Okay, so what the fuck? It's all the same. It's the patriarchy started with the Roman Catholic Church because they didn't want the fucking woman being above the man no more, because it was father and I mean the man and the woman was together. Always has been. They was worshiping Isis before they start worshiping Jesus, and then they wanted to remove the woman from Greek prayer. And that's when the Council of Nicaea came up with Jesus Christ from the fucking Pope Christus, Euphor Christus. And then they took
Patriarchy
his
is a
name and
lot
made it
older than
Jesus
that.
Christ.
What about the
It's
Old
like a
Testament
natural
then?
thing.
Because the Father, where does the Father come
Man,
from?
yeah,
Because that
what?
predates the Christ, does it not? Christ talked about the Father, but you're talking about Christianity. So the Father predates Christ, and then you're referring to Genesis.
No.
Where the hell
I'm
are you in
predating
this, man?
Christianity. When I say where they stole the story from, they had Serapis before Jesus. He was a Christ. He had Bishop of Christ. They made a fake Serapis and they called him Christ. True? They had a statue of him with an oil cup on his head, the anointed one.
For real?
KRST. They copied it from Kemet. Christ means the anointed
Thank
one.
God I got sent home because this is some retarded shit. What the fuck
No,
are you
look
talking
it
about
up.
the Catholic Church?
Look it up.
Who the fuck? Who the fuck? Who the
like, I don't know, he's
fuck are you
open on
talking
mine. I need
about,
to
man?
become an Egyptian.
What the fuck are you talking about the Catholic Church? Who gives a fuck about the Catholic Church?
Y'all need to make
Plagiarized by what? Plagiarized by what? Ancient Egyptian
all the
scribblings?
fowls of the earth before he made
Ra.
Eve, right? He made all the dogs that
The Ra came down fucking from the fucking sun and wrote some shit on a tablet, and you're taking that?
He seen Adam.
Is that what you're doing?
Basslet or whatever? Basslet? I've only played Smite.
Which means mankind in Hebrew, right? Adam means mankind in Hebrew, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Do you speak Hebrew?
I remember some more Egyptian
That's a good
gods.
question. Do you speak Hebrew, Freddie?
Anubis, Set.
No, that's
Yeah,
after mine.
Anubis,
That's after
yeah,
mine.
that's,
No,
how did I not think of that?
No,
And not
Freddie,
only do you speak Hebrew, do you speak ancient Hebrew?
He's gone quiet, boys.
Nope. I
The
don't
Greeks, the Greeks have the most base technique where they literally took like credit for the whole Egyptian religion, and they were just like, nah. So the Greek Olympia was under attack. So then all the gods, they went to Egypt for a while Zeus fought off Torpheus or whatever the fuck, and they all just pretended to be Egyptian gods for a while, and then they came back to Olympus.
Yeah, like all that shit. That was just a fake. Our god's are real though. Yeah, Zeus was the
That's like the most base thing to do as a religion. Like,
It's
oh
pretty
yeah, you know,
badass.
their religion, that's actually our gods. Like,
Yeah,
Going
like
back
their
to what
religion
JS
is just
said,
a
though.
fake gay version of
Hang on.
ours. But yeah.
But what you said, Jay, is about the mother. It's like, and this is anecdotal from my part. I have like my mother's bipolar as anything. She's off in Spaceland. Yeah, she's horrible and has been evil in her life. And the most liberating thing for me was to forgive her.
Base.
It really was. But
yeah,
it was also for her benefit as well. But yet she hasn't. But to forgive your mother, because mothers do real horrible shit to their kids. They do, and we gotta forgive them.
People do.
Hold on.
But no, but
No,
it's
that's
even
not
if
the same.
you have the best, what you think of as
No.
the best mother in the world, we are born through the flesh of the woman,
Clean it up.
and
Clean it
as
up.
men, we need to see instead of identifying with the woman who gave birth to us and thinking how she thinks, as men, we need to say, no, I'm a man, and then so at some point, it's not even your mother anymore. That's my sister. My mom is not my mother anymore. I'm actually above her. Like, I'm the man, and this is and patriarchal. It's patriarchal. Like, that's what they'll say. but we are men, and
Your mama still getting your teeth
yeah,
fixed.
I
How the
love
hell
my
you above
mom.
her?
I love my mom. She's an awesome one. She's a saint.
How the hell are you above her if
She's
you
a
get
saint,
still
but you know
your
what?
teeth as a grown
But
man?
you know what? She
You
did
can't
some
even fix your
things.
own teeth as
She
a
did
grown
some
man. Your
things.
mama's doing
She
your
She's
did
a
teeth,
mother
some
because of
Josh.
Do children
patriarchy.
do things for
Your
their
mama's
household?
doing your
Do
teeth,
children do
Josh.
things for their fathers and mothers in the
Get
household?
the fuck out of here.
She did some
Motherfucker
things,
ain't
asked
getting
earlier
his
was
own
like,
teeth
and that
fixed
guys
affected
like
me
to say their
before
moms are saints.
before I
You ain't
had
got
free
insurance.
will, before I had the ability
the
to make
fuck
the
outta
choice.
here.
Things in my life affected
I'm
the
above my
path of my
mama.
life,
My
and
teeth mama.
when I
Dude, that's how
At a
patriarchy
certain
works.
point, you are.
look, I
I
was
At
a
a
think I
certain point, you
repaid
are.
for my mum.
I was a
Then
degenerate
Egypt,
loser
they got the man
scumbag, didn't
and the
care about
woman
anybody,
on the
and
potter's
when I
wheel
went to my
Your God,
made
mother,
at
your
the same
Egyptian God did that.
time out of clay.
hold on.
They
When
got the man and
when
the
I went
woman
to my
on the
mother
potter's
and I
wheel at the
forgave
same
her,
time. God making them at the same time. They equal.
bro, I
The
cried when I
same in
forgave
the,
Woman
my
was
the
mother,
made
same
and
in
from
this
that was the
man.
world
last
equal.
time
Woman
I cried.
Woman
And they
came from
always
man.
be
It
equal.
says
I
in the
never
Bible.
cry.
It
I don't
says
cry again after that. There's no crying. Like I felt a change in my life. I instantly went from being a boy to a man, and
amen to that, brother.
and my life has
Yeah.
changed because of it. Everything in my life
Amen.
has changed.
Yeah, it's really
Amen.
deep, like
Absolutely.
moment when you go through that.
Josh, you drunk.
I was watching this
I'm
YouTube
not
short where this
drunk.
guy
I'm
was
drinking some
describing
beers,
that. He was
but
talking
I'm
about like burying his kid. He was like, "You're not a real man until you bury your kid." And I was like, "Holy fuck!"
What?
I
Dude,
don't
not
know
good,
about
bro.
that. I don't know about that.
Damn,
But
He was like, I thought I was a real man, but when I bathed his dead body, I was like, oh my god.
Dude,
It's like,
Jesus, dude. Yeah.
I don't think I want to be a real man, dog.
Bro, chill out, bro. Damn.
Yeah, can you
Freaking
not?
SpongeBob with the
Hypnotize
bubble
Freddy.
blowing
Do
no,
it,
dead.
yeah.
I think if you're
Yeah,
burying your
hypnotize Freddy.
child, if I'm burying my child, that's definitely a reason to cry. But
Yeah, for real.
yeah, I'm not.
I cry when people insult my teeth, man. Like I'm going back to that victim card again.
Yeah. Damn, dude.
I'm smiling as well, but there's a tear in my eye.
Sweater.
tear.
No, Sweater. When Mary asked Jesus to make wine, Jesus said, "Sit down, mother. I got
Bro,
this." And then
King
he
Kong gets
made
me
the
every
wine
time.
when he decided to make the wine.
Also,
He wouldn't
if you
have
look
done
at
it
the
without her
Bible, if
asking.
you look in, I think is it Corinthians? It's in Corinthians.
No, he told her.
when-
He said, not on your time. What did he say? He said,
yeah. But like in
I don't know
Corinthians,
the
they talk
exact.
about women and men wearing head coverings, and like the man doesn't need to wear a head covering, but the women covers her head. And it's in Corinthians at the beginning. I'll try.
When Mary asked Jesus, please make more wine for the party, Jesus said, Mary, sit down. I'll do it on my time. And then he decided to do it when it was his time to do it. It's not on her time. So
he's like, Mom, I'll clean my room later whenever I want to.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Dude, when I was a kid, I watched the King Kong movie, and I cried so much
You
when
listen to
King Kong
Mama?
died.
No.
Yeah.
But did you
He
cry?
wouldn't have done it
Did
without her
anyone
asking.
cry in Bambi though? Did anyone cry in Bambi?
I cried
No,
in
I
Lion
didn't
King.
cry during Bambi. You don't even get to know the fucking dad horse. There's no character development. Like,
I cried in
What about
Lion
Watership
King and I
Down?
cried in
you
Titanic.
spend 40 fucking minutes with that monkey just for them to goddamn shoot it off that tower.
Titanic, when they showed the frozen baby in the water, that always irked me. I didn't like that.
The what?
Dude,
In the movie Titanic, where there's a woman holding a baby and the baby's frozen
yeah,
to death.
yeah.
that-
I remember what you're talking about.
that
Yeah,
was
that's
a-
pretty
See,
cool.
Watership Down.
That was
Watership
a
Down with the
hitter.
rabbits.
That was a hitter.
I've never seen that, no.
bro, there was this time that I swear to God, it's like I was on acid when I was.
Are we talking about
watching
when men
King
cry?
Kong.
Is this the segment here when men cry?
Dude, I only
Yeah,
cried
when
at
is
King
it
Kong, bro.
acceptable?
King Kong makes me fucking cry.
When my
Okay.
dog dies,
Which King Kong?
I admitted to
Dude,
the one
any of
movie
them. It made, every single time I watch King Kong, I'm like, holy fuck, we are the beast.
is it gay if when Echo
Yeah.
dies and I come on stream and I say Echo died today and I'm bawling my eyes out? Is that gonna be gay? Like
No, I don't think
I'm
that's
gonna call
no.
you gay as hell.
when
That's
Echo
a real bond that you have with
when Echo dies, I can just think about it. I can almost just think about it and almost
Yeah.
make myself cry.
No, I've cried when I've lost animals.
Particularly-
Yeah.
And
Every
he's a
act of
dog. I would
crying.
eat his ass in the apocalypse. I'm gonna
Hold on,
eat
hold
his
on,
ass.
hold on. The act of crying isn't what makes you gay. It's filming yourself online for pity. That's
Well, no, but if
cry
I'm
every
just
day, but I never film it.
if I'm sticking to my regular stream schedule, and I happen to say in the stream my dog died today, and I have to do my
I
Monday
got a new
show.
goal for a puppy.
Ah, man, that's different. A
Let's
dog
reach my puppy
dying is
goal.
different, man.
A
A
dog,
dog dying, that's a
dog
reason to cry,
dying,
man.
right?
That's a reason to cry. I'm absolutely gonna, yeah, absolutely, man.
I
And
agree.
this, and to everybody who's like, "Oh, he's parroting JLP or something like that," JLP has no love for the damn dogs. JLP will, but
Wait till
Freddie
you're the one
reminds
that
me a little bit of Jesse. Freddie, you remind me a little bit of
you have to
JLP.
be the one to take
Do
your
I?
dog into
Yeah, I
Deep
know
black.
JLP. JLP, he knows the truth, but he don't say
Old
nothing.
Yeller
He'll talk about Christians and acting like Jesus ain't God. What? And he'll hint around, but
yeah,
he'll
sweater. He
identify.
calls her woman.
That's some bullshit.
He says, "Woman, it's
He'll
not my
identify as a
time."
Christian.
He says, "Woman, it's
Yeah,
not my time. I'll do
He'll
it when
talk
it's
about
time."
Christians all day. He know they ain't in Jesus, all that following. He's doing the same.
You're putting an
thing.
emotional inflection on that.
Yeah, and I
The
done seen him go
Doesn't
JOP
necessarily mean-
debate
doesn't
would be
necessarily-
so
how do you
fucking good.
how do you inflect it?
Well, he's not saying it in an aggressive way. He's just like, man, come on, it's not my time yet. You know,
Okay.
that's-
He
could be
said-
that. Could be
okay.
that.
Does that make it
Could
any
be that,
different?
or it
Does
could
that
be-
make it any different than what I just said? He says, she says,
Come
Jesus.
on now.
So let's take all the emotional inflection out of it. Jesus, make the wine, please. Woman, it's not my time. And
Yeah.
then later,
Now is
when
not
it's
my
his time, now I'm going to make the wine. So there's
Imagine
no
it's Barry
emotional
White.
inflection.
He would not
there.
have made the wine. He would not have made the wine unless she had asked.
But what about
well, it
if,
seems
if
like
you
you're
imagine
going against
Jesus
free will
saying
here.
it
Don't
in
you
like
believe in
Barry
free
White
will?
Why?
voice?
Hold on. Then why didn't she do it? Why did
I got you
why
there.
didn't he
I was
do
like
it?
against free will.
Because you said the
Yeah,
only
against the
you're
the
implying that the only
classical-
reason he made it is because she asked him.
Then why didn't
Yeah.
he do it when
Yeah.
she first asked?
Dude, because he ain't a bitch, dude.
Yeah, he's
I
not.
mean, God's will has
listen,
been influenced by humans before.
listen, woman, I'm gonna do it when I'm ready to
Moses
do it.
influenced God
Yeah.
not to kill
you don't
I mean,
need no
people on the mountain when they made
exegesis
the
or
golden
no.
calf.
If he did it, fine, elder. If he did it, like you said, if he did it solely because she asked, then why didn't he do it when she first asked? Why did he have to push it off and do it whenever he felt like
Why
it?
did I say it was
is right there in the scripture.
Dude, he asked the Jews to do all types of shit they never did.
I didn't say it was derogatory. He's not insulting his mother by calling her that. But what he's saying is, I'm the man, woman.
All right, well, I'll apologize. Maybe I was accidentally tone policing. My
Yeah,
apologies.
You are doing a little tone policing, but but
Well,
you're
you're
also
talking-
kind
you're
of
talking
right.
about the point of heaven
I am kind of
giving
adding
us some
emotion
thought.
into it by the way I'm saying it. But let's take all the emotion out. Woman, it's not my time. And then he does it when it is his time. So
no, he's not. When he's saying that, he's not referring to that in
What
that
it-
way.
what it's showing
it's
is
not his
that-
time to reveal himself as Christ. Like
what
Sweater
it's showing
said.
is that mama doesn't decide when I do things.
Exactly.
I
It's
decide when I do
exactly.
things.
That was the whole
No,
point that
what
Jesus.
he's saying is
No.
he got a time that
man.
he's supposed to do it, and he's gonna wait till it's
No
his
longer
time
a
to do
boy,
it.
he
But I know this
That's
is
his
going to be a
soul.
problem to the people who worship
she's
Mary
gonna come
more
back
than
when it's his
more
time
than
to
they
do it,
worship
right?
Jesus. But
She's
Goes
still
back to
coming
him.
back when it's his time
Nobody
to do it,
worships that Mary.
regardless.
Oh,
And
Catholics
he got up
do.
and did it when it was his time to
Catholics
do
kind
it.
of doing.
And she got that boy on a
agree with you.
schedule. She got that boy on the schedule. She said, "Hey, make that wine. It ain't time. I'm just letting you know you
Yo,
ain't
did you
doing
cover
shit
this
yet.
yet,
Start early."
JS tonight? Man, Pope
I'm
Francis
over
is
here to say
dying.
you ain't started on that
Did he
wine at 8
die?
o'clock.
Did he
Is it?
die? Hold on.
No,
hold
he
on.
is dying. He is
Well,
dying.
I haven't covered that, but I have known about that. But I thought you said he
Yeah.
died.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
Damn.
he's
Who?
got
The
Double
Pope.
pneumonia in both lungs and
got pneumonia. Yep.
infections.
Yep.
Who
Dude,
does?
holy shit.
Pope
The Pope.
Francis.
The Pope.
Oh,
Huh. And he's the one that said, we got too much. And you know what I didn't like is how people are like, what did he do? He did something, the gay marriage thing. And I think liberals kind of misinterpreted that, and then conservatives were defending or not defending it. They were saying they were going against the Pope because of, and it was all a big misunderstanding. But then he said,
no hell.
He said,
You're
stop wearing.
misremembering things here a bit.
He said we're gonna stop wearing pink because there's too much fogosciano. What's the word? What's the Italian word? There's too much.
I'm not sure.
Hold on.
That's
Well,
funny, though.
I'm allowed one of them in the stream. There's too much faggotry
No, the
going
controversial
on
thing he said lately was
in the
there
Catholic
was no
Church.
hell.
That's what he said.
He said it wasn't no hell. He must have said that. To
You're
cover up the
misremembering
whole
this. You're misremembering this part of scripture. Jesus immediately does it after his mother asks him to. It says, "And Jesus."
What does he do? What does he do before he does it?
I'll read you the whole thing.
Do you know what immediately means?
And the third day there was a marriage in Cana of Galilee, and the mother of Jesus was there. And Jesus was invited and his disciples to the marriage. And the wine failing, the mother of Jesus saith to him, There have no wine. And Jesus saith to her, Woman, what is that to me and to thee? My hour is not yet come. His mother
Nice.
saith to the waiters, Whatsoever he shall say to you, do ye.
I
Now,
hope you don't
there
think you're
was-
proving me wrong here because you just said what I said. But go ahead, keep going.
No. The scripture is saying that immediately after his
He said,
retort,
"Woman, it's not my time. I'll do it in my time."
he's saying that it's not time for him to show himself yet. This is his first miracle. He's saying it's not my time yet to show myself. And then he does it.
Yeah, so it's like if you say, how can I think of an analogy for this? If you say, JS, prove that you know what you're talking about, and I say, hey, I'm not gonna do it just because you want me to prove this thing, and then I prove it. Now I'm not trying to compare this is a bad analogy because it sounds like I'm trying to compare myself to Jesus. But what I'm saying is so she's saying, do this thing, and he says, I'll do it in my time. And then he does it, meaning he was probably planning on doing it anyway. And the fact that her coming in saying that, he's saying, now it's going to seem like I'm doing it because you told me to do it. I'm not doing it because you told me to do it. I'm doing it because it needed to be done. So go ahead and read. Then tell me that I'm doing the wrong exegesis or whatever. I don't care. But you just read exactly what I said.
I completely agree. The way you interpret it makes Jesus sound prideful as fuck.
Yeah, exactly. It really does.
Is that my interpretation or your interpretation that Jesus
No,
is
it's not.
prideful from saying that?
The way you're saying it, he's prideful. The way
All right,
your
'cause you're tone
interpretation is.
policing. Because you're tone policing.
I'm not tone policing. That's
You
what
don't-
pride
you
is.
don't, You don't like my tone. You don't like the way that I said it.
Why would he
Read
deny
the
his
words
mother?
again. Read the words again. Go ahead.
Why does he immediately do it after his mother says to the waiters, Whatever he shall say to ye, do ye?
But why does he even question her? Why does he even tell her? Not now, in a second. Like, that's the whole point. He
Hey,
immediately
take out the
questions-
trash. I'll do it when I'm ready to do it. And then you do
Even
it.
if you stand up and go do it right away, you still like. Why did he even say that?
Because he's saying to his mother, Do you know what position this puts me in? And then she insists.
You're making me look bad, Mom. Mom.
And
I
then
was already
she
gonna do it.
insists. She
Mom,
insists.
I was already
with,
gonna. What is this tone better?
She insists
Oh,
by
hold on,
telling
hold
the
on.
waiters, do what he tells you to do. And so then
Hold on,
he
is
goes
this-
and does it.
Is this tone better? Mom, why are you telling me to do it? I was already planning on doing it.
She would never turn the water into wine unless
What
she
tone
asked
do you want me to
him
say
do
it in? The tone is, hey, take out the trash. I'll get to the trash when I get to it. And then when you take out the trash, you got to the
No,
trash. You already
immediately
planned
take
on
out the
taking out the trash.
No, and when you
you take the
yeah, you
trash out.
word it, the whole wording.
You're not doing it because they told you to do it. You're doing it because you knew it had to be done and you did it.
He did it. He did it because he didn't want his Xbox to get taken away.
Yeah, what is that the tone you want? Mom, why are you telling me to do this? Well, I'll do it, and then he does it begrudgingly.
It's not even really the tone that you're saying it in. That you're
What
just
tone do
injecting
you
a whole
want?
lot of
Stop-
stuff.
stop
I don't care
bringing
about the
tone
tone. What I'm
into
saying, you're
it. Y'all are-
injecting.
Keep infecting tone.
Y'all
No,
are-
you are the one bringing tone. You're the only one literally bringing tone into this.
You are.
That's why
You're
you have
saying,
bad
"I
exegesis
don't
because
like-
you read the
I
text
don't
and
like
you
the
bring
way
tone
that you
into
just
the
said
shit.
that, JS. I don't like the way that you just said that, JS. I'm gonna correct you, and then you.
I'm
read the-
correcting you because this has been 2,000 years that this has been interpreted, and you're a dumb fuck for not listening to the 2,000 years of intelligence.
When did they start interpreting it? 300 years later?
No.
Yeah.
This is from John. This was one of the literal first books that
Yeah.
was. Oh my God, you're.
And how many debates? How many
where does the
debates?
Bible come
How many
from? Where do the
debates were
Gospels
held
come
about
from?
this? And who
That movie,
decided?
man.
Who decided the winners of those debates?
John was the
The
first
people
one of
in
the
power
first
at the
gospels
time. The
written.
majority and the people in power at the time. So if you like
No,
democracy
the
and if
minority
you like,
one some of the time too. It wasn't just
Yes.
a
It wasn't
democratic
just the-
system. It was the Holy Spirit that guided them.
Hey,
That was the
y'all
point.
arguing over some
the
motherfucker that
minority
never
decided the
existed.
winners of the debates.
Yeah,
and the
Arianism
councils?
was the majority. Arianism was the majority at one point.
Correct.
And then they were called heretics when they weren't the majority. So I don't care. I don't know what Arianism means. I don't know what you guys are talking about when you say that. But you keep saying that you use these boxes. But why can't we just read the scripture in its original text and just understand what it means?
Because you aren't getting the context.
Give me the context.
I can't give you the context, all of it, all at once. I can't do it right now in the
'Cause you
live
weren't
stream.
there?
No, because it takes hours and hours to give you the context of years and years and years.
You think I haven't spent hours and hours and hours and hours thinking about this stuff?
It doesn't take thinking about it. It takes
But
talking.
you spent a couple hours listening to what the church fathers said and you agreed with it.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So
Well,
anyway,
you think the
so
church fathers
Jesus said, "Woman."
Who has a degree in theology? I rest my case.
You don't have a. None of us have a degree. Oh, maybe if I had a degree in theology, it would be better.
Oh yeah, just because I don't have a uterus doesn't mean I can't talk about abortion. Get the fuck out of here, Freddie.
Yeah. Hold on, I gotta put my pizza in the oven. You can say whatever you want while the chair is here. Talk about.
Yeah,
that.
I'm not a
Here's
vet,
all
but I know
I
what a
agree
dog
with
is.
that.
Do you know what I mean?
The three strike rules out the window, boys.
I don't understand. Elderland, I literally don't understand
man.
how he gets that there was like he waited to do it on his own time. The scripture literally goes from he requests or Mary requests it. Jesus questions her. Mary says to the waiters, "Go do what he says." Jesus says the miracle. There's literally nothing in between.
Right, you're absolutely right, Tanner.
It's a pretty straight line. I think it was the wrong interpretation myself.
Hold on. The entire point, though, that JS was making is the fact that your relationship changes with your mother because he questioned his mother at all. Had to do something with the fact that what JS was bringing it up. Not necessarily like the tone part of it, all that. It's the fact that he questioned
We
it
question
at
our
all.
parents our entire lives. We question our parents in our entire lives.
It was
From the
literally not his time to do it.
moment we can speak to the moment we die, to the moment our parents die, we question our parents.
Maybe it was literally his time not to do it. Maybe he literally could not do it.
But at a certain point in time, Sweater, that relationship changes because it's no longer mother. I don't want to do this. The relationship changes to woman. Like that's like the way that he addresses his mother changes. You stop looking. Just like my dad and I call my dad pops, whatever. Maybe when I was younger, I called daddy. There was a shift. There's always a shift in your relationship and that
It's
was
very
the point
feminine.
that over the woman, especially you take more.
Now you're tone policing, Josh.
I'm making a pizza.
What kind of pizza?
It's stuffed crust meat lovers because I love.
What I heard Jesus say is it's not my time.
Dude, that's sick.
Josh. He wasn't going against his mother saying, I ain't doing it because you told me to.
Don't
He's
let
saying
JS lie,
it's
you know
not
Josh.
my time. Maybe he needed a lightning bolt. Who knows?
Well,
I wasn't there.
I think he was already planning on doing it anyway. And when she said
I don't
it,
think so.
So what he's doing is showing that you're not the authority, Mom. I'm
No,
the
I think
authority.
you're all sideways on that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
That's what I'm saying when you're saying you're
I
injecting
think
stuff
Elders
into
got a
it.
good point.
that's fine.
He wouldn't have made it.
Like, I don't understand. Like, I can understand where you guys are saying if you try to negate all the tone out of it and even the inflections that JS is putting into it, why does he question her at all and then immediately do it? Like,
Well,
it sounds like
my
it's not
issue isn't
my time.
necessarily with the tone. My issue is what's being injected. It's like you can
But
just
also-
predict what Jesus was thinking at that moment.
Okay, but the inflections that I'm putting in is not just based off of this one circumstance. This is based off of a much broader study of Jesus' whole life and how he taught.
I'm not even
and what
like
he believed
religious.
and what the Bible shows. And what the Bible shows is, Mama, I'm in charge here. I got this.
True.
I don't know if exactly what JS is saying is right. I'm not
don't think it
religious,
is.
but it seems like this
I
is
know
like
you don't think it
actually. I think he's correct with this interpretation. Like the idea would be that Mary is not able to command a miracle.
Yeah, you don't get
Why
to
would
tell
Mary
me what to
have
do.
the
I'm
power?
Christ.
No,
you
it's
don't tell
not.
me when to
You
do what
don't.
I'm
No,
going to
no, no.
do.
I don't think it has to do with you. Don't
It's
tell
not
me
my
what to do.
time yet, Mom.
When Christ
I'm gonna
uses
handle this.
miracles, Christ is
that's a
using the
prideful
power
I
of
got
God.
this. You're not in charge.
Right? And for
I'm in
Mary
charge.
to tell Christ to do a miracle, it's her trying to command
The
the
fact
will
that
of
people
God
are disagreeing with
herself.
this is to me
He
it's
could have been in charge at any
The
time
fact
of
that y'all
everybody.
talking about it like the shit really happened is fucked up. That man didn't even
Go bow down to Raw or whatever
Honestly,
fucking
the
pagan
reason
shit
why I'm
you got
agreeing with
ready
this
to
is I'm
watch.
engaging with it the way that you would engage with a book, like when you read it. Like a line only exists for a
Who was
reason.
writing this shit down? Because did nobody have it all the way up into 300?
the fact that we disagree with this leads people like Freddie to think that it's more fake because we can't
No, I
even,
think you.
we
I
can't
think you
even agree
you know.
on a basic reading
Yeah,
of this.
300
Like,
years later, Constantine believes it before he dies and accepts it.
Freddie,
and
you
then
barely
brings in
like you
Christianity,
don't even
right?
know
Like I said, I could understand how Mary Magdalene would be able to order around Jesus to do like house chores or something, but she wouldn't have the ability to command him to do miracles.
if he was already gonna, okay, so he's already gonna
So
do it anyway.
she wasn't
and
demanding
she says
anything.
it.
She was
Why
asking.
didn't he just say yes,
Old
ma'am?
Testament and the New has asked
Well,
for
why
things
didn't
from
why
Jesus.
I
didn't
think
he
that's what
just
I'm
say?
saying.
Why
I
didn't he
think
say?
that's the point she's trying
Yes,
to
ma'am.
he's trying to get across to her is that you don't decide when a
Commissioning
miracle
like
happens.
87 bishops.
I'm the will of God. I
Or
decide
that he's
when a
being
miracle
put in a
Goon can see
position
this and-
where he's about to reveal himself and he doesn't want to.
Because they
Yeah,
worship
exactly. But
Mary
I
more
think
than they
JS is right then. That his plan was to always reveal himself, and her saying
maybe
that is
the
Chris wanted to
Theotokos.
Yeah,
They
not
put the
at that
That's why he's
Theotokos
telling her.
over the over
You
Christ.
coming to me and telling me when to commit a
No,
miracle
nobody
is
does that.
unnecessary.
Yeah, a lot of people do that.
Catholics sometimes do, but they have this weird shit with that. But no, Orthodoxy doesn't.
Okay.
All right.
But then, yeah, again, then I just can't get over the fact that he questions his mother at all. Then why not just do it what she asked?
Why didn't he just say yes, ma'am?
He did. He did it right after she.
Because, like I said, if
But
Jesus is
why
the will
didn't
of
he
God,
just say
why
yes,
would Mary
ma'am?
have the authority to
Because he didn't
to
because of the
wield the
position.
will of
Like Sweater
God?
was saying what Sweater was saying, the position that he was being put in.
Okay. All right.
He gave her a little lip before he did it, though.
Sweater, what do you
Why
think? What do you think
why do you
about
give her
that?
that lip? He gave her a little lip.
I already
you know?
explained it. I gave my position. He's explaining to his mother the brevity of the situation in which he is being put in, and saying, "Look, if I
And I'm the
reveal-
one who does the crazy exegesis.
Yeah,
I'm
but
the
do
one
you think
who's
somebody should
doing,
be
I'm the
able
one
to
who's adding the
ask
tone.
Jesus
You're about to add a whole novel to this
like,
situation.
now it's
that's
time to
not
perform
there.
a
Please go
miracle?
ahead. Please
Nope,
go
we
ahead.
Like that's
straight up
taking
read it.
like the idea of when a miracle is necessary
No.
into
I'm
your
the
own
one who's
viewpoint.
adding to the Bible. But please go ahead and
You
add a
just
whole.
said that you were
please
just
go
assuming
ahead.
that he was already going to do it.
No. Go ahead.
That's you adding to it.
Yeah, exactly. You assumed he's already going to do it. That's you adding to it. You said that there was a period of time between which his mother asked him and in which he did it. That was adding to it. That's literally not there. You did. Before I brought out the scripture and read it to you, you said that he was asked to do it, and then he waited until he was ready to do it, and he did it.
Oh, do you
That's
think that,
reading into the scripture. You added that in.
Wait. Are we given whether? Do you think that it happened instantly?
Why would
could waiting be? Could waiting be 3 seconds? Could waiting be?
Why would the story be recalled any different? Why would the story be recalled this way if it wasn't immediately?
Let's go back to the example of the wife asking her husband to take out the trash. Waiting could be 5 minutes. It could be 5 seconds. It could be 5 hours. Who knows? We're not given a length of time between when these questions are asked and when he does it. So you don't know. You're reading into it.
I don't think that there was even supposed to be any waiting.
Just sat there and saw
the whole, I
so
think
that was-
literally, I
that's
think we're
enough
right
for your
at first JS, where the
interpretation
whole
to be
point
true.
of it is he's telling her, you do
Yeah,
not
it doesn't
command when a
matter.
miracle occurs.
Yes, it doesn't matter if it happened 2 seconds later or 2 hours later. It doesn't matter. That's
And I think she's
irrelevant.
right. Like in that instance, she's right that a miracle should occur in that instance, but he's just putting her in her place
Yeah,
by
he's-
saying you don't
Yes.
decide when the miracle occurs.
Yeah, the length of time is irrelevant, Sweater. So please explain the exegesis of this without, without, go ahead. Just go ahead.
I already explained the exegesis.
Yeah.
I already explained it.
But I'm the one who's reading into it, and you didn't
Yeah,
finish.
your explanation. Okay, so to better
Because I cut
communicate
you
with
off.
Jess, so your explanation.
I'll say I cut you off, but
like
you were,
nulls out
you were
that
going
line.
in.
Like
you
that
were
line
going
makes
into
no
a
sense
long
with your explanation.
diatribe to explain it, and I cut you off. So
Yeah, and I can't remember what I was saying now. Thank you.
right, it would have taken you a long time to explain. But I'm the one. I'm the one falsely exegeting things into it, and you're the one who's going to
You're
read in a whole narrative.
You really love to assume things, don't you? You don't know how long it was going to take me to explain things. You don't know if I was right there when I was. You don't know if I was about to be done or not.
I know, and I just
And
said
yet you interrupted
my
me,
bad,
and now you're
my bad.
assuming.
Yeah,
You're
no,
assuming
I just said
things.
my bad. I interrupted.
You know what happens when you assume? You make an ass out of you and me, motherfucker.
No, I make an ass out of you.
No, it's you and me.
I've never made an ass out of myself, but keep going.
Well, no, I think you can get closer to this with this conversation. Sweater, what is another interpretation of that sentence?
I'm tired of this at this point.
It's not him saying that, like, you don't command my will. What else is he saying in that moment?
I was willing to exegete this with someone who considers themselves a Christian, and I don't really want to exegete it with you, Goon.
Well,
I feel like I just asked a
I
pretty
mean,
simple question.
Goon as a bystander, he's listening to the arguments, and he's saying the same things I
You're
would
someone
say.
who's incapable of understanding the shotgun on the wall concept. The idea that a shotgun
But I
doesn't
just
exist in a
consider
story
myself
on the
a
wall
Christian,
without
so-
having an implication. Dialogue doesn't exist for zero
Do
reason.
you consider me a Christian, Sweater?
It's arguable.
Even if I'm not a Christian, when I engage with a Stephen King book, whenever they say something, I don't just go, well,
Yeah, I know how to-
this
I
isn't
know how to
real,
fucking
so I'm not
read.
going to
I'm not a
seriously
retard.
engage with what's being said.
I know reading is tough for some people, and they have to have somebody else explain the words to them. But I know how to read.
Who are you engaging, me?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I was going to say that my definition of a Christian would be someone who follows all of the tenets of the Nicene Creed as laid out during the Council of Nicaea.
Which tenet am I disagreeing with?
I believe that you disagree with some of the tenets.
Which one?
I don't know for sure because I can't know your mind.
I
but-
believe Jesus was divine, uncreated from the beginning of time, and he. So
Is
I
he
forget.
God?
Is that in the Nicene Creed?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Recite it.
Can't recite it for you.
You can't recite it. How long have you been going to divine? How long have you been going to divine liturgy and you can't recite the Nicene Creed?
So
It's
I've
not
said
that
the
long. Like I only went 4 times and I can almost recite it. So why don't you recite for me where?
What
it
do
says
you
that,
mean?
Why
Hold
don't
on.
you
I know
recite?
people.
Why don't you
Hold on.
recite the Nicene Creed for me and tell me
Because
where it
I
says
can't
that Jesus
recite
is
the
God?
Nicene Creed that
No, it
that's
says
a
he's
problem
divine.
here. I know people who have been going to
It
my
says he's
church their entire
divine.
life and still can't recite it.
Okay, I'll pull it up. And let's see where it says in the Nicene Creed that Jesus is God. Because when Jesus was asked if he was God, he said no. So let's find, because this is the same.
Where does he say no?
This is the same thing that Mosman
Where does
pulled
he
on
say
me.
no? I'm not God. Where does he say no?
This is the same thing that
Where
Mosman
does
pulled
he
on.
say no?
John 10. Hold on.
So
hold
look,
on.
the
No.
Nicene Creed-
We're stacking up multiple things right now. So Nicene Creed.
I believe in one God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and of earth.
Yes.
All things, invisible and visible and invisible. I believe in one Lord
Yes.
Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God, born of the Father, born of all ages, God from God, light from light, true God from true God.
I agree.
Okay.
God
that's Jesus being
from
called
God. He is God from God.
I believe in one Lord Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God, born of the Father before all ages, God from God, light from light.
Yes, he is God
True
from
God
God.
from true God. I'm agreeing with this. Are you telling me? Are you telling me? So what am I? What's the problem here?
Is Jesus Christ God?
He's the Son of God.
The Nicene Creed just there
He's the-
said that
he's
Jesus
the-
Christ
He's
is
the only
God from
begotten
God,
Son
true
of
God from
God.
true
He's
God.
the only begotten Son of God, born
God
of the
from
Father,
God, true God from
before
true
of
God.
all ages. God from God, light from
True
light.
God, true God from true God.
Hold on. Period. God from God.
Yep.
Light from light.
Yep.
True God from true God.
Yep.
Begotten, not made. I said Jesus is uncreated. He's divine. He was there from all of time. Okay.
What does divine mean to you?
Divine means of God, not of this earth.
So not exactly God.
So let's you want to look up. Do you want me to pull up a definition? Because it's not gonna work out here.
I don't care what a definition is.
I believe
want
Jesus was
your
divine.
definition.
I believe Jesus was divine.
I want your definition.
So okay, it's a tough definition to give. Of God, not of this earth. Not physical. So now I would say, and I know you're gonna have a problem with this, but if we pull up the definitions,
Something that is of God, is it God or is it not God?
Angels are divine.
Okay, so those are not God, or are they God?
They're not God.
Okay, so something that is divine can be not God. Is Christ God?
No, he's the Son of God.
Okay, then you don't agree with the Nicene Creed.
Well, so far I haven't disagreed with anything that it said. I'm reading it right now.
What does God from God, true God from true God
For
mean?
us, men and our salvation came down from heaven, and by the Holy Spirit
What
was
does God
incarnate
from
by the
God,
Virgin
true
Mary
God
and
from
became
true
man.
God mean?
Huh?
What does God from God, true God from true God mean?
I don't know.
It means that he is God.
God from God.
Jesus Christ is God
Light from light.
God. Light from light.
Yeah,
true
I
God
believe
from the true God.
Yeah, I believe the Son is one with the Father.
Okay, then make a stance. Is he God or not? If he's one with the Father, then that would make sense that he's God.
He's the Son of God. That's what he said.
So are you trying to argue modalism at this point? I don't understand what
No.
you're trying
Sure
to
as
say.
hell sounds like he is.
No, modalism would be that there's God in the heaven, and then at some points he comes down to earth. Don't try to play games with me, where you think that
I'm
not talking about modalism. I'm talking about Christ is the Son of God. That's what he says.
Does a son share the essence with the Father?
Yes.
Okay, so what is the essence of God?
They share the same ontology. They're of the same being. Yes.
So they're both God.
If that's how you want to say it, yeah, sure.
Are you just agreeing for the sake
Well,
of agreeing, or do you actually agree?
I believe Jesus, the Son, and the Father are of the same essence, the same ontology. Yes.
Okay. That would mean if he is of the same
But
essence
the Son is not the Father.
That's fine. He doesn't have to be the Father.
Okay. And I understand that the Trinity says that the Son is not the Father, and the Father is not the Spirit, and the Spirit is not the Son. None of
Correct.
these things are the same, but they all are God. So if that's what we're
They're all
calling,
one
if
God,
if
yeah.
that's what you're calling God, then I agree with you.
Okay.
So now we finally have clarity. I don't know why we had to pull so many teeth.
Praise God, we have clarity. You believe in the Nicene Creed.
But
I
why
would
did
call you a
but why did it
I
but
would
why did
call
it
you a
take all of
Christian.
that? Why did it take all of that for you to recognize that I'm your fucking brother?
Because you like to beat around the bush, bro.
No, because you are blind and you cannot see.
You wouldn't say that Jesus was God.
You're
that was
not
the
my
only content.
brother.
You wouldn't say Jesus was God. We had to walk you down the path to get you there.
No, you don't have to walk me down that path. It's clear.
We did.
No, it's clear. It's easy to see. But you don't see it because you're blind.
What do you
didn't
mean?
listen to Jesus when he said, I am not God. I am the Son of God, and that's why they're going to kill me. I told them, read the scriptures, and you're going to see that I'm not God. I'm the Son of God. So you've taken this stuff, and you've taken all these years and years and hundreds of years and stuff, and this is my problem with the Orthodox Church, and this is why I go to an Orthodox church, but I'll never be catechumen, because all you're doing is relying on the wide path. You're relying on the consensus. You're relying on people who win
We're
debates.
relying on the wide path.
Yeah.
So what did Peter, or was it Paul? I don't remember
It's
exactly.
fine. I
What
don't
did they say
care.
about
I don't
interpretation,
care if you guys
self-interpretation?
disagree with me. I really don't care if you guys disagree. Because we really don't disagree. But the thing is, when you say that I'm not your brother, you're going to be judged the same way that you judge me. So
Did I ever say you weren't my brother? I said I had questions about it.
it shouldn't be a question. What are you questioning? Like, it should be apparent. It should be
There was
apparent.
never any question that Jews and Muslims would also be our brothers. There has to be some questions to clarify.
Yeah. Are Muslims our brothers?
Some
As
of them
human
could.
beings.
Some of them could be. Yeah.
No, they can't be.
All of them deny the Holy Spirit and deny the divinity of Christ. Are they
Right? And what you're doing is taking these. You're taking these like quotes and these ideas, and you're basically saying, say these incantations. You have to say that Jesus is
you
God.
don't have to
You
say
have to say that the Holy Spirit is the thing, and you should just be able to see who's your brother and who's not.
You are reading into things.
I'm not reading into
badly.
anything.
You really do.
I'm not reading into anything. I'm just speaking extemporaneously.
When did I say that you have to say
I don't have
these
notes
things?
in front of me. I don't. You know, if you want to look up the Nicene Creed and figure out what Christianity is, if I Google the Nicene Creed, we could do that. But I don't need to do that. You need to do that. I can just hear your voice, and I can hear if you're my brother or not. And you're my brother. And I could talk to a Muslim, and I could say, that's my brother. Maybe he has a misunderstanding. Maybe he's not seeing things the right way. Maybe he doesn't quote the Nicene Creed and say the words that he's supposed to say, the incantations, and do the rituals that he's supposed to do. That's not Christianity, bro.
That's ecumenism.
You're focused on denominations, not the word. And I don't mean the scripture. I mean the truth.
I don't know what you mean by that, like, at all.
I know. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
It takes a lot.
It's not that it's tough. It's just
I don't know if I
nonsensical.
don't know if I know what I mean by
a word
that.
of what.
I don't know if I know what I mean by that. I didn't
Hey, dude,
like
man, like,
I
I
didn't
honestly wouldn't
like write
argue
a
with you
script
about this
and
stuff unless I actually cared about you.
I didn't
If you were a Muslim, I probably wouldn't argue with you like this. I'd
but I
probably
don't but I don't
leave you
care.
be.
I don't care
I
if you care about
100%
me.
agree with Elder Lion. I completely ignore Muslims. I
Yeah,
am not engaging with you because I love you and I want you to understand
But
this
listen,
the way that we do.
I don't need you to care about me because I didn't write down what I just said. I'm just speaking.
I mean,
Like, I don't-
technically, you recorded it. It's recorded in
Yeah,
a
it's
live stream.
recorded, but I didn't think about it before I said it. I didn't freely will myself to say it. I'm just saying what I'm saying. Maybe I'm just talking out of my butt right now and I'm just some crazy guy and who knows, you know, but
Oh, JS is drunk. Drunk.
not quite. No, I'm not drunk. I'm counting the I'm counting
Number 12.
I don't think I can get drunk
6,
off beers.
7, 8.
I've tried.
Yeah, no,
if I had a
beers is
beer
the-
bong, if I had a beer bong and I was beer bonging beers, maybe I could get drunk off beers, but I don't.
It's a shotgun. You just gotta do them shotguns. That's all.
All right, so I won that debate.
So,
Next.
No, hold on. In Mark, what you're trying to say in Mark 10:18, where Jesus states, "Why do you call me good? No one is good except God alone." Is that him
That's not what
stating
I
that
was
he's not
talking about.
God?
I'm talking about
No,
John 10.
no,
It's
Well, I'm wondering because you keep saying this, and this is the only verse that I remember that says anything like that.
I believe it's John 10:30. It might be like 1 John 10:30. Let me see.
John 10:30, where he says, "I and the Father are one."
Yes. So the Jews are coming to stone him.
Mhm.
And hold on, let me scroll up a little bit. Many of them said, "He hath a devil and is mad. Why hear ye him?" Others said, "These are the words of him that hath a devil. Can a devil open the eyes of the blind?" And it was at Jerusalem, the feast of the dedication. It was winter, and Jesus walked to the temple of Solomon's porch. Then came the Jews round about him and said unto him, "How long dost thou make us doubt? If thou be the Christ, tell us plainly." Jesus answered them, "I told you, and ye believe not. The works that I do in my Father's name, they bear witness of me. But ye believe not, because ye are not of my sheep, as I said unto you. My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. And I give unto them eternal life, and they shall never perish, neither shall any man pluck them out of my hand. My Father, which gave them me, is greater than all, and no man is able to pluck them out of my Father's hand. I and my Father are one." Then the Jews took up stones to stone him, and Jesus answered them, "Many works have I showed you from my Father. For which of these works do you stone me?" The Jews answered him, saying, "For a good work we stone thee not, but for blasphemy, and because that thou, being a man, makest thyself God." You're a man, and you're calling yourself God. Jesus answered them, "It is not written in your law, I said, ye are gods? If he called them gods, unto whom the word of God came, and the scripture cannot be broken, say ye of him whom my Father hath sanctified and sent into the world, thou blasphemest, because I said, I am the Son of God. I do not the works of my Father, if I do not the works of my Father, believe me not. But if I do, though ye believe not me, believe the works, that ye may know and believe that my Father is in me, and I in him. Just like a father and a son are one together. This is a physical thing that we can witness in the world today. We see fathers and sons are one. You see the Father in the Son. They bear the image of their Father.
It's not just physical; it's metaphysical as well.
I know. Yeah, that's fine. It's
Yeah,
both. I agree.
He's referring to his essence. His essence is the same as the Father.
Okay. So,
he's saying, "I share the essence of my Father. I and the Father. I and my Father are one."
Say ye of him whom the Father hath sanctified and sent into the world, thou blasphemest, because I said, I am the Son of God. Is that a blaspheme? So if you ask me, is Jesus God? And I say, no, he is the Son of God. Am I blaspheming?
No.
Nope.
Okay. Well, then shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out.
Like, I don't understand how that.
Shut the
even,
fuck up.
like-
I'm quoting the Bible when I say that. Like,
Okay,
I
well,
love
that-
when you,
that is-
you
is
guys
still-
call
is
me a
still part of the
heretic and you
Trinity.
call
It's
me an
still- it's
antichrist
not
when I'm literally
called-
quoting the Bible. I'm quoting Christ's words.
Yeah, but that is not him saying he's not God. I don't understand where you got that from.
I just read it to you. So, okay. So
he
he
said
said,
he is the Son of God.
because I said,
that.
I am the Son of God, say ye of him whom the Father hath sanctified and sent into the world, thou blasphemest, because I said I am the Son of God. So they want to kill him for blaspheming and calling himself God. And he says, are you going to kill me for blaspheming because I said I'm the Son of God? He said he's the Son of God. He did not say he was God.
I'm saying the Son of God, exactly.
So every time that
He does the works of his fathers.
says that
He
he
says,
is God.
he says every work I do is because of my Father. And we're, see, now we're gonna so just so you know,
where does the term the Son of God come
just
from?
so you know,
is it from
if I've ever debated, if you've ever heard me
the Old
debate
Testament?
anything well, I can debate this better than anything that I've ever debated. I have a whole notebook about this. But I'm not gonna get into. I'm drunk right now, right? So I'm just drunk. I'm just a drunk guy who's talking. But let me see first. 2 Timothy. We're gonna start Bible thump, and if you want to Bible thump with me, you're gonna lose. But where is it? Do I still have it in here? 2 Timothy. It's 2 Timothy something. What is it? It's somewhere in my. See, I don't have my. I'm not gonna go grab my notebook. But basically, it says there is one man. It is the man of Christ, and he is the. Hold on, let me find it. I don't want to misquote it. Christ, 2 Timothy. I know it's in 2 Timothy. 2 Timothy 3:17. Okay. For there is one God and one mediator between God and mankind, the man, Christ Jesus. So that's 2 Timothy. And that's just, I'm not trying to cherry pick, but we could read the whole, we could read the whole Bible in its context, because I know a lot of people like to say that I cherry pick, but
Well, why is it that John starts off his book calling Christ God and then literally, I guess, 10 chapters later...
I don't want to get into a Trinity
10 chapters
debate because,
later...
Listen, I don't even
he
like
writes
this.
that he says he does it, that he's not God.
I
So was
used-
John wrong?
I went through a phase. So my whole life I was raised on the Trinity. And then I went through a phase where I rebelled against the Trinity. And now I've seen that this is a nonsense debate, and I don't even want to debate this. So
A nonsense debate is probably one of the most important debates.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Well, yeah, a lot of people have thought that for almost 2,000 years as well.
Yeah, and I
have
think a
come up
lot
with
of people
very good
are-
argument for
I
it.
think a lot of people throughout all of history are taking the wide path, and they don't really know. So
Seems like you're taking the wide path, man. I
No,
mean,
I'm
you're
taking
saying
the
you
wide
don't
path
know,
to
and
say
you're not going
I
to
don't
try to
even-
know, and you don't want to, and you're just taking some things here and there that are not even claims that he's not God.
All right, well, that's fine. So I'm not your brother, so is whatever.
No, you said you
I-
agree with the Nicene Creed, right? It's just that you are.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
That's the actual truth. Josh gives no fuck about your stupid fucking creed.
Yeah. I really don't care about the Nicene Creed.
He's just telling you that he agrees with the idea that Jesus is God, but if that is your determining factor, then you can fuck off.
Yeah. That's I mean, it's good that it's base that Goon can see it.
Yeah, it's kind of
Because you
weird
guys
that only
don't
an
see
atheist
it.
can see your side.
Yeah. Well, some of the you're going to be surprised as to who you see in heaven.
I've said it a couple times tonight. I'm a very open person.
You're not going to a lot of the people you think you're going to see there aren't going to be there, and a lot of people you don't
I've
think.
I've even said the only reason I have no faith is I've never felt the connection to God. Never felt any. Don't know if it's a feeling. Don't know if it's something that manifests. Don't know if it's something you're supposed to see.
Oh, that's why you put a timer on, JS. Rookie mistake.
So the whole point of this really is that if you can't understand what God you're worshiping, you could be worshiping just whatever the fuck decides to take that worship. Now, this is the whole point of a lot of these debates.
But do you think that? Right. Okay. But do you think that Josh is worshiping the wrong God then? Like, really?
I don't know what he worships. If he can't see that Jesus is God, which is an important part of Christianity, that I don't know. I mean, like, the whole books, especially John, is just claim after claim of him being God.
But is he the one making the claim, or are other people making that claim?
He is making the claim.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just asking.
I mean, he does it in. Hold on, let me make sure I'm actually remembering correctly.
Well,
Y'all made me burn my pizza against my free will. You guys willed me to burn my pizza.
You put that creamy shit all over it? Yep. Creamy cheese.
Creed. The Nicene Creed is what makes it. Dude, when Andrew said that, I was, oh my god. The
What did he say?
Nicene Creed. The Nicene Creed is what makes you Christian. What part of the Bible is that in?
What the fuck does the Bible have to do with that? These
he
councils
can't
made
hear us.
the Bible.
Elderline, he can't hear us. He doesn't have headphones on.
Right. He's just talking shit. I told you he was
I'm
drunk.
just gonna assume I'm not gonna take any of this shit here. I'm just gonna assume he's drunk and he's
Yeah.
not able to rationally comprehend what we're saying.
Constantine told us.
Well,
I mean, JS has articulated
I don't know
multiple times if he thinks like a tradition, if it is a barrier, then he is not willing to adhere
That's
to
all
that barrier.
Christianity is. All of it's just tradition.
Yep, that's all.
Yeah, he believes it as a true faith. Like he only cares about the faith aspect.
Well, the part of the issue is that the scriptures were compiled.
Constantine has the answers.
What?
Scriptures cannot save you. Right? The actual scriptures cannot save you. They can tell you how to get saved.
The scriptures were compiled to assist with the liturgy.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that still don't have nothing to do with you getting saved. You can't stand between me and God. I won't let you. Sorry. I don't care who you are.
I don't know what.
Yeah, I don't really
I don't-
care what Constantine had to say and what church had to organize some scriptures. I can read all of them. I don't need any of that.
I know to pray to Jesus and I'll be saved. That's what I know.
You know, the only thing that Constantine had to say about it was there's a problem going on
This
right
is
now
why-
that needs to get solved. He didn't have any really say in the decision of the council. That was only the bishop.
Who appointed?
Constantine was just like, wow, hey, look, there's a problem. I wonder what we
no,
should do
no,
about it. Let's
Who
call a
appointed the council?
council.
Who appointed the council? I'm serious. I don't know anything about it. I really don't. I'm going to listen to some stuff they're doing, but
The
I really
council,
don't.
the council was modeled after the council in Acts. The Council of Nicaea was modeled after the council in Acts, where they got all of the bishops together, and the bishops decided on the outcome of
They who?
what?
You said they decided to put all the business. Who is they?
How come there wasn't a tradition of this being done before Christ? Like Moses didn't do this, Samson didn't do this, or Solomon didn't do this, David didn't do this. How
So
come
you're
this only
saying
happens
in
300
Why was it
years?
recorded? Why was it recorded in the Bible?
How come this only happens
The
300
Council of
years?
Jerusalem in the Bible.
That's what I want to hear. Is that in the Bible?
Yes, it's the
The
Council
Bible.
of Jerusalem. It's in the Bible.
Okay. I'll take you at your word. I don't know. I really, truly don't know. And I ask dumb questions, but they make a lot of sense to me. Their answer.
I can't remember who was in error, but someone was Elderline. Was it Peter that was in error? So they called the Council of Jerusalem.
That's
I don't
Jesus,
know,
but that's
I don't remember. I have to look.
I said before Christ.
Yeah, Judaic councils were also held
In the Bible. And I'll keep going back to that. Sorry.
not necessarily in the Bible, but
see, they
I
don't care about
know
what's in the
exact verse.
Bible. They care about what their church
Oh well,
fathers
no,
told
no. The Orthodoxy created the Bible, compiled it.
They did not create the Bible.
We definitely care about what's in the Bible.
Yeah, because through tradition, I mean, those things were added and compiled, so they represent orthodoxy. And the Bible that you even have isn't even a complete Bible.
I know. That's why I read all of it. I read the Apocrypha. I read all of it.
Who appointed saints? Who appointed men saints? That's what really gets to me sometimes. I can't wrap my head around it.
Who appoints?
Jesus appointed the 12 apostles.
Who appoints the
But
saints?
Jesus did that.
Who
Yeah,
appoints the
Jesus
saints?
did.
Is that what you
was not a
asked?
saint.
Yes.
The Holy Spirit appoints the saints.
Today.
Yes.
I must misunderstood what you said. Sorry, are you?
The
That's all right.
Holy Spirit through the body of Christ picks the saint.
And how? Is it okay to ask how? How is that done? You would have to have a direct connection to Jesus, wouldn't you?
So 50 years after Christ was the Council of Jerusalem, and that's when they were deciding
50?
whether
No.
Christians...
No, not 50.
50 CE.
Yes. Christ lived from 3 BC to 30 AD.
Mm-hmm.
So it was 19 years after Christ's death.
So is CE BC or AD?
CE is current era. BCE is before current era.
Yeah, current era. Yeah.
BC.
So
Yeah.
BC and AD. I don't.
So 50
adhere
years
to
after. Okay, so you just said the same thing.
15. No, I said 19 actually, not 50. I said 19 because
So
he
this
lived
was
from
after. This was after Christ.
Christ was born in the year 3 BCE and lived until the year 30 year 30 CE.
Mm-hmm.
So this is 19 years after his death.
50. Yes, that's what I just said. Thank you for repeating what I just said.
You said 50 years after his death.
I said 50 CE.
Okay, maybe I misheard you, but I thought you said it was 50 years after his death. Sorry if I misheard you.
50 CE. So which would have been what? 19. Well, it depends on. Yeah, it depends on.
19 to 20 years.
This is
after his
also
death.
assuming that. Never mind. Conspiracy theories, but. Yeah, so it's after Christ, right?
Yeah, so
19 years after Christ, they held a council to decide if Christians are going to follow Jewish law.
Yeah, so?
And they decided no.
Okay.
Okay. And I said, when were they holding these councils before Christ? When was Moses? When was Solomon? When was David?
What does that matter?
It shows that your tradition only goes back as far as you want it to go back. So it's an arbitrary time after Christ.
You told me you
came.
created everything, or you guys created the Bible,
Yeah.
so I would expect
You said you
everything to be in
created
there.
the Bible, even though these scriptures were written
Well,
thousands of years before your church even
Yeah, the Old
existed.
Testament
So
was, but where did you get the gospel?
it's come on.
well,
You're
hold on.
it's actually deceptive.
Hold on. I am not I'm not familiar with I'm not familiar with that particular
you aren't.
point in history.
Of course
Elder Lion,
because the church fathers didn't tell you what to believe from before that time.
Elder Lion said that there were Judaic. Elder Lion literally said there were Judaic councils held. Did you just skip over that?
No.
What did you think?
I
what
said
did you think the judges were judges over?
no. I said were these councils to decide what scripture and how we believe these things were they held by your apostolic succession and your church fathers before Christ? And you said yes. The
Why would they
Judaic.
need a
You
council
said
while
yes.
Christ was
You
still
said
alive?
yes. The Jerusalem councils. The Jerusalem councils happened 20 years after Christ died.
No, okay. This is just chaos. I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about. at this point.
Chaos is very basic.
There were two different answers here. There
You
was
guys are getting
Elder-
bodied. Maybe if you get Jim Bob
the
in
judges,
here, or
they're
Jay Dyer.
if you want to look at the Old Testament, the judges were judges
Maybe
over
you had
councils.
some church fathers.
And if you want to
to
look over, and if you want to
make your
talk about
arguments
when
for
Christ
you.
was alive, if you want to talk about what councils were held when Christ was alive, there were, I guess, Jewish councils that were, but those aren't even really applicable to us because we had Christ at that moment. Why would we need a council when Christ was there?
And to clarify, you got two different
Why would
answers.
you need a council after Christ was there?
From myself, you got an I don't know, but. And then from Elder Lion, you got a more direct answer of there were Judaic councils.
No, you told me.
I said, I don't know, but.
You told me the Jerusalem council.
Yes,
happened
I
before
said,
Christ.
I don't. No, I did not. I said, I don't know, but there was a Jerusalem council held in Acts. It is in the Bible.
Well, we can rewind it. But it's all right. It's all right, guys. Listen. I think this is all like this is not things we should even be quarreling over. So
That Jesus is God and that
we all
what
want to get
councils are authoritative.
Don't we all want to get there?
look,
Yeah.
Look, if
That's
you
exactly
if you
right.
need me to say the words Jesus was God in order to fulfill some sort of thing in your mind that I'm your brother in Christ, then I'll say Jesus was God.
Wait. Did I understand that right? If I don't agree with that, I can't be your brother. Is that right?
I don't know what you believe, are you?
No, if you
Well, that's kind of harsh, man. I don't care what you believe. You're my brother.
As a human, yes. I will say that you're all my brothers as humans.
Yeah.
But a brother in Christ,
I'm
I
not
don't
your
know.
brother in church because I don't know your church. I don't agree or disagree. I don't know the church that you're in. I don't know. Does that make sense?
If someone isn't your brother in Christ, can
I
they
agree
be?
with you, are you?
Do what?
So I agree with you, are you?
Thank you. It's kind of confusing.
Well, even technically speaking, like I'm not even a part of the Orthodox Church. I just think that they're true. So I'm not even.
This is the type of thing that
capable of
leads
saying
people
that I-
away from. This is the type of thing that leads people away from Christ.
Yeah.
Actually, it's not. This is the statistics show that more people are joining the Orthodox Church than any other denomination, and that people aren't leaving the Orthodox
Right,
Church
'cause it's popular on YouTube right now.
It's actually Protestantism that's actually has the Protestantism
Wow,
and
wow,
non-denominationalism.
I don't know what you're
that has
talking
a
about.
large that has a large
I'm not talking
exit
about.
towards atheism.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Orthodoxy and Protestantism. I'm talking about Christianity.
And they keep better
I mean,
games.
I can say I can only attest for myself, and I can say this kind of thing where it's which sect is better than which sect, and who's better and who's more Christian, and
It's
who's the correct
bullshit.
Christian, and all that kind of stuff. Like that literally is what turned me away
Facts.
from religion altogether. That's what made me give up. Because I'm like,
Well, the
how
thing
can
that
everybody hate?
What they don't realize is there is no denomination. Christian means follower of Christ. There is no denomination.
Yeah, I agree. There's no denomination. There's just a mass amount of schisms. But
I don't care about that. People
Well, I do.
disagree about things. I know you do. But you've been looking into
Because the
orthodoxy
path
for
is
6
narrow,
months,
correct?
so please tell me.
But
Please.
the path is narrow, correct?
Yeah.
It is not
What
broad,
path?
right?
Uh-huh.
What's the path? Which path?
Who are you asking?
You.
Oh, I thought you were asking.
Because I know Elder Lion agrees with me.
What if I'm illiterate and can't read and don't understand what you're saying? Am I just not your brother?
No, I would hope that somebody would be able to help you get to an Orthodox church where they can teach you through the liturgy.
Yep.
So it's not so much
You
that
realize
they're.
how deep this is? I guess you
I
do.
understand. Like, this is a very hard thing because a lot of the reasons why I never believed Christianity at all was because of how chaotic and like just a massive mess of it all. And Catholics were terrible at explaining things.
Yep.
Lutherans were terrible at
Well, that's
explaining
how
things.
Catholic is.
Protestants
Yep.
all were terrible, even worse at explaining things than they were.
Yeah, see,
So
I don't even
couldn't-
want
I
to.
didn't
I
grasp
don't
it
even want to
onto
like
it at
say
all.
anything about the Orthodox Church to draw you away from it. If that's where you find the
I
truth,
agree. If that's where your heart is, man,
yeah.
you need to stay right there.
Right, and I
So
think
let's
it's the
go
truth.
Orthodox.
So when
I go to an Orthodox church.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is the reason why I argue these things, like I'm not a part of the Orthodox Church, right? I'm not even
Well,
a
you
part
wanna
of.
be,
I'm not
right?
even a catechumen. Yeah, I want to be very badly.
Okay.
And
What
the,
is, and
the
see,
thing about it is,
that's where I have a problem. Are you a Christian?
I hope so.
Then who cares what church you're part of? Like that's just a club at that point. Like, what do you mean? I'm a
Well, this is
follower
the
of
thing- this is
Christ.
what
I
I'm
don't
trying-
care
this
what
is-
I
this
don't
is
care
what I'm
what
trying to
club I'm
say.
in. Like, what is this?
This is what
Girl
I'm trying to
Scouts and
say,
Boy
though.
Scouts? Like,
The history of the Orthodox Church has convinced me that it is correct, and all the problems that I had with every other denomination and the Catholic Church are all solved here. It solved all my problems with it. So when I have found this, what I want to do is bring that same thing to other people. And when I think that, and when I see people in error, and when I've read, in the Bible where it says, if you can, well, fucking, I'm blanking on it now. I had it in my head, now I'm blanking on it. Where you can interpret the scriptures at your own peril. I mean, that's directly telling people that if you interpret it yourself, you're risking a lot.
yeah. But what does it say? Who interprets it for you?
The Apostolic Church.
That's not what it says. It says the Holy Spirit interprets it for you.
Where's the
And
Holy
where's
Spirit?
the Holy Spirit?
So the Holy Spirit is in some men who won some debates who were in power at the time and designated a church to be the new church. That's what you think?
Oh, I think it's passed down through the apostolic succession.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, if that leads you to the truth, then
So
that's where you live and breathe, and it leads you to God.
What was the day of Pentecost?
it was when 5,000 or was it 5,000 people came and they saw Jesus resurrected. It was the first. This is
No.
the first church, the first day of church.
That's
What?
the day of Pentecost was when the 70 apostles received the Holy Spirit and they spoke in tongues.
Mm-hmm. How many people were there? What do you mean? What do you
think
mean by
it's 70?
What do you mean by speaking
I remember
in tongues?
that number from either. It's got
So
to
how
be
do we
either that
know-
or something.
How do we know the
something- I don't
Pentecostal
remember.
church is not the true church? What do you mean by speaking in tongues? Explain it to me.
Speaking in tongues would just be that they can speak all languages.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that you need apostolic
Yes, there were
succession?
3,000 people.
Hold on. Do you think you need apostolic succession to figure that out? Because I
Figure
figured
what
that. Sorry, I'm interjecting before I let you answer. So, do you think you need apostolic succession to figure out what they mean by speaking in tongues in that verse?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I never even heard of apostolic succession or the Orthodox Church, and I understood when I was 12 years old that speaking in tongues was not. I knew that when I was 12 years old from common sense that speaking in tongues meant speaking in different language so that everybody could understand you.
So an appeal to common sense, a fallacy.
All right, I didn't say common sense. I just said I knew. I don't know how I knew. Maybe it was the Holy Spirit.
I think you.
So am I doing a appeal to the Holy Spirit fallacy? This is the stuff you'd like debate bros do, and this is what turns me off from the Orthodox Church. You guys, this stuff that you're doing right now.
Okay, maybe I misheard you, but I thought I heard you say that.
I didn't say anything about common sense. I said when I was 12 years old, I read speaking in tongues, and then I heard speaking in tongues meant mecca lecca high mecca hiney ho, and I was like, that's dumb. And
Look,
then
I'll take. Look,
I
I'll
thought
take
about
the
it. And I
L.
was like,
look,
you know what it, you
I'll
know
take
what it
the
probably
L.
means. It
I'll
probably
take
means,
the L.
Okay.
I'll take the L on that.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that you can't interpret some scriptures correctly.
And if I can't, but why can't I just
But
read it?
I'll
And I
even
can say,
correctly is kind
well,
of a
this
loaded
could mean
word,
this,
man.
or this could mean this, and I'm just gonna be open to it. And I'll look at what the church fathers say. I'll look at what the Catholics say. I'll look at what the Protestants say.
I think okay, so look, this is what I'm saying. I think you can get an understanding of the scriptures to like 95%. And all that the devil needs is that 5% to not be correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Good point.
Do you think again, who appoints the saints now?
Do you think the devil could
qualifies a
infiltrate
person
the
to become a
church?
saint?
Yeah, I
No,
think it
the
infiltrated the Catholic Church.
Well,
And
the
before
devil.
you say,
The devil. The
before you
devil.
say the devil will never prevail, the gates of hell will never prevail against the church. We're gonna
Yeah,
have
and if
to
you look through,
we're gonna have to ask what you mean by the church, because at the
And then-
time there was no Orthodox church. So
yes,
be
it was.
careful.
There has been since the Bible. Like the Bible shows you the first 12 apostles.
And then the next 70.
Yeah.
Would the first 12
where I was
not be
getting
the
the
first
70
12 and only ever going to be that?
To what?
The first 12, who appointed them?
Jesus.
Yeah. He's not here to appoint anybody else, so I'll say there can't be anymore.
No, the apostles were given the keys to the kingdom. They were allowed to appoint other apostles. This is why there are 70 apostles appointed on the day of Pentecost.
Okay. Now you're starting to help me here. Thanks.
Do you think there was only 12 apostles?
Me?
No, Sweater.
No, I just said that there were more than 12 apostles. There were
Oh, okay.
12 original apostles, what we
And they
would
appointed apostles.
colloquially.
No. I mean, why Jesus was alive, the disciples who walked with him, how many were there?
That walked with him, there are 12. He
You
set
don't know
aside
that.
12.
Where do you get that from?
The scripture.
Where's that in the scripture?
If you're talking about the multitudes that followed
Go ahead.
him,
Find
I
it.
mean,
No, I'll
that is
give you
not-
some time. Find it.
I assume you're talking about the multitudes.
Because I could be wrong, but as far as I know, it doesn't say there were 12 disciples or 12 apostles or anything. That's just a number that we've assumed and we've came up with.
6:12 through 16.
Which
Luke
verse?
6:12.
Luke 6:12. You might be right. I'm actually asking.
Well, I don't know what you're asking for because you said apostles at one point, and then you said followers at another point. So I don't.
I said disciples and apostles.
Disciples.
Okay.
When the morning came, he called his disciples to him and chose 12 of them, who he also designated apostles. Simon, who he named Peter, his brother Andrew, James, John, Philip, Bartholomew, Matthew, Thomas, James, son of Alphaeus, Simon, who was also called the Zealot, Judas, son of James, and Judas Iscariot, who became a traitor.
So he chose 12 out
From
of his-
among all of his disciples, yes, disciple is just followers. So of all of the people that were following him, he set aside 12.
Okay.
And to me, that would be the last 12. The only 12.
He set aside 12
I mean-
and designated them apostles.
So 12 apostles, but not 12. Okay, cool. No, yeah, that's fine.
And
So-
when
so it's
so
not
I answer
12.
you, are you?
That's fine. I'm I sound like I'm being a butthead, but I'm serious. So 12 apostles from a multitude of disciples.
Yeah. And then later Jesus gives them all the keys to the kingdom. They use this power and the Holy Spirit to pick 70 more apostles, which the Holy Spirit descends upon those 70.
Did they do miracles and things, stuff like that?
The 12 apostles did do miracles, yes.
Yeah. Did the rest of them?
Yes. There are the other among the 70 apostles did miracles.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, that's in the Bible, right?
The 70 apostles
70.
doing miracles would not be in the Bible. It would be under Orthodox tradition.
Okay. All right. I don't mean that in a bad way. When I ask these questions,
Didn't
it's
we
like
just
a
say there was a
2-year-old child asking.
multitude of Wait, what? Hold on, I'm confused. Didn't we just say there was a multitude of disciples and he picked 12 apostles, but you just said there's 70 apostles?
Yes. Okay, so the timeline. Jesus picks 12 apostles from among all of the disciples that are following him while he teaches. Then Jesus dies. Then there's the day of Pentecost, at which the 12 original apostles pick 70 more. These 70 become apostles. The Holy Spirit descends upon them as they are chosen by the apostles who were given keys to the kingdom by Jesus.
And this is extra biblical?
No, this is the day of Pentecost.
I thought you said it came from Orthodox teaching.
I said the 70 doing miracles is Orthodox tradition.
Okay. And listen, I don't have a problem with something that is extra biblical. Like I understand how we designate it, what is scripture and blah blah blah. There's a lot of so I'm just asking.
Well, to be fair, Titus and Timothy, I think, were among the 70 chosen, and there may be some, I may be forgetting that there may be somewhere that it said that they do miracles somewhere, but I can't call anything at the moment.
So there's a very limited number of the 70 that did miracles. Is that correct?
Well, we're not exactly sure all of what apostles did miracles and which didn't. It's never explicitly stated which apostles do miracles and which don't. It's just stated over and over that the apostles do miracles.
I don't even want to keep doing this.
Know.
Honestly, Sweater, I'm not trying to debate you out of like orthodoxy or like let's debate the Orthodox guy. I don't even like this. This feels grimy. And
well, I'm just trying to give some perspective. That he asked a question, so I'm just trying to answer it.
I know, but
an example of this is like
really, let me
take a specific example.
I'm gonna sit back and you guys can talk about this, but I'm not like trying to like
you
debate
go ahead,
the Orthodox guy. No. I don't want to. I know.
No,
I know they wouldn't give me the same grace. They want to come at me, but I don't like this. This is not Christ-like.
I'm getting a
I'll
lot
say,
of
like,
good
you wouldn't
brains
get
up
any
here.
pushback from us if you wouldn't say things like that.
If I said what Christ said, I wouldn't get. Yeah, I get pushback from you when I say what Christ said. But okay.
Well, I don't. This is the thing. I don't even I don't even know what Christ like is. Like that's something I haven't even really begun to dive into, and I've read 3 books about it.
I
So
know
I
you're
don't. I
focused
don't.
more on the Orthodox Church than you are on Christ. That's
No,
crazy.
I have no. That's incorrect. Because if it wasn't for Christ, I wouldn't be looking for the Orthodox Church.
But you're saying, but
So
but
what
you're
I'm saying is,
like
on that specific topic, I have read 3, and I'm in the middle of a 4th book, reading about what is being Christ like, actually, that actually is.
And I
So
don't like doing what I'm about to say. I don't like. I don't like saying what I'm about to say. But have you read the Bible?
Yes.
Okay.
I've read the New Testament 12 times, and I've read the Old Testament once through.
All right. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I just want to make sure you're not like jumping to the church fathers before you've even
Well, I
read the
use the
source
Sermon on the
material.
Mount as a basis. I use that as something that I listen to at least once a week. So I remind myself what he says, or to hold that mirror up to myself. I use that to hold that.
Well, hold on. I have a problem with this and would like to challenge it. The original Christians, the only thing that they would have had, well, after Christ's death, all right, anyone that came to Christ after his death, they wouldn't have had a Bible to read.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't have even had a Septuagint to read.
They would have had the Torah, and they would have had Scripture.
No, they would not have had a. They would not have had a Septuagint to read. They wouldn't have had a Septuagint. They wouldn't have had a Torah. They wouldn't have had these things.
Rabbis kicked Jesus out of the synagogue because he was quoting the Torah. He was speaking it in Aramaic, and it was written in Hebrew. So he knew the Scripture better than they knew it.
Yeah,
he couldn't even read Hebrew.
Well, a multitude of reasons. He's God, so he would know all languages, regardless of what he was taught in any sort of school he went to.
So your point is moot.
But-
they had Scripture at that time that they hadn't written yet. They had.
Can I finish?
They had Mosaic
Can I
Scripture.
finish?
Well, you talked for a minute, and now I'm rebuttaling.
And I hadn't gotten to my actual point, which is they had school.
Jesus got kicked out of that school.
Yeah, I know. Jesus got kicked out. Great. But all of the other children at the time would have been attending school. And in these rabbinic schools, they would be teaching scripture and probably drilling scripture into them so that they would know it, like, at least the general gist of the stories.
What's the point?
They did not have a little book that they got to carry around with them or had on their shelf. It was tucked away and kept very secure because it was difficult to make these. It cost a lot of money.
I would say there was a lot less people that could even read.
Yeah, what's the point? We do.
Okay, you're looking through it through the lens of presentism. Of, well, you need to read the Bible to be saved or something like that.
No, I didn't say that.
You kind of implied it by saying, have you read the Bible?
All I asked was, before you start reading about the church fathers, maybe you should just read the Bible.
And I'm saying that the people who would have presented to Christ, I'm saying the people that would have presented to Christians to Gentiles post Christ's death were the church fathers. They would be the ones presenting this, and not in the form of scripture. They would be.
They didn't know the scriptures already?
Oh yeah, I know. I think they would know the scripture, but they would be talking to Gentiles about.
So are you
They
disagreeing
wouldn't be talking
with me?
about when Paul approaches the Gentile.
Do you agree you should probably read the Bible before you start reading the church fathers?
I would not necessarily say that you would have to.
I'm not saying you have to, but should you?
I don't know. I think it depends.
That's crazy. That's wild.
So the point what he was trying to make,
It's like
was
reading
that-
it's like reading
No,
a
hold on,
synopsis
hold
on the Star Wars movies before you ever watch the Star Wars movies.
Well,
It's crazy.
the church fathers were giving divine liturgy to the Gentiles, right? And that's how they would understand what the Bible is, or understand what the New Testament.
All I'm
was,
saying
or
is
the
you
Bible.
should read the source material first, then start asking your questions and start looking into it. Start looking into the church fathers. Start looking into all
Okay,
these
well, the
different.
church fathers brought that.
I would say if the source material seems to
The church-
be, I would say that if the source material seems to be misconstrued or corrupted by a more modern rabbinic more modern Judaism, like many of the Protestant Bibles are, then I would say you probably shouldn't read the scriptures first. You should probably go to some sort of authority and find out what kind of scripture you should be reading.
So you go to authority. You ask him what you're supposed to read. He tells you read this. Okay. So, but I mean, if that authority points you towards a book by Cassius Modichius Tutorius in the year 492, before he points you towards the Bible, then I wouldn't trust that authority.
I think it's what I'm trying to get at is that there are circumstances in which there may not be a Bible present for this person to go read.
Oh, but they have a library where they can go get the church fathers' writings. Come on, dude. What are you talking about?
I'm not.
We're talking.
getting
It's
mixed up.
2025.
No.
We live in America. You
Hold
have a
on.
freaking internet.
Hold on.
Come on.
I didn't say that they needed to go get
They
a
may
book.
not have access to the Bible. Every country in the world has access to the Bible.
Okay, so we're not talking about the past anymore. We're talking about the present.
Yeah, I am too. He's not. He's
No,
talking
I'm
about some world-
I'm asking you that because I was under the impression that we were talking about.
No, he's talking about some world where you don't have access to the
ancient
Bible.
scriptures and the
You have
Hebrew
access to the church
synagogue.
fathers, but you don't have access to the Bible. That's the world he's talking about.
No, we were talking about. You were talking about the synagogues and the scriptures
all I'm
there,
saying
and then
is,
I was
should
at,
you
but
read
at
the
a,
Bible first before you start going into the church fathers? The answer is yes. It's a simple answer. Yes. And and when I say that, he has some sort of reaction in his head that's like, well, no, the Bible might be wrong, and it could be.
Depending on what translation you
first. We
have,
got to
it
talk
could
to
be.
them first, and
And
we might
depending
not
on
have
where that
access to a
translation is
Bible, and
derived,
all these other
it
stupid
also could be.
arguments. Like,
No, it's not because you're not actually. So if you take something that's written by people that don't actually believe in Christ and have done everything they in their power,
yeah,
to
don't read the
remove in the Old
Thomas
Scriptures-
Jefferson Bible. We're talking about the
Yeah.
Bible, whatever version you want to, the best version.
Messianic
Oh,
texts.
my
Thank
Lord.
God I can remember the name of it. So the many Protestant Bibles are based off of the Messianic texts. Messianic texts were rewritten 600 to 900 years after Christ's death. And they were written such that it extracted the idea of there being two persons in
That
the
was good
Godhead.
pizza.
They're written in such a way to extract two persons from the Godhead from the Old Testament, and written in such a way as to deny any sort of linkage to Christ being the Messiah. And
Can
and
anybody
that's
hear me now?
huh?
Can anybody hear me now? I think you're disconnected for a little bit.
We hear you.
You're breaking up a little bit.
You are kind of, yeah.
Can I ask one question here? You have to. I hear Orthodox say you have to. They're sovereign. They're not a member of the church, but they're. What's the word?
Catechumen.
Catechumen. Yeah. What does that even mean? Or is that too hard to?
Catechumen, I believe in Greek, means something along the lines of learner or student or something
You
like
have
that.
to do
I
this
could be getting.
before you are a member of the church. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And it is a. Okay, that's too much to be asking. Never mind.
No, go ahead.
Keep asking.
What do you have to do
If
as one of these?
if they lead you guys to join the Orthodox Church, I'm with that. I go to the Orthodox Church. So I'm not. This is why I don't like this. I think this is sowing division, and I don't want to do it. But if you guys want to do it, I'll do it with you all day. If you want to Bible thump with me, then we can Bible thump. But he's asking. But I like this question. So
I don't understand why you would have to do that to get into a church. It really.
Well, you can
Something else that
go.
really-
Here's why it matters. If you want to receive communion from an Orthodox church, you have to be a member of the Orthodox Church. They will not serve communion to anyone who. They won't even serve it to catechumens. You have to be baptized or chrismated.
And the catechumen is trying to prove or do what?
it's the Eucharist. It's not. Is it even?
Yeah,
is
this
it
is-
even called communion?
I was using a more common term so that he would understand.
That's fine.
But yeah, we call it the Eucharist.
So like when I go, are you crazy? Since I'm not catechumen, I take now I'm not going to be able to remember the word. I can't take the Eucharist. I take the. Oh man, now I can't remember the word. Now that I try to think of it, they have a separate. So they do the Eucharist, where they give everybody the body and the blood, and then afterwards the leftovers they give to the people who aren't catechumenized or catechumen yet. Antiteron, the Antiteron. So I take the Antiteron. So,
But do I have to prove I meet certain standards or something? Is that what you're doing as a catechumen? Does that make sense?
I
What-
don't.
what-
he'll
what
have to
am I
answer.
out-
I haven't been through it yet, so I don't know.
So, are you crazy? From an outside looking in, you could get that you could take that perspective, but we would say that that's not a correct perspective. You are learning about the theology of the Orthodox Church that the Orthodox Church claims is the correct theology. Again, from the outside looking in, this looks like you are trying to prove something, but it's such a long-term process because it usually takes about 3 years, especially for someone who's never been churched like ever.
And in those 3 years, you'll do what?
You're going to a lot of classes. They want you to attend liturgy regularly, like every Sunday. They'll make some exceptions if you have. They make exceptions, obviously, if life gets in the way. But your priest wants to see you there, attending and learning. That's kind of what you're proving. Is he wants to see you there, attending and learning.
Okay.
It's like an aerodynamics degree.
If you're not serious, you're not going to get in the church. You're not going to become a member.
Well, this is the thing, because I don't know if I'm remembering this wrong, because I'm trying to find the verse here, but I remember Paul saying something about if you are not prepared for the Eucharist could just straight up kill you, man.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. I didn't know what that meant. I mean, I've heard it a lot lately, or been learning.
So that's what I was trying to get at. Is from an outside perspective, it may seem like you're trying to prove something.
Almost
but
culty, to be honest with you.
From an insider's perspective, it's you are preparing yourself to take the Eucharist, because if you aren't in the right mind frame and state of mind, like if you don't have the correct ideas about the Eucharist, I'm doing this very, very much injustice. So take this with his.
I won't hold it against you. Just
Yeah,
tell me.
don't hold it against me, and don't hold it as doctrine for the church either. But it's coming from my understanding of things. Okay, so you're preparing yourself, you're preparing your body, you're preparing your nous to take the Eucharist. That's what that 3 years is for.
And the ultimate goal is to take the Eucharist.
You could do it in less than 3 years.
Yeah, like I said, that's the
Is that
typical
average?
amount.
Yeah.
It's the typical amount.
There have people been catechumized.
There's a lot of stuff there.
Catechumenized? What's the word?
Chrismated.
Chrismated
So-
in 6 months.
Yeah, for me it's a year.
So you've done it. Is that correct?
I will be doing it in 2 days.
Okay. Congratulations, Scott. I know what's important to you.
That is cool. And that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
It sounds like a really big deal.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's a crazy day because not only am I being chrismated, my marriage is also being blessed. So,
And you can tell him you argued with this. You can tell him, hey, I know about what I'm talking about because I argued with this crazy guy on the internet.
It's gonna be like 4 hours of service for me on Tuesday.
That is something you've worked really hard for. It's evident, and you're passionate about it. Very evident.
This sounds amazing, Josh. Me and you need to go and become catechumen together.
I gotta get going. Does anyone have any questions for me on the way out?
I appreciate you answering my questions.
All right.
What shoe size do you wear?
An 11.
Good size.
Nice, bro.
11 wide, technically, because my feet are like boats.
If a dog and a cat are hanging off of a cliff, which one are you saving?
Oh, shoot.
Oh, don't do this to me. I love all, just animals in general.
You gotta pick one. There's only enough time for one.
I'm probably going to save the cat because it'll probably be easier to save.
The cat's going to scratch you.
Yeah.
Man, no more.
That's
Hey,
a
he saved
deep
the cat. That was his
question. Dang.
decision.
He's a cat guy. Okay.
It also depends on what kind of dog it is too. Like if it's a German Shepherd, fuck the cat.
I'm gonna die catching that dog.
I'm getting that dog.
Yeah, that dog's coming home with me, or I'm gonna be
So
dead.
it's like a Jack Russell versus like a Russian blue cat. I'm taking.
Oh, yeah.
I ain't getting that dang Chihuahua.
No,
if it was a Chihuahua, you little shit, I would tear up the whole world.
Oh, Are You Crazy's about to be pissed. He has a Chihuahua.
Yeah. All right. Well, gentlemen, have a good night. God be with all of you.
Take care, sir.
Same to you.
See it. That's a good point. Cats land on their feet.
Yep.
I thought about that. Yeah, he saved the cat for no reason.
Yeah, you just get the dog because the cat's gonna make it.
Fuck that dog, man.
Fuck that dog. We need more chaos. You still over there, Elder?
Yeah.
I appreciate you answering my questions too, sir.
Well, I'll also say so. Don't ever take everything that I say about this stuff super seriously. I know some things, but I don't know. I know about 95% of it. I'm trying to get rid of that last 5%.
Yeah,
That'd be
and
really hard to do.
I've been trying to make it clear the whole time. I don't even like debating about this stuff anymore.
It don't feel right, does it? Not really.
No, I don't want this.
I don't want to be plucking at somebody's or trying to poke a hole in their religious beliefs.
And I also hate it because I have to be nice the whole time, but my inner misogyny just wants to make farting sounds and then mock you guys.
Yeah, you just want to shit all over everything.
That's why I stick to politics and say why Goon is beta because he supports Democrats and stuff.
Yeah, Joe Biden, my daddy.
And something I would also say is that if it makes you uncomfortable, there's probably a deeper meaning to that than it just.
It doesn't make me uncomfortable. I just get bored. It's.
Oh, no, I don't mean you specifically.
It doesn't.
Okay, yeah,
it doesn't make. It doesn't make me uncomfortable, but it's not. I'm pro there should be no denominations in Christianity, and we should have these debates, but maybe they shouldn't be done on YouTube with a bunch of guys.
That might be it. Might be better.
There
in
may be
church,
some councils, and there only be one church.
Yeah. Yeah.
You let you go give up, are you? Not one step back.
Yeah. No, I agree.
I mean, funnily enough, I feel like JS is just like Southern Christian. There's like a bunch of people in the South that you can meet that are like Christian, but like would be the same way. They would just be like, being Christian is just believing in God and believing in Christ. You gotta believe Christ is your savior.
No, Christian means little Christ, one in Christ, or follower of Christ. And
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. But
all this
that's how
other
like most people in like the South just talk about it. They don't talk about like you need to know this like saying of Lord is Christ, Christ is Lord. The Lord and Christ came from each other. The lights intersected, and then
talking
birthed
about
another
the-
light.
yeah, and now we're getting into ideas that came up among men later, and then certain groups of people decide this is the doctrine, and if you don't say this, now you're a heretic, and then we start throwing people out because they disagree and stuff. Christ wasn't about that. Like Paul and Peter had disagreements, and Peter didn't throw Paul out of the church, and Paul didn't throw Peter out of the. They saw things two different ways, and both are valid.
See, exactly. It feels like there's a shit ton of gatekeeping when it comes to religion. And it's like, my understanding is there is one pathway to God. Why does everybody think that their pathway is the one pathway?
Right, but to some degree, there needs to be some gatekeeping. But yeah, we take it too far. It's like,
I don't know, because, and this is just my opinion.
Yep.
Like, because I don't represent a church or nothing. But the thing is that if it's a narrow path, that means that there is a path that has already been put in place.
Yeah, through Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And who appointed the 12 apostles, and who did those apostles appoint? I mean, this is the argument for apostolic succession.
Is it a goal to become a saint? Is that
I mean,
like?
but see, I could say we all have apostolic succession through Abraham, through Adam, through Noah, through we all come from one source. And so there's schisms throughout all of history. Everybody's schisming and going different ways, and so when Moses says, "Who's going to stand by me?" and the Levites step up and they kill everybody else in the camp. So is just the Levite way the way to do it, but then we see the other tribes emerge again, and then so there's this constant tribalism and schisming and separation throughout the church. But I think the point is to look past all of that and look to Christ. And then from Christ is the only way to the Father, to God. We look to God. But Christ is our example of a man on earth. You know, I'll just say Christ is God, and he came down to earth as flesh, as man, and that's our example of how to live. And the only way to get to the Father is through the Son. And it's not through the church. It's not through a doctrine. It's not through a denomination. It's not through whether we believe in free will or not. It's not whether we believe in the Trinity or not. There's nothing. Jesus never said anything about any of that. It was follow me to get to the Father. And so
Yes, and then he appointed 12 people to help bring people to
Carry
him.
that word.
Yeah, but he
Carry
never
that word.
said follow my
He said-
apostles.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
once
said-
again, I'm not
he gave him
religious,
his
but from what I understand, Jesus was not a debate bro.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, he was.
Well, yeah, actually,
he
I
was.
would actually disagree with that, because Jesus
could he
would
not?
walk up.
He had to be there.
Jesus
Just to
would
spread the
walk
word.
up in the synagogues and debate with the leaders and get thrown out. They hated him. They killed him because he was a debate bro. Because he was like, "You guys are wrong about this. You're saying this wrong. You don't even know what you're talking about, and you're saying this." And they killed him for it.
That would have been you. You would have been. It's like whenever Freddy or Kat joins the call, and you're like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you mute them. but in medieval time, it was just killing them. You could have been potentially killing or muting Jesus Christ.
No, I'm whipping them. I'm pulling out my whip, and I braided it together, and I whip them.
But whenever I talk about this stuff, also don't think that I'm just trying to say I'm smarter than somebody. I'm not. Just I do a lot of work. I do a lot of work in this. I do read a lot. Like I read probably 2 books a week if I'm like maxing myself out.
JS, can scripture be misinterpreted? Yes.
You don't come off like you're coming from a position of authority, so it doesn't seem like you're coming off as a know-it-all.
There's no threat. I'm advocating for what I think is the truth.
Right,
I'm advocating for orthodoxy, which I think.
Like, I also get why
Yes,
JS
are we
gets
not,
mad
man?
too,
The answer is
'cause he's
yes.
like-
Yes, scripture can be misinterpreted.
It shows on you, Elder, right, that you're not. I mean, you're sincere.
Now, my question to you, and let's see if you can be genuine about this, are we not, men? Can the church be corrupted?
Yes. Oops.
Can man be corrupted?
He's not going to say that. He's not going to say the Orthodox Church can be corrupted because they'll say that.
Well, then that's where my whole problem goes in with the apostolic succession is after the original 12 that Jesus picks. What made those 12? I know that it's going to say the Holy Spirit and things, but how can we say that the devil hasn't influenced those?
Was Judas one of Judas one of those 12?
Yeah, he was.
There was 2 of them that I heard.
Well, not at that point.
Better.
So Peter was one of those 12, and he denied Christ. Judas was one of those 12, and he sold out Christ for a bag of money. So what is this? What is this message that we're saying that even the apostles can be corrupted?
Exactly.
Because
that's why there needs to be a big look. This is
So
the thing
the
that I can
scripture
say.
can be corrupted.
As you go through,
The apostles can be corrupted.
No, look, yeah, the scripture can be corrupted, and I think that that's the majority of Protestant Bibles currently because they use the Masoretic text from Rabbinic Judaism,
No, we
which
use the
lies
Bible
about.
I mean,
which lies
I
about
don't
some of
know.
the shit
I
that's
don't know what we. I don't mean we, but I mean, when I grew up in the Baptist church in the South, we used the King James Bible, which was put together by the Apostolic Succession, and all the stuff you guys are saying, I agree with all of it. So
I'm pretty sure the King James Bible was made by a Protestant king.
So what's the
Even
original?
to expand upon what you're saying, JS, like let's say like the devil's real and everything, wouldn't the apostles be his biggest targets behind Jesus Christ?
Exactly, and he is.
Right, and
this is the thing.
then wouldn't his main target be to corrupt who they're then going to appoint to then distort
there
the
were
message?
only
corrupt
two.
the whole faith itself.
There were
the,
only
the
two
writings,
people.
the religion.
There were only two people on earth, and the devil was able to corrupt one of them to corrupt the other one. And so,
yeah, and that's actually a really good way of looking at it too, because this is the way that a lot of if you read,
That's
like,
also why I
know.
really kicked it into religion. Is because even when I hear about it, the idea it makes me feel like there's a good chance that Satan could be playing a hand in religion itself.
Yeah, he definitely is.
If there is a Satan, then he probably is somewhat like responsible for the followings that people follow. So it seems like religion itself could be a trap. It all just seems like
thank you for being honest. Are we not, man? I'm glad you.
a crazy mental exercise.
But here's the argument that I'm using. That you were saying that it. What were you saying, Jess? That Satan corrupted one person to corrupt another. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah,
There's only 2 people on earth that corrupted one.
He corrupted the woman, and then so the woman made Satan her god, and the man made the woman his god.
Well, this is the thing about
there's two
possession.
people on earth who are walking with God, and they know God, and they could be corrupted. So why am I to assume that thousands of years later these churches and these councils, there can't be corruption in there. I have
And
to,
this is the thing.
and
This is what I'm trying to say.
but
is
I'm
that
gonna
if
say
you
too,
follow-
I also don't think the scripture is incorruptible. I'm not, you know.
Yeah, I agree. I think that people could easily take a page out or change a meaning to a word here and there and create, or like the rabbinic Jews did, and twist things into meaning something different. And then when Luther comes along, translate that version of the Old Testament.
Wait, so do you think, Josh,
of the
do you think
Septuagint.
that, like, the divide that's happening right now is something that's, like, bestowed by Satan to intentionally happen?
Yeah, and I'm saying that that the argument between sola scriptura versus church authority, both are wrong. That it's
Well-
not about the book. It's not about the written words of men. Moses says in Exodus that he got God to change. God was going to do a bunch of evil things, and Moses got him to change his mind. That's what I wanted. I actually wanted to bring that up when I have more people in here that like know about the Bible, maybe Mosman or Sweater or somebody, but it's in it's at the end of Leviticus in the golden calf story. I think it's
Yeah, I
not
know what you mean.
Leviticus, Exodus 31, I think.
Where God
And-
wanted to kill everybody, but Moses convinced him not to, right?
Yeah, it says God thought to do evil to all of them and kill all of them. And then Moses got him to change his mind.
Well,
So-
evil in the sense of what Moses was thinking, but because
Okay, so
all of
so,
them that
so
all
the,
of them, all the ones that were like worshiping the calf, they had officially became evil, right? They had decided to throw away God, knowing that Moses went to go talk to God, and now they're all like, Moses hasn't been back for a couple hours. We're going to go ahead and make this calf.
What do you
out of a bunch
interpret
of
as
earrings."
evil? Is evil, like, forever corrupted or something that can be, like, saved?
Well, evil in the Old Testament can mean one of two things: something bad or something that is genuinely evil. Like something could be bad, to somebody. Say, when this is what I mean by that. Moses thinking that he's going to do bad, which basically just means that God is going to kill them. And Moses is like, "Nah, don't kill them. Remember what you said, the oath that you gave us." And he's trying to convince them to not destroy them. But the thing with the people that were worshiping the calf, they had officially become evil. They decided to worship a god. They broke one of the testaments immediately, like instantaneously. And
it says,
so there's
Exodus
a multiplicity of
32:14
good.
says, and the Lord repented of the evil which he thought
Which just
to
means change
do
his
unto
mind.
his people.
Yeah, it just means change his mind. That's all
So-
repent means.
So God, so Moses is there with God, and God says, I'm going to kill them all. And Moses says, no, please don't, God. And God repents from the evil that he thought to do to his people.
Well, yeah, in Hebrew,
It's like
it's kind of
post-flood God,
complicated.
right? And God's supposed to have
I've
felt
looked at
bad
the
for the
Hebrew
flood
too.
or
I've
whatever.
looked at the Hebrew too.
Well, I'm
and it-
saying no. The Hebrew words like bad and evil are the same word unless used in a certain grammatical way. And I'm not
Right,
an
it's
expert
not,
on
it's
that.
not
I haven't-
calamity and it's not chaos. It's God was going to do evil. He was thinking about doing evil, but Moses got him to change his
Yeah,
mind.
but in that reference, I forgot who it was that says this, but it doesn't mean that he's going to,
yeah, I've
become
heard,
evil and do
I
this.
read about
But what I'm
some
saying is-
explanations of it, and so it's
And
either
to kill them wouldn't have been evil. To kill them after they had done that and destroyed them and wiped them out, that would not have been evil. It would have been good.
So either Moses, the guy who's penning the text, either Moses is wrong, or God is able to think about doing evil to people and change his mind because a
I
man
think-
asked him to. So
I think in the same respect that someone like Shiva is wrong about the Amalekites, that maybe Moses at that point, because that's his family, his friends,
Right.
everybody's
Moses
ever
was
known
wrong.
down there.
Moses, or
might have been wrong.
the other,
I don't know.
The other
But I don't-
explanation
like,
is
I'm not
this is
gonna
all
say that-
symbolism.
But I'm also going to say that I'm probably wrong with that.
Well,
What I'm
wait,
also saying,
like,
There's three options. Option one is God is able to think about doing evil and change his mind. Option 2, Moses was wrong about his understanding of it, and when he wrote it, he understood it from his man's mind, and he wrote it down the way he understood it, and he was wrong. Or option 3, shoot, what was the third option? Option 3, it's all symbolism. It's just a metaphor.
Well, there is like almost a level of symbolic nature to it in the way that Moses took the opposite decision, and when he saw the slave being overly beat, he decided to beat the slave whipper to death.
Let's see if I got to pick from those
and
three.
he did evil upon the sinner, right? But then God decides to show the sinner's mercy.
Yeah, it could. Well, it also is symbolic, but I say it's option 2, Moses. And then when I say this, Protestants, my own church that I grew up in would be like, well, that's heretical. That's blasphemy. You're saying that the scripture is not God breathed. I'm saying Moses was writing this from his perspective, and he thought, and maybe he even wrote a little bit of stuff to boast himself up a bit. Like
I wouldn't go that far, but
well,
Wait, I think I'm cooking
Dante
with
did
this.
the same
Isn't
thing
the
with the
whole
Divine Comedy,
story-
and that got incorporated into Catholicism. So, like,
well, I mean,
seen this
Dante's
happen.
Inferno. Yeah, I disagree with all the Catholics.
Isn't the whole story of Moses around this idea of like the idea that you don't outright kill sinners and you give
And
them
we
a
know
chance to
Moses
repent?
was a mess. Like Moses was not a smart
Like almost
guy.
all of his stories lead to this idea of allowing sinners the time to repent.
Moses wasn't even let into
Yeah,
the.
and he's been convinced by that by people. Because I would say Moses had the biggest influence about not just immediately wiping people out.
So was God wrong?
Like
for
even
thinking
his
about doing
even
evil?
his own
This is the
his
thing.
own
This is the
lesson
thing.
that he
Or was
learns
Moses
originally
wrong?
is
This
that
is
he
what I was
doesn't
trying to get
do
at.
it.
And Moses.
This is what I was trying to get
The
at.
only logical answer is Moses was wrong.
God cannot be wrong.
Yeah, he was wrong in that this when there is a good choice, there is not always only one good choice. This is what people get confused. They think everything is black or white, or
But
they
do you
think that
think
there's
by
only ever
Moses
one good
praying
choice or
he-
ever one bad choice.
Do you think by Moses
if God had
praying
wiped them
that
out,
he-
that would have been a good choice. If he decided to have mercy and not wipe them out and give them another chance, that is also a good choice.
Do you think that Moses praying convinced God to change his mind?
But I
Yeah.
don't know if that's actually like how you can
Yes?
interpret that, because like all of the deeds that the Jews commit throughout the journey through the deserts to the
See,
promised
this is the
land.
problem with that definition of free will you have. It conflicts with God's nature a lot.
Well, no, it's a problem. It's saying that God is not omnipotent. It's saying that a man
Just
that
because someone is
God-
omnipotent
listen,
does not mean
if
that
we
at
go
that
back
moment he's
farther,
communicating
if
that
we
he's
go back
using that.
farther, the Lord said unto Moses, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Let me alone, that my wrath may wax hot against them, that I may consume them, and I will make them of thee a great nation. So God's saying, I'm going to wipe them out.
He was going to burn them, right?
Yeah.
He's giving promises.
And then
He
Moses says,
gives promises to them, and
Moses
they're not
says,
going with
please,
what he
God,
wants them to
please
do.
don't do it. And because of what Moses said, God changed his mind and didn't do it. So
Yeah, he intercessed, which is what Orthodox think the saints do.
Well, that's
Wait,
wild.
so do you guys think? Because I don't remember if this is in the Bible or not. Doesn't God regret flooding the earth?
So why can't I be like why can't see that to me
Actually,
that
he didn't regret flooding the earth. I think there was a part where he said that that is said that God regretted creating man or something like that. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah,
But I've only read the Old Testament once. I don't have a lot of that memorized.
They had become very corrupt. Everything had become very evil, very
Oh, 'cause,
corrupt.
like-
Or he wouldn't have done it, you know?
As a kid, whenever I was in Bible school, my interpretation of all that was like God. These people were sinful in the original time before the flood, but he didn't really give them like a chance of repentance and picked one of them that he thought was living his creed perfectly and flooded the world, and then he grew regret at that idea, and he
Well, we
decided
don't
he
actually
wouldn't
know.
he wouldn't enact that wrath again without giving the chance of repentance.
Well, there's
I
a
feel like
lot of
that leads
stories.
into the Moses
but he
stories
did.
too. Because like
Well, in Genesis,
all of
there
the
are a lot of
deeds that like
fables
Moses does
are
like comes
not
with
really
warnings too.
We
Like
see
the
God's
Egyptians
wrath.
get
We
warnings.
see God's wrath multiple times in the Old Testament.
Yeah, and this is the thing.
After
We don't
the
actually
flood.
know how the world was back then.
That's what I'm saying. After the
it
floods, though, it
probably was
usually gives
similar to the
warnings.
Amalekites.
I think we see
similar to
God's
that,
wrath
maybe
today.
worse.
Like even think about the symbolism
We
of
can, maybe.
why do they walk around the city 9 times before it collapses, chanting the whole time?
Because didn't God tell them to?
Yeah, they're heeding a warning to the people. They're giving them a chance. Whether they take it or not is up to them, but if they don't take it, his wrath will incur.
And yeah, Israel is supposed to at all times.
And it's the
give
same
their
thing
enemies
with
a chance
him
to
not
come.
deciding to kill them. He's giving them a chance to repent.
But so Moses convinced God to change his mind?
No, I think God considered committing the same type of angerful act that Moses committed when he killed the slaver. But to prove better than Moses, he lets them repent.
I don't know. That kind of imposes a human person on God. I don't think that's exactly
See,
what happened.
the only way you
I
can
think the God is
Old
logically...
Testament God,
You can
well,
reason
see,
with God.
Josh will agree with me on this sometimes. Old Testament God gets described more like a human than he does in the New Testament.
Well, this is the
He
thing.
has,
is
like-
that-
The only way I can
hold
justify
on.
this and reason it out is to say Moses was wrong.
Moses was wrong in perceiving what evil was at that moment.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah, and
So-
that's one of my big things that I talk about is we
Like
don't
in the New
really
Testament in general, they
understand-
usually don't talk about like God's regrets. Like that's usually not even something that comes up because it's like pretty much nailed down.
So
in
to
that, by
Moses,
that
he
point,
thinks
that God doesn't regret.
To Moses, when he's writing the scripture, he thinks, and he gets a little boastful here, and he says, "I got God to change his mind."
Well, he
But-
did, because
I-
he was gonna wipe them out. That's how I read it, at least.
Yeah,
he was gonna wipe them all out.
That's the
and
way it
then-
reads. That's the way it reads.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he prays for mercy,
But
right?
so if you
Like-
believe that, you believe a man could convince God to change his mind about what he's going to
I think
do.
over time that certain men have convinced God of a great many things. You know what the council in heaven is, right?
Dude, I think I'm actually making a more compelling argument that the story overall has God change his mind.
It's a very
like
simple-
It's more like God changes his
No, I
over
don't.
the story.
I'm not sure I know about that. Maybe I do, but
The council of heaven. Yeah, you should. Because there's a lot of. Most of this is in the Old Testament. I don't exactly remember where it is, and exactly remember what it says. Because a lot of the Old Testament stuff, I've only read the Old Testament once, and it is honestly kind of a drag to get through in certain places. And
yeah, because there's freaking
it just
30
repeats
pages
the
of
same- it
schematics
repeats the
about how to
same
build a
shit.
tabernacle.
It also repeats the same thing over and over again for like 20 pages.
Yeah, if you've been watching my Bible studies and you think Leviticus is tough, wait till we get to Numbers.
Oh, let me tell
Well,
you,
like even like in the
Numbers
Old
kept me from reading
Testament,
the Old
like the
Testament
omnipresence
for a
of
while.
God isn't even nailed down. Like the whole Garden of Eden story happens with the idea of God being more of a character than a god.
Numbers is just a census.
Like Adam and Eve are able to exist outside of his line of sight. That makes no sense. Like
what?
in the story of Adam and Eve, like they're sneaking around behind his back.
Yeah,
That makes no sense.
I've
It's as
talked
if-
about this. and-
It's as if God is a character.
No, but I've
And
talked
it shows
about
the difference
this.
between humans and God too. Like, yeah, that's stupid, but that's a silly idea. But that's because humans are kind of silly in a lot of ways.
No, the analogy I've used is when your kid is hiding behind a clear curtain and you're like, "Where are you? Where are you? I
Yeah.
don't see you." You know where they are.
Yeah, that kind of like
That's what I'm saying. A lot of people wouldn't agree with you on that, though, because then that
I
gives
don't
into
think
the
it's
idea
really
that the
like-
whole apple was intended to be eaten.
I
Like,
don't think
the
it
whole-
demeans them. I
was-
think it shows the difference between a father and a child, or a parent and a child. Like the parents know where their kid is, but their kid is hiding from them. You know where the kid's
Well,
hiding.
yeah, but if you're a parent, and
reason
your
they're
kid's
hiding
getting
is
up to
shame.
mischief
They had never
behavior while
experienced
hiding,
shame
you would
before,
like
so
right,
punish
but
them,
you
right?
think they're literally God doesn't know where they are.
Yeah, and I'm saying that that shame is probably what overpowered them to not even be reasonable.
Well, that's what I'm saying. From my perspective,
it's
it
like
wouldn't
when
make sense that God doesn't know where they are, but they do describe it like that in the book.
If a kid takes the chocolate cake off the countertop and eats it, and they have chocolate all over their face, and then you say, "What happened to the cake?" And they say, "I don't know. Who took the cake? I don't know." We're like retarded children, and
Yeah, but at this point, you're at like pure interpretation, though. This isn't like you couldn't cite any of that to the Bible that he's playing like a game of peekaboo with them.
I can point it towards a father and his children, so that's a good analogy. It's showing a relationship between the parent and the child. The children are
Well, even
stupid.
if it was a parent with a child, he would stop them
children
before
are
they commit the
stupid
bad
little
behavior.
animals that think that we're hiding from our parents. Our parents know where we are. If they're
Well, that's what. So why wouldn't he stop them before committing the bad behavior then?
Because of choice. Because that's
Yes,
the
they're free
grounding
will.
of a lot of
Like if I'm a parent,
morality.
my kid's about to do something bad. I see them going to go do it. I stop it.
Do you always though, or do you let them learn?
I don't
get
have a
burnt by
kid,
the fire
so
one
I
time,
mean,
you won't
depending on what
Well,
it is, if
I can
it's
tell
like
you from
something that they're not going to get
experience.
like hurt, but if it's something like eating the fruit, which like is apparently like the biggest sin that they could commit at that point.
It was the only one.
Not
Right,
even,
but
you know,
now
eating
see,
the fruit.
you're interpreting it. So I'm just making a broad analogy, and you're making it real specific. Like you might let the kid eat the cake and get sick. You might
Yeah.
let the kid stick their fingers
Yeah,
in
I
the
mean, you might do
outlet.
that with a cake. I don't think you would do that with something that's going to like start the beginning of the punishment of your entire
like
species.
especially if we're talking about a father and a son relationship, you're gonna let your kid hurt themselves a little bit to learn.
Yeah, and as
but
they
they're
get
like-
older, you increasingly
like,
allow them to do things. And that's what I mean by demeaning.
viewed as being cursed by the end of it.
Yeah, there's a difference between a little bit of hurt and eternal damnation, bro.
Well, this is
but,
what I'm.
But
This
now
is my
you're
argument.
looking at it through human eyes. But
Their sons were destined to kill each other, so they would be tortured even more.
How?
But this is the thing. Look, hold on. Let me say this real quick. This is the point of what I mean by demeaning them. Right? You're assuming that they are, you know, not probably even more intelligent than we are, and they are at a certain stage where they have listened to God for who knows how long. They know that He tells the truth and that He doesn't lie, and then are convinced. And then what I'm saying in the analogy of a child, as my child grows up, I would allow her to do more than I would a younger child. So comparing them to an infant is not exactly analogous. It would be more like if my daughter is
of course not
25
exactly
and
analogous.
well, I'm saying this from the point of view of like God is evil for allowing them. So I'm saying that once
I'm
my
not
child
saying
is like
God's
20
evil.
No, I'm not saying to you. I'm not saying you. I'm not responding to you. I'm responding to Goon and King. And once a child gets to a certain, if I have a daughter and she's 25 and she lives with me and she still doesn't understand, like I'm trying to help her, and then she's convinced by somebody else that, hey, come with me and all your dreams will come true. And then she says, Dad, I'm going to go and there's nothing you can do to stop me. And I would just say, okay, go. I wouldn't like it.
Yeah, but like also
yeah.
Adam and Eve in
Yeah,
the
that
Old
makes sense,
Testament
yeah.
are like completely different than like a normal human too.
Right.
Yeah, they're even more.
Especially like
probably even more
pre-eating the
intelligent.
fruit, like they're completely unself-aware. They have no like.
Oh, they are. They were just like
They have
us.
no
but
idea.
better.
They have no idea what evil is. It doesn't even exist. It's not even a concept. They don't know that there
Not
is
only
something
that,
wrong.
they live amongst animals. Like the world is at a like
If they didn't have
euphoric
at least
point
some
where
idea of
everything,
what good and evil was, they
where
would not
everything
have
is
ever been.
equal, then they
Hold
reign
on.
above it.
If they didn't have a little bit of idea of what evil was, Eve would have never took the fruit.
What?
Yeah. Because what is evil?
Evil
What is
wasn't
good and
exposed
evil?
after she took
Evil is
Yes.
removing yourself from God, not following
The
God.
snake
what God
doesn't
is
tell
saying.
him that the apple's evil. The snake tells him that the apple's gonna give her like great, like
No, it's just
No,
that
he
it would make
says-
her like God, and that and
he
it
says
does.
God's
great outcomes.
He tells them God is lying to you. So it's like It's like when
I don't
you
even think that he
tell
says God is lying to you. I don't even think he says that. I
he
think it's
doesn't
more
say
of
those
a
exact words, but he says,
well, what
"Didn't God tell you that you would die? No, you will not surely die."
and he was technically correct. This is what I'm saying about demons. They do technically
Right.
say things that are correct.
Yeah.
So she
He
didn't
takes
die
the
necessarily. We don't
well,
know who is in heaven.
they didn't die physically.
Yeah, they die. Exactly, they die.
Right.
They
They
die.
died
That
they died
point of
spiritually.
existence where they live amongst animals and they live as these different beings that experience life in a completely different way ends the moment they bite that apple.
So it's like
That's why they instantly put on clothes. They
it's like
start
if
putting plants in front of their junk
They feel
because they become
shame.
self-aware of their
They feel
own
guilt.
nakedness.
They feel
look,
shame, right?
it's like if you're a
First time
father,
ever.
it's like if you're a father and you tell your kid, "Hey, if you do fentanyl, you're going to die. Don't ever do that. Don't ever get anywhere near that." But then you have a friend who creeps up in your ear. He's like, "You're not going to die. Just do a little bit and you'll be all right. You'll be all right." But as soon as you do it and you enter that world, you have died spiritually of your father.
Yeah, I honestly think the story's pretty sad because it's kind of like Eve gets tricked and then Adam follows her intentionally into the trickery, so she's not alone.
Uh-huh. I don't think it. That sounds like almost like
White
he was
Knight.
trying to moralize it, like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
White
you were
Knight.
No, I think it was
Yeah,
more
White
like
Knight.
he was simping.
Yeah, it ain't
Right.
about
Well, that's what I'm
her.
saying. Yeah, but like that shows the duality that like humanity is supposed to have.
Yeah.
They were told plainly, don't do it. They did. Now,
Yeah, totally. And this is the thing: is like this is the concept of what good and evil is. Is good is doing what God says, and evil is doing what God doesn't say to do. So they're even by being capable of being able to make that choice, they had to have had at least some ability to commit evil, but maybe not understand it.
And
I feel like both of
exactly,
these concepts are like imperialist, though, and at some
Maybe
point
not
you
be
have to
able to
explain
completely
like
understand
why.
I do think that because this is the same thing as what I'm saying with if my 25 daughter, if some dude comes up and says, "Hey, I can make your dreams all come true," she doesn't actually understand that dude is probably lying, right?
Right.
But that's still a choice I have to let her make.
Yeah, and he's gonna tell her your dad's lying to you.
Exactly.
He's gonna say,
I don't
"Doesn't
care
this
what
all
it sounds
seem?"
like.
Yeah, but
A
I
woman
can come
talk
up with
you
so
into
many
Look
other
how
instances where
appealing.
like God's powers are limited in the Bible. The whole holy war with
And that
Satan himself. Like I
is
don't.
even if we just look at Satan as like the world, it's you raise your children to do the best, and you tell them, "Look, there's a lot of things you don't want to go down this road. It's a bad idea." And then the world gets in their head and tells your daughter, "If you do OnlyFans, you just put some booty hole pics up and you're going to make a lot of money. And your dad's lying to you that you're going to hate it. It's going to be great. It's going to be nice." And you're led astray. And then
What would lead the child to believe you more than a stranger? Would they
right.
not judge you by the way you act, what you do?
But
Well,
but
this
so
is the thing.
even if
I'm a
you're
perfect
the
father, it doesn't
perfect,
change
yes.
the fact that women can be convinced that
Yes,
way.
exactly.
That's the
Because
point.
God was a perfect father. Even if
Yeah.
you're the perfect father and you've shown them perfect love and you've raised them right, the world can still get in there
Maybe that's what he was testing.
and trick them.
Yeah, probably.
That's what I'm saying. Where's all this perfect love?
That is perfect love.
Where the fuck was the perfect love when he was getting Abraham to almost kill Isaac?
When they do that, when you've shown them perfect
didn't
love,
kill him,
but
did
they
he?
still follow the world, what do? You
Yeah, but
show
like,
them tough.
what was
You
the
show them tough
positive
love.
outcome of that? The whole idea is like
He had to
you're
follow
gonna
what
be
everybody
rewarded
did.
when
What
you
has always
die.
been the devil saying that I bet I could get somebody that you think is super holy to not follow you, and if you allow me to push them to a certain point, that they will break what your commandments, or you will see them as not be, or you will not be
Yeah, but
able.
like even with these
Well, he
stories, they're actually the
failed.
perfect allegory because it's like
He
they're
failed at
arguing
that with
over
Job,
eating
and he
an
failed at
apple
that
or
with
not eating
Jesus.
an apple, and like you're
Yeah,
picking a
he
side.
failed at a lot.
Like 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 to eat an apple or not to eat an apple, and you're picking an affirmative position.
It was almost like the devil cursed himself because since Adam and Eve did not know good and evil, he was able to deceive them. But then after that, yeah, he's able to deceive a lot of weak-minded,
God and the devil can only coexist if the devil works for God.
He could not.
He does. That's
couldn't-
actually part of it.
He
That's
couldn't
part of the
trick
council. of
Job. He couldn't trick Jesus. He couldn't. Even like Samson or some like Samson, Samson made mistakes, but at the end, he was like, doing what's right is more important than my life. And so Satan couldn't lead these people astray, the stronger people, but he got Adam and Eve. He got the
There
firstborn.
are only 2 humans on the planet, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, though. What's
They
the
couldn't
big
look left
whoop? He
or
got
right
him
or
to
up or
do
down
what?
to
They ate
see
an
how other
apple.
people act. I mean, they were not influenced by anything.
They ate a
It doesn't.
fucking apple.
Even if we replace the apple on the tree with an infant that they slaughtered, like basically the idea is.
Well, that would be like, but that would have more moral implication.
But the point is, you have one rule: don't break this
Only
rule.
one. Don't do it.
And
That's what I'm saying.
he
It all
was able
sounds
to trick them
imperialistic in
into breaking the
nature.
rule. What do you mean by imperialistic?
Like, it's the idea that you have to pick a side, and the apple's the perfect story because an apple doesn't fucking matter, and you're picking like good and evil between eating an apple or not eating an apple.
Damn apple mattered in this one.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's the perfect analogy for like making a big whoop out of nothing.
Well, yeah, I guess, but I don't think it was the
It's like,
rule.
I would
You
say
didn't want to break
the
rule.
people that say eating an apple is gonna free you and or eating an apple is gonna damn you. Those are both like it sounds terrible. It sounds like a terrible
you're kind of
dichotomy to be
strawmanning
stuck
it because you're just
between.
saying it's an apple, but it's not. It's the fruit of knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah, it's the
They weren't ready for it.
meaning. It's the meaning. It has nothing to do with the damn apple.
But even a lot of the traditions, like it's just like a lot of it is built in this idea that you better follow authority or else, even if there's no real explanation for why the authority is there in the first place.
It
Yeah,
doesn't.
you just take it out.
Yeah, if you take the apple out of it, you say it's a button that you push.
Yeah.
And it's
A light
either
switch or something. Who knows?
if you
Yeah,
push
exactly.
this button.
My
if you
position would
push
be I
this
could
button,
never blame the person.
I'm commanding you, do not push that button. But if you push that button, everything's gonna change.
And the person telling
Yeah,
you this,
from my
is
perspective,
not
I
And
would
then
think
there's-
literally
good from
you
them.
created the button for them to push. That
and
would
then
be
there's
my
somebody else
perspective.
behind you that's saying, "Go push the button." You just push the button. Nothing bad's gonna happen. You push the button.
That's
Probably
like
telling them all
from my
these
perspective,
crazy
that's like
things.
writing a story, like I said earlier, where you're like a man walks into a house, there's a shotgun on the wall, he just stands around, and then it just never continues after that point. It's like you would assume something's happening with the shotgun, like.
Yeah, the fruit was there for a reason, but it was eaten too early. Do I know the reason why the fruit was there exactly? Not exactly. Not
does it
completely.
matter?
Maybe it was a way of maybe it's a way of completing the likeness to God. I
Yeah,
don't
that's
know.
my biggest problem with becoming religious is I have like
Maybe
an
what the
extremely
devil said
deep
was technically
philosophical
true. They
question
just weren't
about like
ready
what
for
the
it.
point
If you're looking
is.
for flat out black and white, you're not going to
Didn't God
find it.
know? But didn't God know that Eve was going to take the bite of the fruit?
Did he already
Yes,
know?
no, but ultimately, I can see that my daughter is dating somebody that I don't think is good for them, and then eventually say at the same point that I'm going to leave with him, and I can say, I don't want you to go, but I have no choice.
Yeah, but this feels like humanizing of God. Like to
Well,
me,
this is the
God would
thing.
be an
We have
omniscient
to,
being.
like, at some point
We are a lesser form of God. We are a very limited, finite version of what God is. We are not creating God in our image. We are the image of God.
Yeah.
This is something that people kind of misconstrue. And they do. There are a lot of Christians that try to make God like them. And that is a lot of the reason why I think that apologia from Protestantism is just pointless, because a lot of it does, they kind of just imply things in God that aren't there.
But
and this is also something that is important. You have to understand God in a way to know who He is. And to know who He is then to be able to worship Him.
But so didn't Jesus command us to be perfect as our Father in heaven is perfect? And in Leviticus, God says,
actually, that's the monastic. I know what you're saying. That's actually a text that showing us planting the seed for monasticism eventually.
well,
It's
okay, well then let's go back to Leviticus where God says, because I am holy, you must be holy.
Yeah.
So
what does holy mean?
Righteous, perfect.
It also means different.
That's like the New Testament itself feels like the idea of like almost like a humanization of the whole thing. That's why I hate the whole idea of heaven itself.
That's why he came
Like,
back.
what's the idea? You go like hang out
Why he
with
gives New
God.
Testament.
What does God like benefit from you going and hanging out with Him? The
It's
whole
not what-
prophecy is
not what-
self-aggrandizing.
what
It's
do
to
you
make
benefit?
yourself
I
feel
know this is
better.
going to seem like a very unsatisfactory answer, because this is the only thing I can kind of grasp at this point. And once again, this is not the point of view of anybody but myself. I think that it is because God is perfect in what He is, that He is good, that He needs something to love. And even though that in Himself that He is self-sufficient, and need is probably the wrong word, but the fact that His nature is good, He wants something to love.
See, that's when it goes into like my black pill point of view, where it's like I feel like all of religion is the idea of trying to grasp with the idea that our lives might be completely meaningless, and it's to come up with all these different ways to make you feel better about grasping with that concept. The idea that there's this God that cares especially about you, that you're going to go to this place where you get to exist eternally, where everything's going to be the way you prefer it without describing exactly how you prefer it would even happen.
Yeah, I understand that completely. I was an atheist for except for the past maybe almost a year now.
Christian
So I
sounds
understand that.
psychotic to you.
And it does sound silly. And I wish there was a better way I could explain it to you. It literally took an act of God for me to believe in it.
When it happens, if it happens to him, he'll know. He won't be able to deny it.
All I would say is that maybe try praying for a month, asking for God to show Himself or something into that idea, or to go to a liturgy. Maybe just go a couple times, see what happens. That's all I can really say, because I don't have a way of, because I know that mindset, and it's very, very difficult. It's almost impossible to break out of without something happening.
What if I asked and I prayed and I hoped and I begged and I pleaded for a sign from God for months, and instead I feel like He did the exact opposite and slammed the door on my life?
Well, I would say, why am I here?
I don't know.
Why is Speakeasy a very big part of your life right now? These are all Christians that have come to you and have given. I wouldn't say that I've given a very good explanation of things. I think Easy gives a very good explanation of a lot of those things. So maybe because God doesn't just reach out to you through just the metaphysical. With me, I know for a fact that I would have stayed an atheist and a nihilist my entire life if that exact thing that happened had not happened. So for me, it wouldn't have taken. You could not reason me out of it.
What's that
Because I
story
couldn't see
where he sent 3 boats and the person didn't take them? He's standing on a building flooding or
like
something.
that. But for you, maybe you do, in some sense, believe that there's a God, or in some sense, no. And that, because for me, I've never even acknowledged it.
I'd say people are
And maybe
lying to
that-
you and telling you to pray about that stuff, and you should stop praying about those things. But you shouldn't
Well-
pray with words and vain repetitions like the
Well,
heathens
in
do.
ignorance, you can get away with a lot.
No, it's so take no thought of today or tomorrow or yesterday because they don't exist, and stop asking God for things. You ask God, show me you're real. He'll show you he's real. But
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
like
and
my
I'm saying
nature
also
is
this.
like, even if I felt like God came to me and told me to do something, I would just do it. It might be begrudgingly because I hate doing things without
yeah, but
explanation.
we push this idea of God that if my kid is sick, so I'm gonna keep praying and I'm gonna keep praying and I'm keep praying that my kid's gonna not be sick anymore. And then what happens is when your kid gets more sick, let's say God forbid your kid passes away, now all of a sudden God is not real. Why were you asking
I have
God
that
about
problem,
this?
Josh? I've lost a child. I almost lost another one.
All right. Well, I'm
Me
not
too.
trying to like say something that's gonna trigger you or anything. I don't mean that in a.
No. But
I'm
what you're
not. I'm
saying,
not
but
trying
what
to upset
what
you.
you're saying,
I know.
no. What
I'm just
you're saying totally resonates because I can say in the end that is what turned me away. But it wasn't just that. Like it was months before that and leading up to that. Like
Yeah, and
all
this is
that was all the fucked up part because I thought the blessing was the child. Like I thought
Yeah.
that was God.
Because
When
you saw her suffering, right?
when Hitchens asked when Hitchens asked William Lane Craig, what's the number one thing that would make you turn away from God today? And he said, if my child died.
Loss of a child.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's like praying for these worldly things. Maybe and
That's even faker faith than
When we
I
look at
have.
our child, we
yeah,
want to
it's
know.
gonna
We want
it's
to
gonna
think
sound
we're going to the
real
same place.
harsh. It's gonna sound real harsh.
That's why I was willing to say it for you. That's even faker faith than I have.
Yeah, when I say that's God's plan.
Right. Okay.
And
I don't like his
and
plan.
instead of
sometimes.
saying,
I don't talk
you
when I see
know,
him.
you're praying for the life of your child. And see, now it's hard to do this with Are You Crazy here?
Well, in my situation,
You'll never know a love like a child. You'll never know that. You have
I
until
know.
you have
I
a
never
child.
will. I never
And
will.
you might have a baby. You don't know.
I don't think I will, but
You don't know.
yeah,
You don't
you're
have
right.
free will.
You're right. I might, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
But
I had to throw that in there for you. I just had to.
but guess what? If I have to now I've never lived through it, but well, actually, yeah. Maybe
I don't know if you have. I don't know.
maybe I've had some of my kids killed.
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe. And and I don't know, but
did you ever hold your dead child in your hands?
I have.
no,
Yes.
but I've slept with some girls and then they've got some abortions.
Maybe
And,
that was
You know how hard that is to overcome.
Maybe that was God's plan. Maybe those women weren't suitable
no,
enough
I know
to
it
be.
was God's plan. It's not maybe.
Exactly.
So
Well, the problem with that
Then
idea
how
is
can you say it?
the problem with that idea is that not understanding what the world actually is. It's the conflict of billions of different wills. So there can be something that's good that can come out of something that's bad, but that does not mean that God directly planned for that to happen. He just has a plan because it happens.
yeah, it's like if
he
a
didn't
million
cause it to happen.
people in the world are praying that Hitler dies tomorrow, but Hitler's mom is probably praying that he's going to be safe.
Of
So
course he is.
right, and my point is all of these are fake prayers. this is not what prayer is. This is not.
Right. No, right. 100%.
So
what
You
I'm
should
Prayer
never be
almost
asked.
like within itself is
I agree with that.
self-aggrandizing. You're asking for worldly things
yeah,
usually.
you're
Right.
you're saying,
begging
I want you to keep my mom.
for it.
I want a good
Right.
job. I want to get a promotion at work. I need
Right.
my car fixed. I want
Right. Exactly.
my mom is
You're asking
sick.
for
Please
ease,
God,
you're
keep her
asking for
healthy.
I
ease
want,
or
I
whatever.
want, I want.
Maybe it's God's plan that my mom died tomorrow. Like, these aren't the
Right.
things. Praying is being still and knowing God. It's
Right.
constantly being aware of God, and it's not asking and begging for things from
If
God.
I didn't
It's
do that, I
No.
would have already self-deleted.
Right.
That's the
This
truth.
is the thing. God does give people these things. It's just
but you
not in
didn't.
maybe the way. And it's not in the way that you would want, and probably not in the way of like begging for somebody's physical life, because we don't
Well,
know.
it's
And
like
this
I
is
said
what I'm saying.
earlier, a lot of people do follow faith the way I said, where they follow it as a way to feel better and hope that things in their life work out.
Yeah, and
Right.
then as soon as it doesn't go the way that they're asking God to do it for them, they fall away and they say, "Well, that God's not real."
Exactly. Exactly. That's the problem. Is they should never be asking God to do anything for them. Like that's and I never did. That was never my position. That was never what I held.
Yeah.
But it still
Well, I
led.
didn't have time for that.
Well, this is the thing. God does say He'll give you things if you ask, but most of the time it's probably going to be a no.
It's going to get. He'll give you what you need, not
Right.
what you want.
We don't know what we need.
He does.
Right.
I'm saying you'll pray for what you
Yes.
want.
But I'm saying if
Even
there's
give the
something as
He
what
wouldn't
that is
even give the
like
Jews more
showing
water, and
Himself
they're in the
or
middle of the fucking desert.
giving
No,
you a
he's
way to
gonna
know
he's
Him,
gonna give you with
He
what
would
you
probably
need.
do
So
that. I would
so
think.
there was times
But that's
when
just me.
there was times let's see, when there was a time when I lost my apartment and I ended up homeless, and I was like, God, please help me keep this apartment. Please help me keep this apartment. And the next day I was homeless.
Why did you
And
lose it?
why did I lose it? Because I was a
Yeah.
piece of shit.
Well, he taught you a lesson right there, didn't he?
That's my point. That's exactly my point. God's not going to answer. My prayer is, please don't let me lose this apartment. And then I lose my apartment. What am I going to get mad about? God,
Might
God's
be
telling
damning
me.
you further.
I'm gonna reach down, flip you in the nose myself.
Yeah, God's
Yeah.
telling you. God's telling you, hey, you're about to deal with something tougher.
Yeah.
You thought that was bad.
You
You're
just
about
wait.
to
It's
find
gonna be
out.